300 years after death, you open your eyes once more. Yet, I have come to realize that each of my former disciples has blossomed into a prominent figure. The grand disciple, unparalleled in physical form, attains enlightenment through sheer strength. The second apprentice deduces the secrets of the heavens and perceives all things. Even the casually taken and little beggar has become a sovereign empress. Everything stems from 3 centuries ago, when you were one of the preeminent figures of this realm. Additionally, one has accepted 100 exceptionally gifted disciples. Alas, fate bestows a fleeting existence, for one has but lived for 2 centuries before succumbing to eternal rest. Little did one know that 3 centuries later, the system would not only resurrect you once more. It is said that one can attain immortality merely by earning the adoration of disciples. Upon hearing this news, you had yet to revel in joy when you realized that your past cultivation had dwindled to a mere fraction of its former glory. However, with countless divine abilities and techniques at one's disposal, regaining the pinnacle of success is merely a matter of time. The immediate priority is to venture outside first. With this thought in mind, I promptly made my way towards the valley's exit. At the entrance of the valley, a few disciples adorned in resplendent robes stand guard. A young disciple could not contain his curiosity and inquired of his senior brother, "What is the origin of this valley? Why has the esteemed empress entrusted us with the duty of guarding it in turns?" The elder disciple beside him smiled faintly. "This is the sacred ground of the Master of Rites. The young disciples of the Holy Master have attained their first certification." Indeed, the tone of the venerable disciple is imbued with reverence. Among the prominent figures of various factions, many are disciples of the Holy Master. Even our esteemed Empress Wanhua is no exception. I see now, the young disciple suddenly comprehended. However, since the revered master possesses such formidable abilities, the elder disciple sighed upon hearing those words, lamenting the affliction of brevity in a prosperous era. This too was his sole regret. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the valley, instantly alerting several disciples. "Several fellow travelers. May I inquire the way to Changsheng town? Have you seen them?" With hands clasped in inquiry, the disciples of the guard stared wide-eyed, forgetting even to breathe, let alone respond to the question posed. Seeing their lack of response, you furrowed your brow and inquired once more about the direction to Changsheng town, yet still received no reply. He shook his head and strode past a few individuals, making his way along the mountain path into the distance. Only after your figure vanished did several disciples awaken from their stupor. "Am I not mistaken? A figure has emerged from the valley." The young disciple stammered as he spoke. I too beheld the astonishment reflected in the eyes of the elder disciple. Another disciple's voice trembled. "Isn't the valley a forbidden zone of life? Where did that person emerge from?" The senior disciple appeared to have recalled something, his complexion turning ashen. "Hasten to inform her Imperial Majesty." Quickly, with a mighty roar, he immediately surged forth towards the direction of the sect. The mountain path meanders gracefully before you. As you gaze ahead, faintly, the outline of a quaint town comes into view. In those bygone days, it was there that you encountered your final disciple. 3 centuries ago, he was merely a destitute child, barely clothed. Yet, what truly brings you solace is solely this smallest disciple. Other disciples, whether harboring ulterior motives or possessing their own ambitions, gradually distanced themselves, even as they achieved remarkable success under your guidance. "The masters should first visit Changsheng town," you murmured to yourself. So many years have passed, it is hard to guarantee that the other disciples will not waver in their hearts. For now, one can only place their trust in the young girl. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Wanhua sect, a disciple hurriedly entered. "Your Majesty, I have urgent news to report." What could possibly cause such alarm? The woman clad in a magnificent purple and gold robe upon the dragon throne spoke with an air of indifference. Indeed, she is none other than the illustrious Empress Wanhua, renowned throughout the realm of cultivation. Chen Wanhua, the disciple who guards the tranquil realm of the Empress, suddenly received news that someone had emerged from within. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanhua sprang to his feet, an aura of terror erupting around him. "What did you say?" The disciple immediately trembled with fear. It was true. The guard witnessed a figure emerge from the valley, inquiring about the way to Changsheng town, and then departed. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanhua's eyes brimmed with disbelief. That forbidden place was undeniably fortified with his most prized creation, Wanhua. Even the most formidable of contemporary powerhouses could never hope to infiltrate it silently. Unless one knows the appearance of that individual, Chen Wanhua inquired with urgency. The disciple replied with trepidation, describing a young man whose cultivation level appeared to be merely at the initial stage of refining the spirit. Yet, his demeanor was extraordinary, exuding an aura that suggested depths yet to be fathomed. Chen Wanhua furrowed his brow. In his recollection, his master was an elderly figure with flowing white hair. A bold idea emerged in Chen Wanhua's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. He took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. He issued an order to seal off the vicinity of Canjing town, extending a radius of 1,000 miles, and to exert all efforts in the search for the young man. Remember, one must not act impolitely. On the other side, upon crossing a mountain ridge, you stand mesmerized by the sight before you. To your astonishment, the town of Canjing, which once lingered in your memory, has now transformed into a magnificent metropolis. At the city gate, a few armored guards languidly leaned against the wall. Upon noticing your approach, they merely cast a cursory glance, making no attempt to impede your passage. As the throngs of people enter the city gates, an unfamiliar vibrancy envelopes them. Flanking the broad avenues are an array of shops, their lively calls resonating in a harmonious cacophony. The air is infused with a medley of enticing aromas. You pause before a tea stall, requesting a bowl of hot tea. Engaging in conversation with an elderly man nearby, you inquire, "Excuse me, sir, is this the town of flies?" The elderly man sipped his tea and smiled. "You must be a traveler from afar. This is now known as Canjing City, though many still fondly refer to it by its old name." You feel a stir in your heart and tentatively inquire, "Might you be aware of a woman by the surname of Chun residing here, whose cultivation appears to be quite remarkable?" The elderly man with the surname Chun furrowed his brow and shook his head. Having lived his entire life in this place, he acknowledged that there were indeed several families bearing the surname Chun, yet he had never heard of any possessing remarkable prowess. However, as he spoke, his tone shifted abruptly. If one sought to gather information, he suggested, it would be prudent to visit the Tianji Pavilion, located on Xianyu Street in the eastern part of the city. It is said that as long as one has sufficient spirit stones, even the color of the Empress Xie Yi's attire could be discerned. Upon hearing your words, a flicker of peculiarity glimmered in your eyes. You set down the tea money and turned to walk towards the eastern part of the city. As I turned the corner, a magnificent 9th-story bronze pagoda stood proudly before me. The runes upon its body shimmered with an ethereal glow, and the 3 grand characters Tianji Pavilion were inscribed atop, exuding an extraordinary aura. Stepping into the Hall of Celestial Mechanisms, you cast your gaze forward, where a magnificent plaque hangs directly opposite the entrance. Inscribed upon it are the words, "Above, the heavens are known below, the earth is understood in between, the essence of air is comprehended. Mastery of the ancient and the modern, omniscience prevails." This familiar slogan compels one to ponder whether this Tianji Pavilion was indeed established by that inquisitive disciple from years gone by. However, it is imperative to first locate the young apprentice. Subsequently, you suppress your thoughts and proceed directly towards the pavilion. In the grand hall, dozens of tables are arranged in an orderly fashion, each occupied by a young attendant, diligently attending to the guests who seek information. You approached the nearest table and took a seat. "I wish to inquire about an individual." Upon hearing this, the young attendant displayed a professional smile and replied, "That is quite simple. It is exceedingly easy for us at the Tianji Pavilion to inquire about the whereabouts of individuals. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? What particular information do you seek to acquire?" As I speak, I skillfully produce a form, ready to document the details. As Chen Wanhua's name delicately escaped your lips, the young attendant's countenance turned ashen in an instant. The pen he held clattered to the ground with a resounding thud. In a flurry of anxiety, he glanced around before lowering his voice. "Esteemed guest, I implore you to exercise caution. The name of the Empress Wanhua is not to be uttered lightly. Should the imperial guards overhear us, we would both be met with dire consequences." Your expression subtly shifted, and the corners of your mouth involuntarily twitched. A flicker of fear passed through the young attendant's eyes. "Dear guest, please refrain from uttering the sacred name so openly. Is indeed Fanghua?" You inquired once more, your voice tinged with disbelief. "Undoubtedly," the young attendant spoke, his expression growing grave. "The title of the Empress of Wanhua is well known to all on the streets. For a guest to so boldly utter the Empress's name is a transgression. If the people of the Wanhua sect were to discover this, it would spell great trouble. The vicissitudes of life indeed." You murmur softly, your eyes brimming with contentment. How swiftly time passes, for the nation has also grown wise. The youth, upon their untimely demise, seem to be struck as if by a bolt of lightning. Listening to this tone, it is evident that they regard the Empress Wanhua as a mere junior. Yet, considering her youth, could she truly be a madwoman? Esteemed guest, in the next moment, he mustered his courage and spoke, if others were to overhear your words. Perhaps you might regain your composure. And with a subtle smile, I share a profound connection with him. The young attendant was taken aback by the remark. "Please, do not jest. Let us return to the matter at hand. What information would you like to inquire about?" After a moment of contemplation, you spoke. "I wish to ascertain the whereabouts of the Empress of Wanhua." Upon hearing this, the young attendant hurriedly glanced around, ensuring that no one was eavesdropping, before lowering his voice to speak. "The whereabouts of the Empress are nearly public knowledge. The location of the Wanhuazong sect is, in fact, her former place of cultivation." After listening, you understood clearly. As you casually inquired about the matters of the Wanhua sect, you were about to depart when a sudden uproar erupted behind you. Quickly step aside. Before you, a group of elegantly dressed young men and women appears, as the crowd in line surges directly into your space. At the forefront stand a woman of exquisite beauty, her features akin to a masterful painting, yet her brow is furrowed in deep concern, exuding an air of profound anxiety. What is particularly striking is that there is a pallid young girl being supported by someone, her eyes firmly shut, her breath faint. Wisps of black smoke occasionally emanate from her body. Your gaze sharpens, and just as you are about to speak, you realize she has been poisoned. On the jade pendant at her waist are inscribed the 3 characters of the Wanhua sect, causing your previously furrowed brow to relax gently. Since she is a junior disciple under your little apprentice, it would be reasonable to allow them to proceed first. The leading woman struck the counter with a firm hand and urgently inquired whether the heavenly mechanism pavilion possessed knowledge regarding the whereabouts of the 9-leaf vitality herb. The young attendant was taken aback by this sudden display of authority. "Esteemed fairy, please temper your anger. May I inquire about the urgency of the matter? My junior sister has been poisoned with a lethal toxin. It is said that only the 9-leaf vitality herb can serve as an antidote. No matter the cost, I, Yi Ching Mei, am willing to pay. I implore you to inform me at once." Upon hearing those words, the young attendant's countenance changed dramatically. "The poison is exceedingly fierce. I shall immediately investigate the secret vault." With that, he hurriedly dashed towards the back hall. Yi Ching Mei turned to glance at her companion behind her, her voice trembling slightly. She mustered her spiritual essence, determined to hold on. The girl known as Ling Su exhibited an increasingly dark complexion, with a trickle of black blood seeping from the corners of her lips. The surrounding black smoke intensified, enveloping her in a denser shroud. "It's unbearable," someone murmurs softly. The venom acts with alarming swiftness. Fearing that the medicinal herbs may not arrive in time, a glimmer of despair flickered in Yi Chingmei's eyes, yet she maintained a facade of composure. Ling Su possessed profound skills, and enduring for a brief while longer posed no challenge, as long as the medicinal herbs arrived. There must be a way. As despair enveloped the crowd in a heavy silence, a calm voice suddenly emerged. "If we utilize the 9-leaf vitality herb, your junior sister shall succumb within 30 breaths." The onlookers turned their gaze towards the source of the voice. "I see you standing quietly by my side, gazing serenely at the wilting leaf spirit. What did you say?" Yi Ching Mei suddenly turned around, her gaze sharp. "The sunlight is piercing. As you take a step forward, there seems to be a subtle transformation in your demeanor. Simply standing there evokes a sense of reverence, akin to gazing up at a towering mountain." Yi Ching Mei originally intended to voice her inquiries, yet the words lingered on the tip of her tongue before being swallowed back. Instinctively, she took a half step back, scrutinizing the situation before her. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, seething with anger. Who do you think you are, daring to dictate terms in this place? Yet you did not even cast a glance in his direction, your gaze remaining fixed upon Yi Lingsu lying on the bed. Such an attitude further infuriated the young boy, his face flushed with anger. Just as he was about to take action, he was halted by Yi Qingmei. Zheng Longpingen, the youth, unwilling to concede, shot you a defiant glare before retreating to the side, yet the flames of anger continued to blaze in his eyes. Yi Qingmei turned her gaze back to you, her tone softening slightly. Since you have mentioned it, could it be that you are aware of the poison that afflicts my junior sister? You remarked softly. If I am not mistaken, she has been bitten by the seven-veined serpent. Upon the utterance of these words, a flicker of curiosity passed through Yi Qing's eyes. The seven-veined paper serpent was something she had never encountered before. It seems you had anticipated this. You casually inquired, is that serpent entirely cloaked in darkness, adorned with 6 silver rings, segmenting its body into 7 varying lengths? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingmei's pupils suddenly constricted. How could you possibly know? Indeed, it is so. The winter serpent emerges on the outskirts of the mysterious realm of Wanhua. Yet, this is merely conjecture. Long Ping'an snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. A mere venomous snake, hardly worth mentioning. I perceive that you are merely seeking an opportunity to show off. You continue to disregard him, merely letting out a soft sigh. The 7 venomous serpents originate from the frigid depths, their venom exceedingly potent. Those afflicted find their entire energy pathways obstructed, and should they attempt to forcefully circulate their vital energy, it will only exacerbate the spread of the toxin. Your Excellency, are you aware if there exists an antidote for this poison? There is a hint of urgency in Yi Qingmei's voice. If my junior sister can be saved, the Wanhuazong will surely express its profound gratitude. You slightly raise your eyebrows, seemingly taken aback by his earnest demeanor. However, you did not respond immediately. Instead, you gently placed your hand on Yi Lingsu's wrist, closing your eyes to immerse yourself in the sensation. The surrounding crowd instantly tensed. Several disciples of the Wanhua sect had discreetly placed their hands upon the hilts of their swords. Only Yi Qingmei remained composed, her eyes shimmering with a complex radiance that embodied both trust and vigilance. The 7-channel serpent is indeed a creature of formidable venom. As you speak, a glimmer of recollection flickers in your eyes. Though diminutive in size, this serpent exhibits remarkable ferocity once bitten. One shall succumb within the span of half an hour. Upon hearing these words, Yi Qingmei's expression grew increasingly solemn, her hands tightly clasping the hem of her garment. With both hands tightly grasping the hem of your garment, your tone remains remarkably calm. Judging by his symptoms, it appears that 2 hours have already elapsed. Thus, his survival thus far is attributed to proper handling, and the individual mitigating the poison possesses a modicum of skill. Upon uttering these words, Long Ping'an immediately straightened his back, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of his lips. After all, I am the direct disciple of the Medicine King Valley. Such trivial poisons are but child's play to me. You cast a blank glance at him and calmly remarked that there was something there. Upon hearing this, Long Ping'an's expression shifted dramatically. Anger clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles turning pale, and his eyes seemed ready to ignite with fury. What do you mean by that, my lord? Yi Qingmei inquired, her brow furrowed. He began to question your motives and intentions. Your gaze returns once more to Yi Lingsu. You can, if you utilize the vitality of a 9-leaf vitality grass, save her from the poison. However, your junior sister may not only be unable to neutralize the toxin, but could also face the peril of losing her life on the spot. As the words fell, the entire hall was instantly enveloped in an uproar. The absurdity was nothing short of utter nonsense. The surrounding crowd immediately erupted in a chorus of skepticism and derision. Even the leaves of the green plum could not conceal her astonishment. Her brows knitted even tighter. What do you mean by this, my lord? The 9-leaf vitality herb is a renowned divine medicine on this continent. Whether one is poisoned or gravely injured, as long as there is a breath remaining, it can restore life. Indeed, the elderly man beside him spoke up. I have practiced medicine for over 60 years and have never heard any claims that the 9-leaf vitality herb is harmful. Is this person not perhaps mad? Someone murmured softly. Long Pinyin couldn't help but chuckle repeatedly. I perceived that he was deliberately causing a disturbance. As for the efficacy of the 9-leaf vitality herb, who on this continent is unaware of its benefits? How dare you declare it useless? It is utterly preposterous. Yet you remain composed, seemingly oblivious to the murmurs of skepticism that surround you. Long Pinyin stepped forward with great fervor, his anger surging within him. You are aware that the 9-leaf vitality herb is indeed potent. If there exists a poison that even he cannot resolve, then no one in this world would be able to remedy it. Indeed, the 9-leaf vitality herb is a miraculous remedy. It is said that many powerful beings, even when gravely injured, have been restored to health through its healing properties. The words of the disciples from the Medicine King Valley are undoubtedly reliable. The crowd around began to murmur in agreement, each adding their own voice to the discourse. Accompanied by several elders, their beards flowing, they wore expressions of displeasure, as if your words were a blasphemy against the sacred art of medicine. Upon hearing the crowd's murmurs, Long Pinyin's expression of triumph intensified. Do you recognize my identity? As he spoke, he gestured toward the insignia on his chest. I am a direct disciple of the esteemed Medicine King Valley. Upon hearing the name Medicine King Valley, you raise your eyebrows slightly, a hint of perplexity gracing your lips. Long Pinyin's expression darkened. How could you be unaware of the Medicine King's Valley? From which remote mountain forest have you emerged? The surrounding crowd erupted in a burst of laughter, with some individuals pointing and casting peculiar glances in your direction. Could it be that this person truly emerged from the depths of a mountain ravine? The renowned Medicine King Valley is famed throughout the continent, yet he appears utterly oblivious to it. Yi Qingmei seemed to perceive a hint of sincerity in your expression. Thus, she elucidated, the Valley of the Medicine King is a sacred place that emerged 3 centuries ago, originally a modest sect known as the Hall of Sacred Healers. Upon hearing those words, a glimmer of light flickered in your eyes, as if you were savoring a cherished memory. At this moment, Yi Qingmei continued, the King of Medicine in Yaowang Valley is named Mu Xing. He is renowned as the most skilled physician on the continent. Moreover, he is the sole individual who has attained enlightenment through the art of medicine. Upon mentioning this, he cast a glance at Yi Ling Su lying on the bed. His tone resolute, there was no ailment in the world that he could not cure. As long as one was still alive, a visit to the Medicine King Valley would surely result in a vigorous recovery. The wood's essence reveals a subtle truth. Within your eyes lies an overwhelming disbelief. It is astonishing that the frail wretch from 3 centuries past has indeed become a revered king of medicine. Thank you for your guidance, Your Excellency. At this moment, Yi Qingmei spoke earnestly. However, this matter pertains to the life of my junior sister, so I kindly ask for your understanding. I still choose to place my trust in the disciples of the Medicine King Valley. As you wish, you cast a glance towards Yi Ling Su, shaking your head gently. It is truly a pity for this young lady. Upon hearing this, Long Pinyin was filled with fury and was about to step forward. Yet, Yi Qingmei grasped him firmly. Junior brother Pinyin, saving lives is of utmost importance. Long Pinyin then ceased his actions and subsequently retrieved several silver needles from his sleeve. Prepare to stabilize the condition first. The tea has arrived, and shortly thereafter, a young attendant hurriedly approached. In the eastern part of the city, at the Apothecary Square, there is the sale of the 9-leaf vitality herb, reportedly freshly arrived just the day before. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingmei's eyes sparkled with a hint of joy. She immediately rose to her feet and, with the others in tow, dashed out of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion in a frenzy. The surrounding crowd did not disperse. Instead, it grew even larger. After all, the 9-leaf vitality herb is an exceedingly rare treasure, and many yearn to behold it in all its glory. After a while, Yi Qingmei returned, cradling a brocade box in her hands. Pax, junior brother, she said, relying on you. Long Pinyin took the brocade box and opened it. Inside lay a delicate sprig of grass, exuding a faint azure glow. The grass bore 9 leaf-like segments, each adorned with intricate patterns. He subsequently took out a palm-sized alchemical furnace and placed it upon the ground, then proceeded to meticulously add various medicinal herbs one by one. You furrowed your brow slightly upon observation, yet uttered no further words, simply observing in silence. Only then did Long Pinyin clasp his hands together in a gesture of incantation, murmuring incantations under his breath. Streams of ethereal light danced at his fingertips, continuously infusing the elixir furnace within. The surrounding crowd was left utterly astonished, many of them expressing their admiration with exclamations of the exquisite technique on display. Truly, they were worthy disciples of the Valley of Medicine Kings. Amidst a fragrant breeze, a look of joy suddenly graced Long Pingyin's face. He cautiously opened the lid of the alchemical furnace, revealing a pill of vibrant emerald hue nestled within. The elixir emanated an invigorating vitality. The knowledgeable elder exclaimed in admiration at the exceptional quality of the elixir. Truly, as a disciple of the Valley of Medicinal Kings, he embodies the essence of his craft. With his presence, Miss Ling Su is undoubtedly in safe hands. Some individuals, astonishingly, assert that the 9-leaf vitality herb is detrimental, which is utterly preposterous. Those around you engage in discourse, and many cast glances of disdain in your direction. Yet you remain indifferent to this, merely responding with a nonchalant remark that you have always relied solely on facts to speak. Long Pinyin snorted coldly, disregarding the matter at hand, and instead handed the elixir to Yi Qingmei. Quickly, administer it to your junior sister. Yi Qingmei took the elixir and approached Yi Lingsu, gently placing the pill into her mouth. The elixir dissolved instantly upon entering, transforming into a radiant emerald light that seamlessly integrated into Yi Lingsu's being. Everyone held their breath in rapt attention, fixated with unwavering gaze. One could observe that Yi Lingsu's originally pallid complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. The dark aura enveloping her began to dissipate, and her brows unfurled, while even her breathing transformed into a steady rhythm. Yi Qingmei was overjoyed, her eyes shimmering with tears of happiness. Lingsu was safe and sound. The surrounding crowd erupted into a chorus of cheers, many casting admiring glances towards Long Pinyin. Did you see? Long Pinyin straightened his back, his eyes filled with pride, for he is the successor of the Medicine King. With but a mere touch of poison, he can easily subdue. Upon hearing your words, you suddenly burst into laughter, with a hint of nostalgia and resignation reflected in your eyes. Upon witnessing this, Long Pingyin's face immediately contorted with rage. However, just as he was poised to unleash his fury, an unexpected turn of events transpired. On the bed, Yi Lingsu suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. What is happening? Yi Qingmei exclaimed in surprise. Only then did Yi Lingsu's breath grow increasingly faint. Her eyelids fluttered a few times before she ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon witnessing this scene, Long Pingyin's previous confidence evaporated entirely, replaced instead by a visage replete with terror and bewilderment. Linsu, Linsu, Yi Qingmei called out anxiously, her eyes brimming with despair. The crowd erupted into an uproar, and many individuals displayed expressions of terror. Someone suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "Wait a moment. This situation is strikingly similar to what that young man described." As the words fell, the gaze of every individual instantaneously converged upon you. It seems as though you have foreseen everything. I have mentioned that the 9-leaf vitality herb would hasten the onset of toxicity. Now, his time is running short. Please, I implore you to save him. Yi Qingmei cried desperately. I beseech you to lend your assistance. I am willing to offer any price. The crowd holds its breath in rapt attention. All eyes are fixated upon you, gazing upon Yi Lingsu resting on the bed. You allowed a soft sigh, a myriad of emotions flickering in your eyes. Considering your bond as his disciples, I shall grant him a reprieve from death. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingmei felt a sense of contentment. Are you suggesting, my lord? You did not provide an explanation, but instead turned to Long Pinyin and said, "You must possess more than just medicinal herbs for healing, my young friend. Surely, you also have poisons in your possession." Long Pinyin was taken aback for a moment, and then instinctively nodded. "Indeed, I do possess some poison. But how did you come to know this, my lord?" You did not respond, you merely commanded me to expel all the poison within you. Long Pinyin hurriedly retrieved a small brocade box. Upon opening it, he discovered a meticulously arranged collection of dozens of different poisons. A faint smile of satisfaction appeared on your face upon seeing it. May I borrow your alchemical furnace for a while? Long Pinyin was taken aback, and without hesitation, he retrieved a miniature furnace and handed it to you. Sitting cross-legged, I placed the alchemical furnace before me. With a flick of my finger, a wisp of flame darts into the furnace's depths. Upon its arrival, the fire surges to 3 feet high, and the body of the furnace instantly glows a fiery red. Without even bothering to unscrew the bottle caps, you simply tossed those few vials of poison inside. Witnessing this scene, Long Pinyin was left utterly astounded, his mouth agape. What manner of alchemical technique is this? Even in the crafting of poison, one should not employ such methods, should one? As he spoke, he cast his gaze around, as if seeking affirmation. Regardless of the harmonious or conflicting properties of the herbs, he recklessly combined them, truly believing it to be a mere haphazard stew. You let out a soft scoff, for such matters are only of concern to the mediocre. Upon the utterance of these words, Long Pinyin found himself momentarily frozen in place, rendered speechless for quite some time. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar, with many individuals' eyes filled with incredulity. The intricate balance of medicinal herbs seemed to be disregarded entirely. This is utterly frivolous, is it not? It seems that it was merely a fortunate coincidence akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. He possesses no understanding of the medical arts. The murmurs of the crowd rise and fall, and many individuals begin to harbor doubts about you. Although Yi Qingmei was also exceedingly anxious, upon witnessing the frail state of his junior sister, he could only choose to place his trust in her. At that moment, a peculiar sound suddenly emanated from the elixir furnace, which then began to tremble violently. On the lid of the furnace, intricate patterns shimmering with golden light began to manifest. Long Pinyin, upon witnessing this, was left astounded. The spirit of the Dan furnace had been awakened, a feat that even his master could only manage with great difficulty. How had he accomplished such a remarkable task? Yet you paid no heed to the astonished murmurs surrounding you. Your hands swiftly formed seals above the alchemical furnace, each gesture executed with unparalleled precision. Before long, a protracted resonance echoed once more. The intricate patterns upon the elixir furnace illuminated, resembling golden dragons gracefully traversing the surface of the vessel. One more is needed. Suddenly, you furrowed your brow, reaching into your bosom to retrieve a small vial, from which you released a grain of black powder, gently flicking it into the alchemical furnace. In the next moment, a resounding explosion echoed through the air as the Dan furnace astonishingly ascended, hovering in midair. The surrounding atmosphere began to warp, giving rise to peculiar whirlpools. You clasp your hands together in a sacred gesture, and a peculiar essence emerges from within you, infusing the alchemical furnace. Instantly, the flames surge dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, the ingredients within the furnace are completely refined. Why is it so swift? Long Pinyin widened his eyes, murmuring to himself. These herbs require at least 2 hours to be fully refined. Before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, a swirling mass of dark green poison suddenly emerged from above the alchemical furnace, lingering ominously in the air. Immediately, a toxic fog enveloped the surroundings, causing those nearby to hastily retreat several steps. The expressions on their faces turned grim. A middle-aged man appeared pallid. What on earth is this? Just a whiff of it renders one's spiritual energy utterly stilled. An elder's eyes brimmed with skepticism. Can this thing truly save lives? If an ordinary person were to succumb to this poison, it would surely lead to their immediate demise. The surrounding murmurs rose and fell like the tide, yet you remained wholly engrossed in manipulating the alchemical furnace. Your hands formed seals with increasing swiftness. Although Yi Qingmei also felt discomfort, he continued to fixate on your every movement, his eyes brimming with anticipation and admiration. His eyes were filled with anticipation and ambition, while Long Pinyin stood nearby, staring in astonishment. As the direct disciple of the Medicine King Valley, he naturally comprehended the astonishing skill you displayed at this moment. With a sudden crisp crack, the poison swiftly contracted, followed by a seamless return to the elixir furnace. In the next moment, the lid of the furnace opened automatically. A refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating all who encountered it, leaving them with a sense of clarity and revitalization. With a swift gesture of your hand, a thumb-sized elixir soared from the furnace, gracefully landing in the palm of your hand. 7-star detoxification pill. You spoke as you handed the elixir to Yi Qingmei. Consume it within 3 breaths, or its efficacy will be halved. Yi Qingmei took the elixir, momentarily hesitating. Would consuming this truly not lead to her demise? You did not respond, you merely exchanged glances with him, your eyes conveying a sense of indifference. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing your expression, Yi Qingmei inexplicably felt a surge of trust within her heart. Without hesitation, she gritted her teeth and unflinchingly placed the elixir into Yi Lingsu's mouth. Amidst the frenzy of the crowd, someone exclaimed, "Once that poisonous elixir is consumed, even the mightiest deity shall not return." Long Pingyin's face turned ashen, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. It was over this time. It was truly the end. Everyone held their breath, their eyes transfixed upon the figure of Yi Lingsu resting upon the bed. With each inhalation, the atmosphere thickened, charged with anticipation. In a moment of stillness, a sudden gasp escaped her lips. With a spluttering sound, Yi Lingsu violently expelled a mouthful of dark green blood. Her complexion shifted abruptly from a ghastly pallor to a shade of ashen blue. The entirety of her being began to tremble violently. Ling Sui, startled, exclaimed, just as she was about to step forward, only to be halted by her firm grasp. "Do not approach, the toxins are being expelled." Indeed, Yi Lingsu's aura gradually stabilized. Her complexion began to regain its rosy hue, and even her breaths became steady and robust. In the next moment, she slowly opened her eyes. Though her gaze still carried a hint of bewilderment, she had already regained her clarity. "Lingsu, you are awake." Yi Qingmei excitedly grasped his hand tightly. The surrounding crowd erupted in waves of astonishment. Heavens, it truly has come to life. Indeed, the venomous elixir can actually save lives. This utterly transforms my understanding. Who exactly is this young man, possessing such miraculous medical skills? I fear even the elders of the Medicine King Valley would find themselves in awe. Long Pinyin stood frozen in place, his expression a vivid tapestry of emotions, shifting from disbelief to astonishment and ultimately transforming into a complex sense of reverence. Upon witnessing her junior sister regaining consciousness, Yi Qingmei promptly inquired, "Lingsu, how do you feel?" Yi Lingsu gradually sat up, gazing in disbelief at her own hands. Just moments ago, she had felt utterly hopeless, yet now, astonishingly, there was not a trace of poison left within her body. An elderly man with white hair and a beard wore a complex expression. The poison elixir could save lives. Having practiced medicine for 60 years, this was the first time he had encountered such a marvel. The surrounding crowd exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Long Pinyin took a deep breath, respectfully bowed, and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, how have you accomplished this?" You explained gently that although the 7 veins pointing snake is a venomous serpent, it does not rely on poison to take lives. Instead, it infuses its own vitality into its target. As you speak, you raise your hand to gently touch Yi Lingsu's forehead, a hint of azure radiance emanating from your fingertips. This vitality, for humans, is akin to a potent poison. By using the 9-leaf vitality grass, are you not merely adding fuel to the flames? I see now. Long Pinyin was suddenly enlightened. Long bowed deeply to you, expressing gratitude for your guidance, esteemed senior. Chapter 11. The Arrival of Worship Value. The attention of all. There's no need for such fuss. Chen Changsheng waved his hand, his expression dismissive as if the miraculous feat he had just performed was merely a trivial matter. However, a flicker of doubt passed through his eyes. The 7-veined serpent had evidently gone extinct 4 centuries ago. Why, then, had it appeared here? Chen Changsheng pondered silently. Could it be that someone had cultivated it deliberately? Or perhaps, an unsettling thought began to rise within him. It seemed that this matter was indeed suspicious, and he resolved to investigate further. Just then, Yi Qingmei had settled her junior sister and stepped forward to Chen Changsheng, respectfully bowing. "I cannot repay the life-saving grace of my benefactor." Her voice was sincere, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Had it not been for her benefactor's intervention, her junior sister would surely have perished today. Chen Changsheng maintained an air of indifference, responding calmly. There is no need for concern. Were it not for Wanhua, the Empress's favor, I would hardly have concerned myself with such matters. Upon hearing this, Yichime was momentarily taken aback, her face revealing astonishment. You know my master? She scrutinized Chen Changsheng, her eyes filled with confusion. This young man appeared to be in his prime, certainly not over 30, whereas the Empress Wanhua had long since achieved great renown, commanding respect across the continent. How could one of his age possibly know her? Could it be that he had encountered some extraordinary fortune and received guidance from the Empress? Observing Yi Qingmei's astonished expression, a faint smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips, and a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Indeed, I know her, and more intimately than any of you, he replied softly, his tone imbued with an indescribable emotion. Yi Qingmei's confusion deepened. At that moment, a series of crisp notification sounds echoed in Chen Changsheng's mind. You have gained Yi Qingmei's worship, obtaining worship value, 3,000. You have gained Long Pingin's worship, obtaining worship value, 5,000. You have gained the worship of Li Ming, disciple of Wanhua sect, obtaining worship value, 500. You have gained the worship of Wang Qing, disciple of Wanhua sect, obtaining worship value, 800. The notifications continued in a relentless stream, and Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow, intrigue stirring within him. This act of saving lives had unexpectedly granted him over 15,000 worship value. He gently closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve inward, where a translucent panel materialized within his mind. Name: Chen Changsheng Cultivation, Pinnacle of Refining Spirit Worship Value, 15,000 Lifespan. Originally 315 years, another 15 years added to his lifespan? Chen Changsheng felt a twinge of excitement, gently stroking his non-existent beard. For every 100 worship value he accumulated, a year would be added to his life. In such a short time, he had secured a 15-year extension. It appeared that he need not worry about the finality of life any longer. As long as he possessed enough worship value, the duration of his existence could be extended indefinitely. A smile graced Chen Changsheng's face as he contemplated. He recalled that the system of the boundary-breaking pearl had stated that only the worship of disciples could generate worship value. Why can Yichime and her companions provide admiration points even though they are not his direct disciples? Chen Changsheng soon had an epiphany. Although they were not his disciples, they were disciples of Wanhua, thus considered his grand students. The system classified them as disciples in a broader sense, allowing their admiration to be counted towards his total. This was indeed a fortuitous development. Chen Changsheng gently brushed aside the hair from his forehead, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. Having just expended 15,000 admiration points, his cultivation had surged from the initial stage of spirit refinement to its pinnacle, greatly enhancing his strength. He clenched his fist lightly, feeling the surge of power within him. Moreover, with the elevation of his cultivation, his mental realm became clearer, his thoughts sharper, and his soul more resilient. A promising future lay ahead. A spark of determination ignited in Chen Changsheng's gaze. As long as he continued to accumulate admiration points, his strength would steadily grow, potentially surpassing the zenith of his previous life. However, to acquire more admiration points, he needed to locate his disciples. Chen Changsheng pondered this, aware that admiration points primarily stemmed from the veneration of his disciples and grand disciples. Yet, he was uncertain about the circumstances of the other disciples. So he resolved to first meet the Empress of Wanhua to ascertain their whereabouts. Farewell. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly to the others and gracefully exited the Tianji Pavilion. His steps were light, his movements elegant, as if an invisible aura surrounded him, compelling those around to part ways. Wait, may I inquire who you truly are, senior? Yichime called out urgently from behind. Chen Changsheng did not look back but raised his hand slightly in a gesture of farewell. Upon stepping out of the pavilion, he gazed upward at the vast sky, which stretched infinitely above. The world was grand and boundless, ripe for exploration. Seizing the moment, he contemplated attempting to breach the barrier of the Lyoha realm. He murmured softly to himself, anticipation flickering in his eyes. The Lyoha realm represented a higher stage beyond spirit refinement, and crossing into it would yield a qualitative leap in strength, enabling him to dominate a region. With this thought, Chen Changsheng vanished from sight, slipping into the throng. Meanwhile, within the Tianji Pavilion, Yichime and Long Pinyin were engaged in a hushed conversation, their faces betraying astonishment and curiosity. Who do you suppose that person is? Such mastery of medicine, able to decipher the formulas of the Medicine King Valley with ease? Yi Qingmei inquired, her brow furrowed. Long Pinyin shook his head, awe evident in his eyes. I do not know, but he is no ordinary individual. His understanding of pharmacology surpasses even that of my master. Moreover, he is acquainted with our teacher. Yi Qingmei's expression tightened. It was all too peculiar. In a shadowy corner of the city, a figure silently melded into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. Atop the highest peak of the Wanhua sect, an ancient palace stood majestically. Within, the flickering candlelight cast shadows, and a tall figure stood by the window, gazing into the distant night sky. The essence of the master lingers in the air. Has the master returned? A deep voice reverberates within the hall, imbued with an ineffable emotion. At that very moment, across the continent, several formidable auras simultaneously lifted their gazes towards the heavens, their eyes piercing through mountains and rivers, landing in the direction of Canjing City. How intriguing. Who is this individual? The aura seemed somewhat familiar. Fragmented murmurs arose in various locations, only to dissipate into the night breeze. In the depths of darkness, within a concealed sanctuary, a figure sat poised amidst a pool of blood, surrounded by swirling shadows. Suddenly, their eyes flung open, revealing two crimson beams of light. That aura. It cannot be. Was he not already dead? The voice trembled with an uncontrollable shock and a trace of fear. The emergence of Chen Changsheng was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples that caught the attention of various powerful factions. Chapter 12. The Union of Six. Beneath the moonlight, Chen Changsheng strolled leisurely along the streets of Canjing City. The night was deep, and the streets were sparsely populated. Only a few taverns and tea houses remained illuminated, echoing with laughter and chatter. He sought a place to rest, and, in doing so, elevate his realm. His gaze fell upon a 3-story wooden pavilion at the roadside, its sign emblazoned with the characters Jushin Pavilion. The innkeeper was tidying the tables and chairs at the entrance, preparing to close for the night. "Dear guest, will you be dining or lodging?" The innkeeper inquired, noticing Chen Changsheng and quickly donning a welcoming smile. "I would like a room, preferably one that is quiet," replied Chen Changsheng in a calm tone, retrieving a piece of silver from his pocket. The innkeeper's eyes brightened as he accepted the coin. Indeed. We have a room on the 2nd floor overlooking the back courtyard, guaranteed to be tranquil." Chen Changsheng nodded and followed the waiter upstairs, entering a clean and tidy guest room. "Would you like hot water, sir?" the waiter respectfully asked. "No need. You may leave," Chen Changsheng replied. The waiter exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Surveying his surroundings, Chen Changsheng noted that while the room was not lavish, the bed was clean, and the window faced the courtyard, allowing for good ventilation. Indeed, an excellent place for cultivation. He seated himself cross-legged on the bed, and with a gentle wave of his hands, a thin barrier of spiritual energy materialized within the room, blocking out external sounds and prying eyes. Having reached the pinnacle of spirit refining, he was but a step away from the realm of the Union of Six. It was the perfect opportunity to make a breakthrough. Chen Changsheng closed his eyes, his consciousness delving deep within. Countless memories surged forth like a tide in his mind. These were the rewards he had received from the disciple system. For every 100 students he accepted, he acquired corresponding techniques and supernatural abilities. Among them was the devouring heaven magic of the Empress Wanhua, just one of many formidable arts he had obtained. His 100 disciples spanned various fields, including sword cultivators, alchemists, artifact masters, formation experts, talisman masters, puppet masters, poison masters, and healers. Yet, human energy is finite, despite having acquired so many techniques. It was impossible to master them all, especially as he was effectively embarking on another life of cultivation. Chen Changsheng sighed softly, tapping his fingers lightly against his knee. Among the myriad of techniques, he chose the one that suited him best, the ascending to immortality technique. This extraordinary art could lead directly to the heavenly realm, and it was said that, when cultivated to its utmost, one could transcend and ascend as an immortal. This had been the technique he had practiced before, ultimately reaching the peak of life and death. However, due to the constraints of lifespan, he had been unable to break through to the divine bridge realm. Now, free from the worries of mortality, the ascending to immortality technique was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Having determined his foundational technique, the next step was to select his supernatural abilities. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Changsheng opted for the most formidable sword technique. There was no need for justification. It was simply a matter of elegance. The grace of swordsmanship far surpassed that of blade techniques. Flying on a sword, cleaving the heavens, what young dreamer hasn't aspired to such feats? Furthermore, Chen Changsheng possessed a powerful sword technique, the Changsheng sword art. This was a technique he had not mastered himself, but had briefly cultivated before imparting it to one of his naturally gifted disciples, Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng softly murmured this name, a flicker of nostalgia glimmering in his eyes. He was a natural swordsman, having mastered the art of swordplay by the tender age of 18, ranking among the top 5 in combat prowess among his peers. When they first encountered each other, the youth stood at the mountain's peak, clad in tattered garments, wielding a rusty, broken sword, practicing amidst the howling cold winds, his gaze brimming with determination. Chen Changsheng, moved by his unwavering focus, took him as a disciple, imparting the Changsheng sword technique. Little did he anticipate that this lad was a prodigy of swordsmanship, achieving mastery of the Changsheng sword technique in a mere 3 years and forging his own unique swordsmanship. The 10,000 swords returned to one. I wonder how that little swordsman is faring now. Perhaps I shall seek an opportunity to inquire. Chen Changsheng sighed softly, then regained his composure, casting aside further thoughts. For now, the priority was to break through. He inhaled deeply, forming a hand seal, and began to channel the feather transformation ascension technique. As the technique commenced, wisps of spiritual energy converged from the surroundings, forming an invisible vortex that slowly revolved around Chen Changsheng. Gradually, his body began to emanate light, initially a faint white glow, which intensified until he radiated like a miniature sun, illuminating the entire room. Outside the inn, several late-night revelers glanced up to see a room on the second floor glowing with dazzling brilliance, exclaiming in astonishment, "Look, what is that? Such a bright light. Could it be that an immortal has descended?" Inside the room, Chen Changsheng's consciousness became immersed in an expansive starry sky. At the end of this celestial expanse, a faintly discernible portal appeared, the legendary realm of the 6 harmonies. The term 6 harmonies signifies the triad of heaven, earth, and humanity, in conjunction with the dual energies of yin and yang, culminating in the numerical essence of the 6. Once one crosses into this domain, they can harness the forces of heaven and earth for their own purposes, resulting in a qualitative leap in power. Come, with a thought. Chen Changsheng directed the surging tide of spiritual energy towards the portal. The portal trembled slightly but remained unyielding. Not yet sufficient. Furrowing his brow, Chen Changsheng intensified the output of his spiritual energy. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted within his mind, and the portal finally revealed a slight fissure. However, at that moment, a formidable backlash surged forth, violently thrusting his consciousness back. Cough. Chen Changsheng abruptly opened his eyes, his complexion somewhat pale. So this is the barrier of the realm of 6 harmonies, more formidable than I had envisioned. Yet, it is not insurmountable. Once more, in the stillness of the night, with all sounds hushed, within the room on the second floor of the gathering of Immortal's pavilion, Chen Changsheng sat in tranquil meditation, hands forming seals, wholly devoted to his cultivation. Since ascension cannot be achieved in a single step, I shall begin anew from the foundations, reworking the feather transformation ascension technique to break through this barrier. He murmured softly, his voice seemingly resonating with the cosmos, echoing throughout the empty chamber. As the technique operated, peculiar energies emanated from within him, forming intricate and profound patterns around him. These patterns resembled living entities, constantly shifting shapes, sometimes appearing as dragons or phoenixes, at other times resembling mountains or seas, ever-changing and infinitely mysterious. Gradually, Chen Changsheng's body began to emanate light, initially a soft, ethereal white, which then transformed into a dazzling golden hue, ultimately coalescing into a resplendent spectrum of colors that illuminated the entire room as if it were daylight. The rhythm of Tao circulated around him. Wisps of the essence of the great Tao emerged from the void, manifesting as tiny runes that danced around him like twinkling stars. As his cultivation deepened, the extraordinary phenomena became increasingly pronounced. Above his head, the void shimmered slightly, and beams of golden light cascaded down from the heavens, striking him directly. These rays resembled divine chains descending from the celestial dome, seemingly constructing a staircase leading him toward a higher realm. His body gradually became translucent, as if a small world were operating within him, complete with sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers. Chapter 13. Which mighty being breaks through here? With a resounding boom, the furniture within the room trembled as if stirred by an invisible wind. Outside the window, the clouds swiftly coalesced, forming a colossal vortex that aligned directly with the room occupied by Chen Changsheng. The entire gathering of Immortal's pavilion began to quiver slightly, rousing several guests from their slumber. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? Look outside. What is happening in the sky? Panic-stricken voices echoed, soon overshadowed by an even greater spectacle. Above Kanjing town, the once tranquil night sky suddenly became extraordinarily tumultuous. The clouds churned, winds howled, and flashes of vibrant, multicolored light surged into the heavens, resembling a magnificent aurora that illuminated the entire night. These beams of light intertwined and morphed, ultimately coalescing into a gigantic Dharma form that gazed down upon the entirety of Kanjing town. The Dharma form towered 100 feet high, adorned in resplendent garments, its visage indistinct yet exuding an imposing aura that evoked a sense of reverence. Even more astonishing was the multitude of stars that encircled this form, each twinkling with a unique radiance, together crafting a breathtaking celestial map. Look at the sky. What is that? By the heavens, such a magnificent sight. Is a mighty being breaking through their realm? Passers-by on the streets halted in their tracks, gazing upward in shock and confusion. An elderly man, who was setting up his stall in the night market, dropped his bowl with a clang, staring in disbelief at the sky. In my 80 years of life, I have never witnessed such a phenomenon. His voice trembled, his face etched with incredulity. A middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe hurriedly emerged from a nearby residence, his gaze fixed on the sky, revealing a flicker of astonishment and greed in his eyes. This must be a mighty being breaking through to the heavenly realm. My heavens! How long has it been since a powerful figure of the heavenly realm has appeared on this continent? What is the heavenly realm? Is it really that formidable? A curious child inquired nearby. Formidable? The middle-aged man chuckled in disbelief, shaking his head. That is an understatement. It is said that those who reach the heavenly realm can shift mountains with a thought and obliterate cities with a mere flicker of anger, truly embodying a semi-divine form. As the extraordinary phenomenon persisted, even more wondrous occurrences unfolded. The atmosphere above Kanjing town swelled with spiritual energy, surging like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire town. This energy was remarkably pure, akin to nectar, nourishing all living beings below. Everyone basked in this ocean of spiritual energy, experiencing unparalleled comfort and rejuvenation. Wow! The concentration of this energy is astounding. I feel as if every pore in my body is opened up. How incredible! The hidden injuries in my bones are miraculously healing. A young cultivator exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief, for after merely inhaling a few breaths of this spiritual energy, he had unexpectedly broken through a minor realm. Not only the cultivators, but even ordinary folk could sense the extraordinary effects of this energy. The elderly man felt his body grow lighter, and long-standing ailments began to alleviate. The children brimmed with vitality, their eyes sparkling like stars. Even the flora and trees lining the streets have taken on a more vibrant and majestic green, some visibly growing before one's very eyes. Which ancestor has managed such a momentous breakthrough? An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, exclaimed in astonishment. In nearly a century of life, I have never witnessed such a terrifying phenomenon. Could it truly be that someone has ascended to the heavenly realm? Surely not. The heavenly realm cannot be breached so easily. It is said that the number of formidable beings who can attain such heights across the continent is exceedingly few. The murmurs of speculation rose and fell, but soon, all were captivated by an even more astonishing spectacle. In the sky, a colossal manifestation suddenly extended its hands, slowly pressing down towards the earth. In an instant, the spiritual energy enveloping the entire Kanjing town grew denser, almost taking on a tangible form. With a resounding boom, the ground of the town trembled slightly, and countless spiritual veins awakened from beneath, surging forth. These veins, like great dragons, twisted underground, releasing an endless flow of spiritual energy. This is the awakening of spiritual veins. My heavens! Kanjing town possesses such an abundance of spiritual veins? Why they remain dormant for so long? The townspeople gazed in awe at this sudden transformation, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. In a grand and opulent mansion within the town, an elderly man with white hair hurriedly emerged from a hidden chamber, gazing skyward with an expression of disbelief etched upon his face. This phenomenon, this aura, could it be the work of that unparalleled powerhouse from days gone by? His eyes glinted with intensity, as if witnessing something unfathomable, impossible. Impossible, he had clearly. Unless. The old man's countenance shifted to one of complex emotions, a blend of astonishment, concern, and a touch of reverence. Kanjing town remained in a state of turmoil. To the east of the town, in the Li family estate, the patriarch, leaning on his cane, commanded with urgency. Summon all the young members from outside. Inform them that they are not to venture out, especially not to wander in the town center. The steward bowed respectfully in response, though his curiosity got the better of him. My lord, what has transpired? The Li patriarch cast him a sidelong glance, lowering his voice significantly. Did you not witness the spectacle just now? That was evidently a significant figure breaking through to a new realm. A flicker of trepidation crossed his eyes. To provoke someone capable of such a phenomenon would be unwise. They must be at least a heavenly realm powerhouse. The heavenly realm? The steward gasped, his voice trembling. Then, could that not rival the Empress herself? Mind your words, the Li Patriarch admonished sharply. He glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before whispering. Those who achieve the heavenly realm are exceedingly rare on this continent, each one capable of establishing their own sect. It is unknown which great being has passed through our Changsheng town and made such a breakthrough. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved, quickly send someone to Wanhuazong to report this matter to Her Majesty the Empress and seek her judgment. The steward nodded and departed with remarkable speed, almost breaking into a run. To the west of the town, in the Wang family villa. Father, what was that just now? A youth of 16 or 17 inquired excitedly, his eyes brimming with curiosity. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the sky beyond the window, and replied softly, "It is a celestial phenomenon. A powerful being is transcending to a higher realm." A powerful being? Is it someone more formidable than you? The young boy asked innocently. The middle-aged man chuckled self-deprecatingly. There are many who surpass my abilities, but one who can provoke such a spectacle is likely stronger than even the esteemed sect leader. The boy was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. Stronger than the sect leader? Does that mean they are on the same level as the Empress? Do not speak nonsense. The middle-aged man admonished urgently, then instructed, in the coming days, refrain from venturing outside, especially avoid wandering in the heart of the city. We must not inadvertently offend such a powerful being and invite calamity upon ourselves. Though the boy was bewildered, he dared not oppose his father and nodded obediently. I shall send word to the Wanhua sect, the middle-aged man murmured, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze. Such a significant matter must be decided by the Empress. In the northern part of the city, at the headquarters of the Changsheng Chamber of Commerce, a dozen or so elegantly attired middle-aged and elderly individuals gathered around an ancient redwood round table, engaged in urgent discussion. Everyone witnessed the phenomenon just now. The elder in gray robes spoke solemnly, clearly. A peerless powerhouse is breaking through to a higher realm. Indeed, such magnitude suggests at least a being of the divine bridge realm, perhaps even from the celestial court. A robust middle-aged man concurred, his face reflecting shock. The pressing question is, who is this powerful being? Why would they choose to break through in our Changsheng town? A handsome middle-aged woman inquired, knitting her brows. The assembly exchanged glances, none able to provide an answer. The immediate priority is to report this matter to the Wanhua sect, the gray-robed elder declared, rapping his knuckles on the table. Regardless of who this powerful being may be, their presence directly impacts the safety of Changsheng town. We must seek the Empress's guidance. I have already dispatched messengers, the burly man stated gravely. Furthermore, I recommend that all activities of the chamber be suspended for the time being, and members should avoid going out to prevent any potential offense to the powerful being. Agreed. The others nodded in unison, their expressions laden with gravity. Chapter 14. You want me to go to the Valley of the Medicine King? Meanwhile, in a room on the second floor of the Gathering of Immortals Pavilion, Chen Changsheng sat cross-legged, enveloped in a luminous aura, his breath profound and unfathomable like the depths of the ocean. The recent celestial phenomenon not only impacted the entirety of Changsheng town, but also generated immense feedback within himself. An abundance of pure spiritual energy was absorbed by him, forming swirling vortices within his body that continuously nourished his bones, meridians, and soul. Now is the moment. Chen Changsheng's gaze sharpened as his hands swiftly formed seals, and a surge of power erupted from within him. A thunderous boom resonated, akin to the shattering of a solid barrier. In that instant, he experienced an unprecedented clarity, as if he could perceive all movements within 100-mile radius, even hearing the distant heartbeats and breaths of people. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth bowed to him, as if it were a subservient attendant, gathering obediently at the slightest beckoning of his mind. The realm of the six harmonies. The true realm of the six harmonies. Chen Changsheng murmured to himself, his eyes alight with joy. The six harmonies, encompassing the mysteries of heaven and earth, harmonizing the dual forces of yin and yang, intertwined to form the essence of the six. Once this realm is transcended, one could harness the forces of nature for their own benefit, resulting in a qualitative leap in strength. With a wave of his hand, a sphere of spiritual light coalesced in his palm. As he concentrated, the sphere morphed into various shapes with remarkable precision and grace. as though it were not an external entity but rather an extension of his own being. This power was exponentially greater than before, surpassing it by more than tenfold. Chen Changsheng marveled at this, recalling that even in his previous life, he had never experienced such exhilarating sensations upon breaking through a realm. Primarily, he was unconcerned about the issue of lifespan, allowing him to accumulate power without restraint. Coupled with the system's assistance, his cultivation became increasingly stable, establishing a more solid foundation. The sensation of breaking through realms was truly ineffable. Stretching his limbs, Chen Changsheng felt invigorated, as if a dormant volcano within him was on the verge of eruption. He approached the window and gazed at the bustling streets outside, resolute in his decision. It was time to pay a visit to that little girl. Reflecting on his young disciple, now renowned as the Empress of 10,000 Flowers, a faint smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips. I wonder how she has changed. Will she still recognize her master? After a night of cultivation, the following morning, Chen Changsheng had breakfast at the gathering of Immortal's pavilion and inquired with the waiter about Yi Qingmei's whereabouts. The young lady from the Wanhuazong? The waiter scratched his head, pondering for a moment. I believe she resides at the Qingfeng elegant abode in the east of the city. That's the Wanhuazong's foothold here in Kanjing town. Chen Changsheng nodded in gratitude and departed with a flick of his sleeve. The streets of Kanjing city were noticeably busier than the previous night, with many discussing the celestial phenomenon that had transpired. I heard a powerful being broke through their realm right here in Kanjing town. Indeed, my family's old locust tree unexpectedly bloomed last night, even though it had been dead for 3 years. My mother-in-law's leg pain has subsided, and she attributes this relief to the soothing energy she experienced, feeling utterly at ease. Various murmurs reached Chen Changsheng's ears, and a slight smile graced his lips as he walked briskly towards the eastern part of the city. Before long, an elegant 3-story building came into view. In front of the building lay a small courtyard adorned with several emerald bamboos and exotic flowers, exuding a refreshing charm. The words Qingfeng elegant residence were inscribed in graceful, powerful strokes above the entrance, clearly the work of a skilled calligrapher. As Chen Changsheng stepped into the courtyard, a young maid in azure attire approached him, inquiring, Esteemed sir, how may I assist you? I am here to see Yi Qingmei, Chen Changsheng replied candidly, requesting her to relay his visit. The maid scrutinized him briefly. Although his attire was unremarkable, his demeanor was extraordinary, prompting her to treat him with respect. Please wait a moment, sir. I shall inform her at once, she said promptly. Not long after, the maid returned hurriedly, bowing respectfully. Please follow me. Miss Yi awaits you on the 2nd floor. Chen Changsheng nodded and followed the maid up the staircase, arriving at a spacious and brightly lit hall. Inside, Yi Qingmei was seated by the window, holding a cup of tea. Upon noticing Chen Changsheng's entrance, she quickly rose to greet him. My benefactor has arrived. Please, take a seat. Her eyes sparkled with gratitude as she personally poured him a cup of tea, expressing her heartfelt appreciation for his timely intervention that had saved her junior sister from peril. It was a trifling matter, Chen Changsheng replied, taking a gentle sip of the tea. How is your junior sister faring? Thanks to your kindness, she is nearly recovered. Yi Qingmei responded just as the curtain to the inner chamber was lifted, revealing Yilingsu, who stepped out slowly. Her complexion had returned to a healthy glow, though her steps appeared slightly frail, supported by a maid. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng, Yilingsu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she bowed deeply. Thank you for saving my life. My benefactor, had it not been for your timely assistance, I would no longer be among the living. Chen Changsheng waved his hand lightly. There is no need for such gratitude. It was merely a small effort on my part. Yilingsu seemed poised to express more, but suddenly noticed someone standing in the corner of the hall, her expression shifting to one of surprise and complexity. Senior Brother Long, why are you still here? Have you been keeping watch all night? It was then that Chen Changsheng recognized Long Pingan, who had inconspicuously positioned himself in the corner, gazing at him with a complex look. Why haven't you departed? Chen Changsheng inquired softly, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Long Pingan inhaled deeply, stepping forward to bow solemnly. I have been waiting for you, esteemed senior. Waiting for me? Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. For what purpose? Long Pingan lifted his gaze, sincerity radiating from his eyes. I humbly request that you accompany me to the Apothecary Valley, where I would like to introduce you to my revered master. At these words, Chen Changsheng's eyes widened in surprise. You wish for me to meet your master? Indeed. Long Pingan nodded eagerly. My master is wholly devoted to the art of medicine, and only the craft itself can stir his emotions. Given your remarkable skill and youth, should you join the Apothecary Valley, my master would undoubtedly be overjoyed. In Long Pingan's eyes, there was a glimmer of anticipation, and his voice carried a hint of longing. Moreover, this way, the disciple will have the opportunity to frequently seek guidance from the esteemed elder, which will greatly benefit the enhancement of my medical skills. Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu listened nearby, utterly perplexed, exchanging bewildered glances. Chen Changsheng fell silent for a moment, his mind conjuring the image of that frail young boy from years ago, holding medical texts, neglecting his own needs, solely to heal the ailing villagers. That mischievous lad. Mu Xing. Chen Changsheng sighed inwardly. When he took him as a disciple, it was his sincere heart for medicine that had drawn him in. Considering that he would inevitably visit each of his disciples in the future, and Mu Xing being one who had accompanied him for quite some time, it would not be amiss to pay him a visit. Most importantly, Mu Xing's intentions were pure, and Chen Changsheng firmly believed that even after 3 centuries, his original heart would remain unchanged. Very well, Chen Changsheng nodded lightly. I shall grant your request. Long Pingan rejoiced at the words. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall prepare immediately. However, before he could continue, Chen Changsheng interrupted, turning his gaze toward Yi Qingmei. Miss Yi, I have a junior at Wanhua sect, and I wish to ask if you could escort me there, as I have matters to discuss with this junior. Chapter 15. The Wanhua sect. Yi Qingmei was taken aback, gazing with a hint of perplexity at the youth before her, who appeared to be merely in his early 20s. A junior? At the Wanhua sect? She scrutinized Chen Changsheng, pondering internally at such a tender age. How could there be any juniors within our Wanhua sect? Could he be a newly initiated disciple? Upon this reflection, Yi Qingmei nodded slightly. After all, since the benefactor had saved her junior sister's life, such a modest request could certainly be accommodated. Observing Chen Changsheng's refined features and the gentle, courteous demeanor in his eyes, she mused that he indeed did not seem like a villain. Moreover, with the empress of the Wanhua sect presiding, who would dare to create trouble there? That would be tantamount to courting death. Thank you, Chen Changsheng replied with a faint smile, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes as he inquired when they might set off. Our mission has been accomplished, and we are prepared to return to the sect. Yi Qingmei contemplated. If the benefactor does not mind, we could depart tomorrow morning. That would be splendid. Chen Changsheng nodded, then turned to Long Pingan. As for your matter, we shall discuss it upon my return from the Wanhua sect. Though Long Pingan felt a tinge of disappointment, he dared not voice it, respectfully nodding. Disciple will await your return in Kanjing town. Then it is settled, Chen Changsheng declared, rising to his feet. I shall be at the city gate early tomorrow. With that, he turned and strode away, his silhouette straight as a pine, his steps light as the wind. Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu watched him depart, their eyes brimming with admiration and curiosity. Sister, who do you think he truly is? Yi Lingsu whispered. He is so young, yet his medical skills are astonishing. Yi Qingmei gently shook her head. I do not know, but since he saved you, he must not be a bad person. It would not hurt to bring him back to the sect to meet this so-called junior. Long Pingan, standing aside, wore a complex expression. His medical skills surpass even those of my master by several folds. If we could introduce him to the Apothecary Valley, it would not only be a blessing for our ancestor, but also a fortuitous event for the entire medical community. The following morning, as the sun rose, casting a golden veil over all creation, Chen Changsheng stood at the city gate, his hands clasped behind his back, patiently awaiting their arrival. Soon, a group emerged in the distance. Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu rode atop 2 chestnut horses, accompanied by several disciples of the Wanhua sect, slowly approaching the gate. Benefactor, I apologize for the wait. Yi Qingmei reined in her horse before Chen Changsheng, bowing slightly. Chen Changsheng gestured dismissively. There is no need for such formality. Do you ride as well, benefactor? Yi Qingmei indicated a bay horse that had been led behind them. We have prepared mounts. Chen Changsheng smiled. There is no need. I have my own methods. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and his figure floated gracefully, alighting upon a single leaf, standing firmly upon the delicate, gossamer-like surface without sinking at all. Let us proceed, Chen Changsheng said calmly. Is the Wanhua sect far? Yi Qingmei and the other disciples of the Wanhua sect stared in astonishment, hastily urging their horses onward. Far. It is not too far. If we head west, we shall arrive in 3 days. The procession slowly set forth, heading towards the direction of the Wanhua sect. Chen Changsheng stood upon the leaves, swaying gracefully with the wind, yet maintaining the same pace as those around him, exuding an air of effortless ease. Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu occasionally stole glances at Chen Changsheng, their eyes filled with awe and reverence. This benefactor is indeed no ordinary person, Yichime mused, reflecting on how he had demonstrated the capabilities of a spirit refinement realm practitioner yesterday, only to ascend to the sixth harmony realm today. He must be concealing his true prowess, which likely reaches terrifying heights, allowing him to elude any hint of suspicion from us. It is no wonder he can concoct such wondrous elixirs. The thought of returning to the sect in 3 days, accompanied by this enigmatic benefactor to meet that so-called junior, filled Yichingmei's heart with anticipation. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Changsheng's yearning was even more profound. Wan, it has been 300 years. I wonder how our reunion will be. Chen Changsheng gazed at the distant mountains, a tender light flickering in his eyes. 3 days of travel passed in the blink of an eye. As the party crossed the final ridge, a magnificent vista unfolded before them. This was the Wanhua sect. Yichime reined in her horse, pointing ahead with pride in her voice. Chen Changsheng remained poised upon the leaves, the gentle breeze caressing his garments as his gaze swept towards the horizon. Before him lay hundreds of towering peaks, undulating like a slumbering dragon, stretching for millions of miles. Between the mountains, clouds and mist intertwined, resembling a realm of immortals. Each peak was adorned with various palatial structures, ranging from humble stone cottages to resplendent grand halls. A veritable feast for the eyes. From afar, the ethereal towers and flying eaves appeared as if celestial abodes had descended to the mortal realm. Particularly striking was the entire mountain range enveloped in a layer of soft blue spiritual energy, akin to an ocean cascading over the summit. The density of the spiritual essence was so rich that it seemed almost palpable, shimmering gently under the sunlight. What a magnificent Wanhua sect! Chen Changsheng murmured in admiration, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. The concentration of spiritual energy here must exceed that of ordinary places by at least 100-fold. Yichime nodded, proudly elucidating. Since the Empress established the Wanhua sect, an influx of rare materials has been transported here, coupled with the grand spiritual array personally arranged by the Empress, leading to an ever-increasing richness of spiritual energy. As she spoke, several large blue-feathered cranes soared across the sky, their wings spanning 7 to 8 zhang, elegantly circling among the clouds. The forested mountains were lush, with glimpses of various rare birds and beasts flitting about. A snow-white spirit deer leapt from the woods, gracefully bounding over a stream before disappearing into the depths of the thicket. Is that a nine-tailed spirit fox? Chen Changsheng's gaze sharpened, noticing a completely snow-white fox on a distant cliff, its tail divided into 9 elegant strands, basking leisurely in the sun. What keen eyesight our benefactor possesses! Yi Lingsu exclaimed in surprise, confirming that it was indeed a 9-tailed spirit fox, one of the spirit beasts tamed by our sect, possessing intelligence and the ability to understand human speech, specifically tasked with guarding the mountain gate. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, contemplating that if they could tame such a rare spirit beast as the 9-tailed fox, this young girl indeed possessed some remarkable abilities. As the party ventured deeper, Chen Changsheng beheld even more extraordinary sights. On the winding mountain path, figures clad in robes of various hues traversed back and forth, some soared on flying swords. Others rode mystical beasts, and a few even glided upon a single leaf, as gracefully as Chen Changsheng himself. Beside the babbling brook, several young disciples engaged in the practice of swordsmanship, their blades shimmering like water, reflecting a dazzling brilliance in the sunlight. On a platform halfway up the mountain, a circle of maidens in white sat together, reciting profound incantations, with ethereal light swirling around them, clearly engaged in the cultivation of a certain spell. This place indeed lived up to its reputation as a sacred ground, exuding a subtle essence reminiscent of the celestial realm above. Chen Changsheng murmured to himself, his eyes filled with both admiration and contentment. Your praise is unwarranted, Yichime humbly replied, though our Wanhua sect thrives. It pales in comparison to the true celestial realm. Chapter 16:11. Has it been 300 years, and how have you fared? The procession ascended along the winding mountain path, greeted by numerous disciples of the Wanhua sect, who bowed and offered their salutations upon seeing Yichime and her companions. Many cast curious glances at Chen Changsheng, who floated upon the leaves, yet out of respect, they refrained from further inquiry. By the way, the benefactor mentioned a junior they were seeking. I wonder which of our sect's brothers or sisters it could be. Yichime inquired. Perhaps I could notify them in advance. Chen Changsheng gently shook his head, a hint of enigmatic mirth dancing in his eyes. No need, you will know when we arrive. Though Yichime was intrigued, she deemed it inappropriate to press further and continued to lead the way. As the altitude increased, the architecture within the mountains grew increasingly grand and magnificent. Most edifices were constructed from white jade, featuring soaring eaves and meticulously carved details that shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. That is the Dan Academy. Dedicated to the refinement of various elixirs, Yi Qingmei explained, pointing towards a palace atop a peak, from which colorful clouds of smoke billowed. Over there is the Sword Peak, the training ground for our sect's sword cultivators. She gestured towards another gorge, filled with the essence of sword energy. Further up lies the Sutra Repository, the Council Hall, and the martial arts arena. Yi Qingmei introduced each side in turn, while Chen Changsheng listened with keen interest, nodding occasionally. At last, the group arrived at the foot of the main peak. Looking up, the summit towered into the clouds, shrouded in mist, where a resplendent cluster of palaces could be discerned, radiating brilliance under the sun's embrace. That is the Empress Palace. Yi Qingmei pointed towards the pinnacle, her voice imbued with reverence. For the Empress often cultivates there and presides over the sect's grand strategies. Chen Changsheng gazed intently at the palace, a complex expression flashing across his eyes. Noticing his reaction, Yi Qingmei added, "However, it has been quite some time since we last beheld the Empress. Typically, one only hears her decrees, rarely does one catch sight of her. Is that so?" Chen Changsheng softly inquired, a note of nostalgia in his tone. "The Empress seldom appears?" "Indeed," Yi Lingsu interjected. "The Empress often secludes herself for prolonged periods, revealing herself only during significant events. Elders have spoken of her striving to reach even higher realms." Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, a flicker of understanding in his gaze. Standing at the foot of the Wanhua sect, gazing at the majestic palace, his thoughts inevitably drifted back 300 years. At that time, Wanhua was merely a frail girl begging on the streets, clad in tattered clothes, gaunt and emaciated, yet possessing a pair of indomitable eyes. Who could have imagined that the little girl, once struggling to fill her belly, would rise to become the Empress, commanding fear and respect across the continent, establishing such a vast sect and leading millions of disciples? Time, indeed, is a wondrous thing. Chen Changsheng mused softly, a tender smile gracing his features. What did the benefactor say? Yi Qingmei, having not caught his words, inquired with curiosity. "It is nothing," Chen Changsheng retracted his thoughts, offering a gentle smile. "I was merely reflecting on the relentless passage of time and the changes of the world." Though Yi Qingmei could not fully grasp the source of Chen Changsheng's sentiments, she politely nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reaching this point, Yi Qingmei hesitated for a moment before once again inquiring of Chen Changsheng, "Benefactor, what is the name of the junior you seek? Perhaps I could assist in uncovering it." Her eyes conveyed sincerity, and her tone was gentle. "Although I cannot escort you directly to the Empress's palace, knowing the name might allow me to explore other avenues." Chen Changsheng slightly shook his head, a hint of a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "There is no need. I have already found it." As soon as the words left his mouth, the leaves beneath his feet quivered gently, and then, like an arrow released from a bowstring, they shot straight towards the resplendent palace atop the mountain. The leaves, carrying Chen Changsheng's figure, sliced through the air, leaving behind a trail of azure light, swiftly darting past numerous peaks towards the main summit. This. Yi Qingmei was left utterly speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. "Senior sister, he headed directly to the Empress's palace?" Yi Lingsu exclaimed, her jaw nearly dropping in astonishment, her voice altered with disbelief. "This is bad." Yi Qingmei snapped back to reality, her expression shifting dramatically. The Empress's palace was a forbidden ground for the entire Wanhua sect. Even the elders of the sect could not approach without the Empress's permission. In a flurry of anxiety, she began to stomp her feet. If the senior acts so recklessly and attracts the attention of the guards or the protective barriers, the consequences are unimaginable. We must hurry and catch up before something happens to him," Yi Lingsu urged urgently. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qingmei retrieved a jade talisman from her storage pouch and crushed it with a forceful grip. Whoosh! A beam of azure light surged forth from the talisman, transforming into an enormous green leaf, spanning 2 or 3 zhang in width. "Quickly get on," Yi Qingmei exclaimed, grasping Yi Lingsu's hand and leaping onto the green leaf. "Chase after him." The green leaf propelled the two swiftly forth, pursuing Chen Changsheng, while other disciples mounted their respective flying artifacts in hot pursuit. Standing upon the leaves, Chen Changsheng remained poised, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of tranquility as the fierce wind tousled his garments. His gaze was fixed upon the increasingly close cluster of palaces, his eyes shimmering with anticipation and a tinge of complex emotion. "Nian Nian, it has been 300 years. How have you fared?" At that moment, urgent shouts rang out from behind. "Benefactor, please halt. That place is a forbidden zone." Chen Changsheng turned to see Yi Qimei and Yilingsu, riding the green leaf, hastily pursuing him. Their expressions were fraught with urgency, particularly Yi Qimei, whose brow was furrowed with concern and eagerness. Chen Changsheng offered a faint smile and did not slow down. Instead, he quickened his pace. Soon, the two women caught up to him at the mountainside of the main peak. There lay a platform adorned with a gate, upon which the words "Stop Here" were inscribed, exuding an imposing presence. Before the gate stood 6 disciples clad in white robes, each exuding a steady aura, clearly of remarkable cultivation. "Halt!" commanded a young man at the forefront, raising his hand to block Chen Changsheng's path, his eyes filled with vigilance. "This is a forbidden area. Unauthorized personnel must withdraw immediately." The other 5 swiftly formed a formation, encircling Chen Changsheng, an invisible pressure emanating from them. As Chen Changsheng gazed intently, he discerned that all 6 disciples had reached the pinnacle of the 7-star realm, undeniably formidable figures in the outside world. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly as he gracefully descended onto the platform. Although he currently resided in the early stage of the 6th harmony realm and was indeed inferior in terms of cultivation compared to the individuals before him, he recognized that these disciples of the 7 stars realm would find it impossible to hinder his advance should he choose to force his way through. However, upon further reflection, he realized that these individuals were, after all, his own disciples and descendants, the disciples of the esteemed Wanhua. If he were to resort to violence, it would undoubtedly tarnish the dignity of the master-disciple relationship. Moreover, upon arriving at the Wanhua sect and feeling an overwhelmingly familiar aura, Chen Changsheng was almost certain that the Wanhua Empress must be none other than his former little disciple. Considering that this was his own domain, a place he could call home, there was no justification for reckless actions. "I am here to seek someone," Chen Changsheng spoke calmly, his voice measured and unhurried. Chapter 17. The Empress Descends. Meanwhile, atop the peak of the Wanhua sect, amidst swirling clouds and mist, a resplendent palace complex gleams with golden brilliance. Under the sun's rays, the glazed tiles of the eaves reflect a spectrum of colors. Within the main hall of the palace, a woman clad in white sits gracefully upon a jade-carved dais. Ethereal light surrounds her, and her aura is as profound as the ocean. The woman possesses an exquisite beauty. Her skin is as fair as snow, her brows resemble distant mountains, and her eyes sparkle like stars. Her slender fingers gently tap the armrest of her chair, revealing a rare hint of impatience. It is none other than the Empress of Wanhua. "Qinghua, what is the situation?" The Empress's voice is cold, yet her gaze betrays a subtle trace of anticipation. Before her, kneeling in reverence, is an elder in gray robes, Elder Qinghua of the Wanhua sect. Bowing his head, his voice carries a weight of concern. "Reporting to your majesty, the youth who emerged from the sacred land appears to have vanished into thin air." Elder Qinghua's brow furrows as he continues, "My subordinates have dispatched individuals to search across the continent, yet his whereabouts remain elusive." The Empress's delicate fingers abruptly halt, and tiny cracks form instantaneously upon the armrest. "Continue the search." Her tone, unusually urgent, carries a hint of desperation. "And what of the Tianji Pavilion?" "We have entrusted individuals from the Tianji Pavilion to search with utmost diligence," Elder Qinghua responds respectfully. "They have assured us that they will notify us immediately upon any news." The Empress gives a gentle nod, rising to her feet and walking to the window. Amidst the swirling mists, her gaze pierces through layers of cloud, as if seeking to transcend mountains and rivers. "That youth must be connected to my master," she murmurs softly, her voice imbued with nostalgia and hope. "He must be found." Elder Qinghua kneels in place, yet turmoil stirs within him. Having served the Empress for over 2 centuries, he has never witnessed such emotional turmoil from her. He recalls the time when she faced numerous holy lords in battle, displaying an air of indifference as she effortlessly suppressed them. Yet now, her profound concern for an enigmatic youth is striking, prompting her to wield the formidable influence of the Tianji Pavilion, which entails great cost. Could it be? Suddenly, Elder Qinghua recalls tales he once perused. Stories depicting sect leaders falling for their disciples. A thought ignites within him. Might the Empress have taken a liking to this youth? The mere possibility sends a tremor through him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. If that is indeed the case, the origins of this young man must be of significant intrigue. The Empress seems to sense Elder Qinghua's unease. Turning to him, her gaze is as cool and clear as water. "What are you pondering?" Elder Qinghua trembles, hastily bowing his head. This disciple dares not entertain any unwarranted thoughts. I merely worry if it is worthwhile for your majesty to be so concerned over an outsider." A flicker of inscrutable emotion crosses the Empress's eyes as she replies softly, "He is not an outsider." "Then he is." Elder Qing Hua begins to probe further. "Enough." The Empress gently waves her hand, interrupting him. "Continue the search. There is no need for further inquiries." "Yes, your subordinate obeys." Elder Qing Hua dared not inquire further and respectfully withdrew. The hall was left with the Empress alone. She approached the window once more, casting her gaze into the distance. "Master, have you truly returned?" she murmured softly, her voice laced with a blend of anticipation and complexity. At the base of the main peak, Chen Changsheng stood before the archway, his demeanor calm as he faced 6 guards. "I am here to find someone," he stated in a subdued tone, his words measured and unhurried. The leading disciple, clad in white robes, scoffed derisively, a glint of disdain in his eyes. "Looking for someone? The fact that you managed to find this place is utterly laughable." He scrutinized Chen Changsheng with a condescending gaze. "This is the forbidden ground of the Wanhua sect. No one of insignificant standing is permitted to approach. Should you attempt to force your way further, do not blame us for being ungracious." The remaining 5 guards advanced a step, their presence imposing. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a voice called from behind. "Wait, wait." Yi Qingmei rushed over, breathless, and quickly positioned herself in front of Chen Changsheng, bowing repeatedly to the guards. "Senior brother Bai, my apologies. This individual is a benefactor I met while on a mission outside. He has just arrived at the Wanhua sect and is unfamiliar with the rules. I hope you will not take offense." As she offered her apologies, she tugged at Chen Changsheng's sleeve, attempting to retreat. "Benefactor, this is forbidden ground. We cannot recklessly intrude." Yi Qingmei whispered urgently, "If we disturb the sect's great formation, the consequences would be dire." The white-robed disciple regarded Yi Qingmei, slightly softening his tone. "So it is a friend of Sister Yi. However, rules are rules. Uninvited guests are not permitted near the main peak, as decreed by the Empress herself." He then turned his icy gaze upon Chen Changsheng. "If you wish to see the elders of the sect or anyone else, you may register at the foot of the mountain and await summons." Chen Changsheng glanced at Yi Qingmei, who still held onto his sleeve, then looked toward the summit, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. It seemed he would have to adopt a firmer approach. "Sister Yi, we should descend the mountain for now," Yilingsu urged quietly. "I can help introduce you to the elders through proper channels." Chen Changsheng shook his head slightly, his gaze unwavering on the peak. "It has been far too long. I simply cannot wait any longer," he whispered, his eyes filled with longing. "Are you not going to take your friend away?" The white-robed disciple's tone grew increasingly impatient. "If you do not leave now, do not blame us for being ungracious." With a resigned sigh, Chen Changsheng gently extricated himself from Yi Qingmei's grasp. "Very well. Let her know I have arrived." No sooner had he spoken than a surge of energy erupted from his being. This aura was not particularly powerful, even somewhat weaker than that of the guards present. Yet, it contained a unique resonance, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing all living things, imbued with an indescribable warmth. The white-robed disciple paused, sensing the aura, which sparked an inexplicable familiarity within him, though he could not pinpoint why. At that moment, a sudden upheaval ensued. The palace complex atop the mountain erupted with a tremendous force, akin to a raging tempest that swept across the heavens and the earth. The intensity and magnitude of the aura were so profound that it felt as though the very heavens and earth were being reborn from primordial chaos, sending a wave of trepidation through all present. "What is happening?" The disciple in white robes, taken aback, turned pale and nearly faltered in his stance. Both Yi Qingmei and Yilingsu were similarly overwhelmed by this sudden surge of power, their knees weakening as they nearly fell to the ground. At that moment, the entire Wanhua sect was stirred. Countless disciples looked up towards the main peak, their faces etched with shock and confusion. "The Empress! It is the aura of the Empress!" The white-robed disciple recognized the essence of its owner, his eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be? Has the Empress emerged from seclusion? In the next instant, a scene unfolded that left everyone utterly astonished. From the summit of the mountain, a beam of white light shot into the sky, piercing the clouds. Within that radiant light stood a graceful figure, poised in midair, gazing down towards the mountainside. Though the figure was distanced from them, all could perceive the supreme majesty and fervor it exuded. "It is the Empress." Yi Qingmei was rendered speechless, her voice trembling in awe. The Empress had personally manifested. The white-robed disciple and the other guards displayed expressions of shock as they hastily knelt, exclaiming, "We pay homage to the Empress." Yi Qingmei and Yilingsu quickly regained their senses, hastily dropping to their knees. Only Chen Changsheng remained standing, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his eyes brimming with intricate emotions. He murmured softly, "Nuan Nuan, I have returned." Chapter 18. Dare you disrespect the Empress? A formidable aura cascaded down from the mountaintop, engulfing the entire Wanhua sect like a tidal wave. In the training arena, several disciples engaged in a sparring session were caught off guard, their incantations faltering, expressions laden with shock. This aura. A disciple clad in green collapsed to the ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It is the Empress. This is the aura of the Empress. Another disciple's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Within the scripture pavilion, a few elders poring over ancient texts simultaneously raised their heads, surprise flickering in their eyes. How many years has it been? How long has the Empress refrained from unleashing such an intense aura? A venerable elder with snow-white hair furrowed his brow. At least 30 years. Came the solemn reply from another elder. The last time was during the war against the northern sacred land. In the entirety of Wanhua sect, none could emit such a terrifying presence save for the exalted Empress herself. The disciples ceased their activities, gazing towards the main peak with a blend of reverence and curiosity. What could the esteemed Empress be? Silence. A patrolling steward bellowed. How dare you speculate on matters concerning the Empress? Return to your duties at once. The disciples reluctantly diverted their gazes, yet their questions intensified. It had been many years since the Empress had made any move. Previously, she resided atop the main peak, elusive as a divine dragon. Even significant matters of the sect were conveyed through Elder Chihuahua and others. Why today has the Empress suddenly unleashed such a potent aura? What was even more astonishing was the palpable excitement and an indescribable tension entwined within this aura, suggesting that the Empress's emotions were undeniably stirred. What on earth had transpired to provoke such fluctuations in the demeanor of the cold and unchanging Empress? At the mountainside, before the archway, Yichimei and the disciples in white robes felt the overwhelming aura surging from the mountaintop, their faces turning pale, trembling uncontrollably. This aura was as vast as the sea, terrifying as the abyss. Each strand seemed to embody the profound truths of heaven and earth, causing their very souls to quiver. Is this the power at the pinnacle of the divine bridge realm? Yichimei's legs weakened, cold sweat cascading down her brow. The mere aura was unfathomably terrifying. The white-robed disciple's complexion paled further, his Adam's apple bobbing as he struggled to swallow. It's over. You must have angered the Empress. He abruptly turned to Chen Changsheng, his eyes wide with terror. We must leave. We must flee. Before the Empress's wrath fully ignites, we must hastily depart from Wanhua sect. Seeing Chen Changsheng still rooted in place, the white-robed disciple grew frantic, stamping his foot. What are you waiting for? If the Empress becomes enraged, no one within Wanhua sect would dare to defy her. He waved his hands, speaking rapidly. If you do not leave, not only will you be in peril, but we shall also face dire consequences. I implore you, please depart. Yichimei hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Chen Changsheng's sleeve as she urged him to retreat. Benefactor, let us return for now. We can come back another day. Yet, Chen Changsheng merely smiled gently, his demeanor unperturbed. She is but a little girl. What can be the consequence of her anger? The moment these words escaped his lips, everyone present stared at him in disbelief, as if they had encountered a ghost. Hey, a little girl? The white-robed disciple's lips twitched, nearly fainting. You dare refer to the Empress as a little girl? Yichimei's face turned ashen, momentarily at a loss for words. Who on the entire continent would dare to address the mighty Wanhua Empress in such a manner? Even the leaders of the other great sanctuaries would not be so audacious. Benefactor, you must not speak so recklessly, Yichimei exclaimed, her voice trembling with urgency. The Empress possesses unparalleled might and has established her sect for 300 years. No one has ever dared to show her disrespect. Chen Changsheng shook his head, a smile still playing at the corners of his mouth. This is not disrespect, it is simply the truth. In my eyes, she will always be that petite girl. And no matter her celestial prowess now, that fact remains unchanged. The white-robed disciple and Yichimei exchanged horrified glances, utterly astounded. Had he lost his mind to utter such bold claims? Just as they hesitated to speak, the air around them suddenly warped. With a soft hum, a figure materialized before them. It was a woman clad in white, her beauty otherworldly, her presence sublime. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, reaching her waist, with a few gentle strands framing her flawless visage. Her bright eyes sparkled, her delicate nose and rosy lips, along with her radiant smile, rendered her as the epitome of divine craftsmanship. Yet, what was most striking was the aura she emanated, noble and untouchable, commanding yet gentle. She resembled the most exquisite celestial being, akin to an eternal star, making it impossible to gaze directly while simultaneously captivating one's sight. The atmosphere around her was terrifyingly potent, akin to a blazing sun hanging in the sky, dazzling and suffocating. Lady Empress, the white-robed disciple, and the other guards immediately dropped to their knees, their foreheads touching the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu followed suit, not daring to lift their eyes to the noble figure. However, the Empress's gaze remained fixed on Chen Changsheng, soft as water yet imbued with a hint of complex emotion. Seeing this, Yi Qingmei feared that the Empress was incensed by Chen Changsheng's words and quickly prostrated herself, saying, "Ancestral Master, please quell your anger. I shall take my benefactor away at once. He did not mean to offend. Please forgive him." She reached out to pull Chen Changsheng away, but the Empress raised her hand gently, signaling her to stop. "You may withdraw." The Empress's voice was cold, yet it trembled ever so slightly. Yi Qingmei dared not disobey and stepped aside, her heart racing for Chen Changsheng. Little did she know, the next moment would reveal a scene that left everyone utterly speechless. There stood the mighty Wanhua Empress, unparalleled in her majesty. She lightly shifted her steps and slowly approached Chen Changsheng. In her pair of cold, clear eyes, tears suddenly shimmered with brilliance. "It truly is you." The Empress's voice trembled, her gaze filled with a myriad of complex emotions. "Master, I have finally seen you again." Before her words could fully settle, the lofty Empress Wanhua, who had instilled fear in countless powerful beings, unexpectedly knelt before Chen Changsheng, clasping her hands in a gesture of the utmost reverence. Disciple Wanhua pays homage to Master. This scene felt as though the heavens had collapsed and the earth had split, rendering the sun and moon devoid of light. The disciples in white robes and the other guards stood in stunned silence, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu were so astonished that their souls almost left their bodies, nearly fainting on the spot. The esteemed leader of the Wanhua sect, the Empress whose might shook the continent, had performed such a grand ceremony for an apparently ordinary youth and even addressed him as master. What on earth could this mean? In contrast, Chen Changsheng merely smiled gently. He raised his hand to assist the Empress to her feet. "At your age, you should not be so reckless." His tone bore a hint of helplessness mixed with fondness. "Look at you, already a grand master, yet still behaving like a child." The Empress looked up, and the tears that had filled her eyes could no longer be contained, cascading down her cheeks. "Master, you are still alive. You are truly still alive." Her voice was choked with emotion, as if centuries of feelings had finally found their release at this moment. Chapter 19. Is this really the Empress? "Master, Master." This exclamation reverberated like thunder in the ears of the onlookers. The white-robed disciple stationed at the gate nearly had his eyes pop out, his mouth agape as if one could fit an egg inside. He blinked vigorously, questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream. What in the world is happening? His heart raced in disbelief, momentarily forgetting his duty. The illustrious Empress, one of the few formidable beings on the continent, the revered leader of the Wanhua sect, the illustrious figure who had never bowed before anyone, was now weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, kneeling before a youth who appeared to be merely in his early 20s. Beside her, Yi Qingmei was equally astonished, instinctively. She pinched her thigh, the sharp pain confirming that this was no dream. Who is this young man, capable of evoking such reverence from the Empress? Her mind buzzed with confusion as a startling thought suddenly surfaced. She recalled Chen Changsheng's words before arriving at the Wanhua sect, mentioning he was seeking a junior. Turning her gaze back to Chen Changsheng, she swallowed hard. Could it be that the junior he referred to was the Empress herself? As this notion took root, Yi Qingmei felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. If that were true, what manner of being was this seemingly ordinary youth? 300 years ago. Had he already? She dared not ponder further. The time span was simply too astonishing. The white-robed disciple and other guards stood frozen, their eyes darting between Chen Changsheng and the Empress, expressions rife with disbelief. Having grown up hearing tales of the Empress, she was to them akin to a celestial deity, lofty and untouchable. Yet now, this divine being knelt before a mere boy, addressing him as master? Such a revelation shattered their fundamental beliefs. Chen Changsheng gazed tenderly at the Empress kneeling before him, a gentle light shimmering in his eyes. He smiled softly and reached out, tenderly stroking her head, his touch as gentle as one would bestow upon a child. "You're all grown up now. What is there to cry about?" His voice carried a hint of indulgence, concerned about how this might appear to others. Yi Qingmei, witnessing this scene, nearly collapsed to the ground, touching the Empress's head. If word of this got out, the consequences would be unfathomable. For even the elders of the Wanhua sect trembled in her presence, not daring to exhale, let alone display any disrespect. Yet this youth not only commanded her reverence but also casually patted her head. Suddenly, Yi Qingmei recalled tales of celestial beings descending to the mortal realm, or legendary paragons of power. Only such entities could evoke such humility from the Empress. It seemed the Empress paid no heed to Chen Changsheng's actions, gradually calming under his gentle touch. She dried her tears, composed herself. Yet her gaze remained fixed on him, as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. "Master, I miss you so much." The Empress's voice was soft, a stark contrast to her usual authoritative demeanor. Yi Lingsu discreetly tugged at Yi Qingmei's sleeve, whispering, "Sister, am I seeing things? How could the Empress?" Yi Qingmei wearily shook her head, equally at a loss to elucidate the extraordinary scene before them. Chen Changsheng gazed at the Empress, his eyes brimming with nostalgia. The once diminutive disciple who had trailed behind him, calling him master incessantly, had blossomed into a poised and formidable figure. That frail girl had transformed into an unparalleled powerhouse, commanding respect across the continent and establishing a vast sect with countless disciples. It felt akin to watching one's own daughter mature, both gratifying and poignant. Chen Changsheng let out a soft sigh, extending his hand to assist the Empress to her feet. "Rise, we are both leaders of our sects now. There is no need for kneeling." As the Empress stood, her gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on Chen Changsheng's face. "Master, you have truly returned." Her voice held an incredulous tremor, recalling the years when she had thought him lost. Unfinished, her thoughts lingered in the air, yet Chen Changsheng comprehended her sentiment. 3 centuries prior, amidst calamity, even he had assumed his demise was certain. Never could he have anticipated returning in such a manner. Chen Changsheng nodded gently, his eyes radiating both tenderness and resoluteness. "I have returned." Those 4 simple words evoked fresh tears in the Empress's eyes. The white-clad disciples and other guards stood frozen, utterly astounded, oblivious to their surroundings. Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu shared their astonishment, unable to fathom that the young man they had rescued during their mission bore such an astonishing identity. "Master, let us converse in the hall," the Empress said softly, her tone tinged with urgency, clearly eager to share much with Chen Changsheng. He nodded in agreement and was about to depart with the Empress when a thought struck him. He turned back to glance at Yi Qingmei and the others still kneeling. The Empress followed his gaze, realizing the presence of others for the first time. Her demeanor shifted slightly, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features from her earlier display of emotion. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, her eyes igniting with an authoritative brilliance that deterred direct gazes. "Everyone, rise," she commanded, her voice regaining its icy edge. "What transpires today must remain confidential." The white-clad disciples and guards promptly stood, though their astonishment and confusion persisted unabated. "We obey, Master," they responded in unison, their voices quavering. Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu hastily rose as well, bowing their heads in respect, as a gentle breeze swept through the platform upon the mountainside. The group remained ensnared in shock. Yi Qingmei stared blankly at the place where the Empress and Chen Changsheng had just stood, blinking in disbelief as she realized they had vanished without a trace. "Where have they gone?" the white-clad disciple murmured, scanning the surroundings in vain. Was that scene real? Another guard rubbed his eyes, seemingly questioning the veracity of what he had just witnessed. Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions mirroring their astonishment. They could hardly fathom that the seemingly ordinary young man they encountered while on a mission possessed such an extraordinary identity. The Empress had just referred to him as her master. Yi Lingsu whispered, her voice tinged with disbelief. Just as Yi Qingmei was about to speak, a gentle breeze swept through the air, and an elderly man clad in a gray robe materialized upon the platform. The old man was tall and imposing, his countenance stern, with brows sharp as blades and eyes that sparkled like stars, emanating a formidable aura. "Elder Qinghua," the guards exclaimed, promptly kneeling on one knee in a gesture of respect and greeting. Chapter 20. Is he the Holy Master? Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu hurriedly paid their respects, yet their hearts were filled with greater confusion. Elder Qinghua was undoubtedly the foremost figure beneath the Empress, the head steward of the Wanhua sect. He rarely made appearances, and even as his disciples, they seldom laid eyes on him. Why had he suddenly descended upon this place today? "Master, what is the situation?" Yi Qingmei could not help but inquire, her tone laden with perplexity. Elder Qinghua's expression bore a complex mix of emotions, unusually. He refrained from reprimanding Yi Qingmei for her impertinence and gently shook his head. "I do not know what has transpired," he replied, his voice deep and tinged with confusion. "I was present at the time and was equally startled, believing an enemy had come to invade. Elder Qinghua's gaze shifted toward the mountain peak, his eyes reflecting a tumult of feelings. Then they witnessed the empress, kneeling before a young boy, addressing him as master. The disciples are equally bewildered. The white-robed disciple cautiously remarked, "Who is that young man? Why does the empress show him such reverence?" Elder Qinghua took a deep breath, his expression contemplative. "As far as I know, the only person whom master would honor with such a title, aside from the holy master who passed away 3 centuries ago, is no one else." "The holy master?" Yi Mei and Yiling Su exclaimed in unison. This was a legend that circulated within the Wanhua sect. It was said that at the inception of the sect, a mysterious holy master guided the empress in her cultivation, laying the foundation for her monumental achievements. However, the holy master had since passed, and the empress single-handedly upheld the grand endeavors of the Wanhua sect. Could it be that the young boy is the holy master? Elder Qinghua's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Yet, the holy master had long since passed 3 centuries ago. How could this be? The more he pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became, and a fine sheen of sweat began to bead on his forehead. Enough. I shall not dwell on this any longer. Elder Qinghua shook his head, as if attempting to cast aside these confounding thoughts for the time being. His gaze shifted to Yi Qingmei, Yiling Su, and several guards, his demeanor growing serious. Let it be clearly understood, not a single word of what has transpired today must escape our lips. His voice was low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Regarding the matter of that young boy or the behavior of the master, silence must be maintained. Yi Qingmei and the others promptly nodded, not daring to show any sign of defiance. Furthermore, Elder Qihua continued, "Any information concerning this young man is to be immediately sealed off. Not a whisper shall be leaked. Those who defy this command will be expelled from the Wanhua sect." "We obey." The crowd responded in unison, their faces etched with solemnity. Elder Qinghua then turned his gaze back to Yi Qingmei and Yiling Su, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. "How did you come to know that young man? And why did you bring him to the Wanhua sect?" Yi Qingmei swiftly recounted their experiences in Kanjing town, including Chen Changsheng's treatment of Yiling Su and his request to visit the Wanhua sect to seek out his junior. "I see." Elder Qinghua nodded slightly after listening, a glimmer of understanding passing through his eyes. It seemed that the junior he referred to was indeed the empress. At this moment, Yi Qingmei remained utterly bewildered, her heart brimming with questions. Who exactly is Chen Changsheng? How could he command the reverence of the exalted empress? It is evident that the mystery surrounding this young elder surpasses her imagination. Indeed, it is likely far more formidable than she previously anticipated. The depths of his enigma are unfathomable and profound. Meanwhile, within the palace complex atop the main peak, Chen Changsheng followed the empress through the resplendent halls, arriving at a secluded courtyard at its innermost recess. To his astonishment, while the exterior of this courtyard was opulent, its interior was strikingly austere, furnished with only a few simple pieces of furniture arranged in an exceedingly modest manner. What surprised him even more was that the layout of this courtyard mirrored precisely that of the small wooden cottage where he had once instructed the empress 3 centuries ago, unchanged in any detail. At that time, Wanhua was merely a young girl, constantly trailing behind him as she learned various skills. That little wooden cottage had been their most cherished place of companionship. Yu. Chen Changsheng was moved, not expecting the empress to hold such fond memories of the past. A hint of shyness crept onto her face as she softly replied, "In the years when my master was absent, I often came here to sit, feeling that it brought me closer to you." Warmth filled Chen Changsheng's heart as he gazed at her, reflecting on how, after 3 centuries, the once frail girl had blossomed into a formidable empress. Yet, in his presence, she seemed to revert to her innocent, youthful self. The empress personally poured a cup of tea for Chen Changsheng, her movements gentle and her demeanor respectful, as if she were attending to a divine being rather than a mentor. "Esteemed master, please accept this tea," she offered with both hands, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Taking the cup, Chen Changsheng savored a sip, revealing a look of appreciation. "This tea is exquisite, far superior to those wild herbal brews of yore." A flicker of joy sparkled in the empress's eyes at his compliment, though she soon regained her composure, sitting quietly across from him, her beautiful gaze fixed upon him, seemingly verifying the reality of the moment. Noticing her hesitation, Chen Changsheng gently urged, "If you have any doubts, feel free to inquire." The empress nodded slightly, unable to restrain her curiosity any longer. "Master, how is it that you have become so youthful?" Her voice carried a hint of confusion, her gaze flitting across his face. Now, she understood that the young man who had emerged from the sacred grounds was indeed her master. Though his appearance differed from her memories, the aura and that familiar feeling could not deceive her. Upon hearing her question, Chen Changsheng lightly touched his own face. A glimmer of mischief in his eyes. What do you think? Was I rather handsome in my youth? To his surprise, the empress offered a rare smile, responding obediently, Master. You are the most handsome in the world. Chen Changsheng, somewhat bashful at the compliment, waved his hand dismissively. Well, perhaps second best. Old 13 is truly the most handsome. The empress's eyes sparkled with mirth, her dissent almost palpable on her face. Regardless of the circumstances, in her heart, the revered master's position remains unassailable. After all, the master is simply the most handsome. Chen Changsheng set down his teacup and spoke softly. The reason lies in the cultivation technique. My body and soul have been dormant for 300 years. Now that my practice has reached fruition, I have returned to my youthful form. This explanation was rather simplistic, even somewhat flawed. However, Chen Changsheng did not intend to elaborate further. The matters of the system were his greatest secret, and even in the presence of his disciple, he was not inclined to disclose them lightly. A mere excuse would suffice. To his surprise, the empress exhibited not a trace of doubt. She merely nodded gently. Her eyes filled with genuine joy. It is truly wonderful that the master has awakened. Chapter 21. The disciples within the palace. Chen Changsheng gently set down his teacup, his gaze lingering on the empress for a moment. 3 centuries had passed, and the once frail girl had blossomed into a formidable empress, commanding respect across the continent. This realization evoked a mixture of pride and nostalgia within him. How have your other senior brothers and sisters fared over the years? Chen Changsheng inquired softly. The empress paused, seemingly taken aback by his question. She shook her head gently, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing her eyes. Ever since our master departed, we have seldom crossed paths. Everyone is preoccupied with their own affairs and cultivation, leaving little opportunity for reunion. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and continued. It has been quite some time since I last saw my fellow disciples. The last occasion was 5 years ago when the eldest brother came to visit me. The eldest brother? At the mention of this title, a gentle light flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes, and a smile inadvertently graced his lips. This was the disciple who had accompanied him the longest and was the first he had taken under his wing, if memory served him right. The eldest brother was deemed a failure unable to cultivate. Yet, there was no derision in Chen Changsheng's tone. Rather, it was tinged with nostalgia. From birth, he had been devoid of spiritual energy, which meant a lifetime devoid of cultivation. The empress appeared unsurprised by Chen Changsheng's assessment, listening quietly without interjecting. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Changsheng's eyes were filled with reminiscence. It was under the system's guidance that he had accepted this so-called failure as his disciple, imparting to him techniques and methods of cultivation. 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, 500 squats, and then a 20-mile run each day. With unwavering dedication, rain or shine, one could grow stronger, though the cost was rather steep. Before I departed, the eldest brother also came to see me, Chen Changsheng recalled softly, the image of that robust figure surfacing in his mind. By then, he had already become a renowned physical cultivator on the continent, the only one devoid of any spiritual energy, solely honing his physical prowess. A hint of pride danced upon Chen Changsheng's lips. It was he who had forged a reputation through sheer strength. Pausing momentarily, Chen Changsheng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He wondered how his eldest brother had fared over the past 3 centuries. The empress, upon hearing his question, finally allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. The eldest brother is doing remarkably well, she responded, a note of admiration in her tone. He has established his own sect, exclusively accepting disciples who cannot cultivate spiritual energy, nurturing them into physical cultivators. As she gracefully poured another cup of tea for Chen Changsheng, her movements were both elegant and respectful. Now, physical cultivation has become a formidable force on the continent. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng's expression revealed a sense of gratification. Truly, he remains as steadfast as ever after all these years, he remarked quietly, his voice imbued with nostalgia and appreciation. The empress observed the smile on Chen Changsheng's face, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in her eyes. She gently set down the teapot and cautiously inquired, Master, should I inform the other disciples of your return? Her voice bore a hint of trepidation. If the senior brothers were aware of your return, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng merely shook his head lightly, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Not just yet. He rose and walked to the window, casting his gaze towards the distant sea of clouds. Chen Changsheng understood that the human heart is the most intricate of things. 3 centuries have passed. Who can guarantee the preservation of one's original intentions? He harbored many secrets, and those who knew of them were all former disciples. Trusting others too easily often invites trouble. I have just returned and am still unfamiliar with many matters. Chen Changsheng spoke with a calm demeanor, suggesting a prudent approach, better to proceed with caution and gradually engage. The Empress discerned the deeper meaning in Chen Changsheng's words and nodded slightly, expressing no dissent regarding his decision. The disciple understands, she respectfully affirmed. The master's will is the disciple's will. Turning to face the Empress, Chen Changsheng sighed inwardly at her unwavering respect and reliance on him after 300 years. The Empress rose and offered a gentle bow. I shall make arrangements immediately, she stated, and ensure that no word of the master's affairs escapes. Chen Changsheng nodded, signaling her to proceed. After the Empress departed, he stood alone at the window, gazing at the mist-shrouded mountains, lost in contemplation for a long while. 3 centuries is ample time to alter many things. In the hall of the master of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, a throne adorned with dragons and phoenixes stood prominently. A middle-aged man clad in a gray robe lounged lazily upon it, idly toying with a pale blue jade tablet. Though he appeared nonchalant, his eyes sparkled with an indescribable wisdom, as if nothing in the world could escape his notice. This man was none other than the current master of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, Chen Changsheng. Below his seat, 7 men dressed in black robes stood in neat formation. The 7 deputy masters of the pavilion. Chen Changsheng gazed at the jade tablet, a slight frown creasing his brow, revealing his lack of interest. He tossed the tablet aside onto a low table with a sharp crack. Is this all? His voice carried a tone of languor and impatience. Has nothing intriguing occurred recently? The 7 deputy masters were well accustomed to Chen Changsheng's demeanor, standing rigidly, eyes fixed straight ahead, silent as statues. Chen Changsheng stretched lazily and yawned, then waved his hand in a gesture of resignation. And please refrain from bringing me any more tales of certain sect elders engaging in clandestine affairs. It is quite dull. The foremost deputy master nodded fervently, replying respectfully, Master, you are correct. We shall ensure to filter for more valuable intelligence next time. Chen Changsheng shook his head, rising to approach the window. Through the glass, he beheld the boundless expanse of white clouds outside the pavilion, enveloped entirely within the celestial pavilion. It resembled an ethereal palace suspended among the clouds. Is there truly nothing novel upon this continent? The enigmatic Shinsu murmured to himself, imbued with a hint of resignation. At that moment, the 5th deputy pavilion master, standing nearby, appeared to recall something suddenly. Clearing his throat softly, he captured Shinsu's attention. Pavilion master. I happen to have thought of a rather peculiar matter, he stated respectfully. Intrigued by his words, Shinsu turned around, a glimmer of interest flickering in his eyes. Oh? Pray, do share. The 5th deputy pavilion master stepped forward and continued with deference. It seems that the Wanhua sect is searching for someone. And this directive comes directly from the Wanhua Empress herself. The Wanhua sect? The Empress? Shinsu raised an eyebrow slightly. Isn't my junior sister typically aloof towards everything? It is quite surprising that she would take the initiative to seek someone out. Chapter 22. The 25th senior brother, the 5th deputy pavilion master nodded and continued, strangely, just a moment ago. The Wanhua sect suddenly withdrew all their commissions and appeared quite anxious. Chen Changsheng's eyes brightened, and he instantly became invigorated. Oh, the little junior sister, who is typically so indifferent to everything, would actually do such a thing. His voice carried a hint of surprise and curiosity. This was indeed peculiar. Noticing Chen Changsheng's interest, the 5th deputy pavilion master hastily added, moreover, according to our intelligence, Wanhua sect has mobilized numerous personnel to search, nearly covering all the major cities across the continent. Chen Changsheng stroked his chin, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. What kind of person are they searching for? Do you know? Upon hearing this, the 5th deputy pavilion master smiled mysteriously, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. The pavilion master truly possesses keen insight. He took out a crimson jade slip from his robe and respectfully presented it. Knowing that the pavilion master has always been intrigued by extraordinary happenings, I specifically retained a copy of the information regarding the person being sought. Chen Changsheng's eyes lit up as he reached for the jade slip, pressing it lightly against his forehead. The slip shimmered, and a silhouette formed in midair, revealing the likeness of a young man. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with a handsome face, picturesque features, and a gaze that was calm yet profound. As Chen Changsheng gazed at the apparition, His expression abruptly froze. His pupils constricted sharply, and his mouth slightly parted, momentarily rendering him speechless. This. His voice trembled, and even the hand that held the jade slip began to quiver. The 7 deputy masters exchanged glances, having never seen their usually unflappable pavilion master display such shock. Pavilion master, do you recognize this person? The first deputy pavilion master inquired cautiously. However, Chen Changsheng seemed oblivious to the question. Still staring blankly at the young man in the projection, his eyes filled with disbelief. It turned out to be the master of Wanhua sect. Inside the empress's palace, Chen Changsheng lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze fixed upon the sea of clouds outside the window. The empress had just returned and had already arranged for the news to be sealed. She gracefully approached Chen Changsheng, standing respectfully by his side, awaiting his instructions. What about the other disciples? Chen Changsheng did not turn around, his eyes still gazing into the distance. What are they doing now? The empress nodded slightly, a contemplative expression crossing her face. Aside from the senior brother, the closest among the other brothers is the 25th senior brother, Zhaojiao. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng turned his head, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Zhaojiao? The empress nodded and produced a jade slip from her sleeve, handing it to Chen Changsheng. This contains the recent circumstances of the 25th senior brother, she added softly. Master, he is trustworthy and has long wished to see you again. Chen Changsheng accepted the jade slip, cradling it in his palm for a brief moment without immediately examining its contents. His gaze drifted into the distance, suffused with the hues of nostalgia. That was his 25th disciple. In the beginning, Zhaojiao Cheng was merely a menial servant within a noble family, responsible for cleaning the training grounds and maintaining the equipment. When he was discovered practicing forbidden techniques, the family head nearly stripped him of his cultivation and imposed severe punishment. On that day, Chen Changsheng happened to pass by that small noble house. He witnessed a young boy being held down by several burly men, blood trickling from his lips, yet he defiantly fixed his gaze upon the family head. Disable his dantian, the family head commanded coldly. Chen Changsheng intervened, rescuing him, and inquired whether he wished to cultivate. The boy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes sparkling with unwavering determination. I want to become stronger. Those simple 4 words revealed the resolve and tenacity in his gaze, prompting Chen Changsheng to take him under his wing. In the days that followed, Zhaojiao Cheng exhibited exceptional talent, particularly in swordsmanship, displaying an understanding that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Chen Changsheng generously imparted all he knew of sword techniques. He is indeed a natural for sword cultivation, Chen Changsheng mused softly, a smile gracing his lips. The empress stood quietly beside him, refraining from interrupting his reverie. After a considerable time, Chen Changsheng regained his focus, gently pressing the jade slip to his forehead. The slip shone brightly, and a figure began to materialize in the air. It was a tall, middle-aged man clad in black, a long sword hanging at his waist. His face was resolute, with a hint of sternness in his brow, yet his eyes radiated clarity and conviction. Chen Changsheng regarded this figure with a flicker of satisfaction. The once frail and stubborn boy had now grown into a master of swordsmanship. What has become of him? Chen Changsheng softly inquired as he put away the jade slip. The empress gracefully seated herself across from him, pouring him another cup of tea. Senior brother Zhaojiao Cheng is currently in the southern wilderness, she replied calmly, tinged with respect. It is said that the demon clan in the southern wilderness is becoming restless, and he has gone to address their matters. The southern wilderness? Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly. Isn't that on the border of the human territories? The empress nodded, gently elucidating, indeed. The southern wilderness shares a border with the demon clan's domain and has long served as the human line of defense. Senior brother has been stationed there for nearly a century. She unfurled a map, laying it upon the table. The map meticulously delineated the geographical layout of the entire continent, with the southern wilderness distinctly marked at the southernmost tip, adjacent to a region shrouded in shadow. Here, the empress indicated the shadowy area, lies the territory of the demon clan. Ever since the Great War 300 years ago, they have been contained within this region, yet in recent years, they seem to be growing increasingly restless. Chen Changsheng studied the map, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. The demon clan, he murmured softly. The empress glanced at him, cautiously asking, Master, should we notify senior brother? If he were to learn of your return, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Chen Changsheng did not respond immediately. Instead, he rose and approached the window, casting his gaze once more towards the horizon. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly nodded. I intend to meet with old 25 at once, he declared with unwavering resolve, a glimmer of anticipation evident in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the Empress exhibited a fleeting look of surprise, followed by a slight pout of regret. Master, while I too wish for you to visit senior brother, is this truly the right moment? You have only just returned. Moreover, I should also attempt to probe the situation further. Chen Changsheng gently waved his hand, interrupting her. Since you assert that he is trustworthy, I see no cause for concern. His gaze softened. Furthermore, Zhao Jiuqing has always been a sword enthusiast. His heart harbors nothing beyond the art of the blade. I find it hard to believe that he would waver in his loyalties. If we are to meet, it is better to do so without delay. Chapter 23. Departure to the Southern Frontier. The Empress pondered for a moment and found reason in her thoughts. Indeed, her elder brother Zhao Jiuqing was a person of unwavering integrity. Devoted to the path of the sword throughout his life, he seldom concerned himself with other matters. Even with his elevated status, he had never harbored ambitions for power or gain. The words of her master resonated with her. Nodding in agreement, the Empress could not suppress a flicker of melancholy. With her gaze lowered, her long lashes quivered gently, and her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her garment, embodying a sense of unspoken longing. Chen Changsheng, keenly perceptive, sensed the shift in her emotions. Approaching her, he inquired softly, "What troubles you?" The Empress lifted her head, her eyes glimmering with a hint of grievance. "Master, you have just returned, yet you must leave." Her voice was gentle, tinged with reluctance. "Disciple, I find it hard to part." In that moment, the Empress seemed to revert to the innocent girl who had trailed behind Chen Changsheng 3 centuries ago, naive, affectionate, and reluctant to let go. Observing this scene, warmth surged within Chen Changsheng. He reached out, tenderly ruffling the Empress's hair. The gesture was gentle and filled with affection. "Silly girl, I shall return soon," he reassured her, his tone soft and indulgent. "Now that I have awakened anew, I must see each of my disciples, regardless of how they have changed." The Empress, feeling his affection, blushed slightly, yet her eyes reflected understanding and agreement. "Disciple understands," she replied, nodding obediently, regaining a measure of her composure. "Master values loyalty and righteousness, as always. If a disciple were to stray, it would surely grieve you the most." Chen Changsheng did not disagree, merely letting out a gentle sigh. 300 years were enough to transform many things. He was mentally prepared to confront any potential changes that awaited him. The Empress seemed to sense his contemplative thoughts and added softly, "Master, besides elder brother Zhao, there are several other brothers and sisters in the southern frontier." "Oh?" Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Who are they?" "Elder brother 31, elder sister 42, and younger brother 57. The Empress counted on her slender fingers. Though they do not hold positions as high as elder brother Zhao, they are nonetheless the backbone of the southern frontier. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, a smile flickering in his eyes. "If my master has the opportunity, he should meet them." The Empress continued, "They will undoubtedly be overjoyed to know you have returned." "Indeed," Chen Changsheng replied, a smile gracing his lips. "Since I am heading to the southern frontier, I shall make it a point to visit all my disciples there, for they are all mine." With that, Chen Changsheng rose, adjusting his robe. "You should attend to your sect's affairs. I shall set forth for the southern frontier." The Empress quickly stood, retrieving a jade talisman and respectfully presenting it to Chen Changsheng. "Master, this is the identity token of the Wanhua sect. With this, you may pass freely through cities and checkpoints." Chen Changsheng accepted the talisman, tucking it away with ease. "Additionally, these are some spirit stones and elixirs. Please ensure you accept them, Master." The Empress once again produced a delicate storage bag, offering it with both hands. Concerned for her master's comfort on the long journey ahead, her disciple expressed his worries. Chen Changsheng, observing the serious expression on the Empress's face, smiled gently and accepted the storage bag. "Very well, I shall accept it." The Empress, witnessing Chen Changsheng's reception of her heartfelt gesture, displayed a joyful smile. "Master, please travel with care. Should you require anything, your disciple will be at your service at any moment." Chen Changsheng nodded softly and turned to walk towards the door. The Empress stood quietly in place, watching him depart, her eyes filled with reluctance but, more so, with admiration and understanding. This was her master, deeply loyal and caring for his disciples, unwavering in his principles. At the very moment Chen Changsheng stepped through the palace gates, a crisp notification sound resonated in his mind. "Ding! You have gained the adoration of Wanhua, acquiring 50,000 adoration points." Chen Changsheng was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. 50,000 adoration points all at once. He felt a surge of joy within, his steps becoming noticeably lighter. 50,000 adoration points equated to 500 years of life. Truly, his cherished disciple did not disappoint him. In that moment, Chen Changsheng became even more resolute in his desire to visit his other disciples. If each disciple could bestow upon him such generous adoration points, would his lifespan not be significantly prolonged? As dawn broke, the mist hung low in the air. In the southern frontier, a winding official road stretched forth. Clad in a gray-white robe, Chen Changsheng walked slowly. In the distance, mountains undulated, lush with trees. The mist flowed gently through the valleys, resembling a great white dragon. The fresh morning air of the southern lands carried a hint of the fragrance of grass and trees, intermingled with a faint trace of bloodshed. Chen Changsheng inhaled deeply, his expression calm. 300 years had passed, yet the southern lands remained unchanged. He murmured softly to himself, his gaze sweeping over the distant fortress walls. The towering walls, forged from blue stone, were adorned with various runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. This marked the 7th day since he departed from the Wanhua sect. Along the way, Chen Changsheng intentionally slowed his pace, pausing intermittently to inquire about news regarding the southern lands and Zhao Jiuqing. Speaking of Lord Tiandao, his reputation was indeed formidable. In a small tavern, an elderly man with white hair held a bowl of murky wine, his eyes gleaming with reverence. My son witnessed it firsthand on the front lines, with a single stroke. He split the heavens. Indeed, indeed. A middle-aged man beside him nodded vigorously. A distant relative of mine serves in the Southern Army and told me personally that Lord Tiandao, with his single blade, once held back 100,000 demon troops, forcing them to dare not cross the line. Chen Changsheng sat quietly in a corner, sipping a bowl of clear tea, listening to the exaggerated accounts of the patrons, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Since departing from the Wanhua sect, the tales he had heard about Zhao Jiuqing had only grown more numerous and increasingly grandiose. What a sight it was, a single stroke cleaving the mountains. A blood-soaked battle lasting 7 days and nights without yielding, in a duel against the 3 great kings of the demon clan. Such tales left Chen Changsheng both amused and perplexed. Yet, beneath these exaggerated rumors, he was able to piece together some fragments of truth. For instance, a century and a half ago, the southern demon clan indeed launched a large-scale offensive. At that time, Zhao Jiuqing stood alone guarding the borders, single-handedly repelling the vanguard of the demon forces. He procured invaluable time for humanity to assemble. In that fierce encounter, Lord Tiandao wielded his blade, standing firm at the southern border for an entire 7 days and nights. The patrons at the tavern exchanged words animatedly. It is said that after that battle, the demon clan even bestowed upon Lord Tiandao a nickname, Human Blade. The implication being that this blade represents a singular individual. Indeed, during that confrontation, Lord Tiandao instilled such terror in the demon clan that even now they dare not recklessly invade. As Chen Changsheng listened to these accounts, he felt a mix of gratification and curiosity. Zhao Jiuqing, once merely a youth devoted to the path of the sword, had now transformed into a formidable presence that commanded respect in the southern territories. Chapter 24. Who in the world does not know the name of the sage master? On the official road, Chen Changsheng continued his journey. Along the way, he encountered numerous martial artists heading to the southern frontier to seek allegiance with the heavenly blade. These individuals varied in age and cultivation levels, yet their eyes gleamed with admiration and longing for the heavenly blade. I have traveled from the northern domain specifically to join Master Tiandao, who is said to be recruiting disciples, declared a tall young man, slinging a long blade over his shoulder with an air of bravado. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng paused momentarily, taken aback. Zhao Jiuqing is accepting disciples? This revelation surprised him, for Zhao Jiuqing had once devoted himself exclusively to the pursuit of the ultimate swordsmanship, showing no interest in teaching or passing on his legacy. Just as Chen Changsheng was pondering this, an elderly man beside him shook his head and chuckled ruefully. Young man, you must prepare yourself. Over the years, countless individuals have sought to become disciples of Master Tiandao, yet he has scarcely taken any under his wing. The tall youth raised an eyebrow in defiance. Why is that? Do you mean to say he deems us unworthy? The old man sighed. Master Tiandao once remarked, taking on disciples? Compared to my own master, I am unworthy even to carry his shoes, master. The youth appeared perplexed. Who is the master of Master Tiandao? With a solemn expression, the old man lowered his voice. It is said to be the legendary Sage Master. Sage Master? Not only the youth but those around them displayed expressions of astonishment. Indeed, The old man nodded, his demeanor growing increasingly grave. The sage master achieved his full potential 300 years ago and ascended to immortality. It is said that he took in countless extraordinary disciples, each more remarkable than the last, with Master Tian Dao being merely one among them. At this, Chen Changsheng could scarcely contain his laughter. What complete fulfillment! What ascension to immortality! He had merely remained in a coffin for 3 centuries. Nevertheless, these tales piqued his curiosity about the current circumstances of his former disciples. You say the sage master has become immortal, then where are his disciples now? The youth inquired. The old man shook his head. Each follows their own path, and most are unknown to us. However, it is certain that they are all formidable figures of this age. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of yearning and reverence. Chen Changsheng felt a surge of emotion as he listened. 300 years had passed. Those once naive disciples who had followed him in admiration were now titans of the world. As night fell, Chen Changsheng settled into a modest inn. Alone by the window, he gazed at the distant starry sky, lost in thought. Eldest, second, he murmured the names softly, a complex expression flitting across his face. How far had those who once looked up to him progressed in their realms? He shook his head, retrieving a crystalline pill and placing it in his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, flowing like a warm current within him. Chen Changsheng sat cross-legged, beginning to cultivate. Ever since he had received 50,000 worship points from the Empress, his realm had ascended to the pinnacle of the 6 harmonies, a mere step away from the divine bridge realm. The pinnacle of the 6 harmonies. In today's world, perhaps he lacked even the qualifications to serve his disciples. Chen Changsheng chuckled to himself in a self-deprecating manner. Those who had attained the realm of divine bridge possessed the power to shake mountains and alter celestial phenomena, a level incomparable to ordinary realms. Meanwhile, his disciples had likely surpassed this threshold by now. What would their reaction be if they were to learn that their revered master, whom they regarded as divine, was merely a small fry at the 6th harmony realm? Shaking his head, Chen Changsheng continued to circulate his energy, solidifying his newly elevated state. As the dawn broke, mist swirled in the air. At the southern border, in the city of Yaoguan, towering city walls loomed amidst the craggy mountains, resembling a slumbering dragon coiled upon the earth. The surface of the walls was etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. Standing before the grand city gates, Chen Changsheng gazed up at the characters Yaoguan above, his eyes flickering with memories. 300 years prior, he had visited this place, which then was merely a small border outpost, now evolved into a significant frontier stronghold. Time had passed, and the landscape had transformed. Amidst the bustling crowd at the gates, merchants, warriors, cultivators, and common folk mingled in a vibrant tapestry of humanity. Chen Changsheng blended into the throng, gradually making his way into the city. Guards flanked the gates, their expressions vigilant, eyes sharp as knives, occasionally locking onto a suspicious passerby. Entry into the city required an identity token. Chen Changsheng produced the token of the Wanhua sect, flashing it before the guards. Upon seeing the intricate patterns on the token, their demeanor shifted, and they promptly bowed in respect, exclaiming, "Ah, esteemed friend from the Wanhua sect. Please enter." With a slight nod, Chen Changsheng stepped into the city. Inside Yaoguan, the atmosphere was lively and boisterous. The narrow streets teemed with people, the air filled with the sounds of haggling and calls for attention. A medley of scents wafted through the air, aromas of food mingling with the pungent odor of demon beasts, interspersed with a faint hint of blood. As he walked, Chen Changsheng suddenly felt a gentle tug at the hem of his garment. Turning slightly, he discovered a small boy had appeared beside him. The child, around 10 years of age, sported tousled black hair, his face smeared with dust, while his tattered clothes revealed toes peeking out from worn cloth shoes. Yet, his large eyes sparkled with a lively brilliance. "Sir, would you like a guide?" The boy looked up at Chen Changsheng, his voice bright and clear. With a faint smile, Chen Changsheng chose not to respond and continued onward. However, the boy followed closely behind, persistent in his pleas. Sir, the roads of Yaoguan are quite intricate. Without a guide, you are sure to get lost." Undeterred, Chen Changsheng pressed on, navigating through a narrow alley, turning into a small square, and then onto another street. The boy kept pace effortlessly, his energy unwavering. After a quarter of an hour, Chen Changsheng finally halted, turning to face the boy. "Why do you persist in following me?" he inquired in a calm tone. The boy grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly whites. "You are a stranger, sir, and your demeanor is extraordinary. You must not be an ordinary person." He rubbed his hands together, a glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes. "Young master, unfamiliar with this place, requires a guide. I am a native of Yaoguan City. well versed in its intricacies, and I can serve as your guide for merely 3 spirit stones. The boy extended 3 fingers, his excitement palpable. Chen Changsheng scrutinized the small boy before him, his expression gradually softening. Observing this sturdy, frail youth, he couldn't help but be reminded of the empress in her childhood. Back then, she too bore a similar appearance, tattered clothing, yet her gaze was resolute and bright, steadfastly following him, unwilling to part ways. In that moment, a pang of compassion welled up within Chen Changsheng. Just as he was about to speak, his peripheral vision caught a fleeting glimpse of something behind the boy. Chen Changsheng's gaze sharpened as he focused intently. He discerned a pair of exquisitely delicate wings protruding from the boy's back, semi-transparent and as thin as dragonfly wings. Adorned with intricate patterns, the wings flickered in and out of visibility, barely perceptible unless scrutinized closely. Chapter 25. The half-demon. The streets were bustling with life, thronged by countless passers-by. Chen Changsheng's gaze fell upon the pair of ethereal wings, barely discernible, that sprouted from the boy's back, a flicker of curiosity igniting in his eyes. The boy, sensing the scrutiny, abruptly turned around. Upon meeting Chen Changsheng's gaze, his complexion paled dramatically. What are you staring at? The boy stammered, his voice quivering. Simultaneously, he tugged at his tattered garment, striving to conceal his wings more effectively. The delicate appendages vanished entirely beneath the fabric's cover. Chen Changsheng offered a gentle smile, refraining from answering the boy's inquiry, and instead remarked calmly, "There is no need to be anxious." Yet the boy, akin to a startled bird, retreated several steps, the wariness etched on his face intensifying. "I won't be your guide," he exclaimed suddenly, pivoting to leave. "Here, take your spirit stones back." From within his cloak, he produced 3 spirit stones and tossed them to the ground before bolting away. With a flick of his hand, a gentle breeze swept through, and remarkably, the 3 spirit stones returned to his palm, landing steadily. "Wait," Chen Changsheng called, his voice low yet imbued with an inexplicable authority, causing the boy's feet to halt involuntarily. "What?" The boy turned back, his eyes filled with terror and suspicion. "What do you want?" Chen Changsheng did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the youth before him. A half-demon. This was not Chen Changsheng's first encounter with the half-demon lineage. As the term suggests, half-demons are the mixed-blood offspring of demons and humans. They bear traits of both races yet are rejected by both. The demon kin consider their bloodline impure, while humans fear the demonic essence they possess. In the southern wilderness, half-demons are regarded as the lowest of the low. They are forbidden from entering formal cultivation sects and lack stable abodes, often struggling to survive in the shadowy corners of cities. It was unexpected that this boy belonged to the half-demon race. No wonder his existence was so wretched. A twinge of compassion stirred within Chen Changsheng, mingled with a burgeoning curiosity, for he had not previously delved deeply into the intricacies of this race. Now, in the southern wilderness, he was gaining a visceral understanding of this marginalized group. "I will not harm you," Chen Changsheng spoke softly. Retrieving 10 spirit stones from his robe and extending them in his palm, "These are all for you." The lustrous spirit stones glimmered enchantingly in the sunlight. Even if they were of the lower grade, they represented an unimaginable fortune for a destitute, half-demon youth. The boy gazed at the stones, a flicker of longing crossing his features, yet he shook his head, his wariness resurfacing. "What do you want me to do?" "Simply continue as my guide," Chen Changsheng replied with a smile, with a slight increase in compensation. The boy scrutinized Chen Changsheng with suspicion, as if pondering the existence of a hidden trap. You don't care that I am a half-demon?" He ventured cautiously, incredulity lacing his words. "Most people." He left his sentence unfinished. But Chen Changsheng grasped his implication. "Why should I care?" Chen Changsheng retorted, "To me, you are merely a boy in need of spirit stones." At this, the boy's vigilance lessened slightly, yet he remained indecisive. The allure of 10 spirit stones was undeniably tempting. For a half-demon like him, it could represent several months' worth of sustenance. Yet, on the other hand, he was acutely aware of the capricious nature of the world. There are no free lunches to be had. Truly, merely acting as a guide. The boy's voice was barely more than a whisper. Chen Changsheng nodded, extending the spirit stones forward. "It is genuinely just for guiding." The boy clenched his teeth, seemingly resolute at last, cautiously stepping forward to accept the spirit stones. His movements were remarkably swift, as if fearing Chen Changsheng might retract his offer. "My name is Yui," the boy murmured as he tucked the spirit stones into his bosom. "I am 12 years old this year." Chen Changsheng smiled faintly. "Chen Changsheng." "Chen Changsheng?" Yui repeated the name, nodding in approval. "A fine name." As Chen Changsheng gazed at the half-demon youth before him, a stirring arose within him. Although the system currently lacked rewards or functions for accepting disciples, years of experience had taught him that this boy was indeed extraordinary. Unlike other half-demons he had encountered, this one bore a delicate pair of wings and an elusive, peculiar aura that intrigued Chen Changsheng. Perhaps it would be prudent to keep him close for a while and observe him. Do you often act as a guide in Yaoguan City? Chen Changsheng inquired. Yui nodded, then shook his head. I only guide those who seem harmless. A glint of mischief flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of the moment he first encountered the Empress years ago. Let us go, Chen Changsheng said with a gentle smile. Lead me to explore this city. With the spirit stones in hand, Yui appeared invigorated, his movements light and sprightly. This way, he exclaimed, bouncing ahead while frequently glancing back to ensure Chen Changsheng was keeping pace. As they navigated the narrow alleys and turned corner after corner, Yui shared insights about Yaoguan City. Yaoguan City lies between the southern frontier and the eastern domain, serving as a confluence of the two realms, he explained, pointing towards a distant high wall. Thus, the city is divided into two parts. One side belongs to the demon clan, and the other to the human clan. A hint of resignation tinged his tone. The two sides are perpetually at odds, often engaged in conflict. And where do half-demons reside? Chen Changsheng asked. Yuyi's steps faltered momentarily, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing his face. We belong nowhere. The demon clan deems our bloodline impure, while the humans fear our potential for savagery. He gestured towards a dim corner of the city. Most of us dwell in such places, caught in between, struggling to survive. Chen Changsheng followed Yuyi's gesture. It led to the most dilapidated area of the city, where the buildings were low and cramped, and the streets narrow and filthy. Clearly the poorest sector. That is our home, Yui stated flatly, as if he had long since grown accustomed to such a life. With a soft sigh, Chen Changsheng chose to remain silent, and the two continued onward, traversing the streets and absorbing the sights of the city. On one side of the realm of humanity stand magnificent edifices and bustling marketplaces, while on the other, the domain of the is adorned with peculiar tree houses and vibrant tents. Though the two areas exhibit strikingly different styles, both are equally lively and animated. Are you familiar with Tiandao? Chen Changsheng inquired casually. Upon hearing this, Yi's previously tranquil gaze suddenly sparkled with excitement, and a palpable thrill coursed through him. Lord Tiandao? The boy's voice was tinged with uncontainable admiration. Of course I know him. Who in the entire southern frontier is unaware of Lord Tiandao? He patted his slender chest, his eyes brimming with aspiration. Lord Tiandao is my idol. With sheer determination, he has safeguarded the entire southern border, earning even this respect and trepidation. Chapter 26. There should be no distinctions of status among people. Chen Changsheng observed the youthful exuberance radiating from the boy's face and could not help but smile faintly. It seems you hold him in high regard. Indeed, Yui exclaimed, his hands animatedly gesturing. Lord Tiandao possesses exceptional martial prowess and a benevolent heart. He never discriminates against others based on their race, treating even us half-demons as equals. Standing beside Chen Changsheng, Yi's eyes sparkled with admiration, his hands moving incessantly, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Lord Tiandao is truly remarkable. He gazed up at Chen Changsheng, his face reflecting pure adoration. He never looks down upon his half-demons. In his eyes, humans and half-demons are indistinguishable. A gentle breeze swept through, tousling Yuyi's unruly hair. He brushed aside the strands obstructing his view, his eyes gleaming with remarkable admiration. Once, while I was being bullied by several human youths in the Eastern market, it was Lord Tiandao who happened to pass by and drove them away. His voice softened, imbued with a warmth of nostalgia. He even gifted me a spirit stone, urging me to live well. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, feeling a flicker of comfort in his heart. Yui continued, as long as one is in Yaoguan City. Whenever he encounters acts of oppression, Lord Tiandao always intervenes. No matter who is being bullied, he does not permit it. The boy's steps lightened, as if invigorated by the mention of Lord Tiandao. He is a hero in the hearts of all the human residents of Yaoguan City. Yui patted his chest with conviction. Without Lord Tiandao, there would be no present-day Yaoguan City. He pointed toward the distant city wall, his voice brimming with pride. That very wall was constructed with Lord Tiandao's own hands. It is said that he cleaved a mountain with a single strike to procure the stones for its construction. Listening to Yuyi's account, a smile involuntarily graced Chen Changsheng's lips. Old Zhao Jiuqing, he mused. It seems he has not forgotten the teachings of his master. Chen Changsheng's thoughts drifted back over 3 centuries, to a time when Zhao Jiuqing was merely a youth treated as a menial by the aristocracy. Back then, Zhao was embittered and resentful, his mindset twisted. For a long period, he found displeasure in everyone but Chen Changsheng. Even a mere accidental provocation would result in him pursuing the offender with a blade. Chen Changsheng recalled an incident when an unintentional passerby brushed against Zhao Jiucheng, provoking the latter to chase him down 3 streets with his weapon. Had Chen Changsheng not intervened in time, it might have ended tragically. Nonetheless, that passerby was profoundly frightened, nearly scared to death by Zhao's relentless fury. It was then that Chen Changsheng recognized the impending danger. If this continued, Zhao Jiucheng would inevitably cultivate a heart demon and be consumed by madness. To avert such a fate, Chen Changsheng imparted to him the principle of equality among all individuals. Between people, there should be no distinctions of status, he murmured softly, recalling the words he had once shared with Zhao Jiucheng. Initially, Zhao had dismissed these notions, continuing on his own reckless path. Yet, under the subtle influence of Chen Changsheng, he gradually began to feel the effects. Eventually, he devoted himself to cultivation, no longer entangled in the matters of his past as a menial worker. To his surprise, after all these years, Zhao Jiucheng had not forgotten his teachings. A warm current surged within Chen Changsheng's heart. However, the situation for the demon clan was considerably more dire, although they faced discrimination among the human race. Within their own kind, it was a ruthless survival of the fittest, devoid of compassion. Yui's voice interrupted Chen Changsheng's thoughts. Almost all the demons looked at the half-demon with a murderous intent. Chen Changsheng nodded thoughtfully. The demon clan, they were demons, not humans. How could one expect equality among them? He mused inwardly. With this thought, a soft sigh escaped his lips. It seemed that this journey to the southern wilderness was indeed fortuitous. Not only could he reunite with his former disciple, but he could also gather more insights into the complexities of the southern wilderness, particularly regarding the intricate dynamics between humans and demons, which would be immensely beneficial for his forthcoming endeavors. By the way, you mentioned the Heavenly Blade. Where is he now? Chen Changsheng casually inquired. Yui tilted her head in contemplation. Lord Heavenly Blade is primarily stationed in the southern wilderness, but he returns to Yaoguang City every few months. She calculated with her fingers. If I recall correctly, Lord Heavenly Blade should be returning in the next few days. The youth's eyes brightened. If you wish to meet Lord Heavenly Blade, perhaps an opportunity will soon present itself. Chen Changsheng smiled slightly, neither confirming nor denying. The two traversed several streets and arrived before an inn named Qinyan Pavilion. The inn stood 3 stories tall, exuding an ancient elegance, with a blue-glazed lantern swaying gently in the breeze at its entrance. This establishment was notably clean, with reasonable prices. Yui remarked that most importantly, the owner did not discriminate against half-demons and treated them kindly. Chen Changsheng nodded and stepped inside. Within the inn, the furnishings were simple yet immaculate. The wooden floor gleamed, and the windows were devoid of dust. The owner, a kind-faced middle-aged woman, greeted Yui with warmth in her eyes. Ah, little Yu has brought a guest. She smiled. Does this esteemed guest wish to stay? Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. Do you have any rooms available? The woman replied affirmatively. Yes, on the 2nd floor, to the right. The room with the best lighting, at 3 mid-grade spirit stones per day. Chen Changsheng retrieved spirit stones from his pocket and handed them to the woman. I will stay for 3 days. After settling in, Yui led Chen Changsheng on a tour of the city. Yaoguang City was even more bustling and vibrant than he had imagined. On either side of the streets, shops lined up, with the sounds of merchants hawking their wares echoing in the air. An array of goods was on display, ranging from ordinary daily necessities to precious spiritual herbs and magical artifacts. A demon merchant clad in animal pelts was peddling a peculiar fruit to passers-by. The fruit was translucent and exuded a faint fragrance. A southern wilderness specialty, the Millennium Spirit Fruit, enhances cultivation and prolongs life. The merchant boasted loudly, his voice infused with confidence. Chen Changsheng glanced at it and instantly recognized it as merely an ordinary demon fruit, exaggerated by the merchant's claims. As Chen Changsheng ambled along, he suddenly noticed a throng of people converging in a singular direction along the street. Numerous individuals hurried past, their faces alight with excitement. Among them were humans, as well as beings of the demon race, and even a few half-demons. The crowd buzzed with fervor, whispering to one another, seemingly anticipating the occurrence of something significant. What is happening? Chen Changsheng inquired. Yui also perceived this shift, and a glimmer of delight instantly graced her countenance. She tugged at Chen Changsheng's sleeve, her voice rising with excitement. Could it be that the Yaoguang Plaza has been opened? The youth's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his entire being seemingly poised to leap at any moment. Chapter 27, Yaoguang Square. Is it merely an ordinary knife? The throngs of people searched, their voices a tumultuous wave. Chen Changsheng surveyed the crowd converging in a singular direction, his brow slightly furrowed. What is Yabuang Square? He reached out to grasp the excitedly bouncing Yue, softly inquiring about the reason behind such a gathering. Upon hearing his question, a flicker of surprise crossed Yue's face, swiftly followed by a look of realization. It is understandable that the gentleman, being a newcomer, is unaware. Lowering his voice and adopting a mysterious tone, he elucidated. Yabuang Square lies at the heart of Yabuang City, representing the very core of the entire locale. He gestured towards a towering stone spire in the distance. Behold, if you walk east from the Star Observation Tower, you will arrive at Yabuang Square. Chen Changsheng followed Yu's pointed direction, faintly perceiving an expansive area ahead, densely populated with figures. Does the square remain closed to the public on ordinary days? Chen Changsheng inquired. Yue nodded, excitement sparkling in his eyes. The square is typically sealed. It only opens for one singular reason. He raised a finger, his expression turning grave. That is when someone seeks to draw the blade of the esteemed Heavenly Blade Master, wishing to become his disciple. What? Chen Changsheng was taken aback, almost bursting into laughter at the thought of becoming a disciple of that young man. Is there truly such a process? Yue, oblivious to the inappropriateness of Chen Changsheng's reference to the Heavenly Blade as that young man, continued with fervor. The number of those wishing to apprentice themselves to the Heavenly Blade Master is as vast as the fish in the river. And even though the Master consistently declines, the aspirants remain unceasing. He raked a hand through his disheveled hair, his eyes brimming with admiration, in pursuit of tranquility. The Heavenly Blade Master has embedded a sword at the center of the square. Should anyone succeed in drawing it, he will accept them as a named disciple. Yu's voice lowered, tinged with a hint of regret. However, it has been 4 or 5 decades since, and the sword remains unwavering, untouched by any. Hearing this, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes. Zhao Jiuqing employs such a method to select disciples? Intriguing. Come, lead me to see it. Chen Changsheng gently patted Yu's shoulder, brimming with anticipation. Absolutely. Yue responded enthusiastically, tugging at Chen Changsheng's sleeve as they pressed forward. The two moved slowly towards Yabuang Square, navigating through the dense crowd. Due to the sheer volume of people, their pace was not swift. Chen Changsheng refrained from using his powers, opting instead to follow Yue, weaving through the throngs like an ordinary individual. Excuse me, pardon me. Yue skillfully maneuvered through the crowd, occasionally tugging at Chen Changsheng's sleeve to ensure he did not fall behind. At long last, they reached the periphery of Yabuang Square. The square was an immense circular expanse, its ground paved with bluish stones and encircled by low stone walls. At its center stood a slightly elevated stone platform, upon which a long blade was embedded. By now, thousands had gathered in the square, their animated discussions creating a cacophony of voices. Have you heard? Both the Lu and Lu families have arrived this time. A lean, tall middle-aged man whispered to his companion. Indeed, both families belong to the illustrious Yaoguang city, each wielding considerable influence. Companions nodded in agreement, their voices tinged with excitement, having heard that they had invested significantly this time, dispatching their most gifted young members. Chen Changsheng listened intently, silently noting these details. Furthermore, another passerby interjected, mentioning that the Mo Yuan clan had also sent representatives. The Mo Yuan clan? How audacious of those brutish creatures to draw their blades. A woman with a harsh visage scoffed, exclaiming that it was akin to a toad desiring to feast on a swan. At this, Chen Changsheng felt a twinge of confusion and turned to Yue to inquire why even the demon clan had chosen to draw their blades. Yue stood on her toes, striving to gaze towards the center of the square, and softly explained, the human race draws their blades in hopes of seeking the tutelage of Master Tiandao, while the demon clan does so to assert dominance. He wrinkled his nose, a look of disdain plastered on his face. Should the demon clan achieve what the human race cannot, it would indeed be a humiliation for Master Tiandao, a means for the demons to reclaim their pride and elevate their status. Chen Changsheng nodded in understanding, pondering to himself how such trivial racial rivalries could be found everywhere. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted in the square. They have arrived. They have arrived. Look. It's the people from the Lu family. The crowd parted spontaneously, creating a path. A group of young individuals clad in azure attire strode into the square, led by a strikingly handsome youth exuding an extraordinary aura. That is Lu Hao, the most talented among the younger generation of the Lu family. An elder beside a youth introduced, his eyes filled with envy, for he was the heir to the next generation's family head. Already possessing the late stage of the Seven Stars realm at such a tender age, Achieving the realm of life and death in the future is surely within reach. The late stage of the 7 stars? The youth gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape, marveling at such prowess at just over 20 years of age. Truly, he is a child of destiny. Lu Hao is indeed impressive, another voice interjected, yet he still pales in comparison to Lu Liang. The speaker was a robust middle-aged man, his thick brows and large eyes brimming with confidence. Lu Liang is at the pinnacle of the 7 stars realm and possesses profound understanding of the blade. He is unquestionably the frontrunner for drawing the blade. Let us not quarrel, a demon clad in animal skins interjected, revealing sharp canine teeth. The strength of the Mo Yuan clan is renowned, and drawing a blade would be a mere trifle. Indeed, indeed, another demon echoed. Your human race's inadequacies do not imply that our demon race is incapable. The surrounding crowd erupted in rebuttals, the atmosphere growing increasingly tumultuous. The Mo Yuan clan? What does it matter how great their strength is? Drawing a blade requires more than mere brute force. Indeed, the blade of Master Tiandao is not something you demons can lay claim to. A cacophony of opinions intertwined, intensifying the excitement. Chen Changsheng found himself jostled within the throng, only able to catch fragments of the heated discourse. His curiosity regarding the so-called blade-drawing ceremony deepened. Particularly eager to discover what Zhao Jiuqing had inserted into the fray that could draw such a multitude. Clear the way, clear the way. Yui, with her petite frame, maneuvered through the crowd, struggling to lead Chen Changsheng forward. After considerable effort, the two finally managed to push their way to the front row, where they could clearly see the stone platform at the center of the square. The platform stood approximately 10 feet high, meticulously carved from azure rock, its surface adorned with intricate patterns. A long knife was embedded within it, its blade deeply lodged in the stone, revealing only the hilt and a small portion of the blade. The hilt was unadorned, wrapped in a circle of black fabric, devoid of embellishment. The blade, about 3 fingers wide, was a dark gray, its surface etched with fine lines that glimmered faintly in the sunlight. Chen Changsheng fixed his gaze upon it, and his expression instantly froze. Speechless, he was truly at a loss for words. For that knife, he recognized it. It was an ordinary iron knife he had once gifted to Zhao Jiuqing, not even worthy of being called a spiritual weapon, at best. It was merely a slightly superior mundane implement. Chapter 28, The Blade Drawing Tournament. Amidst the throng, Chen Changsheng gazed at the ordinary iron blade resting upon the stone platform, his expression distant as his thoughts drifted back over 3 centuries. It was the time when he had just accepted Zhao Jiuqing as a disciple. At that time, Zhao Jiuqing was merely a menial servant from a noble family, caught in the act of clandestinely learning the family's martial arts and nearly facing the dire consequence of losing his cultivation and severe punishment. By happenstance, Chen Changsheng passed by and witnessed the youth pinned to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth yet defiantly staring ahead. Moved by an impulse, he intervened and rescued the boy. "Young man, do you wish to cultivate?" Chen Changsheng inquired, squatting beside the bloodied lad. The boy wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. "I want to become stronger." With a gentle smile, Chen Changsheng grasped him by the arm and said, "Then come with me." Thus, Zhao Jiuqing became Chen Changsheng's 25th disciple. Upon arriving at Chen Changsheng's residence, Zhao Jiuqing surveyed his surroundings with a blend of curiosity and caution. Chen Changsheng poured him a cup of tea and casually asked, "What do you cherish the most?" "Blades," Zhao Jiuqing replied without hesitation, his voice as resolute as iron. Chen Changsheng paused momentarily, then nodded in acknowledgement. "Then I shall impart to you the most formidable swordsmanship in existence, the heavenly blade." Leaning back in his chair with an air of nonchalance, he continued, "When mastered to perfection, this technique allows one to wield the blade against the heavens themselves. Even the divine cannot withstand your strike." At his words, Zhao Jiuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, his entire being quivering with anticipation. "Master!" he exclaimed, springing to his feet and nearly toppling the teacup atop the table. "This is what I wish to learn." Chen Changsheng chuckled, gesturing for him to sit. "Do not rush. The journey must be taken step by step, and the blade must be practiced stroke by stroke." Thus, Chen Changsheng commenced the instruction of the heavenly blade to Zhao Jiuqing. True to the system's assessment of his genius, Zhao Jiuqing grasped the techniques with remarkable swiftness. Initially, his movements were clumsy, but soon they became fluid, and before long, he had achieved a commendable level of proficiency. One day, Chen Changsheng observed Zhao Jiuqing practicing with a kitchen knife in the courtyard, and his brow furrowed in disapproval. "This knife is rather pitiful," he remarked, approaching to snatch away the rusted blade from the boy's grip and toss it aside. Zhao Jiuqing scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "Master, This is the sharpest blade I could find. With a sigh, Chen Changsheng suggested, "Come, let us visit the forge." The two made their way to the finest smithy in the city, where Chen Changsheng personally selected superior materials and requested the finest craftsmen. "No, I shall do it myself." He declined the shopkeeper's offer with a wave of his hand. Zhao Jiuqing stood in stunned silence as he watched his master roll up his sleeves and approach the furnace, beginning the process of forging a blade. The flickering flames cast a resolute outline upon Chen Changsheng's face, while the beads of sweat glimmered like gold in the firelight, producing a crisp sound with each swing of the hammer. For an entire day, Chen Changsheng tirelessly forged, infusing the blade with his spirit and essence, bestowing upon it a semblance of life. As dusk descended, a brand new long blade finally took shape. The blade is long, approximately 3 feet in length, adorned in a somber gray hue, intricately patterned with fine lines that glimmer with a chilling brilliance under the setting sun. The hilt is unadorned and plain, wrapped in a single band of black cloth, devoid of embellishments. Chen Changsheng extended the sword towards Zhao Jiucheng, saying, "Take this. It is truly the sword that befits you." Zhao Jiucheng received the long blade with both hands, his eyes brimming with astonishment and gratitude. He caressed the sword's surface, feeling the latent power it contained, an uncontrollable excitement blooming upon his visage. "Master," Zhao Jiucheng lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "What name does this sword bear?" Chen Changsheng paused momentarily, realizing he had not considered bestowing a name upon it. Initially crafted casually, the sword deserved a name, for it was Zhao Jiucheng's first blade and also the first gift from himself as a master. A touch of ceremonial significance was essential. After a moment's contemplation, he casually declared, "Let it be called the pig slaughtering knife." The pig slaughtering knife? Zhao Jiucheng was taken aback, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes. Chen Changsheng chuckled, patting his shoulder. "Whether for slaughtering pigs or men, a knife is merely a tool for killing. The name of the sword is inconsequential. What truly matters is the one who wields it." Zhao Jiucheng nodded thoughtfully, solemnly sheathing the long blade. "I shall remember my master's teachings." The reminiscence abruptly ceased. Chen Changsheng gazed at the long blade deeply embedded in the stone platform in the square, his lips twitching slightly. Wasn't this the very beginner's weapon he had forged for Tian Dao, the pig slaughtering knife? It was unexpected that it had been thrust here, transformed into a trial object for the master-disciple ceremony. Chen Changsheng was well aware that he had poured considerable effort into creating this sword. Not only were the materials and craftsmanship of the highest quality, but he had also infused it with his essence, granting it life and elevating its quality to new heights. Now, it stood there, forsaken and alone in the square for no less than 40 or 50 years, such a wasteful fate. Chen Changsheng muttered silently in discontent, a hint of displeasure surfacing on his face. "You little rascal, to squander the first gift I bestowed upon you like this is intolerable. Woe betide you if I catch you at it." Before Chen Changsheng could ponder further, the blade-drawing ceremony was about to commence. He narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze toward the center of the arena. The ceremony was on the cusp of beginning, and the surrounding crowd gradually quieted, their expectant gazes fixated on the stone platform. An elder clad in blue robes ascended the platform with measured steps, proclaiming in a resonant voice, "Esteemed villagers, today marks the annual blade drawing festival. I invite all challengers to take the stage." As his words echoed, a youth dressed in resplendent attire stepped forth first. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s, with striking features and a dignified presence. His sky-blue brocade robe fluttered gently in the breeze, adorned with an exquisite family crest upon his chest. He stood tall and composed, exuding the refined demeanor of a scion of a noble family. "Lu Hao. It is Lu Hao." A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Lu Hao approached the front of the stage, offering a slight nod before turning to face the audience, a calm smile gracing his lips. "I am Lu Hao, here today to undertake the trial of the esteemed Tian Dao. I hope you will bear witness." His voice resonated clearly, imbued with a measure of confidence that elicited thunderous applause from the audience. What grace from the young Master Lu. Young Master Lu Hao truly embodies the pillar of the Lu family, exuding an extraordinary presence. Amidst the accolades, another figure strode forth with remarkable poise. This individual was imposing, towering over 2 meters in height, with broad shoulders that seemed to bear the weight of 2 mountains. His bronze skin was taut with muscle, hinting at explosive power within. Clad in a dark gray outfit and heavy boots, each step he took sent subtle tremors through the ground. "Lu Liang." A stir rippled through the crowd. Standing opposite Lu Hao, Lu Liang clasped his fist in salute and declared with a booming voice, "I Lu Liang, have come to seek the teachings of the esteemed master of the heavenly blade. His voice thundered like a storm, causing those nearby to instinctively retreat a half-step. The two stood upon the stage, one exuding elegance, the other radiating strength, a striking contrast between them. Chapter 29. Who can draw it? Lu Hao turned to Lu Liang, a faint smile gracing his lips. Brother Lu, it is undoubtedly I who shall draw the sword today. As the disciple of the celestial blade master, only I, Lu Hao, am worthy. Lu Liang, upon hearing this, scoffed derisively, crossing his arms. What makes you, a mere dandy, think you could ever catch the eye of the celestial blade master? He thumped his chest, as solid as iron, confidence radiating from his gaze. Only a sturdy cultivator like myself is deserving of inheriting the techniques of the celestial blade master. Lu Hao furrowed his brow, about to retort, when suddenly the ground trembled beneath them. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps resonated like a drum, causing the crowd to part in haste as a colossal figure approached. It was a massive gorilla, standing 6 to 7 meters tall, its body cloaked in dark crimson fur, with arms so robust they nearly touched the ground. With each step it took, the earth quaked, and the surrounding structures seemed to shudder slightly. The Demon Ape Clan. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The gorilla halted before the platform, tilting its head back to unleash a deafening roar. The sound wave swept through the arena, startling many into covering their ears. Raising its enormous head, it glared menacingly at Lu Hao and Lu Liang, its mouth curving into a sinister grin, revealing sharp, jagged teeth. Human insects, begone. The demon ape growled in a grating, guttural imitation of human speech. Stand back while I draw the celestial blade and demonstrate how it shall be wielded. Exchanging a glance with Lu Liang, Lu Hao found an unspoken understanding. They were united against this threat. You oversized gorilla, dream on. Lu Hao scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. The celestial blade belongs solely to the human race. You, fiend, shall not lay a finger on it. Lu Liang stepped forward, fists clenched, muscles taut. Indeed, this is our sacred relic, and we shall not allow you, a creature of the demon clan, to desecrate it. Enraged by their words, the demon ape pounded its chest and let out a series of low growls. Humans, how arrogant. My clan possesses unmatched strength. Drawing the blade is as easy as flipping a hand. It raised its powerful arm, flexing its bicep, the muscle bulging like a small mountain, and grinned maliciously. Once I draw the sword, the first to fall will be you too. Though Lu Hao and Lu Liang projected bravado, anxiety gnawed at their hearts. The Demon Ape Clan was renowned for their formidable physical prowess. Their might was legendary. While drawing the sword required a deep understanding of its technique, it was not inconceivable that sheer brute force could succeed. Should the legacy of the celestial blade fall into the hands of this giant, it would be a disgrace for the human race. Below the platform, Chen Changsheng observed the unfolding scene, unable to suppress a chuckle. It seemed that Zhao Jiucheng's reputation in the southern wilderness was far greater than he had anticipated. Boom! A gong resounded, echoing throughout the square. The sword-drawing competition officially begins. The elder in green proclaimed loudly, brandishing a flag high above his head. Instantly, the square fell silent, every gaze fixated on the long sword embedded in the stone platform. Lu Hao adjusted his attire, took a deep breath, and stepped forward first toward the stone platform. Standing before it, he focused intently on the blade, inhaling gently to calm his racing heart. Predecessor Celestial Blade, your disciple Lu Hao dares to test himself today. He murmured softly to himself, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and bowed towards the long blade. Once the ceremony was complete, he straightened his posture, slightly closing his eyes, and began to circulate the spiritual energy within his body. A faint azure aura emanated from him, enveloping him in a subtle halo. As he formed hand seals, the azure energy gradually coalesced towards the long blade. Lu Hao opened his eyes, a resolute light shimmering within them. Drawing a deep breath, he suddenly thrust his right hand forward. The first stance of the Lu family sword technique, Heaven-S Opening. The azure energy surged towards the blade like a tidal wave, encasing its body. The long dormant weapon seemed to respond, quivering slightly and emitting a soft hum. A gasp arose from the audience below. The spectators in the square held their breath, fixated on the trembling blade. Observing this, Lu Hao's eyes sparkled with delight as he altered his hand seals, increasing his output of spiritual energy. The second stance of the Lu family sword technique, Earth's Rift. The azure aura intensified abruptly, crashing against the blade like a relentless tide. The tremors of the blade quickened, and the humming grew increasingly distinct. The joy in Lu Hao's eyes deepened. He gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and again amplified his spiritual energy output. The third stance of the Lu family sword technique, Moon-S Cleave. With a shout, the azure aura solidified instantaneously, enveloping the entire blade as if it were a tangible entity. The blade trembled at its peak, the hum resonating throughout the square. The audience held their breath, fearful of disturbing this critical moment. Just as everyone believed the blade was about to be drawn, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The tremors of the blade suddenly diminished, and the humming gradually faded away. The azure aura receded like a retreating tide, dissipating slowly. The long blade returned to a state of tranquility, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. The joy on Lu Hao's face froze, replaced by an expression of disbelief and shock. He attempted several more times, but the blade remained unresponsive, firmly embedded in the stone platform. A murmur of disappointment rippled through the crowd. Lu Hao's face turned ashen, staggering back a few steps, beads of sweat rolling down, soaking the front of his brocade robe. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, yet he felt no pain. He was still far from his goal of drawing the blade. Observing this, Lu Liang smirked coldly. Do you truly believe that such a mediocre sword technique could resonate with the blade of the heavenly sword master? He stepped forward, pushing Lu Hao aside. Standing tall and proud, this is simply a farce. Allow me. Lu Liang positioned himself before the stone platform, his legs slightly apart, steady as a mountain. Unlike Lu Hao, he did not bow but directly summoned the spiritual energy within him. A dark crimson aura erupted from him, burning fiercely like flames. This energy was denser and more ferocious than Lu Hao's, akin to a volcanic eruption, leaving the audience in awe. Heavenly sword, surge, Lu Liang bellowed, thrusting his hands forward. The dark crimson energy surged towards the long blade like a flood breaking through a dam. The blade immediately reacted, trembling at a far greater frequency than when Lu Hao had attempted to summon it, and the hum became even more pronounced. The crowd in the square once again held their breath, their eyes intently fixed upon the unfolding spectacle. Liang, witnessing the scene, was filled with elation. His muscles taut and veins bulging as the dark red aura grew increasingly fervent. Heavenly blade, break. With a second thunderous shout, the dark red energy instantaneously coalesced into crimson chains that entwined around the long blade. The tremors of the sword reached an unprecedented intensity, its resonant hum deafening. The stone platform cracked with several fine fissures, and fragments cascaded down. It's going to succeed, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Liang's face illuminated with wild joy as he unleashed a beast-like roar. Heavenly blade, absolute. The dark red energy suddenly contracted, striking the long blade like a whip. The entire stone platform quivered slightly, as if on the verge of collapse. The audience's eyes widened, eagerly anticipating a miracle. However, much like Lu Hao's earlier attempt, the long blade's response peaked before abruptly diminishing. The trembling gradually ceased, and the resonant hum faded away. The dark red aura dissipated like a deflated balloon, and the long blade returned to its tranquil state, firmly embedded in the stone platform, utterly motionless. Once again, failure. Whispers of disappointment rippled through the crowd. Liang could scarcely believe his eyes, standing frozen in place, his expression frozen in disbelief. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and let out an enraged roar, striking the stone platform with a fist. Bang! Instantly, a fist imprint appeared on the platform, with cracks radiating outward. Not even Liang could succeed. Could this blade truly be drawn forth? It seemed this time, once again, no one could. The audience buzzed with conversation, their faces etched with regret and disappointment. Lu Hao and Liang exchanged glances, both eyes reflecting a mixture of unwillingness and defeat. Both had employed the technique of the heavenly blade, yet both had met with failure. It appeared that truly no one could extract this long blade. Just then, a tremendous roar shattered the oppressive atmosphere of the square. Chapter 30. You think you can do it? All right, let me give it a try. Roar. The demon ape leapt into the air and landed heavily on the stone platform, causing the entire structure to tremble. It opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs, and arrogantly surveyed its surroundings. Human scum. Witness the prowess of the demon ape clan. It thumped its broad chest, emitting a deafening roar. Today, I shall seize the legacy of the heavenly blade. The demon ape took a bold step forward, leaving behind a deep footprint on the stone. It extended its muscular arm and bellowed to the heavens. If you two worthless fools cannot do it, then let me take charge. Standing tall on the stone platform, the demon ape towered nearly 7 meters high, its muscles coiling like a dragon. and its dark red fur gleaming with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Its robust arms were comparable to the waist of an ordinary person, with thickened knuckles covered in heavy keratin, resembling natural armor. The demon ape clan is among the most formidable races within the demon species, excelling in strength and physical prowess. Naturally endowed with immense power, an adult demon ape can effortlessly lift several thousand pounds of boulders and tear through hardened steel. The onlookers below retreated in fear, wary of the demon ape's imposing presence. A beast is simply a beast, devoid of any decorum. Lu Hao stepped aside, coldly taunting. What use is drawing a blade if one lacks knowledge of the swordsmanship? Lu Liang also scoffed derisively. What can mere brute strength comprehend of the heavenly blade master's intent? Upon hearing this, the demon ape turned to glare at the two, its sharp fangs bared, emitting a threatening growl. Human scum. It grunted. Swordsmanship? Does the rule state that one must possess swordsmanship? It struck its mountainous chest, producing a deep rumble. As long as one can draw the blade, that is victory. The audience in the square buzzed with discussion. The beast speaks the truth. The rules indeed do not stipulate the necessity of swordsmanship. If the heavenly blade sword were to be drawn by a demon, it would be a disgrace. After all, the heavenly blade master has repressed the demon race in the southern frontier for many years, and the demons must be harboring a grudge. Several demons straightened their spines, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ignoring Lu Hao and Lu Liang, the demon ape turned its attention to the long blade at the center of the stone platform. It took a deep breath, its chest swelling like a mountain, while the sinews within its body crackled ominously. Roar. With an earth-shattering roar, the demon ape suddenly lunged forward. Gripping the hilt of the sword tightly, its muscles instantly taut as if forged from steel. Lift it for me. Its forehead bulged with veins, its biceps swelling to their limits, while its neck turned a deep purple, breathing like a bellows. A tremendous force surged through its arms and into the hilt, causing the entire stone platform to tremble slightly. The surrounding air seemed to stagnate, and everyone held their breath, fixated on the unfolding scene. The demon ape gritted its teeth, its feet sinking deep into the stone, as the surrounding rocks began to shatter, cracks spreading like a spider's web. Yet, the long blade remained utterly unmoved, as if it were one with the stone platform, steadfast and unyielding. A glimmer of disbelief flashed in the demon ape's eyes. It remained undeterred. Inhaling deeply once more, its muscular arms swelling to their utmost limits. Its eyes bulged slightly from exertion, saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth. Awaken! The roar of the demon ape resonated with a hint of despair. It exerted every ounce of its strength, seemingly infusing its very essence into this single effort. The fissures on the stone platform multiplied, and debris continuously tumbled down. The demon ape's feet sank deep into the stone by several centimeters, yet the long blade remained steadfast, akin to a divine anchor stabilizing the heavens and earth. Huff, huff, huff. The demon ape gasped for breath, gradually releasing its grip and staggering back a few steps. It could hardly believe its eyes. Lowering its gaze to its hands, those hands that once effortlessly crushed massive boulders now impotent to withdraw a mere blade. Impossible! The demon ape howled in frustration, unwilling to concede. Lunging forward once more. Once, twice, thrice. With each attempt, it exerted its full strength, even willing to sacrifice its own essence. Yet the long blade stood resolute, seemingly ageless. Ultimately, the demon ape, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, its face a mask of unwillingness. The crowd in the square fell into silence before erupting into a cacophony of cheers akin to a tsunami. The blade of the Lord of the Heavenly Sword cannot be grasped by the demon clan. Behold, I told you that brute strength alone cannot suffice. Members of the Liu and El families exhaled in relief, their faces adorned with expressions of liberation. However, their smiles were swiftly replaced by disappointment. After all, Lu Hao and El Liang, the unparalleled prodigies of their respective families, had also failed. Alas, it seems this year no one will be able to draw the heavenly sword. An elder lamented. Is there anyone in this world capable of wielding the blade of the Lord of the Heavenly Sword? Perhaps not. Even talents like Lu Hao and El Liang, and powerhouses like the demon ape, have failed. No one shall become a disciple of the heavenly sword. The crowd shook their heads, their faces etched with disappointment and regret. Just as they prepared to disperse, a clear voice suddenly rang out. If you could draw it, that would indeed be a miracle. This blade is beyond your reach. The voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. The crowd fell silent, then turned to locate the source of the voice. Among the throng stood a young man, smiling serenely. His features were striking, with an air of calm depth in his gaze that set him apart. It was none other than Chen Changsheng, who had been observing the spectacle from the sidelines. What did you say? A young man from the Liu family frowned, demanding, do you realize who has taken the stage today? Chen Changsheng offered a slight smile but did not respond. You speak with such bravado. Another scoffed. Young Master Liu and young Master L are among the foremost talents of Yaoguang City, having reached unparalleled heights in their cultivation and understanding of the sword path at such a young age. Indeed, another echoed. The demon ape is also a paragon of strength among the demon clan. If they cannot draw it, what makes you think you can? Chen Changsheng, upon hearing this, gently shook his head, maintaining that faint smile. Such an ignorant fool, a young man from the Liu family exclaimed, his face contorted with disdain. If you think you're so capable, why don't you give it a try? Instantly, a chorus of agreement erupted around him. Exactly, if you're so competent. Go ahead. Let us see if this fool can succeed. Just go up there and embarrass yourself. Standing beside Chen Changsheng, Yi's face flushed crimson with indignation as she stomped her feet in frustration. These people are too much. She was about to speak up in defense of Chen Changsheng when he gently pressed down on her shoulder. It's all right, he murmured softly, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. He then lifted his gaze towards those mocking him and offered a faint smile. If I must, then I shall. It's not a big deal. Chapter 31. Simply Chen Changsheng's words fell like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring a cacophony of astonishment. Was this lad out of his mind? Where did this reckless youth emerge from? He was utterly unaware of the gravity of the situation. The tumultuous whispers surged like a tide, yet Chen Changsheng remained unfazed, steadily advancing toward the stone platform. The crowd parted instinctively, creating a passageway, as astonished, derisive, and curious gazes converged upon this unknown young man. An elderly figure clad in green stood upon the platform, his brow furrowed as he regarded the approaching Chen Changsheng. Young brother, are you certain you wish to attempt this? He inquired in a low voice, a hint of reluctance evident in his eyes. Drawing a blade required profound cultivation and mastery over swordplay, a matter of no triviality. Chen Changsheng smiled and nodded. What harm is there in trying? With a sigh, the elder waved his right hand. Come up then. Chen Changsheng leapt gracefully, his form as light as a swallow, landing firmly upon the stone platform. Only then did the crowd realize that this audacious challenger of the heavenly blade possessed merely a cultivation level of the sixth realm, a full tier below both Liu Hao and El Liang present among them. Even more ludicrous was the fact that he bore no blade at all. How amusing! The sixth realm, exclaimed a disciple of the Liu family, laughing heartily. With such meager cultivation, he dares to draw the sword of Lord Heavenly Blade? Not even a master of the life and death realm could manage that. Another disciple from the L family sneered. Laughter erupted throughout the square. Yui stood amidst the crowd, her anxiety palpable as she stamped her feet, her face flushed with embarrassment. She attempted several times to defend Chen Changsheng, but the words caught in her throat. Gazing up at him, she unexpectedly caught a glimmer of calm confidence in his eyes, not the arrogance of a fool, but a profound certainty akin to the depths of the ocean. A strange feeling stirred within her. Perhaps this enigmatic youth truly could draw forth that blade. Who is this person? I do not recognize him. He surely hails not from Yaoguang City. From his demeanor, it seems he has scarcely wielded a sword, she pondered. On the platform, Liu Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a hint of disdain in his gaze. From whence do you come? Which swordplay do you practice? Chen Changsheng offered a slight smile, withholding a response. Liu Hao's brow furrowed at this silence. You, who are so oblivious to your own limitations, should know that even masters of the seven-star realm cannot draw this blade. How dare you, a mere sixth realm boy, come here to disgrace yourself? El Liang chuckled coldly. Youngster, you ought to practice for several more years before returning. With those spindly arms and legs, you likely cannot even lift a blade, let alone draw the sword of Lord Heavenly Blade. Upon the stone platform, the demon ape bared its jagged teeth, unleashing a raucous laugh. Ah ha ha ha. Why send such a tiny ant from your human race? It pounded its chest, causing the platform to tremble slightly. Is there no one else among the humans? Sending such a weakling up here. The surrounding humans turned pale at these words. Who exactly was this young man? Bringing shame upon their race and inviting ridicule from the demon clan? This is disgraceful. Hurry and get down. Do not embarrass us further. Angry shouts erupted, and the atmosphere in the square became tense and impatient. However, Chen Changsheng appeared oblivious to it all. He would not stoop to engage in argument with fools, for that would only reflect his own foolishness. With purposeful strides, he approached the long knife embedded in the center of the stone platform. Up close, the intricate patterns along the blade glimmered softly in the sunlight, while the black fabric binding the hilt, though somewhat worn, remained well preserved. He extended his right hand, gently caressing the hilt. In that moment, all the clamor seemed to be muted, as if time had paused. The square fell silent, everyone holding their breath, captivated by the unfolding scene. Regardless of the outcome, they were eager to witness how this audacious youth would falter. Chen Changsheng's fingers grazed the hilt, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. That scoundrel Zhao Jiuqing, he murmured under his breath, audible only to himself, leaving you here like this. His fingertips traced the patterns on the hilt, and he thought to himself, when I see him, I shall surely teach him a lesson. The crowd continued to murmur, mocking this overconfident youth. Look at him. Surely, he would embarrass himself. To attempt this, completely unaware of his own limitations. Not only was his cultivation low, but his frail appearance suggested he could barely wield a knife. Lu Hao and El Liang exchanged glances, both sneering in unison. This fool, ignorant of the vastness of the heavens and the earth, would undoubtedly humiliate himself. Anyone daring enough to try to step on their backs would surely face the consequences. The demon ape scoffed derisively from the side, its massive fingers drumming against the stone platform, producing a dull thud. Is there truly no one capable among humans that they send such a weakling? The elder in green, arms crossed and brow furrowed, was about to intervene when he witnessed Chen Changsheng's fingers deftly flick. In that instant, a faint golden light cascaded from his fingertips, flowing like water into the blade. With a crisp sound, the long knife, which had remained immovable for 50 years, soared from the stone and landed directly in Chen Changsheng's hand. The entire process was seamless, as if the knife were destined to be in his grasp. In the square, time seemed to freeze. Everyone stared wide-eyed, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Utterly incredulous at the spectacle, Lu Hao's face turned ashen, his lips trembling slightly. El Liang's fists clenched, cracking ominously, his eyes filled with disbelief. The demon ape was left dumbfounded, its massive head reflecting shock and astonishment. He pulled it out? How is this possible? Am I not seeing correctly? It feels as though he did not draw the knife. Rather, the knife flew into his hand. How could this be? The blade of the Lord of the Heavenly Knife could not be drawn by anyone, let alone to have come to him of its own accord. Unbelievable. This is simply astonishing. Is a storm brewing in the southern wilderness? Could it be that this youth possesses a talent for the blade that we have failed to recognize? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a portion of the onlookers gazed at the stage in sheer astonishment. In the throng, Yui leapt up, her petite face flushed with excitement as she energetically waved her little fists, exclaiming, I knew it. I knew he could do it. Standing at the center of the stone platform, Chen Changsheng grasped a blade in his right hand, while gently caressing its body with his left, a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, all present were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld him and the weapon he wielded. The once immovable heavenly blade had been effortlessly drawn by a mere youth of the sixth realm. The silence in the square was so profound that the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Chapter 32. He is a peerless genius. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In the square, everyone was transfixed, their eyes wide open, mouths agape in astonishment, as if witnessing a ghost. This, a disciple of the Lu family stuttered, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. In the next instant, the entire square erupted in a cacophony of exclamations that echoed like the roar of the sea. My heavens! The sword has been drawn. He did it. That young man accomplished it. How could this be possible? How did he achieve this? Countless gazes, sharp as arrows, were directed towards Chen Changsheng, laden with disbelief, shock, curiosity, and all. Standing aside, Lu Hao was pale as death, his eyes glazed as they fixated on the long sword in Chen Changsheng's grasp, his body trembling ever so slightly. This was the heavenly sword that he could not hope to budge, yet at this moment, it lay in the hands of that young man as docile as a kitten. Impossible, he murmured to himself, his voice hoarse. Absolutely impossible. L.V. Liang's reaction was even more intense, the veins on his forehead bulging, his clenched fists cracking as his nails dug deep into his palms, oblivious to the pain. He hadn't even activated the sword technique. L.V. Liang's voice was raspy, his eyes filled with incredulity as he merely extended his hand and the sword. The demon ape was equally dumbfounded, its blood-red eyes wide in disbelief, frozen in place as if it were a colossal stone statue. How did he accomplish this? Who exactly is this young man? He appears to be barely 20. Whispers surged through the crowd, each person speculating about Chen Changsheng's identity and origins. Look! Suddenly, someone exclaimed, pointing towards the long sword in Chen Changsheng's hand. The sword is moving. The crowd turned in unison, witnessing the long sword trembling slightly in Chen Changsheng's grip, emitting a low hum, as if a joyful little creature was nuzzling its master. This sword possesses consciousness? An elderly man widened his eyes, his voice tinged with shock and reverence. It is a spirit. Another white-haired elder's expression grew grave as he instinctively clenched his hands, realizing that the sword had begun to develop the nascent form of a spirit. Upon hearing this, the square erupted once more in astonished gasps. A spirit? It has come to life? No wonder we couldn't draw it. It was because we had not gained the spirit's acknowledgement. Does this mean that this young man has earned the spirit as recognition? On the platform, the elder in the blue robe took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. He slowly approached Chen Changsheng, cupping his fist in a bow, his voice trembling slightly. May I inquire your esteemed name, sir? Chen Changsheng smiled faintly, offering no reply, but gently caressing the long sword in his hand, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia and affection. The onlookers were even more astonished. What is happening? The sword of the heavenly sword master behaves like a well-trained pet in his hands? Who is this young man? Lu Hao gritted his teeth and whispered to himself. How did he accomplish this? Liang shook his head, his eyes filled with confusion and envy. Could it be that he is the extraordinary individual referred to by Lord Tian Dao? Both of them simultaneously recalled a phrase that had been uttered by Lord Tian Dao many years ago, a saying that had persisted through time. Only I, my master, and the unparalleled genius of the sword path can draw this blade. Could it be that this seemingly ordinary youth is the unparalleled genius of the sword path? The mere thought of such a possibility darkened their expressions further. It was imperative to note that both of them were recognized as the sword path prodigies of the younger generation in Yaoguang City. Yet in the presence of a true genius, what significance did their accomplishments hold? Meanwhile, in the audience, Yui was already beside himself with excitement. His small face flushed crimson as he eagerly bounced to the front row. I knew it. I knew my lord could do it, he exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. He is incredible. Even Lord Tian Dao's sword can be drawn. He turned to boast to those beside him. Did you see that? That's my lord. My lord is extraordinary. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but glance over, wondering who this child was to be so closely associated with the youth who had drawn the Tian Dao sword. Chen Changsheng, upon hearing the uproar from below, shook his head, secretly amused. Drawing a sword was but a trivial matter. These people were reacting as if they had witnessed a monumental miracle, making a great fuss over nothing. He looked down at the blade in his hand, which had, after decades of exposure to the elements, begun to exhibit a faint spirit, hinting at the emergence of a weapon spirit. Truly, it was a testament to my craftsmanship. Even the most ordinary materials could not stifle its potential for growth, Chen Changsheng mused, as he observed the patterns etched into the blade, varying in depth. He couldn't help but reminisce about the time he forged this sword for Zhao Zhouqing. Time flies like an arrow. Over 300 years have passed in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the astonishment echoed throughout the square, seeing him draw the sword so effortlessly. Could it be that it had always been this easy? Impossible. I have witnessed powerful beings at the brink of death attempt it, all to no avail. This young man must possess some unique secret technique. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, a slight smile formed at the corners of Chen Changsheng's mouth. He extended his right index finger and lightly flicked the blade. Ding! A clear metallic sound resonated, reverberating across the square. The sound was not loud, yet it was exceptionally distinct, as if it rang directly in each individual's ear. The crowd paused, instinctively holding their breath as they turned to gaze at Chen Changsheng on the platform. With a smile gracing his lips, he softly declared, "Today, I shall allow you to fully take shape." Ding! The crisp metallic sound echoed again, its lingering resonance captivating. In the next moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. The long blade trembled violently, as though undergoing a painful metamorphosis. A low hum resonated, and countless slender beams of light erupted from the blade, bursting forth like a meteor shower above the stone platform. These beams of light intertwined into nets, scattered like blossoms, and spiraled into whirlpools, forming peculiar patterns in mid-air. What is happening? Oh my, what has transpired? So beautiful. The crowd was rendered speechless by this sudden transformation, their eyes widening in astonishment as they fixated on the long blade that trembled violently. Lu Hao and Liang exchanged glances, their expressions rife with incredulity. The elderly figure in green stood nearby, his eyes agape, his fingers trembling slightly as he pointed towards the blade. The quality of the sword is ascending. As a guardian of the heavenly blade, he had served by its side for many years and was intimately familiar with it. At this moment, he could distinctly sense the blade's aura shifting, evolving from its former insignificance to a sharp and fierce presence, akin to a slumbering beast awakening from its deep slumber. Chapter 33. The Blade's Spirit Slaughters the Pig. Salutations to the master. How could this be possible? An elder warrior exclaimed in astonishment. All because he struck that one blow? The crowd below buzzed with incredulity. Standing on the platform, Chen Changsheng's lips curled into a faint, disdainful smile. What was so impossible about it? The quality of a weapon is determined not only by the materials and craftsmanship but also by the dedication and spirit infused by its creator. Although he had crafted it casually back then, he had nevertheless imbued it with a trace of his essence. Over the years, the blade had absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth while continuously awakening the potential of that essence. Now, he had merely provided a slight assistance, allowing the latent spirit within the blade to erupt in full force. As he gazed at the trembling long knife in his hand, Chen Changsheng's thoughts drifted back over 3 centuries. It was in a modest blacksmith shop. He had merely been passing by when the chaotic sound of hammering piqued his curiosity. Inside the forge, a dark-skinned youth was clumsily hammering a piece of iron, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like loose pearls. The boy appeared to be around 15 or 16, with a slender frame and notably large hands. His movements were awkward, uncoordinated, fluctuating between strength and weakness without any discernible rhythm. Clang, crack. The iron piece shattered under a heavy blow, and the boy froze, a look of despair overtaking his features. You broke it again, kid. The blacksmith bellowed as he emerged from the back, his beard bristling with ire. How many times has it been this month? Get out of here. You're just a nuisance. The boy lowered his head, too timid to retort, silently placing down the hammer and turning to leave. Chen Changsheng had intended to continue on his way, but was interrupted by a notification from the system. Ding. A forging genius detected. Would you like to take him as your apprentice? Taken aback, he looked up to reassess the dark-skinned youth. This seemingly foolish boy, who lagged in every task, had even managed to damage a kitchen knife. Was he truly a forging prodigy? Had it not been for the system's reminder, he would never have believed it. Wait. Chen Changsheng called out to the boy, who turned around with a look of confusion and wariness in his dark eyes. What is your name? I. The boy hesitated, his usual self-doubt rendering him speechless. Would you like to learn the art of forging from me? Chen Changsheng inquired. The boy was momentarily stunned. But soon a spark of hope ignited in his eyes, and he nodded eagerly, yes. Thus, the dark-clad boy became Chen Changsheng's disciple, following him to learn the path of forging. Chen Changsheng imparted the method of the myriad forges bestowed by the system to Zhao Jiuqing and informed him. All manner of mystical abilities can lead to enlightenment, and forging is no exception, as long as you possess the heart for it. You can forge the most formidable weapons in the world. In time, the black-clad youth exhibited extraordinary intuition and progressed at an astonishing rate, far exceeding Chen Changsheng's expectations. He not only grasped the essence of the art of forging but also, on that foundation, created his own unique path in this craft. Yet, one cannot help but wonder what has become of that dark-haired youth from long ago. Is he still alive? Chen Changsheng's thoughts were abruptly pulled back to reality by the violent tremors of the blade. He had once mastered the art of forging as well. When he crafted the butcher's knife years ago, it was merely a casual endeavor meant to provide Zhao Jiuqing with practice. Now, upon encountering the butcher's knife once more and realizing it had begun to manifest the nascent spirit of the blade, Chen Changsheng decided to stoke the flames, fully forming the blade's spirit. On the stage, the brilliance of the blade intensified, nearly illuminating the entire square. The emanating light no longer scattered but began to coalesce around the long knife, forming a colossal cocoon of light that enveloped both Chen Changsheng and the blade. With a resonant hum, the cocoon suddenly burst open, dispersing into countless tiny specks of light, fluttering like fireflies in the air. As the onlookers focused their gaze, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The long knife in Chen Changsheng's hand had transformed completely. Its blade radiated a soft silver glow, with intricate patterns that appeared to dance like great dragons across its surface. Yet, what was even more astonishing was the translucent apparition hovering above the blade. It was a youth clad in gray, his countenance unadorned yet his gaze piercingly sharp, as if capable of penetrating all illusions. He seemed to be of similar age to Chen Changsheng, yet their auras were worlds apart. He exuded a fierce aura that rendered it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the apparition slowly bowed to Chen Changsheng, kneeling on one knee in a gesture of deep respect. Spirit of the butcher's knife, I pay homage to my master. The voice of the apparition was melodious and resonated with clarity in the silent square. It echoed throughout, reaching every ear with unmistakable clarity. In an instant, The entire square fell into a profound silence, where even the sound of a falling pin could be heard. Everyone stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief, jaws nearly grazing the ground, their minds blank. "The Blade Spirit," an elder murmured, his voice laden with shock and incredulity. "The Blade Spirit. It is undoubtedly the Blade Spirit." Suddenly, someone broke free from their stupor, exclaiming in awe, shattering the silence of the square. Instantly, the square erupted in a fervor. "Heavens! It is truly the Blade Spirit. I am not mistaken, am I? This is the manifestation of a Blade Spirit." Having lived for over 80 years, this was the first time witnessing the birth and manifestation of a spirit. Such an event, even the mightiest of beings could only hope to encounter, is truly a marvel of the cosmos. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonished exclamations, all eyes wide, unable to process what they beheld. An elder trembled as he pointed toward the translucent apparition, his voice quivering. This is the Blade Spirit." His eyes shimmered with a mix of shock and reverence, as if he had witnessed the rarest miracle in existence. In the realm of cultivation, how precious a being is the spirit of a weapon. Any artifact capable of nurturing a spirit is an exceedingly rare treasure, a prized possession of a sect, and indeed, the very foundation of a family or a faction. The elder in azure robes took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He turned to the crowd and proclaimed, "Do you understand the significance of a weapon spirit?" His gaze, piercing and intense, swept across the assembly. Weapons that possess a spirit can autonomously assist their masters in battle, discern the flow of combat, anticipate enemy moves, and even strike to protect their masters in critical moments. It is said that once a spirit is fully formed, the wielder's combat prowess can increase by a remarkable 30%. 30%? A voice exclaimed in astonishment. Does this imply that a warrior of the Seven Stars realm wielding such a weapon could contend with a formidable adversary of the life and death realm? The azure-clad elder solemnly nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Chapter 34. Who is this extraordinary being? The audience below was increasingly astonished, their murmurs resembling the bubbling of boiling water, crackling incessantly. It is no wonder that powerful sects regard weapon spirits as treasures. A 30% increase in combat power is nothing short of a miraculous alteration of fate. I now comprehend why those grand sects are so eager to acquire weapons imbued with weapon spirits. The elder in blue continued, however. Do you all know how difficult it is to nurture a weapon spirit? His tone was grave, his hands trembling slightly. Firstly, the weapon must be forged using the most exquisite techniques. A mere ordinary forging method will never yield a weapon spirit in a lifetime. Secondly, the material of the weapon must be extraordinary, preferably made from celestial treasures rather than mundane metals. Lastly, the creator must infuse a fragment of their own soul into the weapon, serving as the seed for the spirit's emergence. He took a deep breath, his voice tinged with sentiment. In today's world, the only one capable of forging weapons that nurture weapon spirits is likely that Divine Forge Master. The Divine Forge Master? Lu Hao furrowed his brow. Isn't he the legendary master of forging? It is said that every weapon he crafts is akin to divine artifacts, possessing boundless power. Lu Liang explained, his tone involuntarily laced with reverence. He has forged no fewer than 1,000 weapons in his lifetime. Yet the number of true weapon spirits he has successfully created is fewer than 10. Upon hearing this, the crowd was even more astounded. A master like the Divine Forge Master, who had forged thousands of weapons, had only managed to nurture fewer than 10 weapon spirits. Today, however, they witnessed an apparently ordinary youth merely flick the blade, resulting in the manifestation of a weapon spirit. It was simply preposterous. The most crucial point was that the elder in blue's voice rang out once more. This blade is indeed the personal weapon of the Lord of the Celestial Blade. His tone was laden with incredulity. The Lord of the Celestial Blade has worn this sword for decades without successfully nurturing a weapon spirit. Yet this young hero merely flicked it, and a spirit appeared. The elder's voice quivered slightly. Moreover, the weapon spirit directly acknowledged him as its master. This. He could no longer articulate his thoughts, standing in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions filled with shock and confusion. Who exactly is this young man? What extraordinary abilities does he possess that allow a weapon spirit to manifest so effortlessly and recognize him as its master? Could he be even more formidable than the Divine Forge Master? Countless questions surged through the crowd like a tidal wave, yet no one could provide an answer. A silver-haired elder furrowed his brow and slowly rose, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Changsheng. I have lived nearly 2 centuries and have never witnessed such a marvel. My young friend, who exactly are you? Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng merely smiled faintly, offering no response. He looked at the kneeling weapon spirit before him and gently raised his hand, signaling it to rise. The spirit stood up respectfully beside him, its eyes filled with awe and affection. In this scene, the onlookers were filled with curiosity and speculation regarding Chen Changsheng's identity. "I find myself eager to know what Lord Tiandao would think upon witnessing this moment," murmured a middle-aged man in a crimson robe, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Lord Tiandao had once stated that the only individuals capable of wielding this blade, aside from himself and his master, were prodigies of the swordsmanship. Another individual responded, "Yet this young hero seemingly has not even cultivated the sword arts, and yet he has managed to claim the sword as his own. Even nurturing a spirit within it, could it be that he is before the thought could fully form?" The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence, as all eyes turned towards the enigmatic youth upon the stone platform. Chen Changsheng stood there, his expression calm, as if everything lay within his control. He gazed at the long sword in his grasp, gently caressing its blade, a flicker of nostalgia and contentment illuminating his eyes. This sword, forged in a moment of carelessness, was originally meant for Zhao Jiucheng to practice with. Yet, after decades of exposure to the elements, it had begun to exhibit a nascent sentience, nearly on the verge of fully transforming into a spirit. Now, with merely a light flick, he had induced its final metamorphosis. This outcome surprised even him. It seemed that the essence infused years ago had seamlessly merged with the blade over time, awaiting today's moment for complete activation. The crowd below continued to murmur, speculating about the identity of this mysterious youth. Could he be the heir of the Divine Forging King? No. Even the Divine Forging King would find it challenging to manifest a spirit with such ease, wouldn't they? Who exactly is this young man? Soon, however, certain peculiar details captured their attention. The name Pig-Slaying Blade echoed throughout the square, provoking a subtle silence. Then, someone could not help but whisper, "Pig-Slaying? What kind of ridiculous name is that?" A middle-aged man adorned in fine attire shook his head, his lips twitching in disbelief. Utterly incredulous at such a waste of a name. Who would dare to name their prize sword Pig-Slaying? Another individual frowned, questioning the choice. How could such a magnificent blade bear such a crude name? The murmurs among the crowd grew louder, expressing their dissatisfaction and confusion regarding the name. Lu Hao furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating. This name is far too vulgar. Is it not more fitting to call it Heaven's Blade, or Skybreaker, or Mooncutter? Yang, with a look of disdain, scoffed. The naming sensibility is utterly abysmal, lacking any grandeur whatsoever. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Chen Changsheng remained unfazed. The name Pig-Slaying Blade resonated with him. He found it quite appealing. It sounded fierce and imposing. Moreover, a blade is fundamentally meant for slaying, is it not? Straightforward and unpretentious, it was far superior to those overly ornate names. Chen Changsheng shook his head, dismissing the crowd's chatter. With a gentle flick, the spirit Pig-Slaying transformed into a silver glimmer, reintegrating into the blade. Subsequently, he sheathed the sword and turned to depart. Originally, I ventured to southern Xinjiang in search of Zhao Jiucheng, but unexpectedly, as I passed through this place, I stumbled upon the very pig-slaughtering knife I had once gifted to my disciple. Since fate has brought it to my attention, I must reclaim it. As for that scoundrel Zhao Jiucheng, I shall settle accounts with him later. With purposeful strides, Chen Changsheng was about to descend the stone platform when suddenly, two voices rang out in unison. "Wait. Hold on." He halted, and before he could turn around, he felt an unexpected weight on both of his calves. Glancing down, he saw two figures, one on each side, clinging desperately to his legs. To his astonishment, these individuals were none other than Lu Hao and Liang, the very same youths whose glory he had overshadowed moments earlier. At this juncture, these two prodigies of the younger generation, the esteemed talents of Yaoguang City and masters of the seven-star realm, were clinging to Chen Changsheng's legs like two children, determined to never let go. Chen Changsheng was taken aback, a vein twitching at the corner of his mouth. What on earth is happening here? Chapter 35. Please accept us as disciples. Let go. Chen Changsheng's expression was impassive, his voice calm. Yet, Lu Hao and Lu Liang clung to his legs like drowning men grasping a lifeline, showing no intention of releasing their grip. Not letting go. Lu Hao gritted his teeth, determination shining in his eyes. Unless you are willing to accept us as disciples. Yes. Unless you are willing to accept us as disciples. Lu Liang echoed, his gaze equally resolute, enunciating each word clearly. Chen Changsheng frowned, his eyes cooling. If you do not release me, I may resort to violence. The implied threat was unmistakable, causing the onlookers in the square to collectively inhale sharply. apprehensive that the two young prodigies from Yaoguang City might find themselves in dire straits. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, upon hearing his words, Lu Hao and Lu Liang did not loosen their hold. Rather, they clung on even more tightly. "If that is the case, then let us perish," Lu Hao said, his gaze unwavering, not a hint of fear evident. Even death would be worth it. Lu Liang's expression mirrored that of his companion, resolute in the face of their fate. With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Changsheng lamented, "Had I known, I would have chosen a more secluded time to come here." He surveyed the surroundings, noting the crowd's curious stares directed at the unfolding spectacle. In such a public setting, could he truly resort to violence against them? Although he feigned impatience, he harbored no true anger. Yet, he was notoriously selective when it came to taking on disciples. His principle over the years had been to accept only those of extraordinary talent, while these two possessed commendable abilities and stood out among their peers in Yaoguang City. To be deemed extraordinary? They fell short by a considerable margin. "You two are not qualified," Chen Changsheng stated plainly. "Even if you cling to me, it will avail you nothing." At these words, both youths visibly trembled, falling into silence. They understood the futility of their actions, aware of the vast chasm that separated them from Chen Changsheng's prowess. Exchanging glances, Lu Hao and Lu Liang recognized the mutual feelings of reluctance and disappointment reflected in each other's eyes. Slowly, they released their hold on Chen Changsheng's legs, standing dejectedly with heads bowed. The aspiration to become disciples of the revered Tianxiao had always been a mere fantasy for them. Yet now, with Chen Changsheng standing before them, the enigmatic figure capable of manifesting the sword spirit, they felt this could be their only opportunity in life. If they let it slip away, they feared a lifetime of regret. Observing the yearning in their eyes softened Chen Changsheng's heart. Despite their lack of innate talent, they possessed a fervent thirst for knowledge. After accepting many disciples, he found it hardest to resist such longing. Their desire for martial arts mastery, their pursuit of strength, and their unwavering determination resonated deeply within him. "Very well," Chen Changsheng sighed inwardly, contemplating for a moment before stating, "I can offer you a chance." "Really?" The two youths abruptly lifted their heads, their eyes igniting with joy, almost simultaneously leaping in elation as the shadows of despair vanished from their faces. "What opportunity?" Lu Hao inquired eagerly, his breath quickening with anticipation. Chen Changsheng surveyed his surroundings before speaking. "I am embarking on a journey to the depths of the southern wilderness to seek someone." He paused briefly. "If you're willing, you may accompany me." "Willing?" The two responded in unison, instinctively agreeing without a moment's hesitation. "Do not rush to respond," Chen Changsheng cautioned, raising his hand with a serious expression. "I cannot guarantee your safety. The journey to the southern wilderness is fraught with peril. Should we encounter dangers that I cannot confront, I will be the first to flee. If you manage to return alive alongside me and pass the trials, I may consider imparting some knowledge to you." Lu Hao and Lu Liang exchanged glances, yet their eyes betrayed no hint of retreat. As for the notion of becoming his disciples, Chen Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. "I have other plans." "Sir, we agree," Lu Hao declared, biting his lip in determination. "As long as we can learn something, what harm is there in taking a risk?" Lu Liang nodded emphatically, his gaze resolute. "After all, it is a dead end either way. To follow you would make it worthwhile, even if it leads to our demise." Pleased with their unwavering resolve, Chen Changsheng nodded approvingly. They may be somewhat foolish, but their spirit was commendable. He shared his address with them, provided a few brief instructions, and then turned to leave the square. The crowd watched in astonishment as Chen Changsheng's figure receded into the distance, bewildered by the sudden events that had unfolded. A mysterious youth, capable of manifesting the spirit of the heavenly blade, had appeared and just as abruptly vanished, like a whirlwind stirring the thoughts of all present. Gradually, the throng dispersed, yet the demonic ape remained, fixated on the direction in which Chen Changsheng had departed, its eyes gleaming with a complex light. "Another heavenly blade among the human race?" it murmured, its voice low and gravelly. The demonic ape paused in contemplation, suddenly smacking its head as its crimson eyes widened in alarm. "No, this cannot be." Its muscles tensed, veins bulging on its powerful arms. "Absolutely not. One heavenly blade is already troublesome enough." With a low growl, a flicker of ferocity ignited in its eyes. The human once known as the heavenly blade wielded a slaughtering knife, vanquishing countless demons and suppressing the southern wilderness as fiendish races for centuries. The number of powerful demons who perished at his hands was incalculable. Even now, the mere mention of the heavenly blade sends shivers through the hearts of the southern wilderness demons, robbing them of sleep. If another were to emerge, a chill course through the demonic ape's heart, the demon race would never escape the southern wilderness. It clenched its fists, nails digging painfully into its palms. With the slaughtering knife recognizing a master, the spirit manifesting, and such formidable control over the knife spirit. This individual is certainly no ordinary being. He must be quashed before he can flourish. The demonic ape narrowed its eyes, having made up its mind. It recalled the youth's words, seeking someone in the depths of the southern wilderness. The southern wilderness, a glimmer of hope sparked within the demonic ape. That is the domain of the demon race. For a human to venture into the southern wilderness is akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den. He must be eliminated. The demonic ape licked its lips, bloodlust igniting within its gaze. It could not allow him to grow strong. No longer hesitating, it vanished into the throng with a swift motion. The demon ape moved with remarkable agility, traversing the crowded streets, passing through the city gates, and dashing across the desolate wilderness outside, tirelessly propelling itself towards the southern frontier. Its speed was astonishing, akin to a streak of black lightning slicing through the heavens. Behind it, a series of profound footprints were left, each imprint sinking deeply into the earth by nearly half a foot. The demon ape continued its rapid journey, eyes resolute, heading towards the shadowy depths of the southern forest. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng returned to the inn with Yui, who exhibited an extraordinary excitement throughout their journey. Young master! Young master! Yui exclaimed, bouncing joyfully behind Chen Changsheng, her eyes sparkling with admiration. You are truly remarkable. Chen Changsheng did not respond but walked straight into the inn and pushed open the door to their room. Chapter 36, to be his disciple? It depends on whether he dares to accept. Yui trailed closely behind, her excitement unabated, her little mouth chattering incessantly. You even drew Lord Tiandao's blade. He acknowledges you as his master. She waved her small hands, her voice brimming with admiration. I knew you were no ordinary person. Chen Changsheng gently placed the butcher's knife on the table and took a seat, a faint smile gracing his lips. Young master, you must meet Lord Tiandao. Yuyi's face flushed crimson. He will surely accept you as his disciple. At her words, Chen Changsheng chuckled softly, his fingers lightly brushing the knife's edge. Does he wish to take me as his disciple? That would depend on whether he possesses the courage to do so. Young master, Yui pouted, unconvinced. Lord Tiandao is incredibly formidable. Throughout the southern wilderness, who does not hold him in high esteem? There are countless individuals wishing to become his disciples. Her little face took on a serious expression as she earnestly declared, the only one who can speak such words is the Holy Master. Pausing momentarily, the little one scrutinized Chen Changsheng from head to toe, blinking her eyes. But young master, you look so young. You can't possibly be the Holy Master, right? Chen Changsheng offered no explanation, merely responding with a subtle smile. He regarded the half-demon youth before him with keen eyes, as if striving to penetrate the very fabric of her being. Feeling somewhat uneasy under his gaze, Yuyi's face reddened, her eyes flickering. Young master, what are you looking at? Chen Changsheng remained silent, his brow furrowing slightly. He discerned that although Yui was a half-demon, the bloodline within her was remarkably peculiar. Logically, as a hybrid of the Yu clan and a human race, she should possess only a blend of two bloodlines. Yet, Chen Changsheng distinctly sensed that her heritage was far more intricate than it appeared. That extraordinary resonance, that aura unlike any other, lay dormant within her blood. Akin to a slumbering dragon, biding its time for a day of awakening. This inevitably reminded Chen Changsheng of a rumor he had once heard. The Yu clan, it was said, was not originally known by that name. Their ancestors hailed from the celestial realm, belonging to a prominent clan. For reasons unknown, they were cast down to the mortal world, thus giving rise to the present Yu clan. Could it be? Chen Changsheng's gaze flickered, a glimmer of surprise crossing his eyes. It was highly probable that Yui exhibited a phenomenon akin to atavism. The power buried deep within her bloodline was far more potent than one could imagine. A thought crossed Chen Changsheng's mind. He recalled a rare herb known as the red lingji, which grew in the deepest marshes of the southern wilderness. This herb was said to purify the blood of demonkind and was equally applicable to half-demons. On this journey to the southern wilderness, he might very well seek to find this herb. He mused that administering it to Yui could potentially awaken the slumbering power within her bloodline, triggering an atavistic transformation. As night descended, the inn flickered with wavering lights. Chen Changsheng sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed in meditation, a semi-transparent panel emerging in his mind. Admiration value, 55,324. Gazing at this number, a subtle smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips. The gains from this encounter were indeed considerable. As he unsheathed the heavenly blade in the square, the crowd gasped in astonishment, and he unexpectedly garnered over 50,000 worship points. This was beyond his initial expectations. Chen Changsheng had believed that only by accepting disciples could he acquire worship points. To his surprise, the admiration of passers-by could also be converted into such points. The multitude in the square, captivated by his display of swordsmanship, contributed to this remarkable accumulation. Chen Changsheng exhaled softly, contemplating the potential uses of this windfall. 50,000 worship points translated to an enhancement of 500 years of lifespan. For an ordinary cultivator, this was an astronomical figure. Most individuals would spend their entire lives without exceeding 300 years. Yet he, with a single stunning performance, could gain 500 years of life. Truly astonishing. However, a slight furrow appeared on Chen Changsheng's brow as he gazed at another realm option on the panel that remained utterly inactive. To ascend to the 7-star realm, he would need to rely on his own efforts. Worship points are beneficial, yet they possess their limitations, he mused softly, tinged with a sense of resignation. Worship points are akin to a vessel. One's cultivation is the water within. The higher the realm, the larger the vessel, allowing for more water to be contained. Ordinary cultivators must accumulate true qi gradually over time, painstakingly filling their vessels. In contrast, Chen Changsheng could directly utilize worship points to fill his vessel, bypassing the arduous path of cultivation. Yet, to expand the vessel, he must rely on his own breakthroughs. This serves as a natural limitation, preventing him from becoming overly dependent on worship points and neglecting his own cultivation. Nevertheless, it certainly alleviates some of the arduous labor. Shaking his head, Chen Changsheng opened his eyes, his gaze settling on the corner of the room where Yui lay in a deep slumber. The little one was sleeping soundly, her mouth slightly ajar, emitting gentle snores, embodying an air of carefree innocence. Yui, Chen Changsheng softly called. Yui rubbed her eyes, groggily sitting up. Young master, what is it? I wish to inquire about the current situation in the southern wilderness. Has there been any change? Chen Changsheng asked quietly, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. It had been 300 years since he departed the southern wilderness. Such a lengthy passage of time was ample for an era to rise or fall. What transformation had the southern wilderness undergone? What had become of those he once knew? Chen Changsheng was left in uncertainty. Yui yawned, rubbed her eyes, and endeavored to awaken fully. Once entirely alert, she straightened her posture. The southern wilderness is vast, stretching countless miles, she replied with a clear voice, a hint of reverence sparkling in her eyes. It is filled with towering mountains and dense forests, making it exceedingly easy to become lost within. Chen Changsheng listened intently, occasionally nodding in understanding. The southern wilderness was the territory of the demon clan, inhabited by various formidable demons that occupied the mountains. The little one gestured seriously, stating that one could inadvertently step into the domain of a demon king at any location. Oh? Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. Are there many demon kings? Yui nodded, her expression growing increasingly solemn. Furthermore, there were once 7 great demon emperors in the southern wilderness, each a formidable powerhouse at the Divine Bridge realm. She paused, her voice lowering slightly. However, ever since the appearance of the Heaven's Blade in the southern wilderness, only 4 of the 7 demon emperors remains, the other 3 having met their demise at the hands of the Heaven's Blade. A flicker of astonishment crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes. Divine Bridge realm experts are indeed a rare breed, even across the entire continent. And this Zhao Jiuqing, astonishingly, has slain 3 demon emperors of that caliber? Currently, the power dynamics of the southern wilderness are divided into 5 factions. Yui extended her petite hand, counting on her fingers. The 4 demon emperors each occupy their own territories, while the Heaven's Blade, wielding his singular blade, commands the center of the southern wilderness, instilling fear in the demon emperors and deterring them from reckless actions. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng could not help but exclaim, this Zhao Jiuqing, after 300 years of absence, has remarkably transformed into such a formidable force. Chapter 37. To hear the Tao at dawn and face death at dusk. The once dark and unremarkable youth has now matured into a formidable being capable of slaying the demon emperors of the Divine Bridge realm, a transformation truly astonishing. Even the former Chen Changsheng would have hesitated to confront a demon emperor directly. Yet this young lad has vanquished 3. He is indeed worthy of being my disciple. A faint smile graced his lips, and a flicker of satisfaction danced in his eyes. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Yui appeared to recall something, her eyes suddenly widening. Young master, do you know Lord Tiandao? Chen Changsheng did not respond directly, but offered a subtle smile. One might consider him an old acquaintance. Yui nodded in contemplation, then shook her head, her face etched with concern. Young master, if you wish to meet Lord Tiandao in the southern wilderness, you must traverse half of the region, which is perilous. Her expression was grave, her voice laced with entreaty. I advise against acting impulsively. The little one's eyes sparkled with a sudden realization. Lord Tiandao visits Yawang City once a year, and he remains in the central square, gazing at his sword for 3 days. Yui nodded, appearing quite satisfied with this information. If the young master waits until then, when Lord Tiandao discovers that his sword has been drawn, he will naturally seek you out. Chen Changsheng shook his head, his tone resolute. That is far too slow. I cannot afford to wait for that insufferable brat. He rose, stretching his limbs. It would be better to seek him out directly. Observing this, Yui knew she could not dissuade the stubborn young master, and in a fit of determination, she declared, Then I shall accompany you. I am familiar with the terrain of the southern wilderness and know several safe routes, which can help you avoid considerable danger. The little one's face was earnest, embodying unwavering resolve. Chen Changsheng regarded Yui with a furrowed brow. Taking her along would indeed alleviate some inconveniences. However, the southern wilderness was fraught with peril, and her presence would also add an additional layer of concern. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately nodded. With his strength, safeguarding you, he should pose no significant challenge. Very well, you may accompany me. Upon hearing this, Yui erupted in joyous exclamation, her face radiant with a brilliant smile. Just as the two were strategizing their next move, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. Knock, 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 Yui paused, at this late hour. Who could it be? Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow and approached the door, slowly pulling it open. There stood Lu Hao and Lu Liang, fully armed, swords at their waists, packs slung over their shoulders, and an assortment of medicinal vials and protective charms adorning them, exuding an air of readiness for battle. Are you truly in such a hurry? Chen Changsheng shook his head in bemusement. Of course. Lu Hao responded with unwavering determination, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Time waits for no one. We must act without delay. Lu Liang stepped forward, patting the pack on his chest. Rest assured, we are well prepared this time. He lifted his chin, a hint of pride in his voice. No matter what, we shall accomplish your trial, master. Chen Changsheng gazed at the two individuals before him, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. These two young souls exhibited remarkable determination. Listen closely, he intoned, his voice deepening and his expression growing solemn. This time, I am heading to the heart of the southern wilderness. It is not an ordinary trial. His gaze burned with intensity as he continued. It is fraught with peril, where one may venture forth and never return. Lu Hao and LV Liang exchanged glances, their eyes devoid of any trace of retreat. If you wish to reconsider, now is the time. Chen Changsheng offered them one final opportunity, assuring them that no one would mock their decision. To hear the path of truth is to be prepared to face death. In unison, Lu Hao and LV Liang declared with unwavering conviction. The resolve and passion reflected in their eyes reminded Chen Changsheng of the disciples who had once followed him in years gone by. He nodded slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. As my disciples, you still have much to learn, he murmured, almost to himself, yet there may be other avenues to explore. These words sparked a glimmer of excitement in Lu Hao and LV Liang, who exchanged an enthusiastic glance. Prepare yourselves, we shall depart in half an hour. Chen Changsheng stated calmly. Yes. They responded in chorus, their voices resonating with uncontainable exhilaration. As Chen Changsheng closed the door and returned to his quarters to pack lightly, Yui, with a tone barely above a whisper, inquired, Who are those two individuals? Two fearless souls. Chen Changsheng replied without looking up, his words casual. Fearless? Yui blinked in confusion. What makes you say that? Without answering, Chen Changsheng continued to organize his belongings. Half an hour later, he emerged with Yui, joining Lu Hao and LV Liang who awaited them outside. The quartet was now prepared to embark on their journey. Let us proceed southward, Chen Changsheng instructed succinctly, stepping forward. Lu Hao and LV Liang followed closely, their eyes sparkling with anticipation and excitement. Yui trotted along, occasionally glancing back at her new companions, brimming with curiosity. Thus, the four set forth on their expedition to the southern wilderness. Upon exiting Yaoguang City and traversing the borderlands, the scenery abruptly transformed. It was as if they had crossed an invisible threshold between two worlds, where a mere step could separate the mundane from the extraordinary. Trees, an endless expanse of them, towering giants, hundreds of meters high, reached towards the heavens, their robust trunks requiring several adults to encircle them. The canopies intertwined, completely obscuring the sky, allowing only scattered beams of sunlight to trickle through the crevices, casting fragmented glimmers upon the ground, reminiscent of shattered glass, flickering with a faint yet resilient glow. Beneath their feet lay a thick layer of humus, yielding and soft, each step sinking slightly into its depths. The air was suffused with the scent of decay and rebirth. Damp and oppressive yet brimming with vibrant vitality. A thunderous roar erupted from the distance, shaking the ground beneath them. The wildness and ferocity embedded in the sound sent shivers down their spines. Lu Hao and LV Liang instinctively halted, swallowing hard as their hands gravitated toward the hilts of their blades. What was that? Lu Hao whispered, his voice tinged with tension. I don't know, Yui replied softly. It could be the pig-bear king, or the tiger-leopard demon, or perhaps. Suddenly, a gulp echoed as El Liang swallowed hard and declared, if we manage to return alive this time, I shall wed Xiaoyi. Chen Changsheng, walking ahead, stumbled at these words, nearly falling to the ground. He turned his head, staring incredulously at El Liang, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Is such a statement to be made so casually? Chen Changsheng's lips twitched. One could not be so reckless even in thoughts of demise. El Liang looked bewildered. I was merely speaking off the cuff. Pa. Lu Hao quickly pulled El Liang aside, delivering a sharp rap to his head. You jinx! How dare you utter such words? And to set a flag before the battle has even commenced? Such reckless folly. Chapter 38. The Foreign Lands of the Southern Frontier. Chen Changsheng shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. He lifted his gaze, surveying the surroundings with a depth of contemplation. In times past, he had ventured into the southern frontier, a realm where he once roamed freely, invincible against all odds. Even the perils of the southern frontier seemed trivial in his eyes back then. Yet now, he glanced down at his hands, a quiet lament echoing within. His current cultivation had yet to be restored, leaving him with only a fraction of his former prowess. In this treacherous southern frontier, he needed to exercise utmost caution. Quickening his pace, he resolved to find a safe haven before nightfall. With a serious tone, he continued onward, aware that danger lurked in every corner of the southern frontier, where a single misstep could lead to disaster. He turned back to look at the three companions, especially at the two reckless youths, Lu Hao and El Liang. You two must not lag behind. Otherwise his words trailed off, but the warning in his eyes was unmistakable. The two nodded vigorously, their expression serious. Yui, he beckoned to the half-demon. You are familiar with the path. Lead the way. With a gleeful expression, Yui sprinted to the front, her small face radiating pride. 7 days later, boom. A resounding crash reverberated across the land as a towering tree, over 100 meters high, splintered and collapsed. In the clearing, Lu Hao and El Liang darted about like rabbits pursued by hounds, their movements a blur as they twisted and turned in frantic evasion. Faster! Move faster! Lu Hao gasped, shouting to his companion. I'm going as quickly as I can. El Liang replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet his pace remained unrelenting. Bang! 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 The ground trembled with each thunderous step behind them, as though a small mountain was on the move. Not far away, Chen Changsheng leaned lazily against a tree trunk, leisurely munching on a wild fruit, his eyes glinting with amusement. Run faster, he drawled. If you don't want to be skewered like candied hawthorn, then hurry up. Beside him, Yui perched on a branch, her small face etched with concern as she anxiously watched the two. However, her expression suggested that such scenes had played out numerous times over the past week. A deafening roar erupted. Behind Lu Hao and El Liang, a colossal shadow began to materialize. It was a bull-like demon beast, towering over 10 meters, its muscles bulging like forged steel, with sharp horns gleaming with a metallic sheen. Its eyes burned crimson, and steam billowed from its nostrils, each step causing the earth to quake. Human insects, prepare to perish. The bull demon bellowed, its voice resonating like thunder. With veins bulging on its forehead, a blinding lightning arc erupted from its massive horns. Boom! A blue-white electric arc shot forth, hurtling towards the two. Lu Hao and El Liang felt the oppressive heat wave surging from behind, and as they attempted to evade, it was already too late. Bang! The lightning struck behind them, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent them hurtling through the air. The two individuals resembled kites severed from their strings, tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling a considerable distance before finally coming to a halt. Coughing, Lu Hao rose, his face smeared with dirt and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, his heart racing wildly. I'm doomed, he exclaimed, his eyes filled with regret. Had he known, he would never have come. He never anticipated that the trial set by his senior would be so perilous. This is merely the periphery of the southern wilderness, Chen Changsheng's voice echoed. We have yet to delve into the depths of the region. We are just at the beginning. Lu Liang also struggled to stand, his body covered in dust, with several blood streaks marring his face, looking utterly disheveled. We can't run any longer, he gasped, analyzing the situation with a calm demeanor. In a contest of endurance against the savage bull, we are no match. We would ultimately be worn down. Lu Hao nodded, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. It is time to counterattack. The two exchanged a glance, as if sharing an unspoken understanding, and immediately set about their separate tasks. With a fierce shout, Lu Hao charged at the bull demon beast. Beast, come at me if you dare. Meanwhile, Lu Liang stealthily moved to the side, gripping his long knife tightly, the blade trembling slightly as he evidently gathered his strength. Witnessing this, Chen Changsheng's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Now this is more like it. He halted his intention to intervene. Content to observe. Lu Liang, are you ready? Lu Hao shouted while evading the bull's attacks. Give me 10 more breaths. Lu Liang's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he focused intently, channeling his true energy into the blade. The bull demon beast, sensing the impending danger, ignored Lu Hao's taunts and charged towards Lu Liang instead. Not on my watch. Lu Hao summoned all his strength, striking with his blade, the light of it slicing through the air, aiming for the bull's hind leg. With a sharp sound, a line of blood erupted from the bull's rear leg, causing the beast to roar in pain and turn its wrath towards Lu Hao. Lu Liang, now's the moment, Lu Hao shouted, urgency lacing his voice. Lu Liang's eyes snapped open, sparkling with intensity. He raised his long knife, his inner energy surging into the blade like a tidal wave. Rift Mountain Slash, Lu Liang bellowed, bringing the knife down with force. A beam of light, stretching dozens of meters, shot forth from the edge of the blade, resembling a crescent moon as it hurtled towards the bull. Where the blade passed, the air was rent asunder, emitting a piercing howl. The bull demon beast, realizing the peril, attempted to evade, but it was too late. With a sickening sound, the blade sliced through the beast, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The massive creature shuddered before slowly cleaving in two and crashing to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Panting heavily, Lu Hao and Lu Liang collapsed simultaneously, sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, their faces alight with the joy of having survived. Well done, Chen Changsheng remarked, observing the two with an approving smile. You have improved since 7 days ago. Lu Hao and Lu Liang exchanged a bittersweet smile. In this manner, they had faced no less than 20 such harrowing encounters over the past week, each fraught with danger, their lives hanging by a thread. Yet the rewards they reaped were immense. After each battle, Chen Changsheng tirelessly instructed the two in their swordsmanship, rectifying their errors and teaching them how to better harness their true energy. In merely 7 days, their swordsmanship had significantly improved, and their strength was now incomparable to what it had been upon their arrival in the southern wilderness. More importantly, their admiration for Chen Changsheng had deeply ingrained itself within their very bones. Meanwhile, in the trees, a melodious notification sounded in Chen Changsheng's mind. Congratulations. You have gained 6,000 points of admiration. A faint smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips as he observed the two sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath in a state of disarray, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. These little fellows had indeed made remarkable progress. Chapter 39. Rest and comfort are reserved for the dead. The living should fight. He gracefully leaped down from the tree, moving with agility to the side of the fallen beast, the bull demon. Waste not, want not. With swift precision, Chen Changsheng drew his knife, demonstrating an innate understanding of the bull's anatomy. In mere moments, he had skillfully sliced tender pieces of meat, arranging them neatly beside him. Yui, gather some dry twigs, he instructed, not lifting his gaze. Yui quickly descended from the tree, returning shortly with a bundle of dry branches. Chen Changsheng set up a rudimentary grill, expertly igniting a fire, and skewered the beef on sharpened sticks, commencing the roasting process. From his robe, he produced several small cloth bags, sprinkling various seasonings with fluid grace. Clearly accustomed to the task, before long, a tantalizing aroma began to waft through the forest. Lu Hao and L Liang, who had been languishing on the ground, were suddenly revitalized by the enticing scent, springing up as if invigorated by a surge of energy. How delightful! Lu Hao wiped the drool escaping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. L Liang could not help but swallow hard, gazing longingly at the sizzling meat in Chen Changsheng's hands. Is it ready yet? He inquired, his voice brimming with eagerness. Patience, Chen Changsheng chuckled lightly, continuing his meticulous work. Good food is worth the wait. He expertly turned the meat, occasionally sprinkling more seasoning, the entire process resembling a performance of culinary artistry. At last, the first batch of roasted meat was complete. Come, enjoy while it's hot. Chen Changsheng distributed the cooked morsels among the three, taking a skewer for himself and savoring a bite, nodding in satisfaction. Lu Hao and El Liang, unable to contain their hunger, devoured the meat ravenously. Delicious. This flavor is extraordinary, they exclaimed, delighting in their feast. Yui nibbled on her piece, her face radiating happiness. Though they had endured exhausting days, teetering on the brink of life and death, the culinary experiences were undeniably exceptional. The variety of beastly meats was endless, and Chen Changsheng's culinary skills were unparalleled, making each meal a mouth-watering affair. Slow down. No one is competing with you, Chen Changsheng remarked, shaking his head in amusement at their voracious appetites. As he turned the second batch of meat, he glanced at the two, a contemplative look in his eyes. How has your knife technique progressed recently? Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's inquiry, Lu Hao and El Liang's eyes brightened instantly. Neglecting to wipe the grease from their mouths, they eagerly set aside their roasted meat. Sir, Lu Hao exclaimed, excitement shimmering in his gaze. I have indeed made significant advancements in my technique these past few days. Indeed, El Liang chimed in proudly. In the past, we would have been unable to slay a formidable demon of this caliber, even if we exerted ourselves to the utmost. He gestured excitedly, his demeanor exuberant. Things are different now. With our combined efforts, even confronting formidable demons at the brink of life and death will pose no challenge. Lu Hao nodded fervently, adding, after enduring so many days of life and death struggles, we have experienced tremendous growth in every aspect. Not only has our swordsmanship improved, but our mental fortitude has also become significantly steadier. Chen Changsheng listened to their words, nodding in satisfaction. In the face of life and death, human potential is most readily awakened. His tone was calm, yet it held profound wisdom. Chen Changsheng set down the skewers in his hand, wiped his palms, and allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. Since we have all made progress, it is time to embark on the next phase. This simple statement resonated like thunder, reverberating in the hearts of Lu Hao and El Liang. Their actions of consuming skewers halted simultaneously. A shiver coursed through them as they turned to Chen Changsheng in unison. Illuminated by the campfire's glow, Chen Changsheng's smile appeared ominous, reminiscent of the legendary devil's grin. The next phase? Lu Hao swallowed hard, his voice trembling. El Liang's expression shifted, and he quavered, Sir, could we perhaps take a moment to rest? We are nearly exhausted. If we continue fighting, we may not survive. Chen Changsheng chuckled lightly, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Rest and comfort are reserved for the dead. The living must engage in battle. Ah, both men let out a simultaneous wail, their eyes filled with despair. Sir, you are truly a devil. Lu Hao lamented, his face a portrait of desolation. Indeed, El Liang nodded vigorously, stating, though he appears refined and scholarly, when it comes to teaching, he transforms into someone intent on driving us to our demise. Despite their grievances, both understood that Chen Changsheng had their best interests at heart. The progress they had made during this time was visibly significant under normal training circumstances. Not even 7 months would yield such advancement. With this thought, their motivation reignited. Eat. Lu Hao seized 5 skewers of meat, taking a hearty bite. Feeling undeterred by the quantity, El Liang followed suit, grabbing a substantial handful of skewers, devouring them voraciously. Who knows if there will be another meal after this? We must fill our bellies first. Observing their gluttonous consumption, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. Turning to the side, he looked at Yui, retrieving a lustrous orb from his pocket and extending it towards the half-demon. The orb was a deep, muted blue, yet a faint blue glow pulsated within, emanating a gentle aura of spiritual energy. This is... Yui's eyes widened in disbelief. The demon core of the apothecary king at the brink of life and death, Chen Changsheng stated nonchalantly, absorb it, it will be beneficial for you. Yui gazed at Chen Changsheng in astonishment, then solemnly nodded, cradling the orb in her palm, settling down to cautiously begin the absorption process. Meanwhile, Lu Hao and El Liang watched in envy, their eyes gleaming with admiration. After all, that was the demon core of the apothecary king at the brink of life and death. Outside, it would fetch a price in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Consequently, Chen Changsheng generously offered it to Yui for her casual use, displaying a remarkable magnanimity. However, the two did not exchange many words. They merely experienced a simple sense of admiration. After all, their mentor had his own arrangements. and they were not so petty as to become envious over such trivial matters. Chen Changsheng observed quietly as Yue absorbed the power of the demon core, and a sudden glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes, as if he had pierced through the depths of her bloodline, comprehending the most profound mysteries. He could distinctly perceive that once the blue energy entered Yuyi's body, it was swiftly drawn towards a peculiar force, surging toward a mysterious region hidden deep within the bloodline of the half-demon girl. Given the current trajectory, it appeared that there would be no issues. Chen Changsheng murmured to himself. Chapter 40. Instruction. The warm glow of the campfire flickered in the dense forests of the southern frontier, casting the shadows of the 4 figures long upon the trunks of the trees. Chen Changsheng observed Yue as he absorbed the energy of the demon core, his gaze intensely focused. A thin sheen of sweat beaded on the forehead of the half-demon, his body trembling slightly, evidently undergoing some form of transformation. Beneath his gently closed eyelids, his eyeballs moved restlessly, the rapid motion discernible even through the delicate veil of his skin. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Within Yue, the blue energy was not being absorbed at the leisurely pace typical of ordinary practitioners. Rather, it was being consumed at an astonishing speed by some mysterious part of his being. Lu Hao and El Liang, having satisfied their hunger, leaned against a large tree, watching Yue's cultivation with curiosity. Sir, Lu Hao could not restrain himself from speaking. How is it that Yue's cultivation speed is so remarkable? I have noticed. El Liang nodded in agreement. We have only been in the southern frontier for 7 days, and he is already capable of dealing with those minor demons on his own. Chen Changsheng nodded, a glimmer of profundity passing through his eyes. Though Yue is a half-demon, the human bloodline within him prevails, allowing him to cultivate human techniques. He stroked his non-existent beard, his tone slow and contemplative. Among the various techniques, I have found that the Xuantianqi induction technique is most suited to his constitution. Indeed, sir. Your insight is exceptional. Lu Hao expressed in admiration. Chen Changsheng smiled faintly, refraining from elaboration. He understood that the Xuantianqi induction technique, as an introductory method from ancient times, was not inherently dazzling. Yet for Yue, who had never practiced before, it was indeed the most fitting choice. Simplicity before complexity. This is the fundamental principle of instruction. That lad's talent is truly astounding, Chen Changsheng remarked casually. On the very first day of hearing the incantation, he was already well-versed. He recalled the scene from 7 days prior, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Yue sat cross-legged beneath the moonlight, attentively listening to Chen Changsheng's explanation of the technique. His clear eyes were filled with focus and yearning, as if he sought to imprint each word deeply into his mind. As the night deepened, after completing his explanation, Chen Changsheng intended to have Yue attempt the technique the following day. Yet unexpectedly, the young half-demon closed his eyes immediately, endeavoring to practice the technique. More astonishingly, he accomplished the initial induction of qi into his body in merely half an hour, successfully crossing the threshold into cultivation. Such talent. Chen Changsheng shook his head, his tone infused with a sense of awe. It is a rarity to encounter this in a century. Lu Hao and El Liang exchanged glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. Sir, are you saying that Yue has never cultivated before? El Liang asked incredulously. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. Not only that, but he is also of half-demon lineage. It should be exceedingly difficult for a half-demon to practice human techniques. Yet he navigates it with ease. This is simply. Lu Hao struggled to find the appropriate words to express his astonishment, ultimately resorting to gestures. It is utterly unbelievable. In merely 7 days, from an ordinary individual who had never engaged in cultivation to one capable of independently vanquishing minor demons. Such an astonishing rate of progress is truly beyond comprehension. Within my family, I am considered a prodigy, Liu Liang remarked with a wry smile. Yet in comparison to Yue, the disparity is akin to that between heaven and earth. Lu Hao echoed this sentiment. Indeed. The pinnacle genius of my family requires 3 months to ascend from initiation to the innate realm. And Yue, in just 7 days. A complex expression filled Liu Liang's eyes, a mixture of shock, envy, and a hint of frustration. Chen Changsheng discerned the emotional shifts in both of them and offered a gentle smile. Each person possesses their own strengths. There is no absolute superiority. His tone was calm. Yet each word was laden with wisdom. Those endowed with extraordinary talent often meet untimely ends, while those of modest aptitude may ultimately prevail. Chen Changsheng cast a meaningful glance at the two. The path of cultivation is fundamentally about perseverance. Upon hearing this, the shadows in Lu Hao and Liu Liang's hearts dissipated, and they nodded in unison, their spirits rekindled with determination. At that moment, A crisp sound emanated from Yui, as if something had shattered. The three turned to witness Yui enveloped in a gentle blue radiance, the light flowing like water, a breathtaking spectacle. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in Chen Changsheng's eyes. The pinnacle of the innate realm is on the verge of a breakthrough. Lu Hao and Liu Liang's hearts trembled once more. The pinnacle of the innate realm? How little time has passed. Just 7 days. To ascend from a complete novice to the pinnacle of the innate realm in such a short span is a terrifying rate of advancement. It must be noted that the innate realm is no longer a domain accessible to ordinary individuals. In any prominent family, a warrior at the pinnacle of the innate realm constitutes a vital force. Yet here stands Yui, a half-demon youth of humble origins, having achieved such a state within merely 7 days. This is simply, Liu Liang's voice quivered, his eyes filled with disbelief. This is nothing short of miraculous. Lu Hao, equally astonished, was rendered speechless for a moment. It was not that they had not witnessed extraordinary feats before, but what transpired before them was overwhelmingly remarkable. Even those hailed as once-in-a-millennium geniuses would not compare to this, would they? Chen Changsheng observed quietly, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze. As he had anticipated, Yui's potential surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The life and death realm's medicinal energy had been absorbed by Yui almost instantaneously. Energy that would typically require several days to digest was effortlessly transformed into his own cultivation. With a resounding boom, an invisible wave of energy emanated from Yui, radiating outward. The surrounding leaves were lifted by this force, swirling momentarily in the air before gently descending. Yui slowly opened his eyes, a flash of blue light flickering within before it vanished. He glanced down at his hands, feeling the surging power within, his eyes brimming with astonishment and joy. Have I broken through? Chen Changsheng nodded, his tone calm yet unable to conceal the admiration in his eyes. Indeed. You have advanced to the initial stage of the spirit refinement realm. The spirit refinement realm? Yui's eyes widened in astonishment, and he immediately leaped up in sheer joy. Wonderful! Absolutely wonderful! He exclaimed, his excitement causing him to spin in circles, his smile radiant like a blooming flower. Lu Hao and Liang exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. The realm of spirit refinement was a level beyond the innate, an echelon that ordinary individuals might never reach even in a lifetime. Yet, Yui had effortlessly attained it. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is indeed commendable, my lord. Yui exclaimed as he rose from the ground, his hands trembling slightly with exhilaration. Were it not for your bestowal of the techniques and your guidance in the mantras, I fear I would have never had the fortune to embark on the path of cultivation in this lifetime. The countenance of the half-demon was etched with gratitude, his eyes shimmering with adoration. Let alone achieving the spirit refinement realm, that would be nothing short of a fantastical dream. Chapter 41. The Road Ahead. There is no need for such concern, Chen Changsheng remarked, waving his hand with a tone of nonchalance, as if everything were a matter of course. He turned to gaze at the flickering campfire, reaching out to stir the feeble flames, a fleeting depth glimmering in his eyes. Not far away, Lu Hao and Liang exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting admiration and envy. Chen Changsheng paid little heed to Yui's gratitude. In truth, he had ulterior motives. Bestowing upon Yui the demon pill of the life and death realm was not merely to elevate his cultivation. If it were solely for enhancement, the Xiantian Qi guiding technique would suffice. The crux lay in the demon pill's unique benefits for half-demons. Chen Changsheng's gaze drifted into the distance, his thoughts surging like a tide. For half-demons, the demon pill was a panacea, especially that of formidable demon beasts. The pure demonic energy contained within not only bolstered their cultivation but also facilitated the purifying of their bloodlines. The path of bloodline reversion was arduous and lengthy for half-demons. Among the myriad half-demons, achieving successful bloodline reversion was a stroke of extraordinary fortune. With Chen Changsheng as his master, Yui was undoubtedly favored by destiny. As long as he consumed enough demon pills, the speed of bloodline purification would accelerate, hastening the process of reversion. However, to accomplish a complete reversion, relying solely on demon pills was insufficient. Additional support was essential. A glimmer of determination flashed in Chen Changsheng's eyes. The very thing he sought on this journey was precisely that. Illuminated by the campfire, his features appeared ethereal, a hint of calculation passing through his gaze. Yui, continue your training, Chen Changsheng instructed, his tone calm. Remember the breathing technique I taught you to solidify your realm, lest instability lead to adverse consequences. Yes, master. Yui responded promptly, settling into a cross-legged position to begin his meditative practice. Chen Changsheng then glanced at the sky and retrieved a jade slip. slightly closing his eyes to sense the surroundings. In 2 days, we shall depart from the fringes of the south and enter the central region, he announced. His voice low yet clear, reaching the ears of the three. Lu Hao and El Liang exchanged anxious glances. Sir, is the central region more perilous than here? Lu Hao inquired cautiously. A profound glint flitted across Chen Changsheng's eyes. Indeed, he replied with a calm demeanor that belied the alarming truth. In the fringes, the strongest beings are merely newly ascended beings in the life and death realm. However, in the central region, he paused, a weighty seriousness settling in his gaze. The pinnacle beings of the life and death realm are commonplace. What? Lu Hao and El Liang exclaimed in unison, their faces a portrait of shock. Pinnacle of life and death realm? Such entities could easily sweep through a minor sect. Moreover, Chen Changsheng continued, his voice becoming increasingly somber, in the central region. There are even demon beasts of the divine bridge realm. At this revelation, both of them turned pale. The divine bridge realm represented beings capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the elders of major sections. Lu Hao and El Liang exchanged solemn glances. Their eyes filled with gravity and trepidation. Yui ceased her cultivation, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Chen Changsheng. Do not exhibit such an expression, Chen Changsheng remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. Risks and rewards have always coexisted. He picked up a skewer of meat that had yet to be fully roasted. Placing it back over the fire to continue cooking, his tone nonchalant. While the central region is perilous, it also signifies greater opportunities. The demon cores of the divine bridge realm are far more precious than those of the life and death realm. Upon hearing this, Yui's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of anticipation and excitement. The demon cores of the divine bridge realm, how potent their energy must be. Observing the yearning in Yui's gaze, Chen Changsheng could not help but nod inwardly. If they could obtain several demon cores from the divine bridge realm, the purification speed of Yui's bloodline would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Perhaps, the goal of ancestral bloodline return could be realized ahead of schedule. The campfire crackled, its flames casting flickering shadows upon Chen Changsheng's face, illuminating the expectant yet tense expressions of the three. For the past few days, I have been training both of you. He addressed Lu Hao and Lu Liang with a serious gaze, to enhance your combat prowess and adaptability. He gestured towards the darkness in the distance. The path ahead is far more treacherous than you can imagine. Without sufficient strength, survival there is impossible. His words weighed heavily upon the hearts of the two, akin to a colossal stone pressing down. Lu Hao swallowed hard, his expression becoming grave. We understand, sir. He inhaled deeply, compelling himself to maintain composure. We will strive harder, ensuring we do not disappoint you. Lu Liang nodded vigorously in agreement. No matter how difficult it may be, we will persevere. Chen Changsheng regarded them, a hint of satisfaction finally appearing on his face. Excellent. With this mindset, at least you won't perish too swiftly. Though his words were blunt, they strangely reassured the two. Gazing at the now dimming campfire, he turned to the three. Have you all eaten and drunk enough? The three nodded eagerly. Chen Changsheng rose, shaking out his robe, and grasped the long blade resting nearby. Let us prepare to advance. He extinguished the campfire with a swift kick and proceeded into the encroaching darkness. In the southern region, amidst the central south, lay the Thousand Eyes Mountain. Towering peaks loomed, shrouded in mist. The dense vegetation within the mountains reached heights of several dozen zhang, with stout trunks that required the embrace of several adults, while gnarled roots wound like gigantic serpents, burrowing deeply into the earth. A rich aura of demonic energy coursed through the mountains, forming visible streams of gray-black mist that seemed to navigate the clouds and fog as if alive. A thunderous roar echoed through the mountains, reverberating with a pressure capable of instilling dread in ordinary cultivators, leaving them disoriented. Midway up the mountain, a colossal tiger exceeding 20 zhang in length strolled leisurely, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. This tiger, adorned with dark stripes and eyes like bronze bells, emanated a terrifying aura indicative of the pinnacle of the life and death realm. Such tigers were not uncommon within Thousand Eyes Mountain. They could even be considered mere gatekeepers of this formidable domain. Throughout the mountains, various forms of demonic beasts roam freely. There are colossal pythons adorned with scales, formidable birds of prey with wingspans reaching 100 feet, and rhinoceroses entirely encased in ebony armor. They traverse the forested terrain, each exuding a unique aura. Yet all emanate an overwhelming pressure that signifies the boundary between life and death. At the summit of Qianmiao Mountain, a towering stone edifice stands resolutely amidst a forest of boulders. The stone palace is entirely obsidian, as if sculpted from a single piece of jade, radiating a faint, chilling luminescence. Before the palace stand two stone columns, as thick as barrels and soaring several dozen feet high, intricately carved with vivid totems of the demon race, seemingly alive and poised to spring forth at any moment. Within the palace, a palpable, unsettling aura pervades the air, accompanied by a distant, low chant that sends shivers down one's spine. It is evident that a peerless master cultivates within these hallowed halls. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps resound along the mountain path. A towering figure gradually emerges into view. It is the very demonic ape that encountered Chen Changsheng in Yaoguang City. Chapter 42. He might be the second celestial blade. The countenance of the demon ape darkened, a flicker of urgency evident in his brow as he strode purposefully towards the stone hall. At the entrance, two minotaurs stood guard. Their imposing figures muscled and formidable, adorned with robust horns and wielding massive axes, their gazes fierce. Halt! One of the minotaurs raised his axe, blocking the path as the demon ape approached. Isn't this the young prince of the demon ape tribe? What brings you here? The other minotaur grinned, revealing a set of sharp teeth. Are you here for a nostalgic visit? The demon ape maintained his composure, inhaling deeply before responding with a steady tone. Gentlemen, I come with pressing matters to report to the Blood King of 10,000 Eyes. I kindly request that you announce my presence. Exchanging glances, the minotaurs recognized the seriousness etched on the young prince's face, understanding that he was not one to jest lightly. Though young, he was known for his prudence and seldom visited without cause. Very well, I shall announce you. The left minotaur nodded, turning to head towards the stone hall. Just then, a resonant voice echoed from within the hall, as if it had traversed through the ages, imbued with an irresistible authority. There's no need. Enter. The voice, though soft, reverberated in each individual's mind, carrying an inexplicable weight. Instantly, the minotaurs bowed respectfully, stepping aside to allow the demon ape passage. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his attire, the demon ape entered the stone hall. The interior was far more spacious than the exterior suggested, with a profound depth that seemed to stretch into infinity. Dimly lit, only a few oil lamps cast a feeble glow, their flickering flames creating dancing shadows upon the walls. At the far end of the hall, a shadowy figure sat silently upon a stone chair. This silhouette appeared to meld with the darkness, its features indistinct, save for a pair of blood-red eyes that glimmered ominously in the gloom. More disconcertingly, behind this figure, a terrifying phantom could be discerned, composed of countless blood-colored eyes, densely clustered and unnerving. Each eye seemed to survey the world, exuding an aura of omniscience. This was the Blood King of 10,000 Eyes, one of the most formidable demon lords in the central region of the southern wilderness, a supreme powerhouse of the divine bridge realm. What brings you here in such haste? Young prince of the demon ape? The Blood King inquired, his voice deep and distant. Are you not aware that the demon emperors have recently convened to deliberate on significant matters? The demon ape lowered his head, adopting a demeanor of respect. I am aware, but this matter is of utmost importance and must be conveyed in person. Leaning slightly forward, the Blood King's blood-red eyes flickered with intrigue. Speak. Taking a deep breath, the demon ape recounted the events that transpired in Yaoguang City. He detailed how, during a patrol, he encountered a human who drew forth the legendary celestial blade, effortlessly slaying 3 demon emperors of the divine bridge realm. I suspect that this youth may very well become the second celestial blade. As the demon ape uttered this information, his voice trembled slightly. The moment his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the once tranquil stone hall. The previously composed aura of the Blood King of 10,000 Eyes suddenly exhibited marked fluctuations. His blood-red eyes widened dramatically, and the spectral figures behind him revealed their own bloodshot gazes, all fixated and shimmering with incredulity. Are you saying? The Blood King of 10,000 Eyes slowly rose, his once indistinct silhouette taking on an even more sinister aspect in the dim light. The heavenly blade has been drawn? The shock in his voice was palpable, and his blood-red eyes widened even further. The demon ape bowed his head respectfully, responding, Indeed, my lord. I witnessed it with my own eyes. That individual effortlessly withdrew the blade. The Blood King's breath grew noticeably heavier, while the spectral eyes behind him flickered erratically, as if deeply disturbed. Impossible, he suddenly exclaimed, his voice reverberating through the stone hall. How could that blade be so easily drawn? The demon ape, too intimidated to raise his gaze, whispered in explanation, Not only that, but the one who drew the blade is merely a young human, around 20 years of age, and his cultivation is only at the 6th realm. What? The Blood King's voice ascended several decibels, the spectral eyes behind him flashing wildly, as if they had been profoundly agitated. The 6th realm? This is absolutely inconceivable. The temperature within the hall seemed to plummet, an invisible pressure emanating from the Blood King, nearly suffocating the demon ape. The heavenly blade. The Blood King's voice lowered, laced with deep trepidation. That is no ordinary blade. He began to pace within the hall, each step resonating with a heavy force, as if he sought to shatter the ground beneath him. The blade left in Yaoguang City was not solely for the purpose of recruiting disciples. It serves to intimidate our demon clan. The Blood King's gaze was profound, seemingly transcending time and space. The presence of the blade signifies the protection of Yaoguang City by the heavenly blade. The demon clan must not act recklessly. Now, if someone can draw this blade, his voice carried a hint of disbelief, indicating that not only did this reflect the individual's exceptional swordsmanship, but also suggested that the swordsmanship of this human surpassed even that of the heavenly blade. Upon hearing this, the demon ape could no longer restrain himself and lifted his head, astonishment etched across his features. A swordsmanship that surpasses that of the heavenly blade? That is the foremost blade in the world. Even the most formidable sword cultivators within our demon clan would not dare claim their swordsmanship exceeds that of the heavenly blade. My lord, there is something even more astonishing. The demon ape swallowed hard before continuing. Not only did he draw the blade, but he also awakened the blade's spirit on the spot, enhancing its quality. What? This time, the Blood King of 10,000 Eyes was utterly astonished. His towering figure quivered violently, and the blood-red eyes behind him widened in unison, sparkling with incredulous light. To awaken the blade spirit? His voice trembled. This. The atmosphere within the stone hall grew exceedingly chaotic, as if an invisible force had stirred the surrounding air into a miniature vortex. The Blood King took a deep breath, forcibly stabilizing his emotions. The emergence of such a prodigy among the human race is indeed astonishing. His voice carried a profound sense of apprehension and a hint of fear. Should this youth reach maturity, he would undoubtedly become formidable. One Skyblade is already sufficient to trouble the demon race, and now there exists another such youth. The gaze of the Blood King of 10,000 Eyes turned sinister, pondering whether this might be yet another Skyblade. The demon ape lowered its head, hesitant to respond. The Blood King paced back and forth within the stone hall, the light in his eyes flickering as he clearly contemplated something of great significance. Where might this human youth be at present? Suddenly, he halted, turning to look at the demon ape. Chapter 43. Let him perish in the southern wilderness. The demon ape hastily responded, My lord, that young man has entered the southern wilderness, claiming he is here to seek someone. What? The voice of the Blood King of 10,000 Eyes abruptly rose, a glimmer of incredulity flashing in his eyes, which soon transformed into unrestrained joy. He has entered the southern wilderness? Truly, this is a divine boon. He emitted a low, rumbling laugh, his tone brimming with excitement and ecstasy. The demon ape, somewhat puzzled, glanced at the Blood King of 10,000 Eyes. In the southern wilderness, it would be exceedingly effortless for the demon kin to eliminate a human youth. The Blood King's voice dripped with a palpable murderous intent. He extended his hand, grasping the air. An lustrous, translucent gemstone materialized in his palm. The gem was blood-red and resembled an eye, emanating a faint crimson glow, as if it were genuinely observing everything around it. Take this. The Blood King of 10,000 Eyes handed the gemstone to the demon ape, his voice deep and authoritative. With this, it is tantamount to the command of the demon emperor. All demon clans will comply. The demon ape reverently accepted it with both hands, carefully tucking it into his bosom. No matter what, that human youth must be buried in the southern wilderness. The Blood King's voice was ice-cold, resolute that he must not leave alive. Yes, my lord. The demon ape nodded emphatically, his voice steady. I assure you, I will ensure that young man meets his end. He paused momentarily, then cautiously inquired, My lord, may I ask how the demon emperor's plan is progressing? Upon hearing this question, the Blood King of 10,000 Eyes narrowed his blood-red eyes slightly, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. For this plan, our demon kin have been preparing for 100 years. His voice was low yet filled with confidence. Now, the time has come. It is finally time for execution. A ruthless glint flickered in the Blood King's eyes. As long as the plan succeeds, even if the heavenly blade attains the realm of the celestial court, he shall undoubtedly perish. Upon hearing this, the demon ape became exhilarated, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. If the heavenly blade dies, then there will be no one left to suppress the southern wilderness. The time to attack the human race and seize the entire continent will be within reach. The Blood King of 10,000 Eyes waved his hand, signaling the demon ape to remain calm. You need not concern yourself with these matters, with the demon emperor present. Success is guaranteed. His tone was tranquil yet imbued with unwavering assurance. At present, our foremost priority is to deal with that human youth. Yes, my lord. The demon ape nodded once more, his expression resolute. I shall attend to it immediately. He respectfully bowed, holding the eye-like gemstone, and turned to depart the stone hall. The sound of the demon ape's footsteps gradually faded, and the stone hall returned to silence. The Blood King of 10,000 Eyes stood still for a moment, his blood-red eyes slowly blinking in the darkness, as if contemplating something. A soft breeze rustled within the stone hall. The flames of the few oil lamps flickered gently, casting distorted shadows upon the walls. Suddenly, the blood-colored eyes behind the Blood King turned in unison to a specific spot, as if sensing something. In the corner of the stone hall, a pitch-black mist had quietly manifested, seemingly appearing from nowhere. The mist lacked any discernible shape, writhing like a living entity and exuding an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Unlike ordinary fog, this black haze seemed to devour the surrounding light, rendering that corner of darkness even more profound. The Blood King, with countless eyes, gazed at the black mist, a flicker of caution crossing his indistinct visage. This time, I am counting on you, he intoned, his voice a low murmur. The black mist quivered slightly, as if in response. Then, a hoarse and chilling laughter emerged from the haze, akin to the sound of a blade scraping against stone, evoking a sense of dread. Leave it to me. In the central region of the southern wilderness, the Blackwater Swamp lay shrouded in thick, swirling fog, intermittently pierced by the nauseating stench of decay. The swamp bore the scars of battle, marked by deep claw marks, shattered tree trunks, and craters of churned earth, alongside pools of dark crimson blood, beginning to congeal. Scattered about were several corpses of the demon race, some headless, others missing limbs, and some grotesquely torn asunder, each met with a different fate. At the heart of the swamp, a colossal crocodile, measuring over 10 yards in length, lay motionless. Its body was riddled with gashes of varying depths. Some wounds were severe enough to expose bone, while others were mere grazes, yet every cut had been precisely inflicted upon vital areas. The crocodile's eyes bulged wide, seemingly unable to fathom its own demise. Upon the creature's massive belly, a young human boy, Chen Changsheng, leisurely positioned a pot, simmering a fragrant soup. With one hand, he wielded a wooden ladle, gently stirring the broth, while the other stroked his chin in contemplation. On the muddy ground of the swamp, Lu Hao and El Liang lay sprawled, coated in filth, gasping for breath, utterly motionless, resembling the fallen. Hey, it's time for soup. Chen Changsheng called down to the two, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This crocodile soup is exceptionally delectable. It's not every day one gets to savor a brew made by a mid-stage demon king of the realm of life and death. Hearing the call, Lu Hao cracked his eyes open slightly, filled with a sense of helplessness and bitterness. Sir, he managed to say with a wry smile, attempting to rise. But his body felt as heavy as lead, making even the simplest motion an arduous task. I can't get up. El Liang was in a similar plight, too weary to even lift his eyelids, merely emitting a feeble grunt. Sir, please spare us. His voice was barely audible. We really might lose our lives. Chen Changsheng chuckled softly, disregarding their plight as he ladled a spoonful of soup. Blew gently on it, and took a sip. Quite good, he nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. The Demon King's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. The meat was tender and rich in spiritual essence. Nearby, Yu Yi watched the two with a twinge of compassion, hastily filling 2 bowls of soup and cautiously approaching their side. Big brother Lu Hao, big brother El Liang. The little half-demon crouched down, bringing the bowl to Lu Hao's lips. Have a sip of soup. It will make you feel better. Lu Hao nodded weakly, lifting his head slightly to open his mouth. With utmost care, Yu Yi brought the soup to his lips. As the warm broth slid down his throat, Lu Hao's eyes instantly sparkled with life. He felt a surge of warmth radiating from his throat to the very core of his being, washing away all traces of exhaustion, replaced instead by an indescribable sense of comfort and vitality. This is truly miraculous, Lu Hao exclaimed in astonishment as he sat upright, gazing at his own hands in disbelief. Observing his reaction, Yu Yi promptly fed him a few more spoonfuls of soup. With each sip, Lu Hao's energy surged, the weariness on his face gradually dissipating, and a renewed spark ignited in his eyes. Beside them, Lu Liang, unable to contain himself, exclaimed with wide-eyed eagerness. I want some too. I want some too. Chapter 44. Could you be a bit more gentle, sir? Yu Yi smiled softly, turned around, and ladled another bowl of soup for Lu Liang. Before long, the two of them had devoured the soup and meat in their bowls, licking the edges with lingering satisfaction. "Another bowl," they exclaimed in unison, their eyes brimming with desire. "You certainly have hearty appetites," Chen Changsheng chuckled, shaking his head as he gestured for Yui to serve them another bowl. Shortly after, both indulged in 2 generous bowls of soup and several large pieces of crocodile meat, finally lying back on the muddy ground with contented sighs. How utterly comfortable. Lu Hao sighed with satisfaction, feeling invigorated after having been exhausted just moments ago. Lu Liang nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with wonder. No wonder this is the flesh and blood of a great demon from the realm of life and death. It is truly a treasure for replenishing strength and spiritual energy. He sat up, stretching his limbs, and a series of crisp sounds echoed as he seemed to regain even more vitality. "I feel my true energy has become more solid than before." Lu Liang marveled at his palm. The sensation was simply extraordinary. Chen Changsheng watched as the two regained their vigor, chuckling and shaking his head. "So what gains have you made?" he casually inquired while sipping his soup. Lu Hao and Lu Liang exchanged glances, excitement flickering in their eyes. "The gains are substantial," Lu Hao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. "Since entering the central region, we have encountered primarily great demons of the realm of life and death, with mid-tier ones being quite common. Each battle has been fraught with peril," Lu Liang interjected, his face brimming with emotion. "Between life and death, we have unleashed our potential, achieving significant advancements in both our realms and sword techniques. The key," Lu Hao added, gazing at Chen Changsheng with admiration, "was having you guide us. Whenever we seemed on the brink of demise, you always managed to enlighten us, allowing us to see clearly." Lu Liang nodded emphatically, gratitude evident in his eyes. "Indeed, for instance, that crocodile demon king we faced earlier, had you not pointed out its weak underbelly, victory would have been out of our reach. I feel my swordsmanship has improved exponentially," Lu Hao declared, demonstrating his sword movements with awe in his eyes. "I have now reached a height I once dared not even dream of. My sword technique's essence has ascended to a new level," Lu Liang said softly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I finally grasp the meaning behind your words. A swordsman reveals his sharpness yet conceals it at the same time." Chen Changsheng nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "That is only natural," he replied softly. "If there were no improvements, you might as well return home." Upon hearing this, the two quickly shook their heads, determination plastered across their faces. "Rest assured, we will not disappoint your expectations," Lu Hao declared resolutely. Chen Changsheng regarded the two, nodding silently to himself. These two fellows may lack exceptional talent, but their perseverance is commendable, making them good prospects. After resting for a night, the four packed their belongings and continued their journey. Upon leaving the Blackwater Marsh, they were met once again by an unending stretch of mountains. Mountains connect to mountains. Ridges link to ridges, seemingly boundless and without end. Chen Changsheng strides ahead, his step steady, as if he shall never tire. Yui follows closely, her small face radiant with excitement and anticipation. Lu Hao and Liang trail behind, their expressions weary yet their eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. Indeed, there are many mountains. Lu Liang gazes up at the distant, undulating peaks and cannot help but exclaim. Without turning his head, Chen Changsheng replies calmly. Though the southern border is but a part of the continent, it occupies nearly half of the territory. He halts, looking down at the faraway mountains. "After nearly half a month, we are still merely wandering in the central region, far from the heart of this land. Is it truly that fast?" Lu Hao's eyes widen in astonishment. Yui nods, softly explaining, "The southern border's expanse is immense, with intricate terrain and numerous demon tribes, making it difficult for ordinary humans to delve deep." Chen Changsheng resumes his pace, continuing along the mountain path. The vegetation is lush, the sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting scattered patches of light. The four traverse this dappled play of light and shadow, their silhouettes shifting in length. "Be cautious." Chen Changsheng suddenly halts and gestures for the others to stop. He squints towards a distant valley, a flicker of vigilance in his eyes. "What is it, sir?" Lu Hao whispers, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his blade. Chen Changsheng does not respond but points to a cave in the distance, his expression grave. Before the cave, several distinct claw marks marred the rock, each deep enough to reach the stone, extending over a foot in length. A peak demon of the life and death realm. Chen Changsheng's voice lowered. "It must be a Xianin tiger." Instantly, Lu Hao and Liang tense up, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. "A peak of the life and death realm? That is a being capable of effortlessly annihilating us. Let us circumvent it," Chen Changsheng decisively states, turning to lead the three quietly out of the valley. The four hold their breath, tiptoeing backward, fearful of making even the slightest sound that might alert the great demon within the cave. This is not their first encounter with such peril. Over the past half-month, they have unwittingly stumbled into the territory of peak demons several times, each instance requiring them to remain utterly discreet, cautiously navigating around the danger. Phew! Finally escaping the perilous zone, Lu Hao and Liang exhale in relief simultaneously, beads of sweat trickling down their cheeks. Yui, too, wears a tense expression, her small hands clenching tightly at her clothing. Where to next, sir? Liang inquires, his face still bearing traces of fright. Chen Changsheng points to a low mountain peak in the northeast. Over there. A glimmer of excitement flashes in his eyes. There resides a mid-stage Qijiao demon bull. Perfect for you to hone your skills. Lu Hao and Liang exchange glances, their faces once more alight with enthusiasm. After this period of trials, they have become accustomed to battling the early and mid-stage beasts of the life and death realm. Though each encounter is fraught with danger, the rewards have been immense. Let us strive to resolve this before nightfall, Chen Changsheng remarked calmly, leading the way towards the northeast. Along the path, Lu Hao and Liang walked side by side, engaged in hushed conversation. What do you think our current strength would rank in the outside world? Lu Hao inquired with curiosity. Liang pondered for a moment, a flicker of pride illuminating his eyes. At the very least, we would be considered elite disciples of a first-rate family, I suppose. You know, Lu Hao lowered his voice, his tone imbued with sentiment. I have reached the pinnacle of the seven-star realm. I am but a step away from breaking into the life and death realm. Liang nodded, his eyes reflecting disbelief. In just half a month, if we were outside, attaining the pinnacle of the seven-star realm would take at least several years, wouldn't it? Indeed, Lu Hao replied, casting a grateful glance at Chen Changsheng, who was leading the way ahead. Were it not for our teacher, we would have no idea how long we would have to wait to reach this realm. Liang followed his gaze towards Chen Changsheng and whispered, the gratitude we owe to our teacher is beyond repayment in this lifetime. He paused before adding, however, it would be even better if our teacher could be a tad gentler. Chapter 45, 7 stars. Hush. Lu Hao quickly gestured for silence, his face a mask of tension. Lower your voice, it will be disastrous if the master hears us. The two exchanged glances, shivering involuntarily, reflecting on the harrowing experiences of the past fortnight. It felt akin to a nightmarish existence. Each day was consumed by battles or the arduous journey toward them. Chen Changsheng seemed perpetually tireless, always discovering new opponents for them to confront. His method of instruction was remarkably unconventional, essentially tossing them before the deadly beasts of the life and death realm, leisurely observing from the sidelines, only intervening at the critical moment when their lives were in jeopardy. Yet, one could not deny the remarkable efficacy of such extreme training. In merely half a month, their cultivation and combat prowess had surged more than in the preceding years. From initially being overwhelmed by early-stage life and death realm beasts, they had progressed to jointly slaying mid-stage life and death realm creatures at a breathtaking pace. Yuyi's advancement was particularly astonishing. Lu Hao gazed at the half-demon following closely behind Chen Changsheng, his eyes filled with envy. Indeed, Lu Liang nodded in agreement. I've heard he has already reached the pinnacle of the spirit refinement realm. Throughout the past half-month, Yui had relentlessly consumed demon cores, coupled with Chen Changsheng's meticulous guidance, leading to an unprecedented surge in his cultivation. From the initial innate realm to the pinnacle of the spirit refinement realm, such a rapid ascent was virtually unheard of. The master seems to have a particular fondness for him, Lu Hao murmured softly, considering how many demon cores he has been given. Lu Liang chuckled, patting Lu Hao on the shoulder. He possesses extraordinary talent. Just observe how frighteningly fast he absorbs the demon cores. The energy that takes us days to digest, he can completely assimilate in mere hours. Sighing, Lu Hao chose not to elaborate further. Up ahead, Chen Changsheng suddenly halted, lifting his head to scent the air. We have arrived, he stated calmly, pointing toward a clearing where the red-horned demon bull awaited. Lu Hao and Lu Liang exchanged determined glances, their spirits ignited by the prospect of battle. Drawing their long knives simultaneously, their eyes gleamed with fierce resolve. Are you prepared? Chen Changsheng inquired, his tone serene. We are ready, they replied in unison, their voices unwavering and robust. After countless life and death trials, they had grown accustomed to the thrill of such tense confrontations. Then let us proceed. Chen Changsheng waved his hand, his demeanor still tranquil. Remember what I have taught you. Identify its weaknesses. Lu Hao and Lu Liang nodded, gripping their long knives tightly as they cautiously approached the clearing, one in front of the other. Yui stood beside Chen Changsheng, his eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. having reached the pinnacle of the spirit refinement realm. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. The battle with the red-horned demon bull proved to be even more arduous than anticipated. After 2 full hours, bloodied and breathless, Lu Hao and Lu Liang dragged their injured legs back, each clutching a horn of the red-horned demon bull as a trophy. Well done. They were greeted with acknowledgement for their efforts. Chen Changsheng nodded lightly, casually tossing a vial of elixir to the 2 individuals, instructing them to consume it for recovery. They expressed their gratitude and promptly ingested a pill each. As the medicinal effects took hold, their wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and their breathing gradually steadied. "Let us proceed," Chen Changsheng declared, showing no inclination to linger, and turned to advance forward. Lu Hao and Liang exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile as they followed suit. Yu Yi trotted alongside Chen Changsheng. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Where are we headed, young master?" "To the north," he replied succinctly, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Thus, the group traversed the mountain path, weaving through thickets and crossing streams. Suddenly, Chen Changsheng halted mid-stride. He murmured, a slight frown creasing his brow, an expression of surprise flickering in his eyes. "What is it, sir?" Lu Hao asked cautiously. Without responding, Chen Changsheng closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to some unseen presence. Within him, the barrier that had impeded his progress for days now exhibited a faint tremor, subtle yet undeniably present, akin to ripples forming on a tranquil surface. This as Chen Changsheng felt a surge of excitement within. Could it be that he was on the verge of a breakthrough? Since arriving in this realm, his cultivation had stagnated at the pinnacle of the 6th realm, unable to make further strides. Yet today, that barrier appeared to be loosening at last. Opening his eyes, he scanned the surroundings and quickly identified a somewhat open hillside. "Let us go there," he indicated, his tone imbued with a rare urgency. Although the 3 were puzzled, they obediently followed. Upon reaching the clearing, Chen Changsheng turned to face them, an unusual smile gracing his features. "I am about to make a breakthrough." Just 4 simple words caused Lu Hao and Liang to widen their eyes in astonishment. "A breakthrough?" Lu Hao asked in disbelief. "What realm are you aiming for?" 7 stars, Chen Changsheng replied succinctly. "The 7 stars realm?" Liang blinked, struggling to grasp the information. "What realm did you occupy previously?" "The 6th. Lu Hao and Liang exchanged incredulous glances, their hearts brimming with astonishment. They had always assumed Chen Changsheng to be at least a master of the life and death realm, or perhaps even a formidable figure of the Divine Bridge realm. After all, only someone of that caliber could traverse the Central South with such nonchalance and command them to hunt beasts of the life and death realm. Yet now, he claimed he was preparing to breach the 7 stars realm? It was simply unfathomable. "Guard me for a moment. It will be swift," Chen Changsheng instructed calmly, as if undertaking the most mundane of tasks. "Understood, sir." The 3, though filled with questions, nodded gravely, dispersing to maintain vigilant watch around him. Once they had taken their positions, Chen Changsheng settled into a cross-legged posture, resting his hands upon his knees, and slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, he felt as though he had severed his connection with the world, entering a peculiar state of being. The true qi within him began to seethe, crashing against the barrier like a tempestuous wave. A resounding, formless explosion reverberated within Chen Changsheng's body. A minute fissure appeared in the barrier, akin to the first tiny hole before a dam breaks, seemingly inconsequential, yet foreshadowing an impending cataclysm. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Changsheng's vital energy surged wildly, repeatedly assaulting the crack. With a crisp sound, the fissure widened slightly. Furrowing his brow, he intensified the flow of his vital energy. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. A thunderous roar erupted from within Chen Changsheng, echoing throughout the entire valley. In that instant, the barrier completely collapsed. An inexhaustible torrent of energy surged into Chen Changsheng's body, instantaneously filling his meridians and dantian. Chapter 46. This child is truly extraordinary. Thud, thud, thud. 3 resonant beats echoed, seemingly emanating from the heavens, distinctly reverberating in the ears of all present. In the next instant, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded. Above Chen Changsheng, the clouds swiftly converged, forming a colossal vortex. At the vortex's center, flashes of lightning flickered, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. The vortex spun faster and expanded, soon encompassing a radius of several dozen miles. Strands of lightning shot forth from the vortex, intertwining in the sky to create a vast net that enveloped the entire valley. The earth began to tremble slightly, and the surrounding flora swayed fervently, as if paying homage to some supreme entity. Most astonishingly, a gigantic apparition manifested in the sky. It was a long blade, its surface entirely black, emanating an unsettling aura. Countless minute runes flowed along the blade, each containing a terrifying power. The long blade hovered just above Chen Changsheng's head, trembling slightly in response to his changing aura. This. Lu Hao and El Liang were utterly dumbfounded. Their mouths agape as they beheld the scene before them, their minds nearly ceasing to function. Could this truly be the spectacle of breaking through the seven-star realm? Such a terrifying celestial phenomenon, surely, even the transition from the divine bridge to the celestial realm could not compare. This is impossible, El Liang murmured, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he turned sharply to Lu Hao. Lu Hao, do you remember? Not long ago, a similar celestial phenomenon occurred in Canjing town. Lu Hao paused, then enlightenment dawned upon him. Yes, I heard that the entire Canjing town was enveloped by a peculiar force, with lightning vortices and countless mysterious seals appearing in the sky. The two exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with shock and realization. Could it be that the one who caused the phenomenon in Canjing town was our master? El Liang's voice trembled slightly. Lu Hao swallowed hard and nodded. It must be our master. After all, how many could incite such a level of phenomenon across the entire continent? Their gazes returned to Chen Changsheng, filled with inexpressible emotions, shock, reverence, confusion, and bewilderment, all intertwining, leaving them momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Meanwhile, the commotion caused by the phenomenon had already spread across a 100-mile radius. Countless beasts were startled, scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, some powerful demon clans, drawn by the anomaly, rushed towards the source, eager to uncover the truth. On a mountain peak several dozen miles away, a demon ape patrolled with a group of its kin. Suddenly, the sky transformed, lightning intertwining, and the blade's silhouette emerging. The demon ape abruptly looked up, a flicker of shock and vigilance crossing its eyes. Is this a breakthrough phenomenon? It squinted, fixating on the distant sky, but the disturbance was overwhelming. The surrounding demon kin halted in their tracks, gazing in astonishment at the celestial anomaly. My lord, what is happening? A demon adorned with horns inquired, his voice tinged with a hint of trepidation. The demon ape pondered for a moment, a glimmer of gravity and resolve flashing in his eyes. Something was amiss, profoundly so. He murmured, his tone laced with vigilance. Such a level of anomaly could not be instigated by an ordinary cultivator's breakthrough. The demon ape turned to survey the gathered demons behind him, a sharp light gleaming in his gaze. Let us proceed and discern the situation. Half an hour elapsed. The celestial phenomenon not only failed to diminish, but grew increasingly magnificent. The swirling clouds expanded to a radius of 100 miles, lightning intertwining into a dense web, obscuring the heavens. The enormous silhouette of a sword became ever more solid, its runes pulsating incessantly, exuding an oppressive aura that stirred the heart. Chen Changsheng remained seated motionless at the center of the clearing, enveloped in a faint golden glow, resembling a divine statue. Lu Hao and El Liang stood guard nearby, having regained their composure from their initial astonishment, yet their eyes still brimmed with profound reverence. Has this breakthrough taken far too long? Lu Hao remarked, casting a glance at the sky with a hint of impatience as he kicked at a small stone beneath his feet, leaning against a great tree. El Liang crossed his arms and shook his head. Who knows? I have never witnessed such a spectacle. He glanced at Chen Changsheng, sitting serenely in the center, his tone imbued with awe. Yet, given the prowess of our master, it stands to reason that such a breakthrough is no trivial matter. Indeed, Lu Hao nodded, tilting his head to gaze at the massive sword silhouette and the swirling lightning above, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He swallowed hard, a note of anxiety creeping into his voice. Do you think, with such a commotion, it might attract formidable demons? Enough of that. El Liang smacked Lu Hao on the back of the head, his expression darkening. You and your bad omens. Why must you bring that up? Lu Hao grimaced, rubbing the back of his head, looking quite aggrieved. I'm only expressing concern. Concern doesn't have to lean towards the negative. El Liang rolled his eyes, though a flicker of worry crossed his features. After all, they were in demon territory. Before he could finish his thought, both men suddenly stiffened, their gazes darting warily around them. Powerful auras were stealthily approaching from all directions, swiftly encircling the clearing and forming a tight siege. Each of these presences was immensely potent, far exceeding the duo's imagination. Lu Hao, you jinx. El Liang shot a fierce glare at his companion, muttering under his breath. With a bitter smile, Lu Hao rubbed his nose, hesitant to respond. Rustling sounded through the thicket as a tall, robust figure emerged. It was the demon ape. His gaze swept over Lu Hao and El Liang, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. So it is you too. It seems my judgment was not in vain. The demon ape's gaze shifted past them to rest upon Chen Changsheng, seated in the center, a flicker of gravity and murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Indeed, it is that young man, he whispered to himself, his gaze lifting once more to the terrifying phenomenon above. As the realm of the six harmonies ascended to the seven stars, a palpable shift in the atmosphere ensued. The demon ape's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment and trepidation. This youth was indeed extraordinary. He pondered inwardly. Such a prodigy must not be allowed to flourish. He must be eliminated swiftly. With this thought, the murderous intent within the demon ape intensified. He raised a hand and waved it gently. The surrounding foliage rustled, revealing multiple figures, their formidable presence unabashedly displayed. Each exuded a potent aura, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, clearly indicating they were powerful demon kings at the mid-level of the life and death realm. Behind the demon ape, a larger specimen emerged, towering at nearly 3 zhang, its arms resembling colossal pillars. A chilling glimmer shone in its eyes, and its aura surpassed that of the other demon kings, unmistakably marking it as a formidable demon at the late stage of the life and death realm. Lu Hao and LV Liang gazed upon these formidable demon kings, their expressions swiftly draining of color. Perhaps the two of them could barely contend with a single mid-level demon king, but now they faced 6 of them, alongside a late-stage demon and the ominous presence of the demon ape. They exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with despair. They were coming for us. Lu Hao's voice trembled, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. LV Liang gripped his long knife tightly, his palm slick with perspiration. So many mid-level demons, plus a late-stage one. He swallowed hard, a bitter taste filling his mouth. It's over. Chapter 47. To follow the master and die for him is indeed my fortune. The great demon ape stood behind the demon ape, arms crossed over its chest, gazing down at Chen Changsheng in the center of the clearing. Towering nearly 3 zhang, its jet-black fur shimmered with a metallic sheen, each muscle sculpted like molten steel, brimming with explosive power. Its eyes resembled 2 blood-red lanterns, narrowed slightly, exuding a ferocious aura. The great demon ape's nostrils flared as it sensed the essence emanating from Chen Changsheng. Is this all? A hint of disdain colored its deep voice. Barely at the pinnacle of the 6th realm, not even worthy of an insect. It turned its gaze toward the demon ape. Confusion etched in its eyes. This is the human being the blood king of 10,000 eyes claimed would be lethal? The demon ape nodded, affirming, indeed. This is the human youth. It pointed at Chen Changsheng, its tone icy. The blade of the heavenly sword of Yaoguang City was drawn by this very boy. What? The great demon ape's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it truly him? That sword, who among the demon clan does not know of it? The heavenly sword left in Yaoguang City, countless prodigies attempted to wield it, yet all returned in failure. The great demon ape scrutinized Chen Changsheng carefully, its gaze landing on the long sword at his waist. The blade was entirely black, the scabbard adorned with intricate patterns, emanating a faint chill. Indeed, it is that very sword. A flicker of wariness and murderous intent crossed the great demon ape's eyes. It inhaled deeply, suppressing its shock, and intoned gravely, the blood king of 10,000 eyes possesses foresight. Such a potential threat must be eradicated. The great demon ape's gaze swept across the terrifying phenomenon in the sky, its murderous intent intensifying. Otherwise, the human race will give rise to another formidable powerhouse. The surrounding demon kings murmured their agreement. Standing farthest to the left was a massive black wolf, its form entirely dark as if stained with ink, save for its eyes, which glimmered with a ghostly green light. It measured 5 or 6 zhang in length and towered above ordinary men when upright, emanating a cold and fierce aura. Indeed, the Black Wolf Demon King growled, its voice hoarse. Once, a saint master emerged from the human race, and now his disciples thrive in various realms, serving as the backbone of humanity. It bared its sharp fangs, its eyes filled with resentment. It is precisely because of him that our demon race has been suppressed ever since. Beside the Black Wolf Demon King stood a colossal crimson bird, its wings unfurled, spanning over 10 zhang, each feather gleaming like a blade, radiating a chilling luminescence. Adorned with a golden crest, its gaze was piercing, exuding a searing heat. The human race must not grow any stronger. The Red Bird Demon King screeched sharply, its voice laced with fierce intent. This boy must perish here. Its keen gaze fixated on Chen Changsheng, as if poised to swoop down and rend him to shreds. Next to the Red Bird Demon King was a well-proportioned fierce tiger. Unlike ordinary tigers, this one bore no patterns, its entire body a pristine white, resembling a moving mass of snow. Its eyes were an abyssal black, devoid of any glimmer, resembling two dark voids that instilled a sense of dread. The white tiger demon king remained silent, gently swaying its tail, eyes glimmering with a ferocious intent to kill. Beside the white tiger, a colossal python languidly coiled around a mighty tree, its body as thick as a large bowl and nearly 20 zhang in length. Its scales gleamed a vivid emerald in the sunlight, radiating a chilling brilliance. The serpent's head was the size of a small barrel, its crimson tongue flickering in and out, capable of ensnaring small creatures from 100 meters away with a single breath. With a hiss, the python demon king emitted a chilling sound. Its vertically slit pupils cold and merciless, seemingly able to see through one's very soul. In the center stood the great demon ape, exuding a formidable aura, its gaze sharp and unyielding, akin to an immovable mountain. The 5 demon kings each claimed their territory, encircling the clearing, each radiating an overwhelming and suffocating presence. Their eyes were fixated on Chen Changsheng, filled with malice and cruelty. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, oppressive and heavy. Lu Hao and Liang stood to the side, trembling uncontrollably in the face of the 5 demon kings' terrifying might, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Under such pressure, they felt the courage to draw their blades slipping away. The 5 demon kings were filled with a fierce intent to kill, as if poised to attack at any moment and tear apart everyone in the clearing. Lu Hao's complexion turned pale as paper, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He turned to look at Chen Changsheng, who remained seated, eyes closed, enveloped in a soft golden light, utterly motionless. The phenomena in the sky persisted, lightning intertwining, shadows of blades solidifying, as if to cleave the heavens and the earth. Chen Changsheng appeared completely immersed in the pivotal moment of his breakthrough, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil outside. Mister is still in the midst of his breakthrough, Lu Hao murmured, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes. At the most perilous moment, their greatest reliance was unable to lend assistance. The great demon ape, observing Lu Hao and Liang's expressions, curled its lips into a cold smirk. 2 useless fools, it said, amusement lacing its tone. This time my target is solely Chen Changsheng. The great demon ape pointed at Chen Changsheng and then glanced at Lu Hao and Liang. If you leave now, I can pretend I saw nothing and let you go. As the words fell, a brief silence enveloped the scene. Lu Hao and Liang exchanged glances, finding unwavering resolve mirrored in each other's eyes. Without hesitation or retreat, only steadfast determination remained. They nodded in silent agreement, simultaneously drawing their long blades and positioning them in front of Chen Changsheng. We will not depart, Lu Hao declared, his voice trembling yet resolute. Liang tightened his grip on the blade, its edge aimed squarely at the demon kings. Our master has treated us as both teacher and father. His kindness as heavy as a mountain. How could we abandon him in his hour of need? We would rather die than retreat, they proclaimed in unison, their voices ringing with conviction. Beside them, Yui stepped forward without a moment's hesitation, her small frame shielding Chen Changsheng. If you wish to lay hands on the young master, the voice of the half-demon is youthful yet resolute, her eyes sparkling with unwavering determination. You shall have to tread over our corpses first. The demon ape gazes at the trio's actions, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes, quickly transforming into disdain. Foolish. He scoffs. Is it truly worth it for someone you have only known for a mere fortnight? Lu Hao tightens his grip on the hilt of his sword, veins bulging on his hands. To share life and death for half a month surpasses decades of ordinary companionship. Liang follows suit. Our teacher has imparted to us the art of the blade and the essence of humanity. To follow him in this life is a privilege, and we would have no regrets in death. Yui speaks little, yet stands resolutely, her small face etched with determination. The 3 form a line, like a bastion, standing before Chen Changsheng. Although they are acutely aware that their strength pales in comparison to the 5 great demon kings, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. At this moment, their eyes reflect only steadfastness, devoid of any hint of retreat. Chapter 48. The winged serpent aids me. The demon ape king gazed disdainfully at the 3 individuals standing before Chen Changsheng, a mocking smirk playing upon his lips. Merely 3 insignificant ants, he thought, his voice dripping with contempt, daring to impede our path, truly unaware of their impending doom. He leaned forward slightly, a terrifying aura emanating from his colossal frame, nearly suffocating the trio with its oppressive weight. However, a cruel glimmer flickered in the demon ape king's eyes. Eliminating this insignificant youth would simultaneously rid him of 2 genius heirs from the Lu and Elf families, a fortuitous 2-for-1 opportunity. A low, sinister laughter escaped him, laced with anticipation and arrogance. Once the plans of the demon emperor come to fruition, it will not merely be the Lu and Elf families, The entirety of humanity will fall into the clutches of the demon race. Madness sparkled in the demon ape king's gaze. The demon race is the true sovereign of this continent. He lifted one enormous foot, preparing to crush Lu Hao and El Liang beneath it, as if intending to obliterate them without a second thought. At that moment, the Thunderwolf Demon King emerged unexpectedly. This enormous, pitch-black wolf, with eyes gleaming a haunting green, approached with heavy steps, coldly fixating on the three. Unlike other demon kings, its gaze bore not only murderous intent, but also a hint of curiosity and scrutiny. Wait, the Thunderwolf Demon King's deep voice resonated, causing the Demon Ape King to halt abruptly. Its nostrils flared slightly, as if catching a familiar scent. The wolf narrowed its eerie green eyes, sweeping over the trio before resting its gaze on Yui. There's something about you. The Thunderwolf Demon King rasped, astonishment flashing in its eyes. An aura I recognize. It focused intently on Yui, the green light in its gaze intensifying. Especially you, half-demon wretch. You carry the scent of my son's demon core. The Thunderwolf Demon King's voice rose sharply, filled with fury and hatred. Did you slay a Thunderwolf? Lu Hao, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of surprise, which swiftly morphed into a mocking smile. Indeed, he replied, standing tall, unflinching before the Thunderwolf Demon King's glare. You must be referring to that little wolf? We dispatched it with ease. A taunting grin curled upon Lu Hao's lips. With the wolf's flesh consumed and the demon core absorbed, what can you possibly do about it? What? The Thunderwolf Demon King's eyes ignited with a violent rage, its ebony fur bristling like steel needles. It turned its gaze upon Yui. The murderous intent almost palpable. A lowly half-demon dares to absorb my son's demon core. The Thunderwolf Demon King roared in fury, its voice resonating like thunder. Today, I shall rend your body into 1,000 pieces to quell my deep-seated wrath. Before the words had fully left its mouth, it transformed into a shadow, lunging towards Yui with blinding speed, almost too swift to react. Boom. A tremendous crash echoed as the Thunderwolf Demon King's attack was unexpectedly thwarted. Lu Hao and El Liang struck simultaneously, their blades crossing in front of them to intercept the Demon King's assault. To harm him, you must first pass us. Lu Hao gritted through clenched teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his arm trembling slightly under the immense force. Lu Liang's face was similarly flushed, yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Those who wish to slay us should first consider whether they possess the ability to do so. The Thunderwolf Demon King, taken aback by the thwarting of its attack, was momentarily astonished, only to be consumed by a greater fury. Too insignificant ants dare to obstruct this king? It bellowed. Its body suddenly enveloped in flickering arcs of lightning, as countless blue electrical currents danced among its jet-black fur. This was the essence of thunder, manipulated by the Thunderwolf Demon King, moving with a life of its own. With a fearsome roar, the Thunderwolf Demon King unleashed its wrath. In an instant, the lightning erupted from its body, surging forth like a multitude of serpentine bolts towards Lu Hao and Lu Liang. Swish, swish, swish. Faced with such a terrifying onslaught, Lu Hao and Lu Liang did not falter. Their forms moved as gracefully as the wind, wielding their long blades with rapid precision, slicing through the air to cleave each bolt of lightning asunder. Their swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary level, their movements fluid and harmonious, as if they had rehearsed their synchrony countless times. Lu Hao took the offensive, his strikes sharp and relentless, each aimed at the Thunderwolf King's vital points. Lu Liang assumed a defensive stance, his technique steady as an iron wall, deflecting the Thunderwolf King's attacks with ease. Their cooperation was so seamless that they managed to hold their own against the Thunderwolf King in a matter of moments. The demon ape stood to the side, observing Lu Hao and Lu Liang on the battlefield, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He recognized these two and was well aware of their capabilities. The last time in Yaowang City, they were merely at the initial stage of the 7-star realm, far inferior to him. Yet now, they had not only ascended to the pinnacle of the 7-star realm, but had also refined their swordsmanship to an unimaginable degree. It was inconceivable. The demon ape pondered, narrowing his eyes. Just a few days had passed, and they already possessed the strength to contend with a mid-stage demon of the life and death realm? Such a rate of progress defied all reason. The demon ape's gaze shifted towards Chen Changsheng, who was still in the midst of his breakthrough, a glimmer of realization dawning in his mind. It must be him. The demon ape thought to himself. It surely was the result of this young man's guidance. Such remarkable teaching abilities, if allowed to flourish, could cultivate even more human experts, posing a grave threat to the demon race. A person of such potential must not be allowed to live. The murderous intent in the demon ape's eyes intensified. On the battlefield, The clash between the Thunder Wolf King and Lu Liang had persisted for several seconds. The Thunder Wolf King grew increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. The swordplay of these two human youths was unfathomably intricate, their synergy impeccable. One focused on offense, the other on defense, as if they shared a profound connection. Every assault from the Thunder Wolf King was deftly countered by the duo, and to its disbelief, it began to sense a subtle suppression as the fight unfolded. How was this possible? The Thunder Wolf King roared, its eyes filled with resentment and fury. It could not comprehend how a mid-stage demon of the life and death realm could be subdued by two mere humans of the seven-star realm. Snake, assist me. The Thunder Wolf King growled, calling for help from a nearby demon king. The enormous python, upon hearing this, regarded it with a hint of derision in its slitted eyes. The Thunder Wolf King and the Winged Serpent King emitted hissing sounds. Can you not even handle two mere human ants? At these words, a flicker of embarrassment and anger flashed in the eyes of the Thunder Wolf King. Enough of your nonsense. These two humans are not to be underestimated. The Winged Serpent King scoffed, its massive serpentine body quivering as it leaped from the tree, akin to an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards the battlefield. With a piercing cry, the Winged Serpent King suddenly unfurled in midair, revealing a pair of enormous wings sprouting from its back. These wings, composed of countless minute scales, glimmered with a cold brilliance under the sunlight. The Winged Serpent King circled in the sky, swooping down with its cavernous maw agape, aiming to bite down upon Lu Hao. Be careful, Lu Liang shouted, slicing his blade to repel the Thunder Wolf King, before swiftly turning to assist Lu Hao. Lu Hao also sensed the impending danger behind him and abruptly sidestepped, narrowly evading the Winged Serpent King's assault. However, the Winged Serpent King was relentless. Its tail lashed out like a steel whip, striking fiercely at Lu Hao's back. With a dull thud, Lu Hao could only raise his blade in defense. Yet he was still sent flying by the force of the tail, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 49. Such a creature should not exist in this world. Lu Hao. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Liang rushed forward to assist. Yet, how could the Thunder Wolf King let such an opportunity slip away? It swiftly positioned itself in front of Liang, radiating an aura of crackling lightning. You wish to save him? You must first pass through me. The Thunder Wolf King sneered, launching another assault. In an instant, Lu Hao and Liang found themselves in a precarious position, while they could barely contend with the Thunder Wolf King alone. Facing the combined onslaught of two formidable demon kings left them at a distinct disadvantage. Aha! The Thunder Wolf King cackled in triumph. Two mere ants dare to act so brazenly before me? Observing Lu Hao and Liang being overwhelmed, the White Tiger Demon King and the Fiery Feathered Sparrow exchanged glances filled with predatory intent. The time has come, the White Tiger Demon King whispered, its eyes gleaming with murderous resolve. The Fiery Feathered Sparrow nodded in agreement, its wings unfurling, crimson feathers igniting like blazing flames. Now is the moment to eliminate that human boy. Without further hesitation, the two Demon Kings lunged towards Chen Changsheng. The White Tiger Demon King moved with astonishing speed, reaching Chen Changsheng in the blink of an eye, its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at his throat. Following closely, the Fiery Feathered Sparrow unleashed a barrage of fiery feathers that exploded into a multitude of flaming blades, hurtling towards Chen Changsheng. Just as it seemed Chen Changsheng was on the brink of demise beneath the claws of the demons, a small, slender figure suddenly interposed itself before him. It was Yui. The half-demon stood resolutely in front of Chen Changsheng, her frail form spreading her arms wide as if to serve as a barrier against the approaching demon kings. You shall not approach my master, Yui declared loudly, her voice youthful yet unwavering. The Fiery Feathered Sparrow hovered above, looking down at Yui with disdain and loathing. A half-demon, it hissed mockingly, its tone dripping with contempt. Such a creature should not exist in this world. A flicker of deep revulsion crossed its eyes. Our noble demon bloodline, tainted by the infusion of human lineage, an utter disgrace. Hearing this, a hint of pain crossed Yuyi's delicate features, yet she remained steadfast, refusing to yield an inch in front of Chen Changsheng. Today, let us cleanse our ranks and extinguish this filth. The Fiery Feathered Sparrow bellowed in fury. With a powerful flap of its wings, countless crimson feathers erupted, coalescing in the air to form a colossal firebird. The firebird radiated an intense heat, emanating a terrifying temperature that warped the very air around it. As it swept across the ground, the grass was instantly ignited, reduced to ash. Even some stones glowed red and emitted wisps of white smoke. This was the full-force strike of a mid-stage demon king in the realm of life and death, a display of astonishing power. Facing such a horrific assault, despair flickered in Yu Yi's eyes. She was merely at the realm of spirit refinement, a stark contrast to the mid-stage demon king in the realm of life and death, rendering her inferior even to the smallest insect. Nevertheless, she did not waver, silently standing her ground before Chen Changsheng. The fiery feathered sparrow watched this scene unfold. Envisioning Yu Yi reduced to ashes, a cruel smile curling at the corner of its lips. As the fiery bird was poised to strike Yu Yi, a dreadful crimson light was about to erupt. In this critical moment, a faint golden glow suddenly emanated from the small wings behind Yu Yi. In the next instant, those wings, originally no larger than a palm, expanded dramatically, nearly enveloping his entire back. Instinctively, Yu Yi shielded himself with the wings, forming a golden barrier. With a thunderous crash, the fiery bird collided with the golden wings, and a layer of soft golden radiance shimmered from the wings, rippling outward like waves. Astonishingly, the fiery bird was dissipated by this golden luminescence, transforming into countless tiny sparks that scattered and fell. However, this golden glow faded almost as swiftly as it had appeared. Yu Yi was hurled backward by the immense force, crashing heavily onto the ground, his small face contorted in pain, with several burns marring his body. The blazing feathered bird observed this scene, a flicker of astonishment flashing in its eyes. What had just transpired? How could a mere insect at the refining spirit realm withstand my attack? What troubled it further was that, in that fleeting moment, it sensed a chilling aura emanating from Yu Yi, one that seemed to hail from ancient times, imbued with majesty and mystery, instinctively instilling fear within it. Could this half-demon harbor some secret? The blazing feathered bird pondered, but soon shook its head, dismissing the thought. Whatever secrets lay within mattered little. The priority was to eliminate Chen Changsheng. It turned its gaze towards Chen Changsheng, who was still in the midst of his breakthrough, its murderous intent intensifying. Meanwhile, the situation for Lu Hao and El Liang was even more precarious. Faced with the combined assault of the Thunder Wolf King and the White Tiger Demon King, the two had long since been outmatched. El Liang's long blade had shattered into two, with several gaping wounds on his right arm, blood pouring forth and staining half of his body. These injuries were inflicted by the claws of the White Tiger Demon King, nearly severing his arm entirely. Lu Hao fared no better. His body was charred black, his hair frizzed as if struck by lightning, and his breath was labored, his eyes filled with agony, evidently wounded by the Thunder Wolf King's lightning strike. The two supported each other, barely managing to stand together, having lost the capacity to continue fighting. The White Tiger Demon King and the Thunder Wolf King loomed before them, their eyes glinting with mockery and cruelty. "You two mere ants of the human race," sneered the Thunder Wolf King, his voice dripping with derision. "Do you think yourselves invincible, daring to come to the southern wilderness?" The White Tiger Demon King joined in the taunting. "Foolish creatures, coming to the southern wilderness is a death wish." A cruel glimmer flickered in the Thunder Wolf King's eyes. "Once we dispose of you, we shall hunt down that boy. None shall survive." In the face of the Demon King's ridicule, Lu Hao and El Liang found themselves too weak to retort. They exchanged a glance, despair and resignation reflected in their eyes. It seemed they were destined to perish here today. Lu Hao said with a bitter smile, his voice frail. El Liang nodded, a hint of regret surfacing in his gaze. "It is a pity we did not get to meet Lord Tiandao. That is a true regret." As the two formidable demon kings prepared to strike down their opponents, an unusual disturbance suddenly rippled through the sky. The Thunder Wolf King and the White Tiger Demon King simultaneously raised their gazes, transfixed by the heavens. The once tranquil vortex of spiritual energy began to churn violently, resembling boiling water, and trembled with intensity. What could this mean? The Thunder Wolf King furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. In the next moment, the vortex of spiritual energy in the sky abruptly contracted, forming a colossal tornado that surged directly towards Chen Changsheng. The tornado moved with astonishing speed, enveloping Chen Changsheng entirely in an instant. Even more astonishing was the sight of Chen Changsheng's body, seemingly transforming into an insatiable abyss, greedily consuming the spiritual energy. An endless torrent of spiritual energy flooded into his being like a deluge, with no signs of overflow whatsoever. Chapter 50. Today you shall face my wrath. Upon witnessing this scene, all the demon kings were momentarily taken aback. The Thunder Wolf King widened his eyes, his expression one of disbelief. What is happening? The White Tiger Demon King also ceased his actions, fixating his gaze upon the spiraling vortex of spiritual energy, his eyes brimming with astonishment. "The density of the spiritual energy is astonishing," he murmured to himself, a hint of terror lacing his voice. It surpasses even the moment I broke through the death-defying boundary. Standing nearby, the demon ape king narrowed his eyes slightly, an acute sense of vigilance rising within him. Years of battle experience informed him that the unfolding events were anything but ordinary. The blazing feathered sparrow too halted its assault, hovering in midair with a wary expression. Observing the spectacle, how could a mere child at the sixth harmony realm conjure such a terrifying phenomenon? Confusion and dread filled its heart. All the demon kings instinctively paused their movements, their attention riveted on Chen Changsheng. They beheld the vortex of spiritual energy growing thicker and denser, nearly engulfing Chen Changsheng entirely within a sea of spiritual essence. His body appeared to be an insatiable abyss, voraciously consuming the spiritual energy, with nary a trace spilling over. Thud, a deep, resounding heartbeat echoed from within Chen Changsheng, clearly audible to all present. With this heartbeat, the vortex of spiritual energy suddenly accelerated, its influx intensifying. Thud, another heartbeat sounded, louder than the last. The vortex transformed into a radiant column of white light, directly streaming into Chen Changsheng's body. Thud, the third heartbeat rang out, deafeningly powerful. In that instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from within Chen Changsheng, illuminating everything around him as if it were broad daylight. Boom, a tremendous sound erupted, sending invisible shockwaves radiating outward from Chen Changsheng. Where the waves passed, flora swayed, dust and stones were sent flying, and even the air quivered. He has broken through. The demon ape king's eyes widened, his voice tinged with astonishment and incredulity. Indeed, Chen Changsheng's realm began to ascend. The barrier of the peak's sixth harmony realm was shattered completely. Pure streams of true energy surged within him like a river bursting its banks, unstoppable. Early seventh-star realm. The white tiger demon king fixed his gaze on Chen Changsheng, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. Yet, what astonished all the demon kings was that Chen Changsheng's aura showed no signs of ceasing its ascent. The speed of this elevation was utterly electrifying. What is this situation? The Thunder Wolf King's voice trembled slightly, his own realm still on the rise? Mid-seventh-star realm. The Winged Serpent King flicked its crimson tongue, its vertical pupils filled with wariness and shock. Chen Changsheng's aura grew increasingly potent and substantial, coalescing around him as if it were a tangible force. The extraordinary spectacle in the sky became even more pronounced, the shadows of blades more defined, the lightning more concentrated. As if the entire universe was celebrating his transformation. Late seventh-star realm. The demon ape king's voice quivered, his eyes wide with disbelief. A remarkable breakthrough propelled him directly from the pinnacle of the Liuhe realm to the late stage of the Qixing realm. Such a magnitude of advancement is virtually unprecedented. Even among the most extraordinary geniuses, surpassing a minor realm in a single leap is considered astonishing. Yet, Chen Changsheng astonishingly transcended a full 3 minor realms in one breath. How could this be possible? The blazing feathered phoenix murmured in disbelief, her eyes brimming with shock and confusion. The pace of this enhancement was utterly inconceivable. The Thunder Wolf King gazed at Chen Changsheng, and the disdain and mockery that once danced in his eyes had vanished, replaced by profound apprehension and fear. Even the usually stoic white tiger demon king exhibited a look of astonishment, his pitch-black eyes momentarily reflecting a flicker of emotion. Lu Hao and El Liang stood in awe, their expressions a blend of shock and elation. The master has broken through, Lu Hao murmured, his voice tinged with incredulity. Having ascended to the late stage of the Qixing realm in a single bound, El Liang's face mirrored his astonishment, his eyes wide open. This is truly outrageous. Yu Yi struggled to rise from the ground, her small face radiating surprise and admiration. Young master, you are incredibly powerful. However, overwhelmed by excitement, she fainted from sheer exhilaration. At that moment, everyone, including the demon kings, was rendered speechless by Chen Changsheng's astonishing rate of ascension, their scalps tingling in disbelief. As the extraordinary phenomenon gradually dissipated, the spiraling aura of spiritual energy vanished without a trace. Chen Changsheng slowly opened his eyes. His gaze, dark as ink, resembled 2 unfathomable ancient wells, calm yet brimming with infinite depth. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings, absorbing everything in his line of sight. Yui lay on the ground, her condition uncertain, with evident burn marks marring her skin. Lu Hao and El Liang, both barely clinging to life, one charred black, the other with mangled limbs, were a stark contrast to the 5 powerful demon kings, who glared at him with predatory intent. In an instant, Chen Changsheng's expression turned frosty, his countenance resembling ice. His gaze shifted from tranquil to frigid, sharp as a blade. At that moment, all the demon kings felt a chill run down their spines. As if they were being scrutinized by an unimaginable horror. An invisible pressure bore down upon them, akin to a knife poised at their throats, threatening dire consequences with the slightest misstep. The Thunder Wolf King could not help but take a half-step back, a sudden, inexplicable dread surging within him. The White Tiger Demon King squinted, a glimmer of wariness flickering in his dark eyes. The Magic Ape King furrowed his brow, perplexed by the source of this sudden pressure. Yet, soon enough, all 5 Demon Kings regained their composure. Chen Changsheng was merely a practitioner of the Qixing realm, while they were mighty beings of the life and death realm. How formidable could a Qixing realm be? What tempest could he possibly stir? Chen Changsheng regarded the 5 Demon Kings, his voice devoid of emotion, like a cold machine. Was it you who did this? Just those few simple words seemed to freeze the very air around them. The Magic Ape King stepped forward, looking down at Chen Changsheng with a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. We did it. What will you do about it? He looked down at Chen Changsheng with an air of condescension, his voice dripping with disdain. It's fortuitous that you've awakened. I shall crush you and return to report. In the face of the Demon Ape King's provocation, Chen Changsheng remained unfazed, striding directly toward the fallen Yue. He knelt beside her, gently assessing her injuries. And his furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Yue had merely lost consciousness. Though her wounds were grave, her life was not in peril. Chen Changsheng then turned to examine Lu Hao and El Liang, who lay gasping for breath yet clinging to life. They would not perish this day. Sir. Lu Hao, upon seeing Chen Changsheng awake, bore the agony with fortitude, weakly imploring, "Run. They are here for you." Chen Changsheng straightened, casting an impassive glance at Lu Hao, his voice as calm as still water. "Here for me?" He slowly pivoted to face the 5 Demon Kings, a glimmer of icy resolve flickering in his eyes. Then it is they who should flee. At Chen Changsheng's words, the 5 Demon Kings erupted in simultaneous derision. Ha! The Thunder Wolf King widened his eyes in disbelief, incredulous that this youth had lost his senses. The White Tiger Demon King regarded Chen Changsheng with a scornful gaze, her voice laden with contempt. A mere ant of the 7-star realm dares to confront us 5 Demon Kings? The blazing feathered sparrow emitted a sharp, mocking laugh, utterly unaware of his own mortality. A single breath from us would be your undoing. Unmoved by the taunts of the Demon Kings, Chen Changsheng's expression remained frigid, betraying no sign of emotion. He stood there with an unyielding composure, akin to an immovable mountain. Gradually, he raised his hand to grasp the black long knife at his waist. With a soft click, the blade was drawn a mere 3 inches. An even more terrifying aura emanated from him, pressing outward as if it were a tangible force. Chen Changsheng spoke coldly, his voice echoing like a decree from the underworld. It has been far too long since I last hunted your kind. Today, I shall make you my quarry. Chapter 51. Daring not to open his eyes, it must be an illusion. Chen Changsheng slowly withdrew the black long knife. A crisp blade song resonated through the mountains and forests. As the knife emerged from its sheath, an explosive aura surged forth from Chen Changsheng. Although he was merely at the late stage of the 7 stars realm, the momentum emanating from him was overwhelming. Akin to a dormant volcano erupting after millennia, or a long-hidden beast finally revealing its fangs. The terrifying pressure he exuded was even more daunting than that of many experts in the Divine Bridge realm. The 5 Demon Kings widened their eyes in disbelief. How could this be possible? The fiery feathered sparrow stepped back in shock. How could a being of the 7 stars realm possess such presence? The White Tiger Demon King narrowed his eyes, a flicker of wariness and apprehension flashing through his pitch-black pupils. Yet soon, the Demon Kings regained their composure. Do not be intimidated by him. The Demon Ape King scoffed disdainfully, his eyes betraying his skepticism. We clearly witnessed him just breaking through to the 7 stars realm. How could he possibly be a powerhouse of the Divine Bridge realm? Indeed, this brat is merely posturing, hissed the Winged Serpent King, its crimson tongue flickering ominously. The Thunder Wolf King, unable to contain itself any longer, took a step forward and lunged at Chen Changsheng. Its entire body crackled with lightning, each black hair standing erect like steel needles, exuding an aura of lethal intent. This feat shall belong to me, the Thunder Wolf King. It roared arrogantly, its sharp claws aimed directly at Chen Changsheng's throat. Faced with the Thunder Wolf King's assault, a cold smile crept across Chen Changsheng's lips. Seeking death. These 2 simple words echoed like a whisper from the Grim Reaper, causing the surrounding air to grow still. Chen Changsheng tightened his grip on the long knife, gathering his strength, and suddenly swung the blade. Swish, a flash of light erupted. It was an utterly pure arc of blade light, devoid of any ornate techniques. Merely the simplest and most direct slash. Yet, within this simplicity lay an awe-inspiring power capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. As the blade light passed, it cleaved through space itself, creating a grotesque fissure as if even the universe could not withstand the sharpness of the strike. Childish tricks. The Thunder Wolf King sneered derisively, its eyes filled with disdain. An attack from someone in the Seven Stars realm could barely scratch a hair on this king. It charged forward without hesitation, intent on shattering Chen Changsheng's blade light and tearing the arrogant human youth to shreds. The blade light zipped by like lightning, slicing through the Thunder Wolf King's body, and then struck a massive boulder behind it, cleaving the stone in two. The Thunder Wolf King's form abruptly halted in midair, its movements and expression freezing simultaneously. It remained in the pose of an attack, yet could advance no further. Those eyes, once filled with fury and contempt, now widened in astonishment, as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. How could this be? The Thunder Wolf King's voice trailed off, its unfinished words dissipating into the air. In the next moment, its body crashed to the ground, neatly severed in two. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining a vast expanse of land in crimson. In the moment of death, the expression on the Thunder Wolf King's face was one of profound shock and disbelief, as if he could not comprehend until his last breath why a majestic demon king of the mid-stage of the life and death realm could be slain by a mere human of the Seven-Star realm with a single strike. The corpse of the Thunder Wolf King continued to convulse, blood flowing and further saturating the ground. The remaining 4 demon kings stood frozen in place, momentarily paralyzed by fear, none daring to move an inch. This is impossible. The Winged Serpent King's voice trembled, its vertical pupils wide with horror. It blinked vigorously, as if attempting to confirm whether what it witnessed was merely an illusion. The mid-stage Thunder Wolf King was slain? The flame surrounding the fiery feathered bird dimmed slightly, its eyes filled with incredulity. I cannot believe this. It must be a figment of my imagination. The pure black eyes of the White Tiger Demon King finally revealed a ripple of emotion, unable to conceal the shock beneath its calm exterior. It turned once more to Chen Changsheng, keenly sensing the aura he exuded. Chen Changsheng remained imposing, the terrifying pressure he emanated undiminished, even sharpened by that recent strike. Yet his cultivation was unmistakably that of the late stage of the Seven-Star realm, devoid of any signs of deceit. The late stage of the Seven-Star realm. Slaying a mid-stage demon king of the life and death realm. The White Tiger Demon King murmured, its voice laced with disbelief. It was simply unfathomable. The Demon Ape King also stood wide-eyed and rooted to the spot. He had witnessed countless battles and encountered many formidable beings, yet he had never seen anything so outrageous. This was not merely a difference of a few minor realms. The chasm between the Seven-Star realm and the life and death realm was akin to a vast divide, as if they belonged to entirely different worlds. Though formidable, the Seven-Star realm was at best mid-tier among cultivators, merely superior to novices. Conversely, the life and death realm represented the profound understanding of life and death, a true elevation into the realm of high-tier cultivators. A practitioner at the early stage of the life and death realm could easily crush a group of peak Seven-Star realm cultivators, let alone a mid-stage demon king. Yet, against all odds, Chen Changsheng at the Seven-Star realm had defied the heavens and vanquished a mid-stage demon king of the life and death realm. Such an occurrence was beyond their wildest imaginations. What manner of monster is this young man? The Demon Ape King felt a tumult of emotions within. Fear etched across its face. No wonder the Blood King of 10,000 Eyes declared he must perish. Lu Hao and Lu Liang were equally dumbfounded. They had known of Chen Changsheng's exceptional nature, yet the spectacle before them left them speechless, awestruck into silence. Their master is simply astonishing. Lu Hao's voice trembled with disbelief. To slay a demon king immediately upon breaking through, such combat prowess is utterly terrifying. Lu Liang swallowed hard, murmuring, after following our master for so many days, we have come to appreciate his remarkable swordsmanship. But, while they admired and respected Chen Changsheng, they were fully aware of his cultivation level. The late stage of the Seven-Star realm is precisely that, undeniably so. The path of cultivation is fraught with rigid hierarchies. While surpassing a minor realm may not be significant, transcending a major realm presents formidable challenges and is nearly impossible to achieve. Yet, Chen Changsheng has directly slain the mid-stage king of Thunder Wolves, a display of combat prowess that is simply unprecedented. Could it be that the master is concealing his true realm? A flicker of speculation flashed in Lu Hao's eyes. Lu Liang shook his head, stating, "It does not appear so. We all witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon when the master broke through, confirming he has indeed ascended to the late stage of the seven-star realm. The two exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment and admiration. Should they one day possess such strength as the master? All their hardships along this journey would be worth it. The shock of the Demon Kings swiftly morphed into fear and murderous intent. No wonder the Blood King of 10,000 Eyes holds him in such high regard. The Winged Serpent King hissed, his voice laced with trepidations. This Chen Changsheng is exceedingly formidable, if allowed to grow. The blaze-feathered sparrow's eyes glimmered with caution, and the consequences would be dire. The White Tiger Demon King cast a penetrating gaze upon Chen Changsheng, a glint of malice flashing in his pitch-black eyes. He must perish today, come what may. The Magic Ape King reacted the swiftest, suddenly bellowing, his voice resonating like thunder. Everyone, attack together and slay Chen Changsheng. His gaze was ruthless, brimming with lethal intent. He must not be allowed to escape alive. No sooner had he spoken than the four great Demon Kings sprang into action simultaneously. Chapter 52. No one escapes. The Demon Ape King surged forward, his muscles bulging like a small mountain, causing the ground to tremble with each step. The Winged Serpent King, swift as lightning, coiled around to launch an assault on Chen Changsheng, its scarlet tongue flickering in and out, while its sharp fangs glimmered with a chilling light. The White Tiger Demon King transformed into a phantom of white, silently maneuvering behind Chen Changsheng, poised for a sneak attack. The blazing feathered sparrow soared into the sky, countless feathers morphing into fiery blades that descended from above, sealing off Chen Changsheng's escape route. The four Demon Kings collaborated with uncanny precision, forming a terrifying encirclement, completely surrounding Chen Changsheng. In the face of such perilous circumstances, Chen Changsheng remained remarkably composed. He stood tall and resolute, akin to a pine tree. As he gently twirled the long knife in his hand, its blade shimmering with a cold light under the sun. Observing the fierce advance of the four Demon Kings, a faint smile graced his lips. You all. His voice was calm and steady, imbued with boundless confidence and authority, will not escape. As the four Demon Kings lunged simultaneously, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes. He gave his long knife a slight tremor, and then, like a specter, it began to dance. Swish, 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 swish. For beams of blade light erupted almost simultaneously, each one as formidable as the one he had unleashed against the Thunderwolf King, imbued with terrifying destructive power. The beams shot towards the four Demon Kings, moving so swiftly that their trajectories were nearly imperceptible. Having already witnessed the horror of Chen Changsheng's blade technique, the Demon Kings dared not underestimate him this time, employing all their might to defend themselves. The Demon Ape King roared, his body radiating golden light, as he swung his arms, thick as pillars, tearing through the air with visible rifts. He crossed his arms over his chest, attempting to block Chen Changsheng's blade light with his physical form like a formidable wall. The blazing feathered sparrow flapped its wings, unleashing torrents of flames from its feathers, instantly forming a wall of fire before it. This wall was searingly hot, the temperature so high that it distorted the very air around it. The White Tiger Demon King let out a low growl, its snowy fur bristling with a glint of coldness. It swung its forepaw fiercely, 5 beams of pristine claw light slicing through the air to confront the blade light. The Winged Serpent King opened its gaping maw, unleashing a wave of verdant light that surged towards the blade light, carrying lethal poison that corroded everything in its path into nothingness. Though the counterattacks of the four Demon Kings appeared ferocious, they were as fragile as paper in the face of Chen Changsheng's blade light. The blade light pierced through their defenses with overwhelming force, striking directly at their bodies. Puff. The first beam of blade light penetrated the Winged Serpent King's verdant wave, splitting its massive form in two, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Boom. The second beam tore through the blazing feathered sparrow's wall of flames, passing through its chest and leaving a gaping wound the size of a bowl. The blazing feathered sparrow's eyes widened in disbelief before it crashed heavily to the ground, feathers scattering in every direction. Crack. The third flash of the blade collided with the claws of the White Tiger Demon King, producing a crisp sound. Without hesitation, the blade cleaved through the air, severing the head of the White Tiger Demon King with precision. Its pure white fur became stained with bright red blood, creating a striking contrast. Bang! The fourth blade struck heavily against the arms of the Demon Ape King, generating a deafening noise. The Demon Ape King's arms, as sturdy as steel, were effortlessly severed by the blade, which then continued its trajectory, leaving a wound deep enough to expose bone on its chest. The Demon Ape King let out a muffled groan, akin to a kite with severed strings, soaring backward before crashing heavily to the ground, its fate uncertain. In a mere instant, Three of the four great demon kings lay dead, while one was grievously wounded. The scene fell into silence, broken only by the sound of blood flowing. Three demon kings' corpses lay sprawled in disarray on the ground. These were formidable beings at the mid-stage of the life and death realm. Yet, they had all been slain by Chen Changsheng, each with a single strike. Apart from the demon ape king, whose life remained in the balance after being hurled away. The other three perished on the spot. In the distance, a small demon ape crouched behind a large tree, trembling all over, its eyes wide with terror. It had witnessed the recent spectacle. Chen Changsheng, single-handedly, had dispatched the four great demon kings with just 4 strokes. The small demon ape was utterly shattered, cold sweat pouring down like rain, soaking its entire body. How could this be? How could this be? Its voice quivered, struggling to grasp the reality before its eyes. It had never anticipated Chen Changsheng to be so formidable. The gathering of the 4 mid-stage demon kings, including the esteemed demon ape king summoned from its own clan, was meant to ensure the demise of Chen Changsheng. Logically, such an assembly would give even a nascent power of the divine bridge realm pause. Yet, Chen Changsheng, with merely the cultivation of the 7 stars realm, had effortlessly slain 4 demon kings with 4 strokes. Such combat prowess was utterly unfathomable, terrifying beyond measure. The small demon ape gazed at the fallen demon ape king in the distance, torn between worry and fear. The demon ape king had fared relatively better. Having blocked Chen Changsheng's blade with its arms, though severed, it had at least preserved its life, albeit with a grievous wound visible to the bone on its chest. However, this defeat had dealt a crushing blow to the small demon ape. It could hardly fathom how to report this calamity to the Blood King of 10,000 Eyes. Meanwhile, the demon ape king lay on the ground, blood staining half of its body. Enduring the excruciating pain, it lifted its head to gaze at Chen Changsheng, who stood amidst the pile of corpses, its eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How could this be? How could this be? The demon ape king was astounded beyond measure. The scene before it involuntarily evoked memories of a day more than 200 years prior. On that day, it was also a human male with a blade who nearly annihilated the entire southern wilderness. No demon could withstand a single strike from that man. Regardless of their realm or tactics, all were as fragile as paper, cut asunder with a single blow. The demon ape king had been present, helplessly witnessing the other demon kings fall before its eyes, an indelible fear that lingered to this day. Had it not been for the personal intervention of the demon emperor, that human male might have carved a path through the entire southern wilderness. Even so, the cost of 3 demon emperors' demise was paid to thwart that human male. The name of this human was none other than Tian Dao. At this moment, the demon ape king sensed an aura emanating from Chen Changsheng that was even more formidable than that of Tian Dao. More precisely, it was a similar yet distinctly different presence, a purer and sharper essence of the sword. The demon ape king's instincts warned him that if Chen Changsheng were allowed to mature, he would surpass even Tian Dao in terror. Currently, he was merely at the 7-star realm, yet he could slay a mid-stage demon king from the life and death realm. If he were to ascend to the divine bridge realm or even the celestial court realm, who could possibly withstand his blade? Chapter 53. 1 Blade, 1 Mountain. Chen Changsheng cast a calm glance at the 3 demon kings' corpses strewn across the ground, flicking his wrist to shake off the blood from his longsword. He then turned his gaze towards the distant demon ape king, his eyes flickering with a hint of surprise. Indeed, a slight smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips. To withstand a single strike from me, you must be the most formidable among these beasts. The demon ape king struggled to rise, the wound where its arm had been severed still oozing blood, yet the ferocity in its eyes remained undiminished. A spark of interest ignited in Chen Changsheng's gaze. Just as I have recently broken through, I shall use you to test my newfound strength. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he was already charging towards the demon ape king, his form darting like lightning, traversing dozens of yards in an instant to appear before the beast. Seeking death, the demon ape king roared in fury, disbelief and rage illuminating its eyes. Chen Changsheng's audacity was simply incomprehensible. It was a late-stage great demon on the brink of a breakthrough, a being of immense prestige. The earlier advantage had merely been a moment's carelessness, yet now, Chen Changsheng dared to approach him alone? Was this not an invitation to demise? Despite the fury boiling within, the demon ape king did not underestimate his adversary. Its black fur suddenly shimmered with a metallic sheen, enveloping its body like a formidable armor. Ape King's golden body. It bellowed, and with a sudden swing of its remaining arm, it hurled a devastating punch towards Chen Changsheng. The sheer force of the blow compressed the air, creating visible ripples capable of shattering a small mountain. Yet, In the face of such a terrifying strike, Chen Changsheng remained unperturbed, gently wielding his longsword. Clang! The sound of a crisp metallic collision echoed through the air. Remarkably, Chen Changsheng had withstood the mighty punch of the Demon Ape King with his sword. Not only that, a burst of blade light erupted, akin to a multitude of tiny beams, relentlessly striking the Demon Ape King's body. Though these flashes appeared feeble, each harbored an overwhelming power, leaving a series of minuscule wounds upon the beast's golden fur. Hiss! The Demon Ape King inhaled sharply. Despite its formidable defenses, Chen Changsheng's blade light was terrifyingly potent. Each strike felt like countless tiny daggers slicing into its flesh, unbearable pain coursing through its body. Wounds of varying sizes marred its form, blood seeping forth, staining its golden fur a dark crimson. How could this be? The Demon Ape King's heart surged with disbelief. It was inconceivable that it could not subdue a mere human of the seven-star realm. The combat prowess of Chen Changsheng was simply beyond comprehension. I shall slay you. The Demon Ape King was utterly enraged, its black fur bristling, each strand as hard as steel needles. It abandoned all defense and launched a ferocious assault, throwing punch after punch at Chen Changsheng. Each strike contained astonishing power, cracking the surrounding air. However, throughout the onslaught, Chen Changsheng remained composed, his expression devoid of any hint of panic. He wielded his blade with relentless precision, seemingly ordinary techniques that flawlessly countered every attack from the Demon Ape King. Beneath the surface simplicity of his swordplay lay an unparalleled understanding of the art of the blade, deftly neutralizing each of the Demon Ape King's strikes. The clash of metal resonated in the air, as the shimmering light of the blade intertwined with the shadows of fists, creating a dazzling spectacle. The confrontation intensified as the two exchanged blows, yet gradually, the Demon Ape King's offensive began to wane. His injuries multiplied, the once dark fur now stained crimson, and his breath grew labored. In stark contrast, Chen Changsheng's presence remained as profound as the ocean, unwavering and undiminished. The long blade in his grasp seemed to possess a life of its own, executing each movement with perfect timing, both defensive and offensive, leaving the Demon Ape King beleaguered. The ferocity in the Demon Ape King's eyes gradually gave way to a burgeoning dread. At that moment, he no longer harbored the will to continue battling Chen Changsheng. He recognized that he was no match for him. His sole thought became how to survive and relay the information back. Such a monstrous human must be dealt with by the Beast Emperor to eliminate any future threat. With this resolve, a flicker of determination crossed the Demon Ape King's gaze. He unleashed a furious roar, channeling all his remaining strength into his last arm, striking fiercely towards Chen Changsheng. The wrath of the ape god. This blow encapsulated the entirety of the Demon Ape King's martial prowess, the wind from his punch howling with formidable force. Yet, to the discerning eye, it was evident that this was a feigned attack, a ploy to escape. Chen Changsheng smirked coldly, deftly tilting his blade to meet the Demon Ape King's fist with pinpoint accuracy. A resounding boom echoed as the Demon Ape King was propelled backward by the force of the impact, hurtling towards the distant thicket. A sense of relief washed over him. His scheme had succeeded. If he could just flee this place, he would have the chance to convey his message. However, Chen Changsheng would not grant him such an opportunity. Thinking to escape, a glint of coldness flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. It would not be so simple. He slowly raised his hand, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge violently. Visible streams of energy surged towards the long blade in his grasp, which transformed into a translucent form before rapidly expanding. In an instant, a colossal spiritual blade measuring 50 meters emerged in Chen Changsheng's hands. The blade radiated a soft golden glow, exuding an aura of terrifying dread. The air warped under the weight of this presence, and the surrounding trees trembled as if unable to withstand the pressure. Behold this strike. Can you withstand it? Chen Changsheng spoke coldly, devoid of any emotion. The Demon Ape King, sensing the overwhelming aura behind him, abruptly turned, his pupils constricting in shock. No. It's impossible. His eyes reflected a mixture of astonishment and despair, unable to fathom that Chen Changsheng possessed such a fearsome ability. Boom! The spiritual blade sliced through the air in an instant, its speed astonishing, even generating a sonic boom. The Demon Ape King had not even the slightest chance to react, before he could mount any form of defense. He was struck head-on by a terrifying flash of the blade. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced through the body of the Demon Ape King, cleaving him in two. Yet, the momentum of the blade did not wane. It continued its relentless advance, leaving nothing but annihilation in its wake. Trees, rocks, and earth crumbled before it, as if they were mere paper. Ultimately, the blade struck a distant mountaintop, slicing it neatly in half before finally coming to a halt. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Silence enveloped the valley, save for the faint hum of spiritual energy resonating in the air. Lu Hao stood transfixed, his mind reeling at the spectacle before him. His eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open as if it could accommodate an egg, leaving him momentarily speechless. This is simply beyond comprehension. A single stroke cleaving a mountain? While he was aware of his teacher's formidable strength, he had never anticipated it would reach such an extraordinary level. This was not a battle, it was a one-sided massacre. Chapter 54. The gentleman speaks the truth. We are indeed unworthy. Lu Liang was equally astonished, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. He exchanged a glance with Lu Hao, both filled with an indescribable shock. What the devil? Lu Hao murmured, his voice trembling. Is this what you call the seven-star realm? He gestured towards the distant mountaintop, cleaved in two, incredulity etched on his face. You claim this is the work of a formidable being from the divine bridge realm. No one would dare dispute that. Lu Liang swallowed hard, his atoms apple bobbing. The master's swordsmanship is terrifying. His combat prowess is simply off the charts. He is hardly human. Lu Hao exclaimed, his arms flailing in excitement. To slay a late-stage demon from the life and death realm at the seven-star realm. Who would believe it? Lu Liang nodded, his eyes brimming with admiration. Yet the master has indeed achieved it. He is nothing short of a monster, an aberration among aberrations. Although the two had already acknowledged Chen Changsheng's prowess, a lingering sense of superiority due to their realm disparity still resided within them. After all, in this world, realm is paramount. A practitioner of the seven-star realm could never possibly rival a being from the life and death realm. That is common knowledge. Yet Chen Changsheng shattered this notion, demonstrating through his actions what it truly means to be a formidable force. I am utterly convinced. Lu Hao sighed deeply, his eyes sparkling with adoration, completely and unequivocally in awe. Lu Liang, filled with fervor, declared, the master's demeanor is even more astounding than the fabled celestial blade. Indeed. Lu Hao nodded vigorously, recognizing that the one capable of wielding the celestial blade is undeniably extraordinary. The fervent admiration in their eyes had reached a pinnacle, surpassing even their reverence for the celestial blade. Ding! A melodious notification echoed in Chen Changsheng's mind. Congratulations, you have gained 30,000 points of admiration. Chen Changsheng sheathed his long blade, a slight smile gracing his lips. After vanquishing the 5 great demon kings, he exhibited no signs of fatigue. Instead, he appeared invigorated. He turned towards Lu Hao and Lu Liang, a gentle smile illuminating his face. Instantly, they straightened their backs, their eyes alight with reverence and admiration. Chen Changsheng felt a sense of gratification. Having just utilized the admiration points he had accumulated to break through a realm, he had swiftly garnered another 30,000. These two young fellows are indeed quite useful. How delightful! How delightful! Chen Changsheng mused to himself. At that moment, Chen Changsheng suddenly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, directing it towards a nearby thicket. His eyes seemed capable of penetrating all, homing in on the concealed target within. Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed slightly, a cold smile curling at his lips. Since you have come, why not reveal yourself? The little demon ape hidden in the bushes trembled, its back instantly drenched in cold sweat. It felt as though it were being scrutinized by the specter of death, a chilling dread surging from its feet to the crown of its head. It was an indescribable terror, as if its very soul had been laid bare, with nowhere to hide. Discovered, the little demon monkey was filled with terror, no longer able to observe his surroundings, and dared not even turn his head. He suddenly leaped from the thicket, fleeing frantically into the distance. His speed was astonishing, his form resembling a streak of black lightning, covering several dozen yards in the blink of an eye. Trying to escape? Chen Changsheng scoffed, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Too late. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he casually swung his long blade towards the direction of the demon monkey. Swish, the blade gleamed like a silver lightning bolt, instantly catching up to the fleeing creature. No, the monkey's terrified cry had barely escaped his lips before it was abruptly silenced. The blade passed through him, and the little demon monkey's body froze in midair before crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless and silent. Thus, the prince of the demon monkey clan was slain by Chen Changsheng's casual stroke, without even a chance to resist. Chen Changsheng sheathed his long knife and stepped towards Lu Hao and Liang. Though both were battered and bruised, they managed to stand and bowed respectfully to Chen Changsheng. Sir. Chen Changsheng extended his hand to steady the two, carefully examining their injuries. Lu Hao bore numerous burns across his body, his skin charred and nearly all his hair scorched. yet his internal organs remained intact and his bones unbroken. Liang had several bloody puncture wounds on his arm and deep claw marks on his shoulder and chest, bleeding profusely, but fortunately, none of the vital areas were harmed. Not fatal, Chen Changsheng remarked indifferently. You just need some time to recover. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 small porcelain vials from his pocket, shaking out a few pills and handing them to each of them. Consume these. They will aid in your recovery. Lu Hao and Liang accepted the pills without hesitation, immediately swallowing them. Once ingested, a warm energy swiftly coursed through their bodies, bringing a comforting sensation to their wounds. They looked up at Chen Changsheng, their eyes filled with admiration and fervor. The earlier battle had completely overturned their perceptions, and at that moment, Chen Changsheng appeared to them as a formidable being from a higher realm, terrifyingly powerful. Not even the renowned heavenly blade of the southern wilderness could compare to him in their minds. Sir, Lu Hao began, excitement evident in his voice, seemingly wanting to express something. Chen Changsheng raised his hand to halt him, his tone neutral. I have stated that I do not accept disciples. You two are not worthy. This simple statement bore no hint of contempt, as if he were merely stating an undeniable fact. This time, both nodded in agreement, not daring to harbor any discontent. You are right. We truly are unworthy, Lu Hao replied, his voice filled with reverence. Liang nodded in agreement. To have the opportunity to learn from you, sir, is already a tremendous honor for us. Chen Changsheng chose not to engage further with him and turned to approach Yui, who lay on the ground not far away. At that moment, Yui was slowly regaining consciousness, struggling to sit up. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng approach, his eyes sparkled with surprise. Young master. Chen Changsheng crouched down to assist Yui, carefully inspecting his injuries. Remarkably, the burns on Yui had begun to heal, leaving only slight redness and swelling. With even the bloodstains having dried up, there was merely a subtle tremor in the air, yet his body remained unscathed. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. Even more astonishing to Chen Changsheng was the realization that the pure bloodline aura emanating from you had grown significantly stronger than before. The unique fluctuations of her bloodline now constituted 50% of the aura within her being. This signified that Yu Yi's bloodline had regressed to its ancestral state by half. Such progress. Chen Changsheng was secretly astonished, for it exceeded his expectations. According to his original plan, he anticipated that Yu Yi's bloodline regression would require at least several more years. Yet now, in merely half a month, half of that journey had already been accomplished. It appeared that this young individual was even more remarkable than he had initially imagined. Chapter 55. A guardian by his side. Deep within the southern wilderness, amidst mountains shrouded in swirling black mist, stands a majestic stone palace constructed entirely of dark stone, surrounded by a barren landscape devoid of life, save for a few withered ancient trees that stretch skyward like bony claws. Inside the palace, a chilling atmosphere pervades, thick with the scent of decay. At the center of the hall, a figure clad in a blood-red robe sits cross-legged upon a high platform, eyes tightly shut, enveloped by wisps of black energy. Suddenly, the Blood King of 10,000 Eyes abruptly opens his eyes, a flash of crimson light flickering within his pupils. Crack! The blood-eyed jade in his palm shatters, disintegrating into fine dust that spills through his fingers. What is happening? The Blood King furrows his brow, his voice low and frigid. His long fingers gently brush over the remnants in his palm, disbelief crossing his features. The blood-eyed jade has shattered. He murmurs, astonishment lacing his voice, which signifies. He rises abruptly, his aura swelling, causing the temperature within the hall to plummet, as if the very air had solidified. The demon ape has been slain. This thought strikes the Blood King like a bolt of lightning, causing his pupils to constrict. The demise of the demon ape inevitably means the 4 kings of the life and death realm have also perished. Impossible. A flicker of incredulity dances in his eyes. 5 demon kings could not possibly be unable to vanquish a mere human of the 7-star realm? He begins to pace the hall, his frown deepening with each step. Unless. He halts, a glimmer of wariness flashing in his gaze, that human must have a guardian by his side. Contemplating this possibility, the Blood King's expression grows grave. Could it be that individual has resurfaced? A shiver runs through him as he recalls the terrifying human who nearly decimated the southern wilderness over 2 centuries ago. That man, wielding a long blade, was invincible and had slain 3 demon emperors. Should he return, it is likely that a cataclysmic storm would engulf the entire southern wilderness. The Blood King takes a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. No, if it were truly that man, the demon ape would have had no chance to react, and the blood-eyed jade would have shattered instantaneously. The gradual destruction of the jade indicates that the demon ape had managed to resist. A flicker of contemplation crosses his eyes, followed by a slow shake of his head. Regardless, he must not be allowed to live. The Blood King declares coldly, his voice laced with murderous intent. Yet for now, he must first complete his grand design, ensuring that a mere insect does not thwart his century-long plan. Having spoken, he retrieves an ancient copper mirror from his sleeve. The surface of the mirror is as dark as ink, its edge engraved with intricate patterns, emanating an unsettling aura. The Blood King's expression turns serious as he reverently cradles the mirror in his hands, softly intoning, "My lord, the Demon Emperor." Suddenly, ripples form on the mirror's surface, followed by a flickering emerald glow. The Blood King kneels on one knee, raising the mirror high above his head, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. "My lord, the Demon Emperor." Everything is prepared. A voice, ethereal and elusive, resonates from within the copper mirror, as if emanating from an endless abyss, causing the entire stone palace to tremble slightly. "In that case, let us commence." The voice emanated with supreme authority, exuding an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. This time, the fate of the heavenly blade must be sealed in the southern wilderness. The battlefield lay in disarray, with the bodies of 5 great demon kings and a small demon ape strewn across the ground, saturating the earth in crimson blood. Chen Changsheng, wielding a long blade, stood amidst the heap of corpses, his gaze indifferent. "Sir, everything has been handled," Lu Hao said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he approached with a respectful demeanor. Following closely behind was El Liang, cradling 6 translucent demon cores, each radiating a distinct luminescence, the energy fluctuations contained within them inducing a sense of trepidation. "Excellent." Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, accepting the demon cores. He glanced at Yue beside him, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. "Your performance this time was commendable." Yue lowered her head shyly, yet her eyes sparkled with joy. "Thank you for your praise, my lord." With a subtle gesture, Chen Changsheng divided the demon cores into 3 portions. He bestowed 4 upon Yue, while the remaining 2 were handed to Lu Hao and El Liang respectively. "My lord, this." Yue gazed at Chen Changsheng in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by the generosity of such a significant offering. Lu Hao and El Liang, too, were wide-eyed in disbelief. "Sir, such treasures as demon cores." El Liang's voice trembled slightly. "You are truly giving them to us? What? Do you not desire them?" Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow. "Of course we do." Lu Hao hastily accepted the demon core, his hands trembling with excitement. "Thank you for your generosity, sir." Chen Changsheng smiled faintly. Demon cores contain the entirety of a demon beast's power. Though they may not be as effective as half-demon essences for your kind, they are akin to miraculous elixirs. Absorb them well, it will aid your breakthrough. Exchanging a glance filled with incredulity, Lu Hao and El Liang were both astonished. While demon cores were common in the southern wilderness, those from the life and death realm were a rarity, often unattainable. For cultivators like themselves, who had been stagnating at the pinnacle of the 7 stars realm for years, this was an invaluable treasure. "Thank you, sir." "Thank you, sir." The 2 bowed repeatedly, their eyes brimming with gratitude and fervor. Chen Changsheng waved his hand. "Find a tranquil place to absorb them. Do not let this opportunity go to waste." 3 days later, in a secluded valley, Lu Hao and El Liang sat cross-legged, their complexions flushed, their aura significantly more potent than before. With a sigh of relief, Lu Hao slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. "I have fully absorbed the energy of the demon core." He clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him. "I believe I stand at the pinnacle of the 7 stars realm, just a step away from breaking through to the life and death realm." El Liang also opened his eyes, his face alight with excitement. "So do I." This sensation is utterly marvelous. Both felt an immense enhancement in their strength, now capable of contending with even the early-stage powers of the life and death realm. However, after the exhilaration, a shadow of concern crossed their faces. Regrettably, Lu Hao sighed. His eyes filled with a profound sense of loss. They were still 1 step away. Lu Liang also offered a wry smile and nodded. The realm of life and death is not so easily transcended. Indeed, Lu Hao's expression grew serious. To break through the realm of life and death, one must first gain an initial understanding of the Tao. Although we have cultivated the path of the blade for many years, our comprehension remains insufficient, preventing us from taking that crucial step. That step has eluded me for a full 5 years. Lu Liang lamented, gazing skyward, his eyes brimming with helplessness. Just as the 2 were lost in their despondency, A calm voice drifted from behind them. So, this is where you are. Lu Hao and Lu Liang abruptly turned, startled to find Chen Changsheng standing behind them, still wielding that long blade. Chapter 56. The Slaughtering Blade Technique. Sir. The two men immediately rose and bowed respectfully. How has the absorption of the demon core progressed? Chen Changsheng inquired. Thank you for bestowing such a treasure, sir. We have completely absorbed the demon core. Lu Hao answered excitedly, our strength has significantly increased. However, Liang lowered his head, a hint of embarrassment in his tone as he confessed. We still lack the final step and are unable to break through to the realm of life and death. Observing the dejected expressions on their faces, Chen Changsheng's eyes flickered with contemplation. Since he intended to have the celestial blade accept them, he might as well impart some knowledge in advance to help them acclimatize. With this thought, a slight smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips. I see that both of you are practitioners of the blade path, correct? Yes, sir. The two nodded vigorously. Come here. Chen Changsheng beckoned. I shall teach you a blade technique that may prove beneficial. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao and Liang's eyes widened in shock. Their faces illuminated with disbelief. Sir is going to teach us a blade technique? Lu Hao's voice shifted in pitch as he gazed at Chen Changsheng in astonishment. Liang, too, trembled with elation, his eyes brimming with joy. Such a powerful sir must possess an extraordinary blade technique. Chen Changsheng remained nonchalant, merely stating, this technique is called the Breaking Heaven Blade Technique. Breaking Heaven Blade Technique? Lu Hao and Liang echoed in unison, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Just the name itself was enough to ignite their fervor. What kind of formidable power must a technique capable of breaking the heavens possess? However, Chen Changsheng's expression suddenly shifted to one of peculiar amusement as he added, you may also refer to it as the Slaughtering Blade Technique. Huh? The two were taken aback, their faces etched with confusion. Slaughtering Blade Technique? Lu Hao's lips twitched slightly, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Liang blinked, struggling to reconcile the stark contrast of the name. Chen Changsheng, however, appeared entirely unfazed. To me, slaughtering pigs and slaughtering humans are akin. The name matters not. Lu Hao and Liang exchanged another uncomfortable glance, internally lamenting. Only Sir could conceive such a name, yet they dared not voice their thoughts, instead nodding respectfully in agreement. Enough of this idle chatter, Chen Changsheng declared, twirling the long blade in his hand. I shall now impart the first half of the technique. Pay close attention. With that, he deftly shook the long blade, causing it to dance gracefully like a soaring dragon. Swish, swish, swish. Blades of light sliced through the air. Each movement deceptively simple yet imbued with profound intent. Those seemingly straightforward techniques encapsulated the ultimate understanding of the blade path, revealing its intricacies in full splendor. Lu Hao and Liang's eyes widened, their breaths quickening, filled with awe and obsession. They had never witnessed such an exquisite blade technique. Each stroke seemed to pierce through the very fabric of existence. Chen Changsheng's blade technique was not ornate, even described as unadorned. Yet each stroke contained boundless subtleties that lingered in the memory long after a single glance. Have you memorized it? After a moment, Chen Changsheng sheathed his blade and asked calmly. Lu Hao and Liang, as if awakening from a dream, nodded fervently. We have memorized it, sir. Very well. Let us proceed, Chen Changsheng said, stepping back a few paces to indicate that the two should practice. Lu Hao and Liang exchanged a glance before drawing their respective long knives, commencing the drill, as per Chen Changsheng's teachings. Initially, their movements were somewhat awkward, but they soon found their rhythm, their techniques becoming increasingly fluid. As they reached the seventh strike, a sudden tremor coursed through their bodies, and a glimmer of enlightenment sparkled in their eyes. In that fleeting moment, their blades seemed to possess a life of their own, each strike imbued with profound intention. The gleam of their swords hinting at a power that could rend the very heavens. Upon completing their practice, they stood in astonishment, disbelief etched across their faces. They felt their understanding of the sword path had dramatically deepened within that brief span. It was akin to discovering a ray of light amidst utter darkness, or finding the correct path in a bewildering maze. This was a technique that could directly lead one to enlightenment, ascending to the celestial realm. Lu Hao's voice trembled with fervor and awe. Our teacher has imparted even this profound knowledge to us. Liang tightened his grip on the long knife, his eyes brimming with gratitude and respect. They exchanged a deep gaze, their reverence for this young teacher reaching a level of absolute veneration. Half a month later, in a secluded valley, the sound of blades slicing through the air resonated, the cold flashes of light dazzling. Lu Hao and Liang, armed with their long knives, practiced the breaking heaven sword technique within the valley, each strike executed with precision and imbued with remarkable intent. Compared to their earlier clumsiness, their movements now flowed with much greater elegance, exuding a sharp and formidable aura. With a resounding thud, the final strike was executed, and both stood poised, their faces radiating joy and confidence. "Brother L, I feel as though I have truly entered the realm of understanding," Lu Hao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. El Liang nodded in agreement, his face alight with happiness. "Indeed, I share that sentiment. Since I began practicing our teacher's breaking heaven sword technique, my comprehension of the sword path has surged. Come, let us share this wonderful news with our teacher," Lu Hao urged, unable to contain his eagerness. They sheathed their long knives and hurried towards the cave where Chen Changsheng resided. Before the cave, Chen Changsheng sat cross-legged, his long knife resting across his knees, eyes closed in meditation. Sensing their approach, he opened his eyes, his gaze calm as it fell upon them. "Teacher," they greeted with respect, their excitement barely contained. "We have made significant progress with the breaking heaven sword technique," Lu Hao declared eagerly. "Indeed, teacher, the technique you imparted is truly exquisite," El Liang echoed, admiration evident in his eyes. Observing their exuberance, Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow, a faint smirk of disdain playing upon his lips. Merely having entered the threshold, "And you are already swelling with pride?" His voice was steady and composed, yet it felt like a bucket of cold water drenching them. Their smiles faltered, uncertainty creeping into their expressions as they gazed at Chen Changsheng. "Your innate talents are indeed lacking," he remarked bluntly. Chen Changsheng shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his tone. "When I was cultivating, I mastered the basics in just a day." Upon hearing this, Lu Hao and El Liang were struck with astonishment and disbelief. Mastered the basics in a day? How is that even possible? They had devoted themselves to relentless practice for a full fortnight, barely achieving the same. "With that time, it would be better to refine your swordsmanship," Chen Changsheng remarked. "The essence of swordplay lies not in flamboyance, but in the principles of steadiness and precision." The two were left speechless, doused in a cold reality that extinguished their earlier excitement. Lu Hao scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. "You are right, sir. Our progress has indeed been sluggish. Nonetheless, to achieve mastery in just a day is truly remarkable." El Liang gazed at him with admiration, exclaiming, "You are indeed a genius in the art of the sword." At this, a subtle smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips. "In truth, my expertise lies in the art of the sword." Chapter 57. Who is the second 25? The two men were momentarily taken aback, their faces reflecting utter astonishment. Previously, it was merely a matter of not having a sword at hand, which hindered their ability to demonstrate their skills. Chen Changsheng maintained an air of calm, his tone imbued with a casual nonchalance. Lu Hao and El Liang exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief and confusion. The teacher excels in swordsmanship? What a jest! They had witnessed firsthand the terrifying spectacle of Chen Changsheng wielding a long blade to slay the 5 great demon kings. The exquisite finesse and sheer power of that blade technique were not something one could easily achieve. If the teacher truly mastered swordsmanship, the prowess of his blade technique must be unfathomable. The two men silently pondered, refraining from voicing their thoughts. "The teacher must be encouraging us," Lu Hao mused inwardly, deliberately stating this to inspire us to diligently refine our blade skills. El Liang shared the same sentiment, his eyes filled with gratitude. The teacher's meticulous thoughtfulness is truly commendable. Observing the changing expressions on their faces, Chen Changsheng felt no need to elaborate, merely offering a faint smile. At that moment, a light and graceful footfall echoed from afar. The three men looked up to see Yu Yi hastily approaching from outside the valley. "Young master," Yu Yi called out from a distance, her voice tinged with excitement. Chen Changsheng rose and walked towards her, inquiring, "What is it?" "Young master, I have broken through." Yu Yi's face radiated joy, her eyes sparkling with vibrant light. "I have reached the pinnacle of the refining spirit realm." "Oh," Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. He scrutinized Yu Yi closely and indeed sensed the surging energy within her. Moreover, there was a subtle transformation in her aura. Her skin appeared even fairer than before. Her eyes gleamed brighter, and she exuded an indescribable vivacity. What astonished Chen Changsheng the most was that the pure bloodline aura within her had reached an astonishing 70%. "Incredible," Chen Changsheng thought to himself. "Yu Yi's talent surpasses my expectations." Over the past half-month, she had not only completely absorbed the energy from 3 demon cores, but had also stabilized her realm at the pinnacle of the refining spirit stage. Furthermore, The speed at which her bloodline was being purified exceeded all predictions, achieving 70% purity. If this continues, perhaps in a few months, she will fully revert to her ancestral form, restoring the bloodline of the pure-blooded Phoenix clan. Chen Changsheng calculated quietly, a glimmer of anticipation passing through his eyes. However, it was imperative to find that medicinal herb soon to expedite the bloodline purification process. He understood that the faster the purification, the greater the benefits for Yue. At her young age, she was in a critical period for laying the foundation. Completing the bloodline return at this stage would lead to boundless achievements in her future. Days later, deep within the valley, as dusk settled and stars began to twinkle, Lu Hao and Liang sat cross-legged, enveloped in a faint aura of spiritual light. Their brows furrowed in concentration, their hands forming seals as the spiritual energy within them surged like a tidal wave, relentlessly battering against the barriers of their realms. Chen Changsheng and Yue stood at a distance, quietly observing the unfolding scene. "It is about to begin," Chen Changsheng whispered, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Yue nodded, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the two individuals before them. Suddenly, Lu Hao trembled, a surge of spiritual light radiating from him, transforming into golden beams that soared towards the heavens. With a resounding boom, it felt as though an invisible barrier had been shattered. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder rumbling as if the very heavens were awestruck by this moment. Following suit, Lu Liang also quivered, his aura igniting like flames, illuminating half the sky. Another thunderous sound echoed as the spiritual light from Lu Liang intertwined with that of Lu Hao, creating a magnificent spectacle. The two streams of spiritual light ascended, piercing the clouds and causing the world to change its hues, stirring the winds and clouds. The clouds above were torn apart by this force, revealing a resplendent starry sky. Countless stars cascaded down, as if bestowing blessings upon the two newly ascendant powerhouses. Gradually, the spiritual light began to retract, ultimately condensing into two delicate beams that entered their bodies. The sky returned to stillness, yet the air remained thick with a potent aura. Lu Hao and Lu Liang slowly opened their eyes, sparkling with unprecedented brilliance. They rose to their feet, their presence transformed profoundly. It was a demeanor both steady and profound, as weighty as the earth and sharp as a blade. The realm of life and death. Lu Hao clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, his face alight with joy. "We have finally broken through," Lu Liang exclaimed, equally exhilarated, his eyes shimmering with excitement. The two exchanged a glance, and then turned simultaneously towards Chen Changsheng. "Thank you, sir, for your guidance." They bowed deeply, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, it seems your comprehension is commendable." At his words, the smiles on Lu Hao and Lu Liang's faces broadened. For them, receiving a nod of approval from Chen Changsheng was more precious than anything else. "Your blade technique is truly exquisite," Lu Hao declared with fervor. "Without the guidance of this technique, we might have lingered in the Seven Stars realm for several more years." Lu Liang readily agreed, nodding vigorously. "Indeed, though perilous, this journey has been worthwhile. Without your assistance, we cannot fathom how long it would have taken us to break into the realm of life and death. Meeting you has been a stroke of fortune." Gratitude radiated from Lu Hao's eyes. Chen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm. "You flatter me. This is all your own hard work." He glanced at the sky and then towards the distant thicket, a hint of contemplation crossing his features. "Let us rest for a while. We shall continue our journey tomorrow." Lu Hao, intrigued, inquired, "Sir, where are we headed next?" "Deeper into the southern wilderness." Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly. "The main purpose of this journey is to meet Old 25. The events along the way are merely interludes." Old 25. Lu Hao and Lu Liang exchanged a puzzled glance, a flicker of confusion passing through their eyes. Was it not the esteemed Lord Tiandao they were seeking? They were unaware of the significance of the phrase Old 25. However, given that it was someone whom Chen Changsheng sought, he must be of extraordinary caliber. Requiring no further inquiry, they would simply follow the master's lead. "Very well, master." The two nodded in agreement, refraining from further questions. Chen Changsheng cast a glance at the eagerly anticipating Yue, then at Lu Hao and Liang, who had just achieved a breakthrough. A flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze. This journey to the southern wilderness, despite encountering some obstacles, had been relatively smooth overall. Yu Yi's bloodline purification exceeded expectations, while Lu Hao and Liang successfully advanced to the realm of life and death. Now, their strength was sufficient to confront most dangers lurking deep within the southern wilderness. We shall depart early tomorrow morning, Chen Changsheng instructed. Rest well tonight and adjust your states. Yes, master. The three responded in unison, their eyes reflecting deep respect. On the following morning, sunlight poured into the valley, dispelling the chill of night. The four had packed their belongings and were ready to set forth. After a night of adjustment, Lu Hao and El Liang had stabilized their energies, their faces brimming with confidence and anticipation. Yu Yi, too, was radiant, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chen Changsheng surveyed the surroundings, ensuring nothing was overlooked, and nodded. Let us proceed. The four regrouped, embarking deeper into the southern wilderness. Chapter 58. Disturbance in the Demon Tribe. Deep within the southern wilderness, the trees tower majestically, and the spiritual energy is abundant. The environment here starkly contrasts with the periphery, and the air is thick with an unsettling pressure. Chen Changsheng and his three companions cautiously navigated through the dense forest, suppressing their own auras to avoid alarming the formidable demon beasts lurking nearby. Sir, 300 yards ahead lies a demon king at the pinnacle of the life and death realm, Yui whispered, her eyes glinting with caution. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, signaling the group to alter their course and proceed along a detour. During their recent travels, they had ventured deep into the heart of the southern region, where demon kings at the late and peak stages of the life and death realm were a common sight. A momentary lapse in attention could lead to dire consequences. Even Chen Changsheng, in the face of numerous high-tier demon kings, dared not act recklessly. Suddenly, as the four were circumventing the area, a delicate sniffing sound emerged from the thicket to their right. The group froze, their gazes fixed warily on the source of the sound. Within the bushes, a pair of glowing green eyes pierced through the foliage, fixated upon them. They had been discovered. Lu Hao tightened his grip on his long knife, a grave expression crossing his face. I'll handle this, Chen Changsheng stated calmly, as his long knife trembled slightly before transforming into a streak of silver light, shooting directly at the thicket. With a soft thud, the blade pierced through the brush, accurately striking the owner of those green eyes. A muffled groan escaped as a massive corpse crumpled to the ground. It was a bizarre beast, resembling a bull yet possessing a serpent's head, with a neat gash on its neck from which blood flowed copiously. Such speed! Lu Hao and El Liang exclaimed in awe, their eyes filled with admiration. Despite having witnessed Chen Changsheng's prowess countless times, they were still captivated by the artistry of his knife techniques. Let us move on. Lingering here may attract more demon beasts, Chen Changsheng said, calmly retracting his long knife and continuing onward. The four quickened their pace, traversing through the dense forest until they reached an open area. At that moment, Chen Changsheng suddenly halted, a frown creasing his brow. What is it, sir? Yui asked, puzzled. Without responding, Chen Changsheng attentively listened to the sounds surrounding them. Gradually, a rustling noise emerged from all directions, growing increasingly distinct. It was the sound of countless creatures traversing the woods, intense and hurried. Something is afoot, Chen Changsheng murmured, a glint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. In the next instant, all four were astonished to see demon beasts leaping from the underbrush, various forms and strengths, rushing past them without a glance, all heading in the same direction. They are on the move? Yu Yi observed in disbelief, her eyes wide with confusion. Chen Changsheng looked up to see, in the distant sky, countless flying demon beasts also heading towards the same destination. On the ground, various large demon beasts thundered forward, trampling numerous trees, while smaller demons deftly maneuvered beneath their feet, occasionally emitting sharp cries. All the demon beasts were converging towards a singular point. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brows, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He had never encountered such a situation. The beasts of the southern wilderness were known for their independence, rarely acting in such a synchronized manner. Sir, look over there. Lu Hao suddenly pointed into the distance, his voice tinged with astonishment. Following his direction, Chen Changsheng beheld a flock of fiery birds accompanying a group of water element beasts. These two types of creatures were traditionally antagonistic, guaranteed to engage in fierce battles upon meeting. Yet now, they coexisted in harmony, advancing together, a sight that was simply inconceivable. Where could they be heading? Lu Liang inquired, his eyes filled with perplexity. Deep into the southern wilderness, Lu Hao replied, frowning, having lived on the periphery for many years. I have never witnessed such an occurrence. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Liang's eyes suddenly brightened. I have a theory. The other three turned their gazes toward him. This extraordinary phenomenon must be the doing of the Beast Emperor, Lu Liang asserted confidently. No one else could command such a multitude of beasts. The mention of the Beast Emperor sent a weighty seriousness into Chen Changsheng's gaze. There were 5 Beast Emperors in the southern wilderness, each a formidable being at the bridge of God's level. If it were indeed the Beast Emperor rallying the beasts, it surely indicated that significant events were on the horizon. A sense of foreboding stirred within Chen Changsheng. After a brief silence, he resolved, "Let us follow and observe." "Isn't that a bit perilous?" Lu Hao expressed his concerns. "Fear not, we shall maintain our distance and observe from afar," Chen Changsheng replied with a hint of determination in his eyes. The 4 of them nodded in agreement, then concealed their forms, stealthily trailing behind the advancing army of beasts into the depths of the southern wilderness. As they journeyed deeper, the number of beasts surrounding them multiplied, densely populating the entire forest. A myriad of creatures mingled together, creating a magnificent yet eerie spectacle. Suddenly, a low, resonant humming echoed from afar, as if countless voices were chanting an ancient incantation. "We have arrived," Chen Changsheng whispered, a glimmer of vigilance in his eyes. The 4 approached the source of the sound with utmost caution, hiding behind a towering rock to gaze down below. The sight that unfolded before them caused them all to gasp in horror. Below lay an expansive clearing, dominated by dozens of colossal black altars. Each altar was intricately engraved with complex patterns, emanating a ghostly green light. The beasts that had gathered were lined up in an orderly fashion, ascending the altars one by one. What followed was a chilling spectacle. The beasts used their claws or teeth to pierce their own flesh, letting their blood drip onto the altars. The moment the blood made contact with the altars, it was immediately absorbed, transforming into streams of green light that surged into the air. Surrounding the altars lay countless lifeless bodies of beasts, all desiccated and shriveled, as if their very essence had been drained. More shockingly, even so, a relentless tide of beasts continued to ascend the altars, unhesitatingly offering their lives. Were they committing suicide? The voice of Yui trembled. Her eyes filled with astonishment and dread. No, it was a sacrifice. A grave expression flickered across Chen Changsheng's face. They were engaging in some ritual with their own lifeblood. Lu Hao swallowed hard, his voice somewhat dry. "This is utterly insane. Only the Demon Emperor could compel these beasts to willingly offer their lives," Lu Liang murmured, his gaze brimming with shock. Their loyalty to the Demon Emperor was absolute. Chen Changsheng remained silent, his piercing eyes fixed on the verdant light converging above the altar. The luminescence formed radiant pillars, all pointing towards the same direction, the deepest part of the southern wilderness. Chen Changsheng could sense the energy transformed from the sacrificed blood, continuously gathering towards that point. A powerful intuition surged within him. Something monumental was destined to occur in that direction, and it was likely related to the person he sought. "Let us go," Chen Changsheng declared decisively, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "Where to?" the 3 asked in unison, bewildered. Chen Changsheng pointed towards the converging light beams. "To there, I must uncover the truth of the matter." Chapter 59, Blood-stained blade. In the heart of the desolate southern frontier, a barren wasteland unfolds. Should one gaze down from the heavens, they would behold a vast crimson radiance resembling a colossal bowl, enveloping an area of several dozen miles. This sanguine luminescence pulsates incessantly, emitting a disquieting hum reminiscent of an ancient sacrificial rite. Within this glow, a middle-aged man of the human race sits cross-legged upon the ground, his white attire now drenched in blood. His visage is marred with exhaustion and scars, yet his gaze remains as sharp as a blade. Behind him hovers a long sword, its blade entirely black, exuding an oppressive aura that seems capable of severing any obstruction. This man is none other than the legendary figure of the southern human race, Heavenly Blade. Surrounding him, 4 indistinct figures are seated at various positions, forming a tight encirclement. Each of these shadows emanates a terrifying presence, potent enough to make the very ground of the southern frontier tremble. They are, indeed, the 4 great demon emperors of the south. Suddenly, a massive blood-red beam descends from the sky, striking Heavenly Blade directly. His expression shifts slightly as he swiftly forms hand seals, conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy before him, barely managing to withstand the onslaught. Yet, the crimson radiance does not dissipate. Instead, it wraps around the spiritual barrier like a living entity, relentlessly eroding its strength. Heavenly Blade furrows his brow, compelled to continuously channel his internal energy to maintain the barrier's stability. This assault has persisted for several days, even with his formidable prowess. He is beginning to feel the strain. A sardonic smile crosses his lips as he gazes towards a shadow emitting a silvery glow in the left foreground. "Old dog Xingyun, are you truly willing to sacrifice your demonkin so easily?" His voice, though hoarse, resonates with authority. "Having confined me for so many days, I reckon the deceased demons numbered not less than 7 or 800,000, if not a million. The demon emperor known as Xingyun merely cast a detached glance at Heavenly Blade. Shrouded in silver light, his features remain obscured, save for eyes that shine like twin stars. To slay you, Heavenly Blade, even if it costs 1,000,000 or even 10 million lives, what of it? Once you are dead, the southern frontier will face no further threats, and my demon kin shall break free, turning your human race into our sustenance. Another figure radiating a blood-red glow interjects, his tone laced with derision. Indeed, Heavenly Blade, you possess considerable strength to have endured thus far. The blood fiend demon emperor chuckles ominously. But your spiritual energy is now reduced to less than 30%, is it not? I wonder how much longer you can hold out. The moment your energy is depleted shall mark your demise. Hearing this, Heavenly Blade remains unfazed. Instead, a cold smirk graces his face. When that time comes, I shall take you with me, I assure you. This simple declaration causes the 4 great demon emperors to collectively pale. They all remember the battle from 2 centuries past, when Heavenly Blade single-handedly infiltrated the southern frontier, slaying 3 demon emperors and nearly laying waste to the entire region. Had they not united to set a trap, the southern frontier would have long since become human territory. Even though the Heavenly Blade has been ensnared for several days and its spiritual energy is nearly depleted, they still dare not show the slightest carelessness. This man is akin to a drawn dagger, capable of unleashing a remarkable brilliance even at the brink of breaking. The Nebula Demon Emperor glanced at the Heavenly Blade and then at the gradually fading crimson radiance, his heart sinking. Increase the level of sacrifice, he commanded coldly, determined to exhaust the Heavenly Blade and leave him no opportunity for resistance. With his orders, the crimson light surged dramatically, akin to a tidal wave of blood crashing in from all directions towards the Heavenly Blade. The Heavenly Blade sensed the shift in energy around him, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. You are truly willing to spill blood to kill me, he mused, although he yearned to retaliate and slay these demon leaders. The encroaching crimson glow was eroding his body and spiritual energy, severely diminishing his combat prowess. At that moment, he resembled a tiger trapped in a snare, still fierce, yet robbed of the ability to leap. He raised his gaze to the sky, now obscured by the blood-hued light, with not a glimmer of sunlight in sight. A deep sigh escaped him, a hint of regret lighting his eyes. Master, I am still too weak to eradicate the demon race. The blood fiend demon emperor let out a sinister laugh, his voice as chilling as ancient ice. Heavenly Blade, you truly do not shed tears until you see the coffin. With your meager remnants of spiritual energy, do you think you can leave me? Dream on. The Nebula Demon Emperor coldly smiled. Heavenly Blade, I must admit, you are indeed a significant threat to our demon race. Countless of my kin have perished at your hands over the years. However, today marks your demise. Even if someone were to come to your rescue, they could never breach this grand formation. The Heavenly Blade furrowed his brow, his spiritual energy waning. Yet his gaze remained resolute. Words are futile. If you possess any skill, end this swiftly. The 4 great demon emperors exchanged knowing smiles, aware that the Heavenly Blade was at his last gasp, merely putting on a brave face. At that moment, a chilling voice emerged from the darkness beside the Nebula Demon Emperor. No need to rush. In half an hour, his spiritual energy will be completely exhausted. Everyone turned their gaze to see a figure gradually emerging from the enveloping black mist. The figure was shrouded in thick darkness, obscuring its features, save for a pair of blood-red eyes that flickered ominously within the shadows, evoking dread. My blood river sealing formation is ranked 3rd on the continent. None dare claim the 2nd, the shadowy figure remarked with a sinister grin. Capturing a mere Heavenly Blade is child's play. The Nebula Demon Emperor's expression shifted slightly. Clearly wary of the shadow, the figure turned towards him, a hint of threat lacing its voice. Nebula, remember what you promised me, once the deed is done. 3/10 of the territory in the southern region belongs to me. The Nebula Demon Emperor's countenance darkened, visibly displeased, yet he nodded in agreement. What I say is indeed binding. Best it remains so, the shadow scoffed coldly before vanishing into the darkness. The Nebula Demon Emperor watched the shadow's disappearance with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Arrogant fool, he scoffed inwardly, harboring profound dissatisfaction towards this enigmatic figure. The detestable human race is perpetually embroiled in internal strife. Were it not for the presence of the Heavenly Blade, my demon kin would have long since surged forth from the southern wilderness to unify the continent. Suddenly, he recalled the words of the shadowy figure, momentarily taken aback. Did he truly only recognize the 2nd and dismiss the 1st? Who else on this continent possesses a mastery of formations that could surpass his own? The Nebula Demon Emperor furrowed his brow, yet swiftly cast aside this notion. What does it matter? As long as he can slay the heavenly blade, what is the cost to be paid? He commanded with a fierce tone. Relay the order to intensify the sacrificial efforts. We must deplete the heavenly blade's spiritual energy within half an hour. Yes, Demon Emperor. A demon king accepted the command and departed, the sanguine radiance intensifying, the aura growing even more formidable. The heavenly blade's countenance shifted slightly as the spiritual energy within him drained at a visibly alarming rate. Chapter 60, The Blood River's Enchantment. Meanwhile, upon a hillside not far from the Crimson Formation, Chen Changsheng and his three companions stood at a vantage point, gazing at the scene before them. This is. A flicker of intrigue crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes as he beheld the Blood River's enchantment. He furrowed his brow, a wave of confusion washing over him. Why would anyone set up such an array in the domain of the demon race? Lu Hao and LV Liang also beheld the immense scarlet barrier, their faces etched with astonishment. What a formidable formation! Lu Hao gasped, realizing that this array could perhaps sever all forms of power. Surely, something immensely powerful is ensnared within. LV Liang nodded fervently, urging, Master, we ought to circumvent this place. This formation is too enigmatic. If we were to become trapped inside, it would spell our doom. Yet, Chen Changsheng shook his head, a glimmer of resolve igniting in his gaze. No, I must enter and investigate. Master, Lu Hao exclaimed anxiously, it is far too perilous. Once the formation is activated, we may not even have the chance to escape. A gentle smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips, radiating confidence. There is no formation in this world that can confine me. The three were momentarily taken aback. Was such a declaration not overly audacious? However, upon witnessing Chen Changsheng's calm demeanor, they could not help but feel a semblance of belief. After all, their master never uttered words lacking in assurance. Take good care of you, while I am gone, Chen Changsheng instructed. I shall return shortly. Without waiting for their response, he strode boldly toward the crimson barrier. Tian Dao observed the intensifying crimson radiance surrounding him, his gaze sharpening with determination. There was no time to lose. He was acutely aware that the spiritual energy within him was depleting at a visible rate. Should this continue, once his energy was fully eroded, he would have no opportunity left to resist. Thus, he resolved to fight. Tian Dao abruptly rose to his feet, seizing the long blade that hovered behind him. Clang! The instant the blade was unsheathed, a terrifying sharpness erupted, soaring toward the heavens. Despite having lost much of his spiritual energy at this moment, Tian Dao still emanated an overwhelming and chilling pressure. The four demon emperors turned pale, their expressions grave. Be cautious. He is prepared to fight with all his might. The Nebula Demon Emperor shouted sternly. Let us unite our efforts. If we can withstand this onslaught, Tian Dao is as good as dead. Rest assured, he shall not escape. Came the deep voice of the Black Rock Demon Emperor as the stones upon his body crackled ominously. Kill, Tian Dao bellowed, his foot stamping down as he surged toward the Nebula Demon Emperor like a bolt of lightning. With his long blade held aloft, he struck out. Tian Dao was merciless. The blade's light sliced through the air, cleaving it in two with a piercing shriek. This strike was simple and direct, devoid of any ostentation. Yet it contained the essence of Tian Dao's lifelong understanding of the sword. The Nebula Demon Emperor's expression shifted in disbelief. He had not anticipated Tian Dao could unleash such a terrifying assault in his current state. Stellar River, shield me. With a sweeping gesture of his hands, countless starry lights coalesced before him, transforming into a resplendent river of stars that shielded him. Within this celestial river, innumerable stars flickered, each harboring a terrifying force potent enough to obliterate an entire city. Block it for me, commanded the Nebula Demon Emperor, launching his palm forward as the starry river surged to meet the oncoming blade of light. Boom! The collision of the blade and the river erupted in a deafening explosion. Yet, in the next instant, an astonishing sight unfolded. That seemingly ordinary blade of light tore through the starry river, severing countless stars, and advanced towards the Nebula Demon Emperor with unstoppable momentum. Impossible! The Nebula Demon Emperor's complexion shifted dramatically as he hastily retreated, simultaneously conjuring a massive star with a wave of his right hand for defense. Sizzle! The blade mercilessly struck the star, cleaving it in twain. The shattered star's energy dispersed, swirling through the air to create a dazzling rain of light. Damn it! How can his combat prowess be so formidable? The Nebula Demon Emperor seethed with rage, shouting, Come on, everyone, block him together. Seeing this, the Black Rock Demon Emperor charged forward. A colossal entity entirely enveloped in darkness, composed of rock. He towered nearly 10 feet tall, with lava coursing between the stones, radiating searing heat. Fiery rock volcano. The Black Rock Demon Emperor stomped his foot, causing the ground to rise instantly, forming a massive volcano that erupted with endless lava towards the heavenly blade. Amidst the lava were countless sharp rocks, each exuding a terrifying aura capable of piercing the defenses of even a God Bridge realm expert. The heavenly blade, undeterred, positioned his long blade horizontally, advancing rather than retreating. Mountain-cleaving blade technique. The long blade swung forth, its light resembling a galaxy, directly cleaving towards the volcano. Boom! The volcano was split in two, lava splattering. Yet it could not inch closer to the heavenly blade. The rocks that erupted were all shredded into dust by the blade's force. How is this possible? The Black Rock Demon Emperor found it hard to believe. He had clearly been eroded to the early stages of the God Bridge realm. How could his strength still be so formidable? At that moment, a thick stench wafted from the side. The Plague Demon Emperor had made his move. This demon, cloaked in an eerie green hue, was suffused with various strange liquids, emanating a nauseating odor. Wherever he tread, not a blade of grass would grow, and the air was thick with the aura of death, devouring pestilence. The Plague Demon Emperor waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of green poison mist. Infused with countless toxins and plagues, even a God Bridge realm expert would suffer grievously upon contact. The heavenly blade, seeing this, spun his long blade before him, forming a curtain of blades. Toxin-breaking blade energy. The rotating blade curtain generated a powerful airflow, dispersing the poison mist, while the sharp force within the blade energy directly decomposed the toxins. The Plague Demon Emperor's expression shifted dramatically. How is this possible? My myriad pestilences have been nullified? The heavenly blade chuckled coldly, slashing forth with his long blade once more. Heaven and Earth Blade. This strike was even more fearsome, the blade's light resembling a white ribbon, piercing through the heavens and earth, directly aimed at the Plague Demon Emperor. The Plague Demon Emperor hastily unleashed a veil of toxic mist as a barrier. Yet the blade's radiance effortlessly penetrated it, leaving a wound so deep that bone was visible. The Plague Demon Emperor let out a wretched cry, retreating in haste. At this juncture, the Bloodshed Demon Emperor also entered the fray. His entire form was drenched in a sanguine hue, as if he were forged from an endless torrent of blood, exuding a pungent aura of carnage. Bloodsea Maelstrom. With a sweeping gesture, the Bloodshed Demon Emperor caused the ground to fracture, unleashing a torrent of blood that surged forth from the depths, swiftly transforming the terrain into a vast sea of crimson. Engulfing the heavenly blade, within this sanguine sea swarmed countless ghastly creatures, grotesque and terrifying, seemingly summoned from the depths of hell. With a cold snort, the heavenly blade raised his weapon high and then struck down with fervor. Blade of the Splitting Sea. As the blade descended, the blood sea was cleaved asunder, revealing a dry passageway. The blood-colored entities, before they could even approach the heavenly blade, were annihilated by the formidable blade aura. Cursed be it. How could he still possess such formidable combat prowess? The Bloodshed Demon Emperor's countenance darkened with despair. The 4 great demon emperors had gathered, yet they were utterly unable to subdue a weakened heavenly blade. This was an unparalleled humiliation. Altogether, we cannot allow him to break through the formation, bellowed the Nebula Demon Emperor. Chapter 61. Is this thing difficult? The 4 great demon emperors struck simultaneously, unleashing a convergence of terrifying powers: starlight, magma, poisonous mist, and a sea of blood, all converging upon the heavenly blade. The heavens and earth transformed, the sun and moon dimmed, as if the apocalypse had descended. Faced with the united onslaught of the 4 demon emperors, the heavenly blade not only stood firm, but let out a thunderous laugh, his fighting spirit intensifying. Come forth. Today, even if I must sacrifice my life, I shall take you all down with me. The heavenly blade poured the remnants of his spiritual energy into his long sword, which radiated a dazzling brilliance, resembling a miniature sun. With the swing of his blade, the world trembled. The heavenly blade roared, and the long sword cleaved through the air, its light shooting toward the heavens. This strike embodied the culmination of the heavenly blade's lifelong understanding of swordsmanship, its power exceeding imagination. Where the blade's light passed, starlight was extinguished, magma froze, poisonous mist dissipated, and the sea of blood ran dry. The combined attack of the 4 demon emperors was forcibly cleaved open by this single strike. How is this possible? The 4 demon emperors were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. The heavenly blade had been reduced to the early stages of the divine bridge, with less than 20% of his spiritual energy remaining. Yet he could still unleash such formidable combat prowess? This surpassed their comprehension. Kill. The heavenly blade bellowed, transforming into a streak of light, charging through the breach toward the starry cloud demon emperor. The starry cloud demon emperor's expression changed dramatically, hastily conjuring a massive star to shield himself. Shatter. The heavenly blade swung down, and the star shattered with a resounding crash, scattering starlight across the skies. The starry cloud demon emperor was forced to retreat. Incredulity etched upon his face. How is this possible? A demon emperor at the late stage of the divine bridge was being cornered by a mere human with less than 20% of his spiritual energy remaining? The black rock demon emperor roared, swinging his magma fist towards the heavenly blade. Die. Humph. The heavenly blade scoffed, his long sword sweeping horizontally, its light like a rainbow. Boom. The magma fist collided with the blade's radiance, erupting in a cataclysmic roar. In the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The magma fist was actually cleaved in two. This is impossible. The Black Rock Demon Emperor retreated in terror, disbelief filling his eyes. The Pestilence Demon Emperor and the Blood Fiend Demon Emperor exchanged looks of shock. The Blood Fiend Demon Emperor flew to the side of the Starry Cloud Demon Emperor, his voice tinged with unease. Starry Cloud, this cannot continue. This heavenly blade is far too terrifying. Even when targeted by the formation and having his cultivation eroded, his combat strength remains formidable. He handles all of us Demon Emperors with ease. If he retaliates in his dying moments, losing one or two of our ranks would be a tremendous loss. The Starry Cloud Demon Emperor took a deep breath, regaining his composure. Blood Fiend, do not worry. His tone was calm, yet his eyes glinted with a cold light. With the Blood River Sealing formation in place, the heavenly blade cannot stir up any significant turmoil. As long as we hold our ground, his spiritual energy will soon be completely exhausted, and then he shall be at our mercy. A flicker of doubt crossed the Blood Fiend Demon Emperor's eyes, but he nodded nonetheless. I hope so. The heavenly blade remained unperturbed, his longsword once again raised high, the glint of the blade weaving through the air, severing all that obstructed his path. The combined assault of the four demon emperors appeared as fragile as paper before him, utterly incapable of hindering his advance. Yet within his heart, he recognized that he was merely at the end of his tether. Cursed formation. He could feel the spiritual energy within him dissipating at a visible rate. With each swing of his sword, a considerable amount of energy was consumed. If he lingered within this formation any longer, he would inevitably be drained to death. Thus, a flicker of resolution flashed in the eyes of the heavenly blade, and the radiance of his long sword intensified. He would fight with all his might, even in death. He would take down as many demon emperors as possible for the sake of humanity. He channeled all his spiritual energy into the longsword, preparing to unleash a final, devastating strike. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized in his mind. It was the image of an extraordinary elder, exuding an aura of ethereal wisdom, with profound eyes that seemed to pierce through the essence of all things. Master. A sigh escaped the heavenly blade's heart, tinged with a hint of regret. If only his master were present, he surely could have effortlessly unraveled this predicament. He recalled the days when his master taught him the sword technique. A flow so smooth it resembled the movement of clouds and water, a memory that remained vividly etched in his mind. I have yet to cultivate my master's teachings to their utmost potential. The heavenly blade chuckled bitterly, his eyes filled with remorse. Otherwise, no matter the Blood River Sealing formation, I could have shattered it with a single strike. He remembered his master once saying that when one's swordsmanship reaches its pinnacle, a single stroke could part the heavens, cleave the earth, sever rivers, and break formations. Alas, he was still far from that realm. Yet, the fire of battle ignited within the heavenly blade's eyes, the longsword raised once more. Even if I cannot attain my master's level, I shall not concede defeat so easily. The heavenly blade was prepared to exhaust his very essence in a desperate struggle. Just as he steeled himself for this final gamble, a voice suddenly resonated in his ear. The sword energy was as delicate as silk, sharp and precise, transforming swine into dragons, parting rivers, and opening the heavens. A single strike toward the sky, shaking the universe, myriad blades descending upon the earth, subduing all demons. The heavenly blade paused, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. This was unmistakably the heart mantra of the pig-slaying sword technique. Moreover, it was the essence of the technique comprehended to its zenith. The aspects he had previously struggled to grasp suddenly coalesced upon hearing these words, as if someone had released the shackles within his heart. Impossible! The heavenly blade was struck with disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. In this world, aside from himself, Who could possibly have grasped the pig-slaying sword technique to such an extent? Who? Who could attain such profound understanding, surpassing even his own? This level of comprehension was nearly identical to that of his master in years past. The heavenly blade hurriedly searched for the source of the voice, and suddenly, he discovered that a figure had appeared beside him without his notice. It was a youth, seemingly in his early 20s, with a handsome visage and an ethereal demeanor. He stood there, as if he were one with the heavens and the earth, his every movement exuding an ineffable grace. What astonished Tian Dao the most was the aura emanating from the young man, his nonchalant demeanor, and the seemingly casual yet profoundly enigmatic posture he held. All of this mirrored the master etched in his memory. Just as Tian Dao was about to utter the word master, he abruptly shook his head. No, that cannot be right. His master had long since passed away. The dead cannot return to life. How could there possibly be a semblance of his master in this world? Although the young man before him evoked an overwhelming sense of familiarity, there remained subtle differences in appearance. Could he be a descendant of his master? Tian Dao pondered quietly within himself. The demon monarchs also noticed the sudden appearance of Chen Changsheng, their expressions shifting dramatically. Who dares to intrude upon the sacred grounds of our demon clan? The nebula demon monarch bellowed in fury. Tian Dao, disregarding the demon monarch's outrage, gazed intently at Chen Changsheng, his voice trembling slightly. How do you wield the pig-slaying blade technique? Upon hearing this, a hint of disdain flickered across Chen Changsheng's face, and with an air of casualness, he replied, Is this thing really that difficult? Chapter 62. How did he suddenly become so powerful? The expression of the Nebula Demon Emperor changed abruptly, a flicker of astonishment flashing through his eyes. Who is this? The surrounding demon emperors cast glances of ill will towards Chen Changsheng, each one taken aback. Where did this young man emerge from? They had not detected how Chen Changsheng appeared, devoid of any fluctuations in aura, spatial disturbances, or even the slightest hint of spiritual energy. Mysteriously, amidst the grand formation, a human had materialized. What is going on? The bloodthirst demon emperor's gaze turned icy, who had suddenly introduced a human brat into their midst. Furrowing his brow, the nebula demon emperor shifted his attention to the shadow nearby. Hey, didn't you claim that no one could enter? What is happening here? The shadow was equally bewildered. Slowly emerging from the darkness, disbelief filled his eyes. Impossible. This cannot be happening. He could hardly believe what he was witnessing. The Blood River Ceiling Formation was his proud creation. Even he had to utilize special methods to navigate in and out. Yet now, a mere brat at the 7-star realm stood brazenly at the center of the formation? This defied all logic. Didn't you assert that without your assistance, no one could enter or exit? The Nebula Demon Emperor's expression darkened. How did this human brat gain entry? The shadow shook his head, confusion lacing his tone. I do not know. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. He scrutinized Chen Changsheng more closely, his perplexity deepening. Logically, even a peak expert at the Divine Bridge realm could not silently infiltrate the formation. Moreover, this was merely a 7-star realm child. The Nebula Demon Emperor snorted coldly, though displeased. Upon seeing that Chen Changsheng was only at the 7-star realm, he did not take it too seriously. Regardless of how he entered, he was merely a 7-star realm child, incapable of stirring significant waves. He waved his hand, signaling the other demon emperors to maintain their focus. The priority was to neutralize the Skyblade first. Do not let this brat divert our attention. The Bloodthirst Demon Emperor and the Black Rock Demon Emperor nodded, redirecting their focus to the Skyblade. The Blood Sea surged ominously. The Bloodthirst Demon Emperor roared, countless crimson spears hurtling from all directions towards the Skyblade. Simultaneously, the Black Rock Demon Emperor clasped his hands, unleashing a torrent of magma from the depths, forming a colossal magma cage that encircled the Skyblade. The Plague Demon Emperor released a dense cloud of toxic mist, coiling around the Skyblade like venomous serpents. The 4 Demon Emperors launched a combined assault, their power staggering, distorting the very air around them. Observing this spectacle, the shadow's confusion gradually faded from his mind. Indeed, what storm could a mere 7-star realm human stir? Once the Skyblade was dealt with, he could examine how this brat had managed to enter. Just as the Demon Emperors renewed their assault, the Skyblade suddenly opened its eyes. Boom! A terrifying intent of the blade erupted from within him, akin to a volcanic eruption, shaking the heavens and the earth. It was a pure, sharp, and utterly destructive intent of the blade. Before the attacks of the Demon Emperors could descend upon him, they were shattered by an overwhelming intent of the blade. This is... A flicker of horror flashed in the eyes of the Nebula Demon Emperor, causing him to involuntarily retreat several steps. The momentum of the celestial blade surged uncontrollably, dispelling the oppressive aura that had enveloped them, replaced instead by a suffocating terror that instilled dread. "Break for me!" roared the celestial blade, as the longsword in his hand transformed into a dazzling arc of light, sweeping across the four directions. Boom! Wherever the blade light passed, the void trembled, the earth cracked, and the assaults of the four demon emperors were all obliterated. Moreover, the residual force of the blade light surged forward, directly aimed at the four demon emperors. "This is bad." The expressions of the four demon emperors changed dramatically. Abandoning all pretense, they retreated in unison. Even so, the blade light still left deep gashes upon them, blood splattering everywhere. How can this be? The Nebula Demon Emperor was filled with disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. He could sense the aura of the celestial blade escalating rapidly, soaring from the early stages of the divine bridge to the mid-stages, and then to the late stages. The speed of this breakthrough was simply astonishing. Even more shocking was the complete disappearance of the blood-red radiance that had previously corrupted the celestial blade, as if it had been dispersed by some mysterious force. How could this be? Could it be? The Nebula Demon Emperor suddenly turned to look at Chen Changsheng, his eyes ablaze with fury and fear. "It must be you. You must have done something." In his view, the anomaly of the celestial blade was undoubtedly linked to Chen Changsheng's presence. It is this youth's arrival that has led to all that is unfolding. "Damn human! You will die." The Nebula Demon Emperor bellowed, forming intricate seals with his hands, countless starlights coalescing before him, transforming into a river of stars, rushing towards Chen Changsheng. "Humph!" The celestial blade scoffed, his figure flashing as he positioned himself before Chen Changsheng. With a sweep of his longsword, the river of stars was severed. "Nebula, your opponent is me." The celestial blade's eyes glinted with murderous intent, his sword pointed at the Nebula Demon Emperor. "Today, I shall claim your life with this slaughtering blade technique." Arrogant, the Nebula Demon Emperor laughed in rage, continuously forming seals with his hands. Star River Phenomenon. Countless starlights swirled around him, becoming twinkling stars that rained down upon the celestial blade. "Come at me." The celestial blade advanced rather than retreating, his longsword dancing, the blade light soaring. First form of the slaughtering blade technique. Horizontal blade, stand firm. Wherever the blade light traversed, the stars exploded, transforming into a celestial dust storm. Witnessing this, the Nebula Demon Emperor's countenance shifted dramatically, hastily changing his approach. Star River Confinement. Starlight morphed into countless chains, attempting to bind the celestial blade. Yet, the celestial blade merely chuckled coldly, swinging his long sword once more. Second form of the slaughtering blade technique. A blade through the heart. The blade light surged forth like a galaxy, piercing through the starlight chains and aiming directly for the chest of the Nebula Demon Emperor. Block it. The Nebula Demon Emperor hurriedly conjured a shield of starlight, but before the blade light, it was as fragile as paper, instantly perforated. As the blade light was about to strike the Nebula Demon Emperor, he abruptly twisted his body, the blade light grazing his shoulder and leaving a wound deep enough to see bone. "Ah!" The Nebula Demon Emperor let out a piercing scream, his eyes filled with trepidation. How could he, a late-stage emperor of the divine bridge realm, be cornered to such an extent by a mere newcomer wielding the Heaven S-blade? "Curse be it! Do not hesitate. Let us strike together." The Nebula Demon Emperor bellowed at the other demon emperors. Upon receiving the command, the Blood-Slaughter Demon Emperor, the Black Rock Demon Emperor, and the Plague Demon Emperor launched their assault simultaneously, unleashing 3 terrifying attacks towards the Heaven S-blade. Unfazed, the Heaven S-blade raised his weapon once more. The third technique of the pig slaughtering blade art, Ruthless Blade Emergence. The blade S radiance crisscrossed the sky, slicing through the air like a meteor, aimed directly at the Plague Demon Emperor. The Plague Demon Emperor's countenance shifted dramatically as he hastily conjured layer upon layer of toxic mist barriers. Yet, before the brilliance of the blade, these defenses were as fragile as paper, instantly torn apart. "No." The Plague Demon Emperor let out a heart-wrenching shriek. His body cleaved in two by a single strike. Boom. As the Demon Emperor fell, the heavens darkened, clouds amassed, and thunder roared. This is impossible." The Blood-Slaughter Demon Emperor's eyes widened in horror. An emperor of the divine bridge realm, annihilated in a single blow? What terrifying combat prowess this is. The Nebula Demon Emperor was equally astonished, disbelief etched across his face. This blade technique. How could this be? How did the Heaven S-blade's power suddenly surge to such heights? He abruptly turned his gaze towards Chen Changsheng, dread filling his eyes. What on earth had that youth done to the Heaven S-blade? How could mere words elevate such a formidable being's strength so dramatically? Chapter 63. Could it be the Master? With a single stroke, the heavenly blade cleaved through the pestilence demon emperor, its momentum soaring even higher. The essence of its blade seemingly tangible, rending the very fabric of space. Damn it! The nebula demon emperor trembled with rage, his eyes ablaze with fury and murderous intent. It was all because of this brat. He glared fiercely at Chen Changsheng, his hands forming intricate seals as countless starlights coalesced at his fingertips. Die! The starlights shot forth like arrows aimed at Chen Changsheng, seeking death. A cold gleam flashed in the heavenly blade's eyes. It swiftly moved in front of Chen Changsheng. To harm him, you must first pass through me. With a sweeping motion, the long blade shattered the starlights, transforming them into a cloud of dust. The nebula demon emperor's expression darkened further upon witnessing this. The heavenly blade snorted disdainfully, no longer waiting for the demon emperors to attack, but instead chose to strike first. Kill. With a low growl, the heavenly blade surged forward like a drawn sword, instantly arriving before the nebula demon emperor. The blade swung with no frills, executing the simplest of cuts. Yet, within this seemingly simple strike lay the entirety of the heavenly blade's comprehension of the sword path. The blade light, as if forged from steel, sliced toward the nebula demon emperor's head. Not good. The nebula demon emperor's expression changed dramatically. He hastily formed seals with both hands, conjuring a barrier of starlight. Boom. The blade light collided with the barrier, causing it to tremble violently, splintering with countless cracks almost instantaneously. Hold it. The nebula demon emperor gritted his teeth, desperately channeling power to sustain the barrier. The heavenly blade chuckled coldly, twisting his wrist. The momentum of the blade shifted, curving like a living entity, bypassing the barrier to strike at the nebula demon emperor from the side. Not good. The nebula demon emperor was horrified, quickly attempting to evade. But the blade light still left a deep wound on his shoulder. Ah! The nebula demon emperor cried out in agony, retreating in shock and fear. What kind of sword technique is this? How has the heavenly blade become so suddenly powerful? He and the heavenly blade were old adversaries, intimately familiar with each other's strength. Yet now, within this grand formation, the heavenly blade not only remained unweakened, but seemed to have grown even stronger than before. It was as if he had achieved sudden enlightenment. Damn it! The nebula demon emperor gritted his teeth. It must be that brat. His gaze locked onto Chen Changsheng, murderous intent unabashedly evident in his eyes. All because of this boy. Who was this extraordinary individual? Though clearly weak like an ant, he has empowered the heavenly blade to such an extent. The Blood Fiend Demon Emperor and the Black Rock Demon Emperor were equally astonished, their eyes filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, the heavenly blade had been on the brink of exhaustion, about to deplete all its spiritual energy. Yet, after a few words from that youth, the heavenly blade not only regained its full strength but even advanced further, slaying a demon emperor in a single strike. Such a surge in power was utterly unprecedented. The shadow was also taken aback, his gaze fixed firmly on Chen Changsheng, an array of complex emotions swirling within his eyes. This youth evoked a sense of familiarity yet strangeness in him. He had effortlessly entered his meticulously crafted formation, and with just a few words, had caused the heavenly blade's strength to soar. It is impossible. The shadow vehemently shook his head, dismissing the thoughts that lingered in his mind. His master had been deceased for many years. How could he possibly still be alive? Surely, it must be a descendant or successor. Yet, doubt flickered in the shadow's eyes. At that moment, the celestial blade struck once more. There were no extravagant maneuvers, merely a relentless onslaught of strikes. Each slash appeared simple, yet concealed boundless variations and power. Starlit Guardian. The nebula demon emperor hastily formed seals, conjuring a river of stars to shield himself. Break for me. The celestial blade cleaved through, and the starlit defense shattered with a resounding crack. Alarmed, the nebula demon emperor's expression changed drastically as he retreated. However, the onslaught of the celestial blade surged forward like a tidal wave, leaving him no respite. The fourth form of the slaughtering blade technique, divided in two. The blade gleamed, and the nebula demon emperor perceived a flash before him, a blade of light already at his chest. Block it. He exerted every ounce of his strength to summon a starlit shield, barely managing to deflect the strike. Yet, the shield crumbled instantaneously, and the nebula demon emperor was forced back, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Crimson Sea of Fury. Witnessing this, the blood demon emperor swiftly intervened, unleashing numerous crimson spears toward the celestial blade. Erupting magma. The Black Rock Demon Emperor, unwilling to be outdone, hurled a punch forward. sending torrents of magma surging like a volcanic eruption towards the celestial blade. The combined might of the two demon emperors was monumental enough to obliterate a city. Yet, before the celestial blade, these assaults were as fragile as paper. The fifth form of the slaughtering blade technique, separation of fat and lean. The long blade danced, its light shimmering like a dragon. Boom. The crimson spears and magma were all cleaved into nothingness by the blade's radiance. How was this possible? The two demon emperors turned ashen, their eyes filled with dread. This was no mere slaughtering blade technique. It was akin to a world-destroying technique. With a blaze of battle intent in his eyes, the celestial blade pointed his long blade toward the Black Rock Demon Emperor. You are next. The Black Rock Demon Emperor's countenance shifted, the rocks upon him hardening rapidly, the magma solidifying into an impenetrable armor. Humph. My magma golden armor is a treasure of the demon race. Even a peak powerhouse of the divine bridge cannot breach it. He sneered, brimming with confidence. For countless years, it was precisely this nearly invincible defense that had allowed him to establish his position within the demon race, becoming a figure feared by humanity. Yet, the celestial blade did not even lift an eyelid, lightly shaking the long blade in his hand. The sixth form of the slaughtering blade technique, penetrating strike. The blade's light flickered, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. The Black Rock Demon Emperor crossed his arms before his chest, channeling all his demon power, elevating the defense of the magma golden armor to its zenith. Absolute defense, he roared, as the magma solidified instantly, forming a colossal rock cocoon. This was his ultimate defense. Even the full force of a peak divine bridge powerhouse could not budge it. As the blade descended, the rock cocoon remained utterly unyielding. The Black Rock Demon Emperor let out a cold laugh. Heavenly blade, you. Before he could finish his sentence, a faint crack suddenly appeared on the rocky cocoon. Crack. The fissure rapidly spread, and in an instant, it enveloped the entire rocky shell. Impossible. The expression of the Black Rock Demon Emperor changed drastically. His eyes filled with terror. Boom. The rocky cocoon shattered, transforming into a sky of debris. Simultaneously, a blade of light pierced through the rubble, passing cleanly through the chest of the Black Rock Demon Emperor. He looked down at the wound on his chest, disbelief etched across his face. In the next moment, his body split in two, severed by a single strike. Thunder rumbled. Another demon emperor had fallen, the heavens darkened, and the thunderous roar echoed. Impossible. The blood-fiend demon emperor stared wide-eyed, his face a mask of fear. The absolute defense of the Black Rock, which even the strongest at the peak of the divine bridge could not shake, was shattered by the heavenly blade in one blow. This defied all logic. What on earth was happening? How could the power of the heavenly blade have surged so dramatically? The Nebula Demon Emperor's eyes were filled with horror and confusion. He himself would not dare to claim he could easily breach the absolute defense of the Black Rock, yet the heavenly blade had achieved it. At this moment, a trace of retreat began to form within his heart. The heavenly blade was equally bewildered, gazing at the corpse of the Black Rock Demon Emperor. He found it hard to believe himself. That last strike was executed entirely according to the guidance of Chen Changsheng. Yet its power was so terrifying that even the absolute defense of the Black Rock could not withstand it. It was known that during his previous confrontation with Black Rock, even at full strength, he had struggled to breach that magma gold armor. A flicker of shock passed through the eyes of the heavenly blade, and he turned to look at Chen Changsheng. Who exactly was this young man? He could effortlessly guide him to elevate his swordsmanship and help him uncover the key to breaking the Black Rock's defense. Who in the world could achieve such a feat? Aside from his master, who else could it be? The heavenly blade mused within, pondering that his master had been gone for many years. How could it be possible? Could he be the disciple of his master? Chapter 64. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The heavenly blade's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as he pointed his long sword directly at the blood-fiend demon emperor. Next, it shall be you. The blood-fiend's expression changed dramatically, retreating repeatedly as he summoned a blood-red shield to protect himself. Just then, Chen Changsheng's voice resonated calmly. The blade's momentum is incorrect. The heavenly blade paused, turning to face Chen Changsheng. With a serene gaze, Chen remarked, to confront the blood fiend, one's sword technique must be expansive and relentless, shattering his essence of blood and vitality. Employ a grand horizontal slash, with the blade angled upwards, to sever his bloodline foundation. A flash of insight illuminated the heavenly blade's eyes, as if he had suddenly comprehended profound wisdom. Thank you for your guidance, he exclaimed, swiftly altering his grip on the long sword, the momentum transforming dramatically. The seventh style of the pig-slaying sword technique, the horizontal blade severing the veins. The blade gleamed like a rainbow, its overwhelming force sweeping forth, precisely as Chun had instructed, the tip slightly elevated. Boom. The blood fiend's crimson shield was instantaneously cleaved in two, and the blade struck true to his chest. Ah! The blood fiend let out a wretched scream. A gruesome wound appearing on his torso, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Damn it! The Nebula Demon Emperor glared in fury, his eyes filled with rage and trepidation. In a mere span of time, 2 of the 4 great demon emperors had perished, and another lay gravely wounded. All of this transpired due to the guidance of that young man. When did humanity produce such a prodigious talent? The Nebula Demon Emperor was astounded, realizing that just a few words could amplify the heavenly blade's prowess to such an extent. He turned sharply towards the shadow, bellowing, "What in the world are you doing? You cannot even stop a mere 7-star realm brat." The shadow, equally perplexed, responded with a hint of helplessness in his voice. "I am at a loss as to how this occurred. I cannot fathom how this boy infiltrated the Grand Formation." The killing intent in the Nebula Demon Emperor's gaze intensified. "Let me make it clear, if the heavenly blade survives, I shall take my last breath before relinquishing the treasures to you. You best devise a solution, or you shall bear the consequences." Upon hearing this, a shadow of gloom flickered in the shadow's eyes. He prided himself on his unparalleled mastery of formations, with the Blood River Sealing Formation being his magnum opus. Yet now, this boy had effortlessly breached the Grand Formation, a profound mockery of his expertise. "I refuse to be thwarted," the shadow growled, fingers weaving intricate gestures, prepared to manipulate the formation. Blood River Sealing, heed my call at that moment. Chen Changsheng cast a languid glance in his direction. That seemingly simple gaze sent a tremor through the shadow, as if plunged into an icy abyss. An indescribable fear surged from the depths of his heart, causing him to shudder involuntarily, his hands halting their incantations. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Chen's gaze seemed to transcend time and space, evoking memories of an irrefutable presence from many years ago. This cannot be. The shadow was taken aback, instinctively ceasing his manipulation of the formation. The Nebula Demon Emperor trembled with fury, his eyes ablaze with wrath. Humanity truly was unreliable. He seized the Blood Fiend Demon Emperor, his voice low and urgent, "Join forces with me. Together we shall thwart the heavenly blade." The Bloodslaughter Demon Emperor clutched his chest wound, gritting his teeth in acknowledgement. "Skybat!" The Nebula Demon Emperor bellowed to his fellow demon sovereign, urging them to join forces. The Skybat Demon Emperor was enveloped in swirling dark energy, his eyes glimmering with an eerie light as he swiftly approached. The 3 demon emperors formed a triangular formation, simultaneously executing their incantations, their auras merging into one. The combined technique, 3 stars in a line. Each of the 3 demon emperors radiated distinct hues. The Nebula Demon Emperor shone silver, the Bloodslaughter Demon Emperor glowed blood red, and the Skybat Demon Emperor emanated a pitch-black aura. The 3 colors intertwined in the air, coalescing into a colossal star. This star was 100 feet in size, exuding an overwhelming pressure that caused the very void to tremble, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Die! The 3 demon emperors roared in unison as the massive star hurtled toward Tian Dao. A flicker of gravity crossed Tian Dao's eyes as he swung his long blade once more. The 8th style of the pig slaughtering blade technique, shattering the star. The blade light converged, resembling a galaxy, as it met the colossal star. Boom! The clash of blade light and the massive star erupted into a deafening roar. Terrifying waves of energy surged outward, fracturing the earth and distorting the void. This time, Tian Dao's blade light did not obliterate the incoming assault, but was instead halted by the formidable might of the star. "Ha ha!" Nebula Demon Emperor laughed maniacally. "Tian Dao, no matter how powerful you are, our combined efforts render you helpless." Tian Dao's expression darkened, preparing for another strike. At that moment, Chen Changsheng's voice rang out softly. "Enough." Just 2 simple words carried an immense authority. Tian Dao paused, turning to regard Chen Changsheng. The demon clan had long dominated the southern wilderness, and these demon emperors were certainly not to be trifled with. Chen Changsheng's demeanor was serene, his eyes reflecting profound insight. "Stand down. A cornered dog will leap over the wall. It is not worth risking your life for these minor demons." Upon hearing this, Tian Dao immediately sheathed his long blade, his imposing presence instantly retracting. He turned and performed a deep bow to Chen Changsheng, his tone filled with utmost reverence. "At your command, master." The moment these words were spoken, the entire formation fell silent. The Nebula Demon Emperor, the Bloodslaughter Demon Emperor, the Sky Bat Demon Emperor, and even the shadowy figure were all left dumbfounded, their mouths agape, unable to believe their ears. "Master, The Nebula Demon Emperor's eyes widened, utterly incredulous. What nonsense is this? Tian Dao dares to call this wet behind the ears boy master? This is Tian Dao. In the eyes of the Nebula Demon Emperor, Tian Dao had always been supremely arrogant, with few individuals in the world commanding his respect. Had it not been for this, he would not have dared to single-handedly guard the southern wilderness, opposing the entire demon clan. Yet now, this rebellious man displayed such deference to a youth who appeared to be barely in his 20s? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Nebula Demon Emperor shook his head vigorously, unable to comprehend. This youth clearly only possessed the 7-star realm. In terms of both strength and age, he was vastly inferior to Tian Dao. What could possibly justify Tian Dao addressing him as master? Just then, the Sky-Bat Demon Emperor stammered, gathering his courage to speak. Can it be that Tian Dao can call for the master? Could it possibly be? He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. The legendary human sage? Nonsense. The Xingyun Demon Emperor abruptly turned, glaring at the Tianfu Demon Emperor. Have you lost your mind? The human sage has been dead for hundreds of years. How could he possibly be resurrected? Tianfu Demon Emperor shrank back, refraining from further speech. Yet, the Xingyun Demon Emperor was no longer certain. He gazed at Chen Changsheng with a complex expression, filled with bewilderment. Tian Dao's behavior was exceedingly peculiar, leaving one confounded. Could it truly be? No. It is impossible. A person cannot return from death. This is a fundamental law of the universe, and even a sage is not exempt from it. Chapter 65, Breaking the Formation? A single finger is sufficient. The shadow was rendered speechless, utterly astonished. He possessed an intimate understanding of the heavenly blade. It was a legendary figure from the southern wilderness, a solitary warrior whose blade struck terror into the hearts of the demon race. For countless years, the heavenly blade had been imbued with unparalleled pride, rarely granting such respect to anyone. Moreover, the shadow was acutely aware of Chen Changsheng's esteemed position in the eyes of the heavenly blade. He was the embodiment of the heavenly blade's lifelong faith. The very utterance of this title by the heavenly blade signified that the truth was nearly undeniable. He scrutinized Chen Changsheng closely and discerned that the youth bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Holy Master. Could it truly be him? A shiver ran through the shadow's heart as he silently contemplated retreating from this perilous place. Ahem. Chen Changsheng cleared his throat softly. At that delicate sound, the shadow's body froze in place, his complexion paling dramatically. He yearned to flee, yet his legs felt as though they had taken root, paralyzed by fear. It was over. The shadow's heart was engulfed with bitterness. He had already deduced Chen Changsheng's identity. Who else could instill such profound terror within his very soul? If not that man? Alas, had he known, he would never have acquiesced to Xingyun. The shadow sighed inwardly, filled with regret. Chen Changsheng cast a calm yet penetrating glance at the shadow, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. He had recognized the shadow's identity. Years ago, there existed a sect on the continent dedicated to the esoteric arts of formations, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. There was a youth, a forsaken disciple of this sect, deemed a talentless wastrel and heartlessly abandoned by his order. Chen Changsheng had once mused, there are no true wastrels in this world. The notion of only accepting geniuses is merely a reflection of mediocrity's lack of confidence in its own abilities. Before Chen Changsheng, no matter the natural endowment, anyone could be nurtured into greatness. Thus, he had taken the youth under his wing, personally instructing him in the art of formations. Little did he expect that, with the passage of time, this disciple would become intertwined with the demon race? What had led him to ally with them? Chen Changsheng pondered, though refrained from inquiring further. After all, they were still amidst the battlefield, not the time for such discussions. The demon Emperor Xingyun gritted his teeth, his eyes aflame with resentment and fury. Heavenly Blade, do not revel in your triumph. Even if you have slain 2 demon emperors, what of it? He let out a cold laugh, his voice tinged with arrogance. As long as the Blood River Sealing Formation remains intact, you are but a fish on the chopping block, destined to be worn down. The Heavenly Blade maintained a serene expression, betraying no sign of disturbance. Observing his silence only fueled Xingyun's fervor. Do you think that now, having broken through, you can overturn the heavens? The formation consumes your spiritual energy with every passing moment. You may endure for a time, but not for eternity. The Blood Fiend Demon Emperor clutched his wounded chest, offering a chilling smile. Indeed, Heavenly Blade, this is the world's foremost trapping formation, the Blood River Sealing Formation. Aside from the shadow, none can breach it. After speaking, he turned to the shadow, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Shadow, you had best consider carefully. If you dare to unravel the formation. His tone turned icy, voice low. What you desire, you shall never obtain. The shadow's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of struggle flashing in his eyes. He was in desperate need of that object. Without it, his life was at stake. Contemplating this, the shadow could only stand helplessly in place, daring not to move an inch. Observing the shadow's demeanor, the Nebula Demon Emperor grew increasingly arrogant. What now? The Heavenly Blade. What can you do, no matter how formidable? He laughed uproariously, his eyes gleaming with pride. My demonkin boasts countless demon lords. As long as we exhaust you, our race will break free from the southern wilderness. Then, a massacre of the human race shall be but a matter of time. The Heavenly Blade regarded the Nebula Demon Emperor with scorn, as if he were merely a jester. Previously, he had indeed felt trapped, finding it troublesome. But now, the situation had changed. Do you think it remains as it was before? The Heavenly Blade retorted coldly. The Nebula Demon Emperor was taken aback. The Heavenly Blade turned his gaze towards Chen Changsheng, filled with deep reverence. As long as my master is here, there is nothing in this world that he cannot achieve. Aha. The Nebula Demon Emperor laughed even more recklessly. Your master? This insignificant child? He scrutinized Chen Changsheng, eyes brimming with disdain. A mere child in the seven-star realm. Worthy of being your master? Heavenly Blade, have you lost your wits? Indeed, just because he could offer guidance does not imply he could break the formation. The Nebula Demon Emperor's voice grew sharper, piercingly shrill. You find yourself trapped with no way out, and yet you place your hopes on a mere fledgling? How pathetic. The greatest swordsman of the southern wilderness has fallen to this. The shadow, overhearing these words, could only smile bitterly. The Nebula Demon Emperor had no inkling of the folly of his words. If it were anyone else, perhaps it would truly be impossible. The shadow mused silently. But if it were him? The shadow raised his gaze towards Chen Changsheng, his eyes filled with complex emotions. If it were he, surely it could be accomplished. At that moment, Chen Changsheng stepped forward. He did not even glance at the Nebula Demon Emperor, instead focusing on the shadow. You have squandered your time in the study of formations these years. His calm voice resonated like thunder within the shadow's heart. The shadow lowered his head, too intimidated to meet Chen Changsheng's gaze, let alone retort. Chen Changsheng slowly approached the edge of the grand formation, extending his hand to gently rest upon the luminous barrier of the array. Such a simple formation, and yet you deem it worthy of boasting? He shook his head, his tone heavy with disappointment. The Nebula Demon Emperor, enraged, laughed mockingly. You speak boldly, boy. Simple? Do you know how many powerful beings have perished within this formation? Even a strong figure like the Heavenly Blade has been ensnared, and you dare to claim it is simple? It seemed as though Chen Changsheng had not heard, his fingers gliding lightly over the formation. The 5 elements generate life, the 7 stars return to their positions, the bloodlines intertwine. He murmured softly, as if deciphering some celestial scripture. In the next instant, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Countless runes suddenly appeared upon the barrier of the grand formation, shimmering like stars. Those runes whirled rapidly around Chen Changsheng's fingers, spinning faster and faster until they transformed into streaks of flowing light, merging into the tips of his fingers. With a crisp sound, it seemed as if something had shattered. Cracks appeared on the luminous screen, swiftly spreading. Snap, snap. The fissures multiplied and enlarged. In the blink of an eye, the entire expanse of the illuminated barrier was adorned with a web of fractures. Chen Changsheng gently tapped with his finger. Shatter. With a resounding explosion, the entire blood river sealing array collapsed with a thunderous roar. Countless shards fell like glass, disintegrating into nothingness in an instant. The Nebula Demon Emperor stood transfixed, utterly astonished by the spectacle before him. His mouth agape, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. This is impossible. His voice trembled, marked by disbelief. How could the blood river sealing array be so easily breached? This formation was the magnum opus of the shadow. In the world, aside from the shadow, no one could unravel it. Even he, the Demon Emperor, could only act under the shadow's directives, never daring to tamper with the array on his own. Yet now, a youth who appeared to be merely in his early 20s had shattered it with but a single finger? This was simply. The Nebula Demon Emperor found himself at a loss for words, standing there in stunned silence. The blood-slaughtered Demon Emperor was equally dumbfounded, his face a portrait of disbelief. Chapter 66. The Demon Emperor. The Nebula Demon Emperor was utterly bewildered. It was inconceivable. He stared at the vanishing blood river sealing formation, his mind a blank slate. This was a grand array he had meticulously crafted at an enormous cost. Countless lives of the demon race had been sacrificed, and precious resources had been expended in its formation. In this world, apart from the shadowy figure, no one else could possibly decipher it. Yet now, a mere youth, seemingly at the brink of life and death, had effortlessly caused the entire formation to collapse with a single touch? This was utterly absurd. Could it be that he truly was? The Nebula Demon Emperor's gaze fixated on Chen Changsheng, a hesitant thought emerging within him. A human sage? The formidable being who had once instilled fear across the continent 3 centuries ago? Impossible. He was supposed to be dead. Moreover, even if the sage had been reborn, it was inconceivable that he would appear in such a youthful form. Yet, apart from this explanation, the Nebula Demon Emperor could fathom no other possibility. In an instant, all his fighting spirit dissipated. Today, he would undoubtedly be unable to contend with the heavenly blade. However, a cold smile crept onto the Nebula Demon Emperor's lips. After all, this was the southern wilderness, the domain of the demon race. No matter how formidable the heavenly blade might be, he would surely hesitate to confront them here. Otherwise, even if he could slay all the demon emperors present, he would incite the wrath of countless demons. At that point, it would be a situation of mutual destruction. Reflecting on this, the Nebula Demon Emperor felt a flicker of reassurance. On the other hand, the heavenly blade paid no heed to the thoughts of the demon emperors. He gazed at Chen Changsheng with uncontainable excitement, his eyes brimming with disbelief and joy. Master, it truly is you. How? The heavenly blade's voice quivered, as if he had 1,000 words to express but did not know where to begin. You were clearly. He paused, cautiously inquiring. How are you still alive? And how have you become so youthful? Chen Changsheng offered a gentle smile and replied softly, the secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. Such simple words rendered the heavenly blade speechless. He understood that some matters were best left unasked. The fact that his master was alive was sufficient. Tears of joy streamed from his eyes as he knelt upon the ground, bowing deeply 3 times. Disciple, pays homage to master. Chen Changsheng made no attempt to stop him, silently accepting the reverence. He then turned to the shadowy figure beside him. Xiao Fan, why do you remain standing there? Upon hearing this address, the shadow trembled visibly. In the next moment, the dark mist enveloping him dissipated, revealing his true visage. He was a man in his 30s, clad in black, with a handsome yet slightly melancholic countenance. A small tear mole beneath his right eye stood out prominently. The shadow, no, he should now be called Zhou Bufan, slowly approached Chen Changsheng, kneeling respectfully before him. Disciple Zhou Bufan pays homage to master. His voice was reverent yet tinged with apprehension. Upon hearing this, the Nebula Demon Emperor was left utterly flabbergasted. What on earth? Even Zhou Bufan addressed this youth as master? Zhou Bufan was a master of formations, one of the foremost powerhouses in the southern wilderness. He had been studying formations under Zhou Bufan for several years, yet even now he remained only partially enlightened. Such a prodigy in formations. And yet he displayed such deference towards this youth? Who exactly is Chen Changsheng? Could it truly be the revered sage of humanity who perished 3 centuries prior? Chen Changsheng cast a cold glance at Zhou Bufan, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. Has he grown so bold as to strike against his fellow disciples? His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with the chilling bite of winter's ice, causing Zhou Bufan to shudder involuntarily. The rules set forth by Chen Changsheng years ago were etched in the hearts of all disciples. The master would not interfere with what his disciples chose to do once they had completed their training. Whether they chose to commit acts of violence or to heal the world, it was their decision alone. There was but one rule that must not be broken. Disciples must not harm one another. Yet Zhou Bufan had clearly transgressed this principle. Zhou Bufan, explain yourself. Why? Chen Changsheng's voice was calm, yet it sent beads of cold sweat trickling down Zhou Bufan's forehead. With a sigh laced with bitterness, Zhou Bufan replied, I require the Beast Emperor's bloodstone to survive. The Beast Emperor's bloodstone? Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow, evidently unfamiliar with this object. What need do you have for such a thing? Zhou Bufan lowered his head and explained, the bloodstone is the essence of the deceased Beast Emperor, a treasure possessed solely by the demon race. It is said to possess the power of resurrection, extending life by 30 years, and can aid cultivators in breaking through their bottlenecks. If refined properly, it may even endow one with a fraction of the Beast Emperor's abilities. As he spoke, Zhou Bufan raised his gaze, his eyes brimming with yearning. Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed further. Injured by a formation? Zhou Bufan nodded, a trace of bitterness crossing his features. It was a trap set by the Jade Spirit Palace. A few years ago, while exploring a relic, I inadvertently triggered their restrictions and fell victim to the Jade Spirit's curse. This curse gnaws at my meridians daily, bringing unbearable suffering. Only the Beast Emperor's bloodstone can free me from this affliction. Chen Changsheng's expression turned contemplative. The Jade Spirit Palace? He searched his memories. only to find that he had never heard of this sect. Tian Dao, sensing his confusion, promptly explained, Master, the Jade Spirit Palace rose to prominence in the 200 years since your departure. This sect wields immense power, boasting a significant number of experts at the Godbridge level. Currently, they rank among the most formidable forces on the continent. After a brief pause, Tian Dao's expression darkened. However, the Jade Spirit Palace is notorious for its oppressive tactics, disregarding any opposing powers. They sought to recruit disciples in the past, but were turned down. Unexpectedly, Tian Dao glanced at Zhou Bufan, a hint of puzzlement in his gaze. I did not anticipate that my junior would provoke the people of the Jade Spirit Palace. Zhou Bufan offered a bitter smile, refraining from further explanation. Chen Changsheng snorted disdainfully, a flicker of contempt igniting in his eyes. Daring to lay hands on my disciple? How amusing. It appears that this Jade Spirit Palace is woefully ignorant of their own limitations. His tone was unassuming, yet it enveloped all present in a palpable chill. Upon returning, I am determined to pay a visit to the Jade Spirit Palace to discern the true nature of their affairs. After speaking, he turned his gaze towards the Nebula Demon Emperor. Hand over the Beast Emperor's bloodstone, he commanded, the brevity of his words leaving no room for refusal. The Nebula Demon Emperor was momentarily taken aback, swiftly engulfed by fury. In your dreams, the Beast Emperor's bloodstone is a sacred treasure of my clan. How could I possibly relinquish it to you humans? Even if I cannot defeat you today, I will not. Before he could finish, both Tian Dao and Zhou Bufan sprang into action. Swish! The long blade in Tian Dao's hand was unsheathed, gleaming coldly as it pointed directly at the throat of the Nebula Demon Emperor. Buzz! Zhou Bufan formed seals with his hands, countless runes converging into a rope that coiled around the limbs of the Nebula Demon Emperor. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing swiftness, leaving the Nebula Demon Emperor no time to react. Stop! Stop! He shouted desperately, his face ashen. I will give it. I will give it. Is that not enough? Chapter 67, Jade Spirit Palace. In haste, he retrieved a translucent crimson stone from his bosom. Though no larger than a thumb, the stone emanated a terrifying aura, as if an ancient beast of ferocity lay sealed within. The Beast Emperor's bloodstone. A flicker of excitement passed through Zhou Bufan's eyes. The Nebula Demon Emperor, with a slight tremor of his hand, tossed the bloodstone to Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng caught it effortlessly and handed it to Zhou Bufan. Use it well. Zhou Bufan received the bloodstone with palpable excitement, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Master. Chen Changsheng then turned to the blood-fiend Demon Emperor beside him. I have heard tales of a herb known as nine-leaf spirit mushroom in the southern wilderness, which possesses remarkable effects on half-demons. Bring me one. The blood-fiend Demon Emperor's expression darkened. Yet under the sharp edge of the heavenly blade, he dared not refuse. Soon, a nine-leaf spirit mushroom was procured. Chen Changsheng accepted it, nodding in satisfaction. Our objective has been achieved. It is time for us to depart. He turned to the heavenly blade. Will you accompany us? The heavenly blade hesitated briefly before shaking his head. I must remain to guard the southern wilderness. Chen Changsheng nodded, not pressing the matter further. Very well. I shall lead you and the others away first. Do visit me often. The heavenly blade bowed respectfully. I would never forget, Master. With that, Chen Changsheng departed the southern wilderness with Yu, Lu Hao, Lu Liang, and Zhou Bufan. The heavenly blade watched his master until he vanished from sight before retracting his gaze. He then turned to regard the several demon emperors coldly. The Nebula Demon Emperor, seething with resentment, dared not reveal his feelings. Once the other demon emperors had left in disarray, the Nebula Demon Emperor swiftly summoned the remaining demon lords. From this day forth, the demon race shall not set foot beyond the southern wilderness, he commanded, his tone exceedingly grave. The demon lords present exchanged puzzled glances. Is it truly because of a youth at the life and death realm? He may be formidable, but is such caution truly warranted? The Nebula Demon Emperor scoffed. That youth is no ordinary being. The respect he commands from both the Heavenly Blade and Zhou Bufan, coupled with his ability to effortlessly dismantle the Blood River sealing array. Such a figure is far from trivial. One demon lord hesitated. Shall we then abandon our plans to assault the human race? A glimmer of insight flashed in the Nebula Demon Emperor's eyes. Abandon? Certainly not. We shall simply adopt a different approach. A great upheaval is imminent within the human ranks, and the Jade Spirit Palace can no longer be restrained. We, the demon race, shall observe from the sidelines. Once the humans turn on each other, we shall strike. Does that not seem preferable? Upon hearing this, the demon lords revealed knowing smiles. Indeed, why rush? Allow the humans to engage in mutual slaughter, diminishing their strength. While the demon race reaps the benefits, does that not seem more advantageous? A few days later, in a bustling city, Chen Changsheng sat cross-legged in an inn room, meticulously examining the restrictions placed upon Zhou Bufan. With his upper body bare, Zhou Bufan bore a peculiar rune upon his chest, a pale azure serpent coiling around the position of his heart. Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed deeply. This restriction was exceedingly strange. He had never encountered its like before. How peculiar. Chen Changsheng's fingers lightly brushed against the rune, only to be met with a chilling force that nearly injured his digit. Such an oppressive restriction, he murmured softly, a trace of gravity flickering in his eyes. Zhou Bufan's complexion was ashen, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Master, this restriction erodes my meridians daily, inflicting unbearable pain. Were it not for the cultivation of the tiny vital energy you imparted, I fear I would have succumbed long ago. Chen Changsheng remained silent, intently scrutinizing the rune. Soon, he shook his head. This restriction is quite formidable. I presently have no effective means to counter it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bufan's expression darkened further. Chen Changsheng pondered deeply. The method of this restriction was peculiar, unlike any employed by the various sects on the continent. It resembled. He paused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his gaze. It bore resemblance to certain ancient restrictions. Zhou Bufan, upon hearing this, forced a wry smile. Master, your insight is indeed keen. The restrictions of the Yuling Palace are not of ordinary design. It is said they possess an ancient tome of restriction techniques, specifically intended to control others. A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Changsheng's eyes. Control others? Zhou Bufan nodded, bitterness evident in his gaze. In truth, there are many like me. The Yuling Palace has subdued numerous experts through this restriction, compelling them to serve their interests. I too am left with no choice. As he spoke, Zhou Bufan's voice trembled, filled with regret. Had it not been for the need to break this restriction, I would never have betrayed the tenets of my sect and turned against my senior brother. Chen Changsheng did not scold him, but gently patted his shoulder. I understand. First, refine the Beast Emperor's bloodstone to alleviate your symptoms. Zhou Bufan nodded gratefully. Thank you, Master, for your understanding. Chen Changsheng rose and approached the window, gazing at the distant mountains. The Yuling Palace indeed piques my curiosity. Ancient restrictions, the control of powerful individuals, and a vast influence. What is their true origin? A sharp glint illuminated his eyes. It seems necessary for me to personally investigate the affairs of the Yuling Palace. Zhou Bufan's expression shifted dramatically. Master, the Yuling Palace is teeming with experts, reportedly housing over a dozen formidable practitioners at the Divine Bridge realm. It would be wise not to provoke them lightly. Chen Changsheng smiled faintly, confidence radiating from him. What is there to fear? There is no place in this world I am unwilling to venture. Standing before the window, he gazed into the distance, his sight piercing through layers of mist, as if he could perceive the Yuling Palace thousands of miles away. Master, do you truly intend to go to the Yuling Palace? Zhou Bufan asked cautiously, evident worry lacing his voice. Chen Changsheng turned, a slight smile gracing his lips. If I do not go, who will? Should I allow them to impose restrictions at will and control my disciples? Zhou Bufan lowered his head, tightly clutching the Beast Emperor's bloodstone, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. It's all right. You should focus on refining the bloodstone first, Chen Changsheng said, gesturing calmly yet with authority. I will go check on how Lu Liang and the others are preparing. With that, he turned and exited the room. In the inn's main hall, Lu Hao was engaged in a hushed conversation with Yue, while Lu Liang sat quietly nearby, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, seemingly lost in thought. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng descend, the three of them immediately rose to their feet. Master, there is no need for such formalities, Chen Changsheng replied, waving his hand as he took a seat at the table. Zhou Bufan's situation is rather complex, and the restrictions of the Jade Spirit Palace are exceedingly peculiar. I cannot unravel them at this moment. Lu Liang furrowed his brow. Should we gather intelligence on the Jade Spirit Palace? Perhaps we could discover a means to break the restrictions. Chen Changsheng nodded. That is precisely my intention. Let us split up and reconvene here in a week. Lu Hao's eyes lit up with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. Finally, we can stretch our legs. I've nearly gone stir-crazy cooped up in this inn. Yue shot him a disapproving glance. You certainly do talk too much. Enough of that. Let us remain focused, Chen Changsheng said, his expression turning serious as he addressed the three. The Jade Spirit Palace is formidable, so you must exercise utmost caution during your inquiries. Do not reveal your identities. The three nodded in unison. Understood, Master. Chapter 68. The secret of the Jade Spirit Palace, Chen Changsheng, gazed out of the window as sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow upon the earth. I have a feeling that things are not as simple as they seem, he murmured to himself. The Jade Spirit Palace, located in the northern part of Zhongzhou, sprawls over hundreds of miles, its majestic palaces towering with grandeur. Atop its lofty peaks, a resplendent white palace glimmers like a pearl. Within its confines, a middle-aged man clad in an opulent white robe stood quietly by the window, surveying the rivers and mountains below. Palace Master, news has arrived. A figure cloaked in black materialized silently within the hall, kneeling on one knee. The white-robed man did not turn his head. Speak. The Heavenly Blade has slain the epidemic Demon Emperor and the Black Rock Demon Emperor in the southern wilderness, instilling fear in the Demon Clan, which has temporarily abandoned its plans to advance northward. Oh? The white-robed man finally turned, a flicker of surprise gleaming in his eyes. Was he not trapped by the Blood River Sealing Formation? The black-clad figure bowed his head. It is said that someone assisted him in breaking the formation. What sort of person could dismantle the Blood River Sealing Formation? The white-robed man furrowed his brow. A young man, seemingly in his 20s. Possessing the realm of life and death. The realm of life and death? The white-robed man scoffed. Absurd. How could one of such a mere level breach such a formidable formation? The black-clad man hesitated for a moment. However, the Nebula Demon Emperor personally stated that he accomplished this with but a single finger. With a single finger? The white-robed man narrowed his eyes slightly, intrigued. He strode to the center of the hall, fixating on a portrait hanging on the wall. The image depicted an elderly man with white hair, his gaze profound and his demeanor transcendent. Investigate and ascertain the identity of this individual. The white-robed man's voice, though low, resonated with authority. Additionally, activate the restrictions on Zhou Bufan and see if we can compel his return. Yes, Palace Master. The cloaked figure dissipated like a wisp of smoke within the grand hall. The white-robed man remained, his gaze once more fixated on the portrait. The realm of life and death, a single finger to breach the formation, he whispered. Could it be him? No, it cannot be. He is already dead. Meanwhile, in a small town 1,000 miles away, Chen Changsheng had donned a simple azure robe, a wine gourd hanging at his waist, presenting himself as a leisurely traveler as he strolled through the streets. This town, known as Lingshui Town, was the closest to the Jade Spirit Palace. Its proximity to the palace rendered it rich in various cultivation resources, attracting numerous cultivators for trade. The streets bustled with activity, thrumming with life. Chen Changsheng casually entered a tea house and found a seat by the window. What can I get for you, esteemed guest? The young attendant greeted him with a smile. Some fine Longjing tea, please, Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Quickly, steaming tea was served. As he savored his drink, he listened to the conversations around him. The tea house was the fastest conduit of information in the town, where news traveled swiftly. By sitting quietly, one could glean many useful tidbits. Have you heard? The Jade Spirit Palace has accepted a new disciple, said to be an unparalleled genius. What a genius! Yet, he was forcibly branded with restrictions and compelled to join. Wasn't he? Hush. Keep your voice down. If the people from the Jade Spirit Palace hear you, your life will be forfeit. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. It seems the Jade Spirit Palace's control over others is not a secret. By the way, I've heard that the Jade Spirit Palace is organizing a grand event soon, inviting various sects to attend. Indeed. It is said to celebrate the Palace Master's breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Divine Bridge. Is that true? The pinnacle of the Divine Bridge? Does that not mean he is on the verge of breaking into the Great Ascension realm? Hush. Is such a matter something one can casually discuss? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chen Changsheng's eyes. The pinnacle of the Divine Bridge? The strength of the Palace Master of the Jade Spirit Palace is formidable. At that moment, the tea house suddenly fell silent. A group of individuals clad in white robes entered, led by a stern-faced young man. The people from the Jade Spirit Palace have arrived. Someone whispered. The young man surveyed the surroundings, finally fixing his gaze upon Chen Changsheng. He approached. Looking down at Chen Changsheng. You seem unfamiliar. Have you just arrived in Lingshui Town? Chen Changsheng raised his head, a hint of drunkenness on his face. Indeed. I heard the wine here is quite good, so I came to sample it. The young man scoffed. Wine? I see you are drinking tea, are you not? Chen Changsheng feigned surprise as he glanced at the teacup before him. Ah, no wonder I cannot seem to get drunk. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, slightly easing the atmosphere. However, the young man showed no sign of amusement, his eyes flashing with a trace of coldness. Friend, I advise you. Lingshui Town is not a place for just anyone. If you were merely an ordinary person, it would be best to leave quickly. Chen Changsheng smiled. Thank you for the warning, but I am one who enjoys wandering about, taking in the scenery, and sipping wine. The young man snorted coldly. In that case, I hope you understand the rules and refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. With that, he turned and walked away, taking his subordinates to sit at the other end of the tea house. Chen Changsheng continued to savor his tea nonchalantly. Though a flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes, it appears the Jade Spirit Palace is quite sensitive towards outsiders. The chatter within the tea house gradually resumed, though noticeably subdued. As everyone exercised caution, Chen Changsheng rose, settled his tea bill, and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly heard a scream from behind. Ah! Turning around, he saw a middle-aged man clutching his chest, collapsing to the ground in agony, his face pale and cold sweat pouring down. Another episode has occurred. Someone exclaimed in alarm. Quickly, take him back. Several individuals hurriedly lifted the middle-aged man, preparing to depart. Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed. A faint blue light was visible on the man's chest, identical to the restrictions on Zhou Bufan. Halt! A cold voice rang out. The young man in white robes approached, regarding the middle-aged man with icy disdain. Brotherly, the palace master instructed you to return 3 days ago. Why are you still in the town? The middle-aged man shook his head with great difficulty. I merely wish to spend more time with my family. Family? The young man in the white robe let out a cold laugh, declaring, you are already a member of the Jade Spirit Palace. What family do you have left? As he spoke, he pointed a finger, causing the azure light emanating from the middle-aged man's chest to intensify, exacerbating his agony. The middle-aged man writhed on the ground in torment, his cries piercing the heart. The patrons within the tea house recoiled, none daring to intervene. A flicker of anger crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes. The Jade Spirit Palace's actions were exceedingly tyrannical. Cease this at once, he uttered softly. The young man in white paused. Turning to Chen Changsheng, what did you say? I said, cease this. Chen Changsheng approached, the drunken haze upon his face evaporating, replaced by a serene authority. Chapter 69. Ancient Secrets. The young man in white sneered. My friend, this matter concerns my Yuling Palace. I advise you not to meddle. Chen Changsheng gazed at the middle-aged man writhing in agony on the ground, then turned his attention to the young man in white. A glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. I have a particular disdain for those who bully others with their power. The expression of the young man in white shifted, anger flaring in his eyes. You seek death. With that, he struck out fiercely, aiming a palm at Chen Changsheng's chest. Though the strike appeared mundane, it harbored immense strength, one that an ordinary person could never withstand. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Changsheng merely raised his hand to block the attack. With a dull thud, the young man in white was sent flying by an invisible force, crashing violently against the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Incredulity etched on his face as he stared at Chen Changsheng. Who are you? Without responding, Chen Changsheng approached the middle-aged man and gently pressed his fingers against the man's chest. Release. As the word fell softly, the azure glow on the man's chest dissipated, and his suffering vanished. This is impossible. The young man in white was taken aback by the scene. Realizing that only the palace master could unravel the Yuling restrictions, Chen Changsheng stood upright and said calmly, Take me to see your palace master. The young man's expression shifted multiple times before he finally gritted his teeth and replied, Why should I lead you there? A glimmer of coldness flashed in Chen Changsheng's eyes. If I recall correctly, it was you who placed the restrictions on Zhou Bufan, was it not? The young man's eyes widened in shock. You know Zhou Bufan. Chen Changsheng offered no answer, merely regarding him with a steady gaze, struggling to rise from the ground. The young man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. Finally, he clenched his teeth and said, Very well. I shall take you to meet the palace master, but you must swear a blood oath to ensure you will not harm me along the way. Chen Changsheng nodded, agreed. In the Yuling Palace, atop the main peak, the young man in white stood in the center of the great hall, his face as dark as water. What did you say? Someone can unravel the Yuling restrictions? The young man on his knees trembled as he replied, Yes, palace master. That person used only a single finger to lift the restrictions on Senior Brotherly. A single finger? The palace master furrowed his brow. Where is this person? In the outer hall, awaiting your arrival. The palace master fell silent for a moment, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Bring him in. Soon. Chen Changsheng was ushered into the grand hall. The instant the palace master laid eyes on him, he seemed struck by lightning, his face turning ashen. No, it's impossible. He murmured, shock and disbelief saturating his voice. How could you still be alive? Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems we are acquainted? The palace master took a deep breath, attempting to regain his composure. You do not remember me? Chen Changsheng shook his head. I'm afraid I have lost my memory. Many things elude me now. The man in the white robe gazed intently at Chen Changsheng for a considerable time before finally letting out a deep sigh. Very well. It is perhaps better that you do not remember. Chen Changsheng then addressed him directly. I have come here for Zhou Bufan. The expression on the face of the man in white shifted slightly. Zhou Bufan? He is still alive? Indeed, but the restrictions you imposed have caused him great suffering. Chen Changsheng replied matter-of-factly. I wish to know how to completely lift this restriction. The white-robed man fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. The jade spirit restriction is an ancient binding. Once it is placed, it can only be undone by the practitioner who cast it, or else there is no other way. Is there truly no alternative? A flicker of skepticism crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes. The man in white managed a wry smile. Unless one can find the source of the jade spirit restriction, the jade spirit tome. The jade spirit tome? Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. What is that? It is an ancient tome that records countless ancient restrictions and formations, the white-robed man explained. The jade spirit restriction was learned from it. A glimmer of contemplation crossed Chen Changsheng's gaze. Where can this book be found? The man in white shook his head. It has long been lost to time. It is said to have been divided into 3 parts, scattered across the continent. My jade spirit palace has only obtained 1 fragment. After a moment of silence, Chen Changsheng suddenly inquired, why impose restrictions on my disciple? A complex emotion flickered in the eyes of the white-robed man. In this world, power has always been paramount. My jade spirit palace requires strength. We need experts, and those unwilling to join us can only be dealt with through special means. Chen Changsheng scoffed. Even the powerful must adhere to rules. The man in white suddenly grew animated. Rules? What rules exist in this world? After you departed, the continent descended into chaos, with various factions constantly clashing. Countless sects were annihilated, and many perished tragically. If we do not grow stronger, the Jade Spirit Palace will also face extinction. Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed. Who exactly are you? The man in white took a deep breath and slowly removed his mask. His face was remarkably ordinary, yet his eyes held an extraordinary depth, as if they contained the weight of countless hardships. I am Yuling Xiao, the master of the Jade Spirit Palace. As for who I am, he offered a bitter smile. Perhaps you will recall once your memories return. Chen Changsheng scrutinized Yuling Xiao for a long time before finally shaking his head. I am sorry, I truly do not remember. Yuling Xiao sighed deeply. It is well. Forgetting may be for the best. He suddenly raised his head, locking eyes with Chen Changsheng. You have come for Zhou Bufan. Now I ask you, what will you offer in exchange for the lifting of his restriction? Chen Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. What is it that you desire? Yuling Xiao remained silent for a moment before finally articulating. I want you to stay in the Jade Spirit Palace, serving as an elder guest. Chen Changsheng laughed coldly. With your standing, you think you can compel me to become an elder? Yuling Xiao did not take offense. Instead, he smiled. It is not a matter of whether I am worthy. I know that only you can unravel the secrets of the Jade Spirit Tome. Once the secrets of the Jade Spirit Scripture are unraveled, not only will Zhou Bufan's restraints be lifted, but all those who have been bound will also attain their freedom. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. Are you attempting to coerce me with the plight of those who were restrained? Yuling Xiao shook her head. No. I am merely stating a fact. The mysteries of the Jade Spirit Scripture can only be deciphered by you. How can you be so certain? Because the Scripture declares that only the source of the Tao can unveil its ultimate enigma. Yuling Xiao fixed her gaze upon Chen Changsheng, adding that in this world, there exists but one individual worthy of being called the source of the Tao. Chen Changsheng stood in silence, his thoughts unspoken. Yuling Xiao continued. In the past, before your departure, you vowed to return when the world was free of turmoil. Yet now, strife intensifies across the continent. The demon race lurks menacingly, and our own kind is deeply fractured. I require your strength to restore stability and usher in an era of peace once more. Chapter 70. The Jade Spirit Monument. Chen Changsheng let out a cold laugh. To manipulate the will of others and compel them to serve your own interests, this is what you call peace? Yuling Xiao's expression shifted, a flicker of guilt appearing in his eyes. I understand that this approach is flawed, but in these chaotic times, one must be powerful or risk being devoured. Once I obtain the other 2 parts of the Jade Spirit Scripture and unravel its secrets, I shall lift all restraints, allowing those individuals the freedom to choose their paths. Chen Changsheng remained silent for a moment before responding slowly. Give me 3 days to contemplate. Yuling Xiao nodded. Very well. I await your response in 3 days. As Chen Changsheng turned to leave, he paused at the door, suddenly recollecting something. Although I have lost my memory, some matters still linger in my mind. Such as? Yu Lingxiao inquired. Chen Changsheng glanced back, a cold glimmer in his eyes. For instance, I possess a rather irritable temperament and despise being threatened. After departing from the Jade Spirit Palace, Chen Changsheng did not immediately return to Lingshui town. Instead, he ventured alone to a nearby small mountain. He sat cross-legged at the summit, gazing at the majestic Jade Spirit Palace in the distance, his brow furrowed. The earlier conversation with Yu Lingxiao had left him perplexed. That individual seemed to recognize him intimately, yet strangely, Chen Changsheng held no memory of him. Could it be true, as he claimed, that he had lost his memory? He closed his eyes, attempting to recall the events of his past. Alas, the memories in his mind were like a tangled mess. The more he tried to remember, the more chaotic they became. The only clear recollection was that of awakening by a small pond. Why have I lost my memory? Chen Changsheng murmured to himself. Who am I, truly? At that moment, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts. Master! Chen Changsheng opened his eyes to see Lu Liang rushing towards him, breathless. Master! I have been searching for you for quite some time. Chen Changsheng gestured for him to sit. Have you discovered anything? Lu Liang nodded, his expression serious. I have gathered some information regarding the Jade Spirit Palace in town. Speak. Taking a deep breath, Lu Liang continued. The Jade Spirit Palace was established 300 years ago by a formidable figure named Yu Lingxiao. It is said that he was once an ordinary cultivator, but one day, he encountered a fortuitous event that caused his cultivation to soar. Fortuitous event? Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed. Yes, it is rumored that he discovered an ancient text in a relic, which propelled his cultivation to unprecedented heights, reaching the Divine Bridge realm in just a decade. A glimmer of contemplation crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes. The Jade Spirit Scripture, perhaps? Lu Liang nodded. Such tales abound. But it is even stranger that after founding the Jade Spirit Palace, Yu Lingxiao has been in search of one particular individual. Whom does he seek? Lu Liang hesitated, then replied, it is said to be a senior expert known as Chen Changsheng. A flicker of shock crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes. But he quickly regained his composure. Continue. Yu Lingxiao claims that the senior Chen is his mentor, who departed from the continent for reasons unknown. He has been awaiting his mentor's return ever since. Chen Changsheng fell silent, a complex array of emotions flashing in his eyes. Liang continued, however, it is peculiar that over the past century, the actions of the Yuling Palace have grown increasingly domineering, particularly in the last decade, as they began to impose restrictions on various masters, compelling them to join the Yuling Palace. What does this have to do with awaiting our master's return? Liang shook his head. I do not know. However, rumors suggest that Yu Lingxiao possesses an incomplete ancient tome, and he has been persistently searching for the missing fragments. Those masters under his control have been dispatched to seek the whereabouts of the ancient text. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes. I see. Just then, a sudden roar echoed from afar. Boom. The entire mountain trembled slightly. Both Chen Changsheng and Liang rose simultaneously, gazing towards the source of the sound. In the distant sky, a blinding beam of light shot upwards, resembling a sharp sword piercing the heavens. That is, the direction of the Yuling Palace, Liang exclaimed. Chen Changsheng frowned. Let us investigate. The two hastily made their way towards the Yuling Palace. Along the way, they encountered Lu Hao and Yu Yi, who were similarly drawn by the thunderous noise. Master, the two rushed over upon seeing Chen Changsheng. What has transpired? Lu Hao inquired. Chen Changsheng shook his head. I am uncertain, but it seems related to the Yuling Palace. The four quickened their pace and soon arrived at the foot of the Yuling Palace. A considerable crowd had already gathered, all gazing up at the mountaintop, whispering and pointing. Look, what is that? It seems something is bursting forth from the Yuling Palace. Is it an incursion by the demon clan? Speculations ran rampant among the crowd. Chen Changsheng looked up to see a beam of white light ascending from the summit of the Yuling Palace, as if it were about to tear the sky asunder. This is not right. Chen Changsheng murmured. That does not appear to be an attack. It resembles some form of signal. At that moment, the gates of the Yuling Palace swung wide open, and a procession of disciples clad in white robes streamed out, beginning to disperse the onlookers. Everyone stepped back. This is the territory of the Yuling Palace. Unauthorized individuals are forbidden to enter. The crowd was compelled to retreat, but the murmurs did not cease. The four remained inconspicuous among the throng. Master, what should we do? Liang whispered. Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment. You three return to the inn and take care of Zhou Bufan. I will go to the Yuling Palace to ascertain what has happened. Though uneasy, the three nodded in agreement. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Chen Changsheng seized the opportunity to stealthily approach the Yuling Palace. He leapt lightly, his form vanishing like a wraith among the trees. Inside the Yuling Palace, within the Grand Hall, Yu Lingxiao stood before a white stone tablet, his expression brimming with excitement. The tablet was inscribed with bizarre runes, radiating a dazzling white light. "Palace Master, what is the meaning of this?" an elder inquired. Yu Lingxiao took a deep breath. The Yuling tablet has sensed something and has begun to activate on its own. Has it sensed other parts of the Yuling heavenly book? The elder pressed. Yu Lingxiao shook his head. No, it must have sensed the essence of the source of the Tao. The source of the Tao? The elder appeared bewildered, inquiring what it was. Yu Lingxiao offered no reply. Instead, he approached the stone tablet, gently caressing the runes inscribed upon it. Standing before the monument, a myriad of complex emotions flickered in his eyes. The immaculate white stone radiated a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire hall. 3 centuries ago, I stumbled upon this tablet along with a fragment of the Yuling heavenly scripture at an ancient site, Yu Lingxiao softly recounted, as if lost in reminiscence. The tablet bore prophecies concerning the source of the Tao, asserting that only upon the emergence of the Tao's essence would the true mysteries of the Yuling heavenly scripture be revealed. Chapter 71. The Jade Spirit Heavenly Book. Master of the Palace, what is the true essence of the Tao? Inquired an elder with flowing white hair. Yu Lingxiao inhaled deeply, stating, "The essence of the Tao is not an object, but rather a person, Chen Changsheng." Chen Changsheng? The elders exchanged astonished glances. Is he not the legendary sage of the human race? Indeed, Yu Lingxiao affirmed, a flicker of reverence crossing his eyes. The Jade Spirit Tablet sensed his presence. Hence the extraordinary phenomena. But the sage has been deceased for 3 centuries, an elder expressed with confusion. Yu Lingxiao shook his head. Not so. The sage did not perish. He merely entered a special state. Now he has returned. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the hall. Assassins! Assassins have infiltrated. A disciple clad in white rushed into the great hall, his face ashen. Report, Master of the Palace. There are assassins within the Jade Spirit Palace. Several guards have already been injured. Yu Lingxiao furrowed his brow. Who possesses such audacity? Unknown. Their movements are elusive, akin to a specter. They are virtually impossible to capture. Yu Lingxiao contemplated momentarily, then a glimmer of realization shone in his eyes. There is no need for alarm. Let them come. The elders exchanged perplexed looks, yet dared not defy the command and awaited in silence. Before long, the clamor outside the hall ceased abruptly. The hall doors creaked open, and a figure entered at a leisurely pace. Chen Changsheng! Yu Lingxiao exclaimed, astonished and elated. Chen Changsheng strode into the hall, his expression impassive. His gaze fixed upon the luminous stone tablet. Is this the Jade Spirit Tablet? He inquired softly. Yu Lingxiao nodded, excitement evident on his face. You truly know of its existence? Chen Changsheng offered no reply, instead approaching the tablet to gently caress its surface. At the moment his fingers made contact with the tablet, a transformation occurred. The radiance emanating from the tablet intensified, enveloping the entire hall in a blinding white light. A peculiar hum resonated throughout the heavens, as the runes on the tablet began to shift and flow, as if they were living entities traversing its surface. This is Yu Lingxiao's eyes widened, his face a canvas of astonishment and anticipation. The other elders stood in awe, scarcely believing their own eyes. Chen Changsheng remained still, allowing the runes upon the tablet to dance beneath his palm. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot forth from the tablet, piercing directly into Chen Changsheng's forehead. Ah! Chen Changsheng gasped, stumbling backward, his complexion paling dramatically. What is happening? Yu Lingxiao rushed forward, intent on supporting him. Yet, Chen Changsheng raised a hand to halt him, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. I have begun to recall certain memories. Yu Lingxiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. What have you remembered? Chen Changsheng shook his head, refraining from an answer. He once more approached the tablet, extending his hand to touch it. This time, the radiance of the tablet gradually diminished, leaving only a few runes that continued to flicker with a faint glow. The whereabouts of the Jade Spirit Scripture, Chen Changsheng murmured, understanding dawning upon him. A flicker of joy crossed Yu Lingxiao's eyes. Do you know the location of the other parts? Chen Changsheng nodded. The Jade Spirit Scripture is divided into 3 sections. The one in your possession is the middle volume, which records various prohibitions and formations. The upper volume is held by the Demon Clan, detailing the essence of the world and the principles of the Great Tao. And the lower volume? Yu Lingxiao asked eagerly. Chen Changsheng paused for a moment before responding slowly. The lower volume is in the hands of the Demon Clan, chronicling the mysteries of life and the essence of the soul. The Demon Clan? Yu Lingxiao's expression changed drastically. Haven't they been sealed away long ago? Chen Changsheng shook his head. The seal is weakening. Soon, the Demon Clan will return to the continent. This. Yu Lingxiao's visage darkened significantly. If the Demon Clan returns, the continent will descend into greater chaos. Chen Changsheng remained silent, merely gazing at the stone tablet. Yu Lingxiao took a deep breath to steady his emotions. What should we do now? First, we must address the immediate issue. Chen Changsheng turned to face Yu Lingxiao. We need to lift the restrictions on Zhou Bufan. Yu Lingxiao hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Very well, I shall prepare. However, what is it? Once the Jade Spirit prohibition penetrates to the marrow, even if I lift the external restrictions, the internal toxins will continue to corrode his meridians. Unless what? A flicker of hesitation crossed Yu Lingxiao's eyes. Unless we find the upper and lower volumes of the Jade Spirit scripture and unite them. Only then can we completely eradicate the residual toxins of the prohibition. Chen Changsheng's eyes reflected a moment of contemplation. So, you have controlled so many people with prohibitions to aid you in searching for the other parts of the Jade Spirit scripture? Yu Lingxiao nodded. A hint of guilt flashing in his eyes. I had no other choice. The stone tablet foretold the imminent return of the Demon Clan. Only by gathering all 3 volumes of the scripture can we resist their invasion. For the sake of peace, I am willing to bear the blame. Chen Changsheng scoffed coldly. To sacrifice the free will of others for the so-called greater good is something I cannot condone. Yu Lingxiao offered a bitter smile. I know you would not agree. But please believe me, I am indeed acting for the safety of the continent. Once the Demon Clan returns, not only will the human race suffer, but even the demon race will face extermination. Chen Changsheng remained silent for a moment, then replied softly, First, lift Zhou Bufan's restrictions. We shall discuss other matters afterward. Yu Lingxiao nodded. Very well, I shall prepare now. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the hall. Master! Master! There is an urgent situation. A disciple in white rushed in, his face pale. A messenger from the demon race has arrived and requests to see the master. A messenger from the demon race? Yu Lingxiao's expression shifted. What is their purpose? It is a confidant of the Nebula Demon Emperor, claiming to be the Heavenly Wolf. Yu Lingxiao and Chen Changsheng exchanged a solemn glance, both sensing the gravity of the situation. Let him in, Yu Lingxiao commanded in a deep voice. Before long, a tall figure from the demon race entered the hall. He possesses the visage of a human, yet his eyes are a striking golden hue, reminiscent of a wolf's gaze, emanating a chilling luminescence. Master of the Jade Spirit Palace, I have long admired your esteemed reputation, the celestial wolf remarked, inclining his body in a gesture of formality. With an expression devoid of emotion, Yu Lingxiao inquired, What brings you here? The celestial wolf responded with a cold chuckle. My lord, the Demon Emperor, has a message he wishes to convey to the palace master. What message? It is said that the holy master of the human race has returned. The celestial wolf said meaningfully, his gaze sweeping over all those present before finally settling on Chen Changsheng. I am surprised to find that the rumors hold true. Yu Lingxiao's expression shifted subtly. What does this have to do with your demon race? The celestial wolf sneered. Of course it is relevant. The Holy Master once slew many formidable beings of my kind. If we do not avenge this grievance, what face will my race have left? Thus, he fixed his gaze upon Chen Changsheng, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. My lord, the Demon Emperor, instructs me to deliver this message. Should the Holy Master possess any sense of prudence, he ought to willingly make a journey to the southern wilderness. Otherwise. Chapter 72. The Conspiracy of the Demon Clan. What if not? Chen Changsheng inquired in a calm tone. The celestial wolf scoffed. Otherwise. The demon army shall raise the territories of the human race, and all shall be buried alongside the Saint Master. Yu Lingxiao's countenance shifted dramatically. Dare you threaten our Saint Master? The celestial wolf dismissed her concern. Threaten? No, this is a warning. He then turned towards Chen Changsheng, stating coldly, If the Saint Master does not make his way to the southern border within 3 days, the demon army shall mobilize. With that, he pivoted to depart. Wait. Chen Changsheng suddenly interjected. The celestial wolf halted, casting a disdainful glance back at him. What? Are you frightened? Chen Changsheng shook his head. A glint of coldness in his eyes. Relay my message to the starry cloud demon emperor. I shall comply. However, not in 3 days, but today. The celestial wolf paused, then let out a chilling laugh. Very well. I shall return at once to inform the demon emperor. With that he strode away, his figure swiftly vanishing from the hall. Are you truly going to the southern border? Yu Lingxiao asked with concern. The demon clan is evidently laying a trap for you. A flicker of cold resolve crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes. A trap? And what of it? I shall see what qualifications the Starry Cloud Demon Emperor possesses to issue commands to me. At Lingshui Town, within the inn, Lu Hao, Yue, and El Ying stood vigil by Zhou Bufan's bedside, their faces etched with worry. Zhou Bufan's condition was deteriorating. The azure light on his chest flickered intermittently. His complexion as pale as paper, drenched in cold sweat. Why has the master not returned yet? Lu Hao paced anxiously. Uncle Zhou's condition is worsening. Yue shook her head. I am uncertain what disturbances have arisen at the Jade Spirit Palace. I hope the master is safe. El Liang, meanwhile, contemplated calmly. The sudden anomalies at the Jade Spirit Palace occurred precisely after the master's visit. Such a coincidence is troubling. Are you suggesting that these anomalies are related to the master? Yue inquired. El Liang nodded. It is highly probable. I have learned in town that one of the purposes for establishing the Jade Spirit Palace was to seek out an individual named Chen Changsheng. What? Lu Hao and Yue exclaimed in unison. Could it be that the Jade Spirit Palace was constructed for the master? Lu Hao uttered in disbelief. Just as the three engaged in fervent discussion, the door was suddenly pushed open. Chen Changsheng strode in, his expression grave. Master! The three exclaimed simultaneously, rising to their feet. Chen Changsheng nodded, approaching Zhou Bufan's bedside. What is his condition? El Liang shook his head. It is becoming increasingly dire. The restrictions from the Jade Spirit seem to be accelerating the erosion of his meridians. Furrowing his brow, Chen Changsheng placed his hand upon Zhou Bufan's pulse. Indeed, the deterioration of Zhou Bufan's meridians was visibly rapid. If left unaddressed, his life could be in imminent danger. I shall seek out Yu Lingxiao, Chen Changsheng declared solemnly. He has promised to lift the restrictions, but requires some time to prepare. Yu Lingxiao? Who is that? Lu Hao asked, puzzled. The master of the Jade Spirit Palace. Chen Changsheng succinctly explained, a rather complex individual. He said little, instead retrieving a small vial from his bosom. This is the medicine given by Yu Lingxiao. It can temporarily suppress the erosion of the restriction. He carefully poured the potion into Zhou Bufan's mouth, and soon, Zhou Bufan's complexion improved slightly. The green light in his chest dimming somewhat. Master, what shall we do next? Lu Liang inquired. Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment. You three stay here to care for Zhou Bufan. I must make a trip to the southern wilderness. The southern wilderness? The trio exclaimed in unison. Isn't that the territory of the demon race? Chen Changsheng nodded. The Nebula Demon Emperor has sent an envoy, summoning me to the southern wilderness within 3 days. Or the demon race will launch a massive offensive against the human territory. What? Yu Yi's expression shifted dramatically. Master, this is clearly a trap. Chen Changsheng chuckled lightly. I am aware, but I must go. Why? Lu Hao asked, perplexed. A glimmer of deep insight flashed in Chen Changsheng's eyes. Because this is not merely a scheme by the demon race. It involves deeper secrets. The upper volume of the Jade Spirit Tome is in the hands of the demon race, and the complete Jade Spirit Tome is the key to lifting Zhou Bufan's restrictions. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged various expressions but refrained from further persuasion. They understood that once their master made a decision, no one could alter it. Master, I shall accompany you. Lu Hao declared suddenly, his eyes brimming with determination. Absolutely not. Chen Changsheng firmly rejected. The southern wilderness is far too perilous. It is more crucial for you to remain here. Lu Hao was about to protest but was halted by Yue. All right, let us heed the master's arrangements. She said softly, we will take good care of Uncle Zhou. Chen Changsheng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the three. Remember, no matter what happens, do not act rashly. If I am not back in 3 days, take Zhou Bufan to find Tian Dao. He will know what to do. Though reluctant, the three could only nod in agreement. Chen Changsheng imparted a few more instructions before turning and departing from the inn. Once outside, he did not immediately head to the southern wilderness, but instead made his way to a grove outside the town. There, Yu Lingxiao awaited quietly. How did you know I would be here waiting for you? Yu Lingxiao asked curiously. Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly, intuition. Yu Lingxiao smiled. Your intuition is as accurate as ever. Speak, what is it? Chen Changsheng got straight to the point. Yu Lingxiao's expression turned serious. The journey to the southern wilderness is exceedingly dangerous. The Nebula Demon Emperor's involvement undoubtedly conceals a scheme. I am aware, Chen Changsheng responded. But you may not know that the upper volume of the Jade Spirit Tome is indeed in the hands of the Nebula Demon Emperor. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. How do you know this? Yu Lingxiao sighed ruefully. Because the upper volume was originally in my possession, but it was later seized by the demon race. When did this occur? 10 years ago. A flicker of painful memories crossed Yu Lingxiao's eyes. At that time, I had already found the upper and middle volumes and was preparing to seek the lower volume. However, during an unfortunate incident, the upper volume was taken by the demon race. Since then, I have begun to employ skilled practitioners of restraint to assist me in locating the whereabouts of the celestial tome. Chen Changsheng remarked coldly thus. You manipulate others through restraint not out of concern for the safety of the continent, but solely to recover the stolen celestial tome? Yu Lingxiao shook his head, not entirely. My motivations are indeed intertwined with the safety of the continent. The complete Jade Spirit Celestial Tome not only has the power to lift the Jade Spirit's restraints, but also possesses the ability to foresee the future. From the fragmented Celestial Tome, I have glimpsed the imminent return of the Demon Clan and the approaching cataclysm. Only by gathering all 3 Celestial Tomes can we devise a strategy to confront this crisis. After a moment of silence, Chen Changsheng finally stated, If what you say is true, I shall aid you in reclaiming the Celestial Tome. However, this assistance is contingent upon your lifting of all restraints upon others. Chapter 73. Journey to the Southern Wilderness. Yu Lingxiao nodded slightly. As long as we retrieve the Heavenly Tome, I shall lift all restrictions. However, but what? I fear that the Nebula Demon Emperor will not so readily surrender the Heavenly Tome. He has laid a trap to lure you in. Chen Changsheng chuckled coldly. And so what? I am eager to see what kind of trap he has devised. Yu Lingxiao hesitated, then finally produced a jade pendant from her bosom. Take this. It may save your life in times of peril. Chen Changsheng accepted the pendant, feeling the immense power it contained, and nodded slightly. Thank you. Yu Lingxiao offered a rueful smile. There is no need for gratitude. Everything I do is to repay the kindness of years past. Chen Changsheng did not press further. Simply stowing the pendant away. I will return swiftly. Please take care of Zhou Bufan. Yu Lingxiao nodded. I have arranged for others to continue researching how to lift the restrictions. I hope there will be a breakthrough before your return. After discussing a few more details, Chen Changsheng turned to leave, his figure soon disappearing into the distant woods. Yu Lingxiao watched him depart, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. I hope this time, you return safely. In the southern wilderness, the domain of the demon race, the Nebula Demon Emperor sat upon a lofty throne, surveying the demons below. Has the news reached us? The heavenly wolf knelt respectfully. It has been conveyed from the Jade Spirit Palace. What did Chen Changsheng say? The heavenly wolf looked up. A hint of intrigue in his eyes. He stated that he would come today. Today? The Nebula Demon Emperor's eyes widened in surprise before erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Excellent. How bold of him to come alone. Truly, he walks into his own demise. Your Majesty, our trap has been set. We await Chen Changsheng's arrival. Another demon reported respectfully. The Nebula Demon Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Very well, let us see how he escapes this time. However, the heavenly wolf hesitated slightly. Since Chen Changsheng dares to come forth, he must possess some form of assurance. Should we not exercise caution? The Nebula Demon Emperor sneered. What is there to fear? We have the advantage of location and numbers. Moreover, he produced an ancient tome that emanated a faint glow. With this Jade Spirit Heavenly Tome in hand, even if he is an ancient creature of 300 years, he shall not stir up any great waves. The heavenly wolf bowed his head respectfully. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Your Majesty. The Nebula Demon Emperor nodded in satisfaction, a glint of malice in his eyes. Send the order to prepare the demon army. Once Chen Changsheng falls into the trap, we shall immediately march against the human territories. This time, not only shall we eliminate Chen Changsheng, but we shall also extinguish all resistance from the human race. The assembly of demons echoed in unison. We obey. Within the grand hall, the sounds of manic laughter reverberated, filled with anticipation for the impending victory. Yet, unbeknownst to them, not far from the hall in the woods, a figure quietly observed the scene. A slight smile gracing their lips. A trap? Hiki, let us see who truly falls into the trap. In the dense forests of the southern border, Chen Changsheng glided silently through the trees, his presence as ethereal as a specter, disturbing not even a single leaf. This territory was already claimed by the demon clan, and the air was suffused with a peculiar essence, a wild, domineering vitality that was characteristic of the demons. Chen Changsheng made no effort to conceal his movements, for he was aware that the demon clan had long since sensed his arrival. Indeed, before long, a rustling sound erupted from the depths of the woods. Human, halt. A raspy voice resonated from within the thicket, and in an instant, a dozen figures surrounded Chen Changsheng from all directions. These were the patrols of the demon clan, each exuding a fierce and menacing demeanor, their eyes glinting with a thirst for blood. I wish to see the starry cloud demon emperor, Chen Changsheng stated calmly. Without a trace of fear, the leader of the demons scoffed. Who do you think you are? You believe you can simply demand an audience? Chen Changsheng regarded him with a tranquil gaze. Go and announce my arrival. Tell them Chen Changsheng is here. Upon hearing the name Chen Changsheng, the expressions of the demons shifted dramatically, a flicker of astonishment flashing in their eyes. You are Chen Changsheng? The human sage master? The leader of the demons queried, uncertainty lacing his voice. Chen Changsheng nodded, offering no further words. The demons exchanged glances, and ultimately, the leader gritted his teeth. Follow us. Chen Changsheng traversed the dense forest with them until they reached an open area. Here stood a colossal teleportation array, surrounded by demon guards. Step inside. This teleportation array leads directly to the demon emperor's palace. The leader of the demons gestured towards the array. Chen Changsheng scrutinized the array, his brow furrowing slightly. This array seemed peculiar, its intricate formation not resembling an ordinary teleportation array. It bore the semblance of a trap. What? Is the human sage master afraid? One of the demons taunted. Chen Changsheng merely smiled, disregarding the provocation, and strode confidently into the array. Activate the formation. At the command. The teleportation array blazed with radiant light, and Chen Changsheng's figure gradually vanished within its glow. When the light dissipated, the array stood empty. Ha ha, what a fool. The leader of the demons erupted in laughter, reveling in the ease with which he had walked into the trap. The other demons joined in the laughter, their eyes glimmering with derision. Quickly, informed the demon emperor, Chen Changsheng has entered the blood prison teleportation array. Chen Changsheng felt a fleeting blur before he found himself in an unfamiliar place. It was a confined space, the walls a deep crimson, radiating an intense heat. The ground and walls were adorned with peculiar runes, emitting a faint red glow. The air was thick with a pungent scent of blood, inducing a wave of nausea. Blood prison, Chen Changsheng murmured, a glimmer of understanding crossing his eyes. This was a special prison of the demon clan, designed to confine formidable foes. The blood prison not only severed the captive's spiritual power, but also gradually drained their life force and essence. The mightier the existence, the swifter the demise. Chen Changsheng surveyed his surroundings, discovering that this blood prison was far more expansive than he had anticipated. Stretching several hundred zhang in circumference and soaring approximately 100 zhang in height. The entire blood prison was partitioned into dozens of small compartments, each holding different prisoners. Among them were human cultivators, traitorous demons, and even some peculiar, unidentified creatures. They were all confined within their respective compartments, rendered immobile, forced to witness their life force being gradually siphoned away by the blood prison. Ha! Chen Changsheng, did you ever imagine this? A resounding voice suddenly echoed through the blood prison, reverberating endlessly. Chen Changsheng looked up to see a luminous screen materializing in the air, revealing the face of the Nebula Demon Emperor, who was laughing triumphantly. Did you think I would meet you in person? How naive! The esteemed sage of your human race is now nothing but a pawn in my grasp. Chen Changsheng replied with a faint smile. Nebula Demon Emperor. Is this truly all you are capable of? Chapter 74. Blood Prison Trial. The Nebula Demon Emperor sneered. The blood prison is a treasure of my demon clan. Even a peak expert at the Divine Bridge realm cannot escape. What's more, you are merely a youngling at the 7-star realm. Chen Changsheng remained noncommittal, quietly surveying his surroundings as if searching for something. Do not waste your efforts. The Nebula Demon Emperor proclaimed triumphantly. This blood prison has been meticulously prepared, crafted just for you. Even if you possess 3 heads and 6 arms, escaping my blood prison would be an impossibility. His voice echoed through the space, brimming with arrogance and confidence. Standing at the center of the blood prison, Chen Changsheng's gaze was as tranquil as water. He lifted his head to take in the view around him. The crimson walls were adorned with peculiar runes, each subtly trembling and emanating an uncanny red glow. The stench of blood, a nauseating, pervasive odor filled the entire space, as if countless beings had met with brutal slaughter here. Nebula Demon Emperor. You underestimate me far too much, Chen Changsheng said, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. Such trifles, do you dare present them to disgrace yourself? Humph. Arrogance. A flicker of anger passed through the Nebula Demon Emperor's eyes. Do not think that just because you fortuitously broke the Blood River's sealing array, you can disregard my clan's blood prison. Ignoring his furious outburst, Chen Changsheng slowly raised his right hand and gently pressed it against the wall beside him. His fingertips felt cool. Though the wall appeared scalding, it was, in fact, as cold as iron. Interesting. Chen Changsheng murmured to himself, a glimmer of understanding surfacing in his eyes. Seeing this, The Nebula Demon Emperor scoffed. Submit to your fate. This blood prison is an ancestral treasure of the ancient demon clan, specifically designed to target human cultivators like you. The runes within the blood prison will drain your life essence. The more powerful the cultivator, the faster they perish. Based on your strength, you likely won't last more than 3 days. Haha. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng not only remained unperturbed but instead chuckled. 3 days? That is more than sufficient. You. The Nebula Demon Emperor furrowed his brow, confused. What are you laughing at? Chen Changsheng did not respond but slowly closed his eyes. He attuned himself to the aura within the blood prison, the flow of the runes, and the energy permeating the air. Everything fell within the scope of his perception. Ah, I see. Opening his eyes once more, they now sparkled with enlightenment. This so-called blood prison, while appearing to be a cage, was actually a vast sacrificial array. The entire enclosure was arranged into a complex energy circulation system, continually siphoning the life force of the imprisoned, transforming it into pure energy. And this energy was not wasted. It was directed toward a specific location. Nebula Demon Emperor, you intend to use my power to unravel the seal of the first part of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book, do you not? Chen Changsheng stated calmly. The smile on the Nebula Demon Emperor's face instantly froze. You, how did you know? Chen Changsheng sneered. The Demon Emperor underestimates me greatly. The so-called first part of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book indeed lies within the hands of the Demon Clan. Yet, this celestial tome was sealed by a formidable enchantment, rendering it inaccessible to the Demon Clan. To unlock this seal, one requires a unique force, the essence of the Tao. This is none other than Chen Changsheng's power. The Nebula Demon Emperor smirked maliciously. What does it matter if you know? You are currently ensnared within the blood prison, with only death awaiting you. I merely need to wait quietly for 3 days to absorb all your strength, and the upper section of the Jade Spirit Tome will naturally reveal itself to me. Chen Changsheng shook his head, amusement dancing in his eyes. Do you truly believe I would passively await my demise? With that, he abruptly extended his right hand and lightly tapped the luminous barrier in the air. Crash! A thunderous sound erupted as the barrier shattered instantaneously, scattering countless points of light. The visage of the Nebula Demon Emperor vanished, and the entire blood prison was enveloped in silence. Outside, exclamations of alarm resonated. Clearly the demon guards had detected the anomaly. What is happening? How did the barrier break? Curse be it. Quickly activate the second line of defense. Impossible. How can he wield power within the blood prison? Listening to the chaos outside, a faint smile crept upon Chen Changsheng's lips. They underestimated him greatly. How could a confinement of this magnitude possibly restrain him? Slowly, he advanced to the center of the blood prison, extending his right hand with his palm facing upwards. Come. A simple command, yet it seemed to embody boundless power. In the next moment, an extraordinary transformation unfolded. All the runes within the blood prison began to tremble violently, the original crimson lights swiftly morphing into a resplendent gold. The runes, as though animated, lifted from the walls and spiraled around Chen Changsheng's palm. The entire blood prison began to quake violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. A thunderous roar echoed within the confines, and all the imprisoned souls gazed in terror at the scene unfolding before them. The seemingly youthful man stood at the center of the blood prison, surrounded by a myriad of runes swirling around him, resembling an exalted deity. Boom! Another resounding crash. As the ceiling of the blood prison suddenly split open, allowing a cascade of sunlight to pour in, Chen Changsheng gazed up at the fissure, a slight smile gracing his lips. This is the correct method of unlocking. With a gentle leap, he soared upwards like a streak of golden light, directly escaping through the rift. Beyond the blood prison lay an expansive plaza. Hundreds of demon guards surrounded the prison, armed with a variety of weapons, standing on high alert. Upon witnessing Chen Changsheng emerge from the blood prison, all the demons were left in astonishment. Impossible. How can this be? The blood prison has been breached. Suspended in midair, Chen Changsheng looked down upon the demon army, his gaze as tranquil as a still lake. Nebula Demon Emperor, come forth and face me. His voice was soft yet resonated clearly in the ears of every demon present. No sooner had he spoken than the distant palace gates thunderously swung open. A towering figure emerged, radiating an overwhelming aura. It was none other than the Nebula Demon Emperor, Chen Changsheng. The Nebula Demon Emperor's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could you possibly have unraveled the blood prison? Chen Changsheng let out a cold laugh. A mere blood prison. Do you think it can confine me? Such delusions. The expression of the Nebula Demon Emperor darkened. He had initially believed that the blood prison was infallible. Yet he was astonished to find that Chen Changsheng had so effortlessly unraveled it. With his plans now in disarray, he was compelled to intervene personally. Very well. Indeed. The Nebula Demon Emperor, consumed by rage, laughed ironically. Since you are capable of breaking the blood prison, let us see how you fare against my might. With that, he abruptly waved his hand, and countless stars coalesced around him, transforming into a river of starlight that surged towards Chen Changsheng. Star River Technique. This was the renowned ultimate skill of the Nebula Demon Emperor, possessing unparalleled power, having previously dispatched numerous human warriors with a single strike. In the face of this cataclysmic assault, however, Chen Changsheng remained utterly unmoved. He merely raised his right hand gently, his fingers splayed wide. Chapter 75. The Heavenly Book. An astonishing scene unfolded. The surging and roaring Star River abruptly halted a mere 3 feet away from Chen Changsheng, with all the starlight suspended in midair, utterly motionless. This is impossible. The Nebula Demon Emperor widened his eyes in disbelief at the spectacle before him. His renowned ultimate technique had been effortlessly thwarted by Chen Changsheng. Observing the shock on the Nebula Demon Emperor's face, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly. Nebula Demon Emperor. Hand over the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book. Regaining his composure, the Nebula Demon Emperor's eyes flashed with a hint of malevolence. Never. Even if it costs me my life. I shall not surrender the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book to you. With that, he abruptly produced a lustrous jade talisman from his bosom and crushed it with fierce determination. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated as the entire Demon Emperor's palace trembled violently. The ground suddenly split open, and countless black vines burst forth from the earth, writhing towards Chen Changsheng. These vines emitted an intense corrosive aura, leaving trails of darkness in their wake as they passed through the air. Bloodvine formation, arise. The Nebula Demon Emperor roared, his hands swiftly forming incantations. In an instant, the black vines coalesced into a massive formation, completely enveloping the area where Chen Changsheng stood. Chen Changsheng. This bloodvine formation is a legendary array left by the ancestors of my demon clan. Even a formidable being at the Great Ascendance realm would find it nearly impossible to break free. You were merely fortunate to escape the blood prison. Now, let us see how you intend to flee. Trapped within the bloodvine formation, surrounded by writhing black tendrils that continuously released corrosive miasma, Chen Changsheng maintained his composure, standing still as if in contemplation. Noticing this, the Nebula Demon Emperor sneered. What's the matter? Have you been rendered speechless by fear? Chen Changsheng glanced around, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. The bloodvine formation. Intriguing. He extended his hand and gently touched one of the black vines. Hiss. A searing sound erupted as a black mark instantly marred Chen Changsheng's fingertip. Have you tasted the severity of it now? The Nebula Demon Emperor declared triumphantly. The venom of these bloodvines is potent enough to corrode any existence. Even a powerhouse like you will be gradually consumed. Gazing at the black mark on his finger, Chen Changsheng remained unfazed. Such a formidable toxin, but he suddenly raised his head, his gaze locking onto the Nebula Demon Emperor. A glimmer of coldness in his eyes. It is ineffective against me. As soon as the words left his lips, the black mark on his finger visibly receded at an astonishing rate until it returned to its original state. How is this possible? The Nebula Demon Emperor stared, dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. The toxicity of the bloodvines could corrode even those at the Bridge of God's realm. How could it possibly have no effect on Chen Changsheng? With a subtle smile, Chen Changsheng suddenly brought his hands together and then forcefully swept them apart. Open. Boom. An invisible force erupted, shattering all the black vines in an instant, transforming them into a cloud of dark ash. The bloodvine formation has been destroyed. The countenance of the Nebula Demon Emperor shifted dramatically, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Even a formidable being at the Mahayana level could not so easily unravel the bloodvine formation. Who are you truly? Chen Changsheng gazed steadily at the Nebula Demon Emperor and spoke slowly. Surrender the Jade Spirit Tome. The expression of the Nebula Demon Emperor fluctuated between darkness and light, a flicker of struggle and malevolence passing through his eyes. He understood that, given his own strength, he was no match for Chen Changsheng. Yet, the Jade Spirit Tome held tremendous significance and must not fall into the hands of humanity. I would rather perish than relinquish the tome to you. With a furious roar, the Nebula Demon Emperor suddenly produced an ancient tome from his bosom. It was indeed the upper section of the Jade Spirit Tome. If you insist on obtaining it, then let it be destroyed along with me. As he spoke, he viciously bit his finger, allowing a drop of his essence blood to fall upon the tome. Blood sacrifice. Activate. In an instant, the Jade Spirit Tome erupted with blinding radiance, and a terrifying wave of energy surged throughout the entire Demon Emperor's palace. This is not good. Chen Changsheng's expression changed. He intends to self-destruct the tome. The power of the Jade Spirit Tome's explosion could annihilate everything within a radius of several hundred miles. Now, the Nebula Demon Emperor actually seeks to perish alongside the tome. A trace of gravity crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes. He had to prevent this calamity. Freeze. He extended his right hand forcefully, a beam of golden light shooting from his fingertips, striking the Jade Spirit Tome directly. Boom. With a tremendous roar. The brilliance of the Jade Spirit Tome abruptly ceased, and all energy fluctuations were instantaneously suppressed. The Nebula Demon Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. You can actually suppress the tome's self-destruction? Chen Changsheng did not respond, but instead began to advance toward the Nebula Demon Emperor, each step firm and resolute. The Nebula Demon Emperor's complexion turned ashen, retreating repeatedly. Stay back. I warn you. Ignoring the warning, Chen Changsheng continued to draw closer. When only 3 steps remained between them, the Nebula Demon Emperor suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Chen Changsheng, do you think you have one just like this? Let me tell you, this is merely the beginning. My demon race has forged an alliance with the demonic clan. Soon, they will break the seal and return to the continent. At that time, your human race shall surely face annihilation. Haha. Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed slightly. The demonic clan? The Nebula Demon Emperor smirked with pride. Precisely. The very demonic clan sealed for a millennium. They possess the lower section of the Jade Spirit Tome, while I hold the upper section, united. We shall undoubtedly discover the means to transcend our realms. At that point, what is humanity? Merely our slaves. A chill flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes. You dare to collude with the demonic clan? The Nebula Demon Emperor sneered. For the sake of power, why not? Furthermore, our demon race and the demonic clan share a common origin. We are products of the heavens and earth, unlike your postnatal beings. You humans are but transitory visitors in this universe. Chen Changsheng shook his head, disappointment evident in his eyes. Pathetic, lamentable. With a sudden motion, he grasped the Nebula Demon Emperor by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Ugh, let go of me. The Nebula Demon Emperor struggled, her face flushed with anger. Chen Changsheng replied coldly, hand over the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book. The Nebula Demon Emperor desperately shook her head. Never. Even if it costs me my life. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes. Then I shall take it myself. With that, he reached out with his other hand and directly seized the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book from the Nebula Demon Emperor's grasp. No, she roared. Her eyes filled with resentment and hatred. Chen Changsheng opened the Heavenly Book and perused its contents, a look of understanding crossing his features. He then stowed the book away and turned to the Nebula Demon Emperor. Is there anything else you wish to say? The Nebula Demon Emperor struggled fiercely, suddenly breaking into a sinister smile. Chen Changsheng, do you think this is the end? Let me tell you, the Demon Clan is already aware of your existence. They desire your power even more than I do. Chapter 76. The emergence of the 3-day tome soon. You shall confront foes far more terrifying than I. At that moment, I shall revel in watching you be torn asunder by the demonic horde. Haha. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes before he replied nonchalantly. Thank you for the warning. With that, he exerted a sudden force, casting the Nebula Demon Emperor aside. Bang! The Nebula Demon Emperor crashed heavily against the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, yet his eyes remained filled with malice. Kill me. Otherwise, my kind shall never spare you. Chen Changsheng shook his head. There is no benefit in killing you. I want you to return and inform all demons that humanity and your kind could coexist peacefully, devoid of conflict. Should the demon race insist on colluding with the dark forces, then not only humanity, but your own race shall face annihilation. Upon hearing this, a flicker of bewilderment crossed the Nebula Demon Emperor's gaze, quickly replaced by resentment. Do not feign benevolence. My race shall never bow to humanity. With a long sigh, Chen Changsheng responded, foolish. He turned to leave but suddenly halted. Oh, and tell the dark forces that I await their arrival. With that, he leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of golden light, vanishing into the horizon, leaving the Nebula Demon Emperor kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. In Lingshui Town, within the inn, Lu Hao, Yue, and El Liang anxiously stood by Zhou Bufan's bedside. 3 days had passed, yet their master had not returned. And Zhou Bufan's condition was worsening. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his breath faint, and the azure light in his chest flickered ominously, as if he might breathe his last at any moment. Why hasn't our master returned? Lu Hao paced restlessly in the room. growing increasingly anxious that Uncle Zhou might not endure much longer. Yui sighed. Do not fret. Master said 3 days, and today is the final day. I believe he will surely come back. Liang sat by the window, gazing into the distance. I can't shake this unsettling feeling. The southern wilderness is the domain of the demon race. Although Master is powerful, he is, after all, alone. Perhaps we should seek out the people from Yuling Palace for assistance? Lu Hao suggested. That one named Yuling Xiao. Didn't he say he could lift the restrictions? Yui shook her head. Master instructed us to wait here. If we recklessly approach Yuling Palace and something goes awry. Just as the three were embroiled in their debate, the door suddenly swung open. Master! They exclaimed in unison, springing to their feet. Chen Changsheng strode into the room. His expression weary, yet his spirit remarkably invigorated. How fares Zhou Bufan? He asked directly as he approached the bedside to assess Zhou Bufan's condition. Liang shook his head. It is growing increasingly dire. The effects of the potion are nearly gone, and the restrictions are once again encroaching upon his meridians. Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed deeply as he placed his hand on Zhou Bufan's pulse, his expression turning grave. The situation was indeed precarious. The restrictions must be lifted without delay. With that, he retrieved the first volume of the Jade Spirit Tome from his robe and placed it by the bedside. Master, what is this? Yui inquired with curiosity. The first volume of the Jade Spirit Tome. Chen Changsheng succinctly replied, referring to the portion held by the Nebula Demon Emperor. The three of them widened their eyes in astonishment. Master, did you truly seize the heavenly book from the demon clan? Chen Changsheng nodded, choosing not to elaborate further as he meticulously leafed through the heavenly book. The script within was peculiar and obscure, resembling an ancient language that ordinary people could not decipher. Yet, Chen Changsheng appeared exceedingly familiar with these characters, flashes of comprehension sparkling in his eyes. Found it. As he turned to a particular page, his eyes brightened, and his finger gently traced a segment of text. To unravel the restrictions, a triad of resonance is required. The first part leads the way, the second part conveys the law, and the third part continues life. Only by uniting the three can all prohibitions be dispelled. He murmured to himself, his brow furrowed. Indeed. We must gather all three parts of the heavenly book to completely lift the Jade Spirit's restrictions. What shall we do? Lu Hao inquired anxiously. We currently possess only the first part. The second is in the Jade Spirit Palace, and the third is said to be in the hands of the Demon Clan. Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment. First, we shall use the first part to stabilize the situation with Zhou Bufan. Then we will devise a means to locate the other two parts. With that, he placed his palm on the heavenly book, closed his eyes, and began channeling its power. In an instant, the book emitted a blinding radiance, and countless runes floated out, swirling around Chen Changsheng. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, thrusting his hand forward as the runes cascaded like flowing water towards Zhou Bufan. Merge. The runes entered Zhou Bufan's body, causing a violent tremor in his chest, as if two forces were clashing fiercely. Zhou Bufan let out a blood-curdling scream, his body convulsing violently. Master, what is happening? Yui asked in panic. Chen Changsheng's expression grew grave. The power of the heavenly book is clashing against the restrictions. This process will be excruciating, but it must be endured. He formed seals with his hands, and more runes surged from the heavenly book, entering Zhou Bufan's body. Hold on, Zhou Bufan. Zhou Bufan writhed in agony, emitting beast-like roars as cold sweat poured from him. The torment was maddening. Just then, the door burst open again. Yuling Xiao strode in, holding an ancient tome, the second part of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book. I sensed that the power of the Heavenly Book has been activated. He hurried to the bedside. What is the situation? Chen Changsheng did not look up. It is dire. The restrictions have penetrated to the marrow, and the power of the first part alone is insufficient to eradicate them. Yuling Xiao nodded, placing the second part beside the first. Let us combine the powers. As the two volumes lay together, they erupted with a profound resonance. Brilliant light intertwined, forming a colossal sphere of radiance that enveloped the entire room. Boom. A wave of formidable energy surged forth, shattering the surrounding furniture. Lu Hao and the others hastily retreated to a corner, horrified by the spectacle before them. Chen Changsheng and Yuling Xiao stood resolutely at the bedside, each channeling the power of one heavenly book to combat the restrictions within Zhou Bufan. The power of the heavenly book, break. Chen Changsheng and Yuling Xiao simultaneously shouted, their hands forming intricate seals, channeling an abundance of runes into Zhou Bufan's body. Ah! Zhou Bufan's cries grew increasingly desperate, his entire being racked with pain as if engulfed in searing flames. The azure light emanating from his chest clashed violently with the celestial script runes, erupting in a dazzling radiance. We are on the verge of a breakthrough. Yu Lingxiao exclaimed. The restrictions are loosening. At that critical moment, a sudden deafening roar resounded. Boom. The entire inn trembled violently, as if some colossal force had struck the structure. What on earth is happening? Lu Hao exclaimed in shock. Lu Liang hurried to the window to investigate, and the next moment, his complexion turned pale. This is bad. The demon clan is here. What? Everyone gasped in astonishment. Lu Liang pointed outside. Countless demons have surrounded the entire Ling Shui town. Moreover, he swallowed hard. His voice trembling. At the forefront stands a red-haired demon, whose strength appears overwhelmingly formidable. Yu Lingxiao's expression shifted drastically, the Blood Fiend Demon Emperor. Chapter 77. The astonishing enigma. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. How could the Nebula Demon Emperor have summoned the Blood Fiend Demon Emperor? It appears he is unwilling to accept defeat. Yu Lingxiao expressed her concern. What shall we do now? Zhou Bufan's restrictions have not yet been completely lifted. If we interrupt the treatment, he will undoubtedly perish. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Changsheng suddenly turned to Lu Hao and the others. You three, go and hold off the demon clan. Buy me some time. What? Lu Hao and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Master, they are demon emperors. How can we possibly? Chen Changsheng's gaze was electrifying. You need not defeat them. Merely delay them for a moment. Just a quarter of an hour. If I have that much time, I can lift Zhou Bufan's restrictions. The three exchanged determined glances and nodded resolutely. Rest assured, Master, we will certainly hold them off. With that, the trio dashed out of the room. Heading straight for the outskirts of the town, Chen Changsheng turned to Yu Lingxiao. We must accelerate our efforts. The longer we delay, the more perilous it becomes. Yu Lingxiao nodded in agreement, and together they intensified their energy output, hastening the process of lifting the restrictions. Outside the town, thousands of demons encircled the entire Ling Shui town, led by none other than the Blood Fiend Demon Emperor. The Blood Fiend Demon Emperor stood outside Ling Shui town, draped in a blood-red robe that billowed in the wind, vibrant and striking like a banner. Behind him, the legion of demon warriors glinted with a bloodthirsty light, poised for action. Chen Changsheng, the Blood Fiend Demon Emperor, called coldly, his voice reverberating like thunder across the skies of Ling Shui town. I know you are inside. Come out and meet your demise. The townsfolk had long since scattered in fear, leaving the streets deserted, save for a few oblivious cultivators peering out in curiosity. Who is Chen Changsheng? What has he done to provoke the Blood Fiend Demon Emperor? Hush, keep your voice down. That is the human Saint Master. It is said he has been dead for 300 years, but he has returned recently. What? The human Saint Master? Isn't he the one from legend? Before the words could fully escape, several figures rushed in from the distance. Lu Hao, Yu Yi, and El Liang. The three stood at the town's entrance, blocking the path of the demon army. Blood Fiend Demon Emperor, why have your demons invaded my Ling Shui town today? El Liang inquired in a calm tone, though his heart raced with anxiety. The Blood Fiend Demon Emperor cast a disdainful glance at the trio, his eyes icy. You little ants dare to question me? Get lost. I have come solely for Chen Changsheng. Lu Hao clenched his fists, energy surging within him. Demon Emperor, my master is currently occupied with saving a life and cannot receive visitors at this moment. If it is a matter of importance, perhaps you could return another day? Saving a life? The Blood Fiend Demon Emperor scoffed. You mean the one controlled by the Jade Spirit's restrictions, Zhou Bufan? Humph. The Nebula Demon Emperor has informed me of everything. Chen Changsheng has stolen the first volume of the Jade Spirit's tome, hoping to lift the restrictions? Dream on. Without the subsequent volumes. Even if he gathers the first and second volumes, he cannot completely lift the Jade Spirit's restrictions. A flicker of shock crossed Yu Yi's eyes. How do you know this? The Blood Fiend Demon Emperor grinned wickedly. Of course, I know. Because he produced a black crystal from his robe, within which was sealed a small fragment, faintly inscribed with ancient characters. This is a fragment of the latter part of the Jade Spirit heavenly scripture, though it is merely a small piece. It suffices to sense the existence of the other sections. When you activated the previous and middle parts, this fragment reacted, guiding me here. The expressions of the three changed dramatically. It turns out that the Blood Fiend Demon Emperor actually possesses a fragment of the latter section. No wonder he could locate them so swiftly. Surrender Chen Changsheng, and I might consider sparing this town, the Blood Fiend Demon Emperor declared arrogantly. Otherwise, today, Ling Shui town will be drenched in blood. Lu Hao shouted angrily, if you wish to harm my master, you must first pass through us. With that, he charged forward, his inner energy erupting, transforming into a beam of golden light aimed directly at the Blood Fiend Demon Emperor. Seeking death, the Blood Fiend Demon Emperor coldly snorted. Casually waving his hand, a blood-red spear materialized from thin air, lunging towards Lu Hao. Be careful, Yui exclaimed, swiftly positioning herself in front of Lu Hao. Her sword transforming into a streak of azure light, cleaving towards the blood-red spear. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as Yui was sent staggering backward, her complexion instantly paling, evidently suffering significant internal injuries. Yui, Lu Hao, filled with concern, supported her, casting an angry glare at the blood-fiend demon emperor, a despicable demon race. Bullying the weak? What sort of prowess is that? The blood-fiend demon emperor laughed heartily. Bullying the weak? This is the law of the world. The weak are only fit to be stepping stones for the strong. Seeing this, El Liang joined the fray, and the three united against the blood-fiend demon emperor. Yet the disparity in strength was overwhelming, forcing them to retreat continually, barely holding on. We can't last much longer, El Liang whispered. We must find a way to buy time. At that moment, the skies above Ling Shui town suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, directly hitting the demon camp, instantly turning dozens of demons into charred remains. What is happening? The blood-fiend demon emperor's expression changed as he looked up at the sky. In the midst of the dark clouds, an elder clad in white robes stood suspended in midair, hands forming seals, with countless runes swirling around him. It was the master of Jade Spirit Palace, Yu Lingxiao. A demon cried out in astonishment. Yu Lingxiao's voice resonated through the heavens. Blood-fiend demon emperor, you have oppressed my human race too much. Today, I, from Jade Spirit Palace, vow to engage in a life-and-death battle with your demon race. Ha. The blood-fiend demon emperor laughed. Yu Lingxiao, you are merely at the late stage of the divine bridge, and you dare to challenge me? Yu Lingxiao coldly smiled. Who said I was only at the late stage of the divine bridge? As soon as the words left his mouth, his aura surged dramatically, a terrifying pressure enveloping the area. This is the pinnacle of the divine bridge. The blood-fiend demon emperor's expression shifted dramatically. You have actually broken through to the pinnacle of the divine bridge. Without further ado, Yu Lingxiao formed seals with his hands, and the dark clouds above coalesced into a massive jade sword, piercing towards the blood-fiend demon emperor. Jade light slashing the heavens. The sword light soared like a rainbow, slicing through the sky with immense power. The blood-fiend demon emperor's expression darkened. He was compelled to respond with all his might, conjuring a blood-red shield with both hands to block in front of him. Boom! The jade sword collided with the blood shield, unleashing a deafening roar. The powerful shockwave sweeping outward, causing the surrounding structures to teeter precariously. So powerful! The blood-slaughter demon emperor let out a muffled groan, staggering back several steps, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Yu Lingxiao descended gracefully from the sky, positioning himself before Lu Hao and the others. His gaze icy as he regarded the blood-slaughter demon emperor. You three should return. I shall hold him off, Yu Lingxiao instructed. Lu Hao hesitated, but, Master, can you manage alone? Yu Lingxiao offered a faint smile. Do not forget, I am the master of the Jade Spirit Palace. Would I act without purpose? With that, he retrieved a jade talisman from his robes and shattered it. Boom! Suddenly, hundreds of streaks of light appeared in the distant sky, racing towards Ling Shui town. Chapter 78. The blood battle of Ling Shui town. The elders and elite disciples of Yuling Palace had all arrived to provide reinforcement. Upon witnessing this, the blood-fiend demon emperor's expression darkened further. Yu Lingxiao, you were prepared all along. Yu Lingxiao let out a cold laugh. What? Is the demon emperor afraid? In a fit of rage, the blood-fiend demon emperor retorted with a sneer. Afraid? What a joke. Even if all members of Yuling Palace join forces, they are no match for my demon army. With a fierce wave of his hand, the demon troops surged forward, clashing with the approaching disciples of Yuling Palace. Outside Ling Shui town, chaos erupted, with the sounds of battle echoing through the air. Seeing this, Lu Hao and his companions hurriedly returned to the inn amidst the turmoil to inform Chen Changsheng of the situation. Inside the inn, Chen Changsheng was fully focused on channeling the power of the heavenly book to lift the restrictions within Zhou Bufan's body. Upon hearing the commotion outside, he furrowed his brow but did not pause in his actions. Master, a battle has broken out outside. Lu Hao gasped. The blood-fiend demon emperor has come with his army, and he possesses a fragment of the lower section of the Yuling heavenly book. A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes. A fragment of the lower section? It seems he has connections with the demon clan. LV Liang nodded. Indeed. He claimed that he sensed the activation of the upper and middle sections, which led him here. Currently, Palace Master Yu Lingxiao is outside holding off the blood-fiend demon emperor, but the situation is dire. Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment. I understand. You three must protect Zhou Bufan and ensure no one approaches him. "Master, where are you going?" He asked anxiously, rising to his feet. A glint of coldness flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes. "I shall confront the blood fiend demon emperor and ascertain whether the fragment in his possession truly belongs to the lower section. If it does, it would conveniently resolve the restriction issue concerning Zhou Bufan." With that, he strode out of the room, his figure like a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. Outside Lingshui town, the battle raged fiercely. Though the disciples of Yuling Palace were outnumbered by the demons, each was an elite warrior of considerable strength, and for a time, they fought the demons to a standstill. The most intense combat unfolded between Yuling Shao and the blood fiend demon emperor. One commanded the power of heaven and earth from a high vantage point, while the other exuded a bloodthirsty aura, delivering lethal strikes. Each clash unleashed astonishing waves of energy that shook the earth and churned the skies. Blood sea engulfing heaven. The blood fiend demon emperor roared, thrusting his hands forward as countless crimson spears materialized, raining down upon Yuling Shao. With hands forming seals, Yuling Shao summoned a massive jade shield before him, jade wall protecting the body. Boom, boom, boom. The blood spears collided with the jade shield, erupting in a series of explosive sounds, and the shield was soon riddled with cracks. "Break!" the blood fiend demon emperor shouted, and more blood spears surged forth, causing the jade shield to finally shatter with a thunderous crash. Yuling Shao spat a mouthful of blood, staggering backward, his complexion instantly as pale as paper. "Ha! Yuling Shao, is this all the strength you possess?" the blood fiend demon emperor declared triumphantly. "Do not think that reaching the peak of the divine bridge allows you to contend with me. I am an ancient demon emperor, having practiced the blood path for centuries. What do you possess to challenge me?" Yuling Shao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered coldly. "Who said I intend to fight you to the bitter end? I merely need to hold you off while awaiting reinforcements." "Reinforcements?" the blood fiend demon emperor scoffed. "You mean that Chen Changsheng? Don't be ridiculous. He is currently preoccupied with breaking the restrictions and has no time to rescue you. Moreover, even if you were to arrive, so what? The Saint Master of your may have instilled fear in us, but the man he is now is merely an ordinary person stripped of his memories." Yuling Shao shook his head. "You underestimate him far too much." The blood fiend demon emperor dismissed him with contempt. "Underestimate him? Humph. Even if he possesses some modicum of strength, he cannot escape death today. Is that so? Then why not put it to the test?" A calm voice suddenly emerged from behind. The blood fiend demon emperor spun around sharply, only to find Chen Changsheng standing there unbeknownst to him, his expression tranquil, his gaze indifferent, as though he were merely a passerby. "Chen Changsheng." A flicker of surprise crossed the blood fiend demon emperor's eyes, quickly morphing into ferocity. "You finally decided to show yourself." Chen Changsheng surveyed the fierce battle surrounding him and sighed. "Why resort to such extremes? Our grievances need not implicate the innocent." The blood fiend demon emperor chuckled coldly. "Innocent? Is there truly such a thing as innocence in this world? 300 years ago, you slaughtered countless powerful beings of my demon race. Did you ever consider if they were innocent?" Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly. "I can no longer recall the events of 3 centuries past. Yet I know that no matter what transpired, the sins of the past should not be exacted upon the innocent of the present." Enraged by Chen's words, the blood fiend demon emperor retorted, "Ha! How eloquent! Regardless of your memory today, you will pay the price for your past deeds." With that, he produced a black crystal from his bosom and crushed it with great force. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy erupted from the shattered fragments, forming a miniature black hole that began to voraciously consume everything around it. "This is bad." Yuling Xiao's face turned pale as he activated the power within the fragments. A flicker of seriousness crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes as he swiftly retrieved the upper volume of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book from his robe, flipping to a specific page and beginning to channel its power. The power of the Heavenly Book, seal. A golden radiance surged forth from the book. Clashing against the black hole, the two forces collided fiercely in the air, producing a deafening roar. "Ha! The blood fiend demon emperor laughed maniacally. "Even with your upper and middle volumes, you cannot withstand the might of the lower volume. For the lower volume embodies destruction and death, the most primal and formidable force." Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed deeply as he continuously guided the power of the Heavenly Book, but the black hole's devouring force was indeed overwhelmingly powerful, leaving even the Heavenly Book's resistance precarious. "This won't do. The power is insufficient." Chen Changsheng thought to himself, "I need the middle volume to complement the effort." Just at that critical moment, Yuling Shao suddenly soared to Chen Changsheng's side, holding the middle volume of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book. "Brother Chen, let us combine our strengths." Together, The two of them directed the powers of the upper and middle volumes, uniting to combat the black hole. Together, the heavenly book shall annihilate. As the two individuals simultaneously invoked their powers, the two celestial tomes erupted in a brilliant radiance, coalescing into a golden sphere that surged towards the heart of the black hole. With a resounding crash, the black hole was rent asunder by the golden light, disintegrating into countless shards scattered upon the ground. The blood-fiend emperor, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Impossible! How could the power of the lower fragments be vanquished?" Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly, "It is because you possess only a fragment of the lower text, while we command the entirety of the upper and middle texts." However, his gaze fell upon the scattered fragments. "I am grateful for your contribution of the lower fragments. This presents us with the perfect opportunity to completely dismantle the restrictions placed upon Zhou Bufan." Chapter 79, Shadow of Magic. As he spoke, he summoned with a gesture, causing all the scattered fragments to fly into his hand, coalescing into a small shard of black crystal. "No," the blood-fiend demon emperor roared, "that is mine. Return it to me." He charged towards Chen Changsheng, his entire being erupting with blood energy, transforming into a blood dragon, claws bared. A flicker of coldness crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes as he lightly waved his right hand. "Stop." The blood dragon halted abruptly in midair, its blood energy seemingly frozen, motionless. "This is impossible." The blood-fiend demon emperor's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that his ultimate technique had been so effortlessly subdued. Chen Changsheng slowly approached the blood-fiend demon emperor, his gaze devoid of emotion. "Return and inform the Nebula demon emperor that if he trespasses upon our human territory again, he shall bear the consequences. I do not believe you dare to kill me." The blood-fiend demon emperor retorted angrily. "Should I perish, the demon army will ravage the entire central continent." Chen Changsheng shook his head. "I shall not kill you, but you will remember the lesson of today." With that, he clenched his right hand fiercely. "Ah!" The blood-fiend demon emperor let out a dreadful scream as his entire right arm suddenly exploded, dissipating into a cloud of blood mist. "This is your punishment," Chen Changsheng stated coldly. "Now, take your demon kin and depart from Spirit Water Town." The blood-fiend demon emperor clutched his severed arm, his eyes filled with shock and terror. He never anticipated that Chen Changsheng's strength could be so formidable, so effortlessly rendering him armless. "Retreat." He gritted his teeth and commanded, "All demons, withdraw." Upon receiving the order, the demon army retreated like a receding tide, vanishing into the distant woods in an instant. The disciples of Yuling Palace erupted in cheers, chanting slogans of their esteemed master's might. Yuling Shao approached Chen Changsheng, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Thank you, Brother Chen, for your assistance. Otherwise, Spirit Water Town would have undoubtedly faced calamity today." Chen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. What matters most now is to return to the inn swiftly and utilize this shard to completely lift the restrictions on Zhou Bufan." Yuling Shao nodded, and the two immediately made their way back to the inn. Inside the inn, Zhou Bufan's condition had deteriorated to an extreme. His complexion was as pale as paper, his breathing so faint it was nearly imperceptible, while the azure light in his chest grew increasingly intense, threatening to engulf his entire being. Lu Hao and the others anxiously stood by the bedside, their expressions brightening upon seeing Chen Changsheng return, as if they had found a savior. "Master!" they exclaimed. "Uncle Zhou is on the brink." Without hesitation, Chen Changsheng took out the upper and fragmentary texts, placing them together with the middle text held by Yuling Shao. Three texts united, restrictions lifted. The three heavenly scriptures, including the fragment, emitted a brilliant glow simultaneously, with countless runes swirling around Zhou Bufan's body. The power of the heavenly scriptures, break the seal. Chen Changsheng and Yuling Shao simultaneously channeled the power of the heavenly scriptures, striking directly at the azure light in Zhou Bufan's chest. "Ah!" Zhou Bufan suddenly opened his eyes, letting out a piercing scream as his entire body convulsed violently. The azure light in his chest battled fiercely against the runes of the heavenly scriptures, erupting in a dazzling brilliance. "Hold on, Zhou Bufan," Yuling Shao shouted. "Just a little longer, and the restrictions will be completely lifted." Zhou Bufan writhed in agony, his bones creaking as if they might shatter at any moment. With a violent cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood, which astonishingly shimmered with an azure glow, the essence of the seal being expelled from his body. "It worked!" Yuling Shao exclaimed joyfully, "The seal is being forced out." After enduring another wave of excruciating pain, the azure light from Zhou Bufan's chest finally dissipated, replaced by a gentle golden radiance formed from the heavenly script runes, nurturing his body with care. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Bufan felt the torment on his face gradually fade, supplanted by an unprecedented sense of ease. The seal hasn't been lifted? He asked weakly. Chen Changsheng nodded with a smile in his eyes. Indeed, it has been completely removed. Overcome with emotion, Zhou Bufan wept tears of joy, grasping Chen Changsheng's hand fervently. Master, thank you. Yu Lingxiao observed this scene, a complex expression flickering across his features. At last, he spoke. Brother Chen, I have fulfilled my promise by lifting Zhou Bufan's seal. Next, my Yuling Palace will gradually remove the seals from everyone else. I vow that from this day forth, Yuling Palace shall never again employ seals to control others. Chen Changsheng regarded him with a steady gaze, slowly nodding. I hope you will honor your commitment. Yu Lingxiao nodded solemnly. Absolutely. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the inn. What is happening? Lu Hao approached the window, peering out. A multitude of people are fleeing in one direction. Yui leaned in closer. It seems they are running for their lives. El Liang hurried outside to inquire. Soon returning with a grave expression, this is bad. Demonic beings have appeared in the mountains west of Ling Shui town. Demonic beings. Everyone was taken aback. Yu Lingxiao's countenance darkened. Impossible. The demonic beings were sealed away. How could they be here? El Liang shook his head. I'm not certain. But there are witnesses who have seen the demonic figures advancing toward Ling Shui town. Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed deeply. It appears that the blood fiend demon emperor's connection to the demonic beings is deeper than we anticipated. He intentionally led us to activate the celestial script's power to summon them. Yu Lingxiao's expression turned grim. What should we do now? My Yuling Palace has already expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy in the battle against the demon race, and we may struggle to face the demonic beings. Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised his head, determination flashing in his eyes. You must leave Ling Shui town first. Take Zhou Bufan to a safe location. I will confront these demonic beings and discern their true nature. Yu Lingxiao expressed concern. Brother Chen, the demonic beings are notoriously powerful. It is too perilous for you to go alone. Chen Changsheng smiled lightly. Do not worry, I will know how to handle it. He then turned to Lu Hao and the others. You must follow Yu Lingxiao and retreat to safety. No matter what occurs, do not act recklessly. Though reluctant, the three understood that once their master had made a decision, it was difficult to alter, and they could only nod in agreement. Master, please be careful, Yui said worriedly. Chen Changsheng nodded, then turned his gaze towards Yu Lingxiao. You shall temporarily safeguard the first and second volumes of the Yuling Heavenly Manuscript. Remember, it is imperative that you protect them well. Yu Lingxiao solemnly nodded in response. Rest assured, Brother Chen, I will protect the manuscript with my very life. Once the arrangements were settled, Chen Changsheng departed alone from the inn, making his way towards the western forest. Within the woods, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The forest, which should have been teeming with life, was now devoid of any sounds from birds or beasts, as if all living beings had fled from the scene. Chapter 80. The shadow reappears. Chen Changsheng traversed the narrow path, slowly advancing while absorbing the peculiar aura that permeated the air, a sense starkly distinct from that of both humans and demons, imbued with decay, darkness, and destruction. The demon race. Chen Changsheng whispered, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his gaze. For reasons unknown, this aura evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him, as though he had encountered it long ago. It seems I indeed share a certain connection with the demon clan. As he pressed onward, the forest grew increasingly dim, and the sky darkened. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the thicket ahead. Chen Changsheng halted, his eyes sharp as a blade, scanning the surroundings. Come forth. I am aware of your presence, he stated calmly. No sooner had he spoken than three dark figures emerged from the woods. They were three tall demons, their skin an eerie shade of grayish-black, their eyes devoid of whites, appearing exceedingly fearsome. Clad in black armor and wielding various weapons, they exuded a formidable presence. Humans? The leader of the demons intoned coldly, his voice gravelly, akin to metal scraping. Did you activate the power of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book? It was I. Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Who are you? I am the vice commander of the demon clan's Night Legion, Night Demon, the leader proclaimed with pride. By the decree of the demon emperor, I have come to seek the fragments of the second volume of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book. Oh, Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow. The demon clan has yet to fully break the seal, and the demon emperor is already so eager to retrieve the Heavenly Book? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Night Demon's eyes. You seem quite knowledgeable about my clan. Chen Changsheng offered a slight smile. I possess a modicum of understanding. Night Demon scrutinized Chen Changsheng for a long moment before his pupils suddenly constricted. You, who are you? I am Chen Changsheng, he replied with composure. Chen Changsheng? Night Demon's expression shifted drastically as he took several steps back, exclaiming, impossible. Chen Changsheng perished 300 years ago. You must be an imposter. Chen Changsheng responded indifferently. Believe what you will. I merely wish to know why you seek the fragments of the heavenly book. That is not something you should concern yourself with. Night Demon glared at Chen Changsheng, his eyes shimmering with an eerie black light. Chen Changsheng smiled slightly, unperturbed, his gaze calm as he regarded the three demons before him. If that is the case, let us speak with strength. Arrogant! One of the demons beside Night Demon bellowed, suddenly drawing a black longsword from his waist. Eerie runes materialized along the blade, exuding waves of dark energy. A mere human dares to speak so boldly before our kind. Silence, Dark Flame. Night Demon raised a hand to halt his companion, a hint of caution flickering in his eyes. This individual's origins were unclear. It was unwise to act recklessly. Dark Flame let out a disgruntled growl but ultimately complied with Night Demon's command, sheathing his sword. Night Demon regarded Chen Changsheng intently, his tone laced with a measure of testing. Regardless of whether you are the true Chen Changsheng or not, surrender the fragment of the second volume of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book, and I may spare your life. Fragment? Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow slightly. Is this what you mean? He retrieved a black crystal from within his robes, the fragment sealed within glimmering faintly under the sunlight. Indeed, it is in your possession. A glint of greed flashed in the Night Demon's eyes. Hand it over. Chen Changsheng toyed with the crystal in his hand, speaking in a leisurely manner. This fragment is indeed a part of the latter section of the Yuling Heavenly Book, but why are you so eager to obtain it? The Night Demon scoffed derisively, human. Do not presume to think I am unaware of your scheme. You seek to gather the 3 volumes of the Heavenly Book to unravel the secrets of the demon race's seal. But this is impossible. The latter section of the Yuling Heavenly Book rightfully belongs to my demon race. You humans shall not lay a finger on it. A flicker of realization crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes. I see. The 3 volumes of the Heavenly Book each belong to their respective races, the first volume to the humans, the middle to and the latter to the demons. The complete power of the Heavenly Book can unveil all secrets of the world, including the truth behind the demon race's seal. No wonder you are so desperate to find the fragments. Chen Changsheng stated calmly, you fear the humans might discover a breakthrough and permanently seal the demon race. Do you not? The Night Demon's expression changed dramatically, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. How could you know so much? Just a guess, Chen Changsheng replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Your actions have been exceedingly conspicuous. The Night Demon fixed a penetrating gaze upon Chen Changsheng, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! Quite impressive. No wonder you managed to escape unscathed from the Bloodslaughter Demon Emperor. However, his laughter abruptly ceased, a chilling murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. No matter how strong a human may be, before the demon race, they are but mere ants. As soon as the words left his lips, the Night Demon lunged forward with his right hand, aiming to seize Chen Changsheng. Die. A shadow of a black claw materialized out of thin air, rapidly enlarging as it reached for Chen Changsheng. The speed and power of the attack distorted the surrounding air. Unfazed, Chen Changsheng raised his right hand gently, fingers splayed, meeting the claw shadow head-on. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the Night Demon's black claw collided with Chen Changsheng's palm, releasing a formidable shockwave that sent the surrounding trees swaying perilously. What? The Night Demon's face paled, disbelief flooding his senses. His claw technique, capable of severely injuring even those at the bridge of God's realm, was effortlessly caught by Chen Changsheng with his bare hands. Impossible. Dark Flame and another demon stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide with astonishment. Chen Changsheng smiled lightly. Is this the extent of your power? Anger flickered in the Night Demon's eyes as he bellowed. Demon race as combined technique. 3 demon formation. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 3 demons retreated simultaneously, swiftly forming a triangular formation and began to weave seals. Demonic energy converged, uniting as one complete. 3 streams of black energy surged from the bodies of the 3 demons, intertwining in the air to form a colossal black vortex. In the center of the vortex, a vague figure could be discerned, reminiscent of some ancient creature, exuding a terrifying aura. A thunderous roar erupted from the vortex, and the indistinct figure surged forth, lunging towards Chen Changsheng. This was the demon race's secret technique, demon shadow transformation. With the combined strength of 3, a fragment of ancient demonic consciousness was awakened, taking form to assail the enemies. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, reaching Chen Changsheng in the blink of an eye, its vast maw agape, revealing menacing fangs. As it lunged towards Chen Changsheng's head, be careful. An urgent shout suddenly echoed from a distance. It was Yu Lingxiao, accompanied by Lu Hao and the others, who had not departed but had been clandestinely monitoring Chen Changsheng's predicament. Upon witnessing the terrifying shadow, Yu Lingxiao's expression shifted drastically, and he instinctively dashed forward. Jade by Tiangang. Yu Lingxiao hastily formed a seal, summoning a colossal jade shield that materialized from thin air, positioning itself before Chen Changsheng. Chapter 81. A stunning confrontation. Boom. The shadow collided with the jade wall, erupting in a deafening roar. Instantly, the jade wall was riddled with cracks, on the verge of shattering. Yu Lingxiao, why are you still here? Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. Did I not instruct you to leave first? With a wry smile, Yu Lingxiao replied, how could I possibly feel at ease leaving you to face the demon race alone? No sooner had he spoken than the jade wall shattered with a thunderous crash, and the shadow lunged forth, aiming for the two. Be careful, Yu Lingxiao exclaimed, attempting to form another seal. However, Chen Changsheng gently waved his hand. Allow me. After taking a deep breath, he extended his right index finger. Point. A beam of golden light shot forth from his fingertip, striking the shadow precisely in the center of its forehead. A howl of anguish erupted from the shadow, which trembled violently as if ignited. Impossible! The three demons exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could he have shattered the tri-demon formation with a mere finger? The shadow struggled desperately for a moment before ultimately exploding, dissipating into a swirling black mist. Chen Changsheng retracted his finger, casting a calm gaze upon the three demons. Now, it is your turn. The faces of the three demons paled, fear etched in their expressions. They had never anticipated that this human could be so formidable. Shattering their ultimate technique with a single gesture. Retreat. The night demon commanded, and the three simultaneously withdrew, attempting to vanish into the darkness. Thinking of escaping? Chen Changsheng scoffed, his right hand sweeping through the air. Heaven and earth prison, seal. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to solidify, halting the three demons in their tracks, rendering them immobile. What kind of binding is this? The night demon's eyes filled with shock and terror as he struggled futilely, unable to move an inch. Chen Changsheng slowly approached the night demon, a glimmer of coldness in his gaze. Now, tell me, why is the demon race seeking the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book? The night demon bit down hard on his lip, remaining silent. Chen Changsheng shook his head. Still unwilling to speak? Then I shall have to look for myself. With that, he extended his right hand and pressed it against the night demon's forehead. Read. The night demon's eyes widened in horror as a powerful force surged into his soul, sifting through his memories. The night demon let out a pained wail, his entire body shaking violently. The sensation of his soul being rifled through was more unbearable than any physical agony. Images flickered in Chen Changsheng's mind, fragments from the night demon's memories. The demon army gathering. The demon emperor ordering the search for fragments of the heavenly book. Seals about to weaken. The human territories destined to become the hunting grounds of the demon race. Suddenly, one image captured Chen Changsheng's attention. It was a colossal palace, as dark as ink, exuding a terrifying aura. In the center of the palace sat a blurred figure upon a throne, emanating supreme authority. Beside this figure stood a man dressed as a human, his face indistinct, yet a familiar outline could be faintly discerned. Could it be? Chen Changsheng's pupils constricted, his heart racing. This human, he seemed to have encountered him before. Just as he was about to delve deeper, the soul of the night demon suddenly erupted with a formidable wave of resistance. Get out! The night demon roared, its eyes ignited with black flames. Chen Changsheng staggered back, taken aback by the unexpected pushback, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Interesting, he mused. Your soul has been bound to prevent the leakage of crucial information. Gasping for breath, the night demon was filled with resentment. You will never extract any information from me, will you? Chen Changsheng replied with a faint smile. In truth, I have already gleaned quite a bit. The demonic army is gathering, the seal is on the verge of loosening. And that human standing beside the demon emperor. The night demon's expression shifted dramatically. What have you seen? What I have seen. You are well aware of, Chen Changsheng responded cryptically. At his words, the night demon trembled, a flicker of fear crossing its eyes. No, it's impossible. That memory should have been completely sealed. Oh, it seems that memory holds great significance, Chen Changsheng remarked with a glimmer of intrigue. Who is that human? Why is he beside the demon emperor? The night demon fell silent for a moment before breaking into a sinister laugh. Do you think this will compel me to divulge information? I might as well tell you. After all, you are all destined to perish. That person is an insider within my demon clan, having infiltrated the ranks of humanity for years. providing us with intelligence and aiding in our search for a way to break the seal. Soon, the seal will be entirely undone, and when that happens, my demonic army will trample over the lands of humanity and enslave you all. Ha 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 ha. Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed deeper. An insider? Embedded in the upper echelons of humanity? This is not good news. If the demons have indeed placed an insider among the human elite, the situation for humanity becomes even more perilous. With that thought, a trace of murderous intent flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes. You no longer have a reason to exist. The night demon's expression changed. You intend to kill us? What do you think? Chen Changsheng replied coldly. Releasing you will only hasten the demon's counterattack. The night demon's pupils constricted in fear. Yet it quickly regained its composure, sneering, what difference does it make if you kill us? The demonic army has already commenced its actions and will soon breach the seal, returning to the continent. When that time comes, even you will be unable to withstand the iron hooves of my demon clan. Chen Changsheng shook his head. We shall see when you emerge. With that, he grasped the air with his right hand. Shatter. The three demons simultaneously emitted piercing cries, their bodies shattering like glass, dissipating into a swirling black mist. Thus, the three powerful demons were effortlessly vanquished by Chen Changsheng. Exhaling deeply, he felt a hint of fatigue wash over him. Although the defeat of the three demons appeared effortless, it had indeed drained a significant portion of his strength, especially the soul probing, which consumed a vast amount of mental energy. Yu Lingxiao approached with Lu Hao and the others, their eyes wide with shock and admiration. Brother Chen, I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable. You easily dispatched three powerful demons. Chen Changsheng shook his head, stating, they are merely the vanguard of the demon clan. The true formidable adversaries lie in wait behind them. Nevertheless, the intelligence we have obtained from them is of paramount importance. The seal of the demon clan is on the verge of loosening, and they have infiltrated our human ranks with an insider. What? Yu Lingxiao's expression turned grave. An insider? Who could it be? Chen Changsheng shook his head again. I am uncertain. The memories of the night demon have been bound, concealing crucial information. However, it is evident that this insider holds a significant position and has been lurking for many years. Yu Lingxiao's countenance grew serious. This poses a great dilemma. If the demon clan indeed has an insider within the upper echelons of humanity, then every one of our actions may be under their scrutiny. We must swiftly uncover the identity of this insider. Chapter 82. The Demonic Conspiracy. Chen Changsheng nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. But the foremost priority now is to prepare for the impending invasion of the demon race. We must swiftly unite the forces of humanity, forming an alliance to collectively resist the threat posed by the demons. Yu Lingxiao pondered for a moment before responding, I shall take care of this matter. Although the Yuling Palace has a tarnished reputation, it still wields considerable influence among humanity. I will immediately dispatch messengers to inform the major sects and factions, convening a grand assembly to deliberate on our countermeasures. Chen Changsheng nodded in appreciation. I entrust this task to you. He then turned to Lu Hao and his companions, inquiring, why did you not take Zhou Bufan with you? Lu Hao scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his demeanor. Master, how could we possibly leave you behind? Even if we cannot prevail, we shall face the trials alongside you. Yui nodded in agreement. Indeed, Master. We are your disciples. We share in both fortune and adversity. Lu Liang firmly added, rest assured, Master. Uncle Zhou is safe. We had the disciples of Yuling Palace escort him back for recuperation, while we remain here to assist you. Hearing their words, a warm wave surged within Chen Changsheng. These disciples, though occasionally disobedient, indeed possessed a heartfelt camaraderie that was deeply touching. Very well, since the demon vanguard has been dealt with, we should return, Chen Changsheng stated calmly. There are more pressing matters awaiting us. What matters, Master? Lu Hao inquired with curiosity. A glimmer of determination flashed in Chen Changsheng's eyes. We must seek the latter chapters of the Yuling Heavenly Book to unravel the secrets of the demon seal and identify the traitors lurking within humanity. Only then can we eradicate the threat from the demon race entirely. The four nodded in unison, then followed Chen Changsheng as they departed the forest, making their way back to Lingshui town. However, shortly after their departure, a shadow stealthily emerged from the ground, cautiously surveying its surroundings. Once assured of solitude, the shadow swiftly transformed into a diminutive demon, producing a black crystal and whispering, report to my lord, the night demon squad has been completely annihilated. What? A furious voice echoed from within the crystal. How could this be? It was that human who calls himself Chen Changsheng. The small demon stammered, trembling. His strength is overwhelming. The night demons were no match for him. Chen Changsheng. The voice in the crystal abruptly turned frigid. Interesting. He truly is still alive. My lord, should we retreat? The small demon cautiously asked. No. The crystal emitted a chilling command. Continue to monitor his every move. Do not alert him. I must know all about him. His strength, his plans, his weaknesses. Everything. Yes, my lord. The small demon replied respectfully before silently burrowing back underground, vanishing from sight. Far away, in the demon territory, a tall figure set down the crystal in hand. His eyes glinting with an eerie light. Chen Changsheng, I never anticipated it would truly be you. It seems this game is far more intriguing than I had imagined. Recently, Lingshui Town has been beset by a series of calamities. First, the army of the demon race invaded, and now a vanguard from the devil race has also appeared. This once tranquil little town has now become the epicenter of a fierce struggle among the human, demon, and devil factions. Upon returning to the inn, Chen Changsheng and his companions discovered that Zhou Bufan had already been sent to Yuling Palace for recuperation. The elders of Yuling Palace had also returned and commenced preparations to summon various influential forces. Master, what shall we do next? Lu Hao inquired curiously as he sat at a table in the inn. Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment. We must swiftly ascertain the whereabouts of the next chapter of the Yuling Heavenly Book. However, the next chapter is in the hands of the devil race. How are we to find it? Yui questioned. Do we need to infiltrate the territory of the devil race? Chen Changsheng shook his head, although the devil race is on the verge of breaking the seal. Their main forces have yet to descend upon the continent. The current devil race consists merely of some vanguard troops and long-hidden agents. The next chapter should still be sealed within the demon realm. What the devil race possesses are merely fragments. Lu Liang contemplated. Does that mean we must wait for the devil race to break the seal before we can find the next chapter? Not necessarily. A glimmer of thought flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes. From the memories of the night demon, I vaguely perceived some clues. The devil race appears to be searching for a specific location, which should be related to the next chapter of the Yuling Heavenly Book. Unfortunately, the key information is concealed. Otherwise, we could directly locate that place. A specific location? Lu Liang's eyes sparkled with insight. Master, could it be connected to the legendary Demon Abyss? Demon Abyss? What is that place? Lu Hao asked with curiosity. Lu Liang elucidated. According to ancient texts, the Demon Abyss is where the devil race was sealed long ago and serves as a connection point between the devil race and the continent. It is said that there lies a sealed gate, which remains closed most of the time, but every millennium, an opportunity for it to loosen arises. Moreover, the next chapter of the Yuling Heavenly Book is rumored to have flowed out from the Demon Abyss. A look of surprise crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes. Do you know the location of the Demon Abyss? Lu Liang shook his head. The exact location is unknown, but it is said to be in the Silent Mountains at the northernmost part of the continent. This area is perpetually shrouded in dense fog, devoid of any vegetation. And even demon beasts dare not approach. The Silent Mountains. Chen Changsheng murmured, a flicker of memory crossing his gaze. It seemed he had been there before. What is it, master? Yui noticed Chen Changsheng's unusual demeanor and asked with concern. Chen Changsheng regained his composure and shook his head. It is nothing. It appears we must journey to the Silent Mountains next. However, before we set off, I wish to visit a certain place. What place? The three inquired with curiosity. Chen Changsheng gazed out the window, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. The Tianji Pavilion. The Tianji Pavilion? Lu Hao asked, puzzled. What is that place? Lu Liang explained. The Tianji Pavilion is a sect dedicated to the art of formations, renowned across the continent. It is said that the library within the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets is replete with a vast collection of ancient texts, particularly those concerning primordial formations, unparalleled in quantity throughout the continent. However, he hesitated momentarily, for the pavilion has always remained aloof from worldly strife, seldom engaging in the disputes of the realm and rarely receiving guests. Why then should we venture there? Chen Changsheng replied calmly, because there may lie the clues we seek. Moreover, Zhou Bufan hails from the pavilion, and although he was later expelled from the sect, he should still possess a degree of familiarity with it. Once his injuries have healed sufficiently, we shall set forth. The three nodded in agreement, refraining from further inquiries. They understood that their master's actions were always rooted in reason, and following him was undoubtedly the right path. Chapter 83. The Mystery of Origins 3 days later. Zhou Bufan's injuries had largely healed, and his spirits had notably improved. When Chen Changsheng suggested a visit to the Tianji Pavilion, Zhou Bufan exhibited a palpable hesitation. Master, The Tianji Pavilion is not a benevolent place, Zhou Bufan remarked with a wry smile. I was expelled from their ranks years ago. Returning now would likely not be met with warmth. Chen Changsheng patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry. With me by your side, all will be well. Zhou Bufan sighed in resignation. Very well, since you have decided, we shall go. However, he hesitated for a moment before we visit the Tianji Pavilion. I wish to go to another place. Where might that be? Chen Changsheng inquired. A flicker of complex emotions crossed Zhou Bufan's eyes. There is a small village nearby. I wish to see my family. After being under restrictions for so many years, I have no idea how they are faring. Chen Changsheng nodded in understanding. All right. Then let us first visit your family. The group quickly gathered their belongings and departed from Lingshui town, heading toward the village Zhou Bufan had mentioned. On the journey, Zhou Bufan recounted his past experiences to Chen Changsheng. He had once been a prodigious disciple of the Tianji Pavilion, renowned for his exceptional talents and formations, and regarded as the heir apparent to the pavilion master. However, just as he was about to be formally appointed as the successor, calamity struck. The pavilion's treasured artifact, the Tianji Divine Mirror, was suddenly stolen, with all evidence pointing to Zhou Bufan as the culprit. Despite his fervent protest of innocence, confronted with irrefutable proof, he was ultimately expelled from the Tianji Pavilion, becoming a laughingstock in the realm of formations. Adrift in the world, Zhou Bufan fortuitously encountered Tian Dao, who introduced him to Chen Changsheng, and he became Chen Changsheng's disciple. Under Chen Changsheng's mentorship, Zhou Bufan's mastery of formations flourished, leading him to develop his own insights in the field. Yet, just as he was preparing to make a comeback, the Yuling Palace sought him out, forcibly imposing restrictions that compelled him to work for them. Master, I have always suspected that there was more to the story behind the theft of the Tianji Divine Mirror. Zhou Bufan said quietly, his eyes flashing with indignation. I was framed. Chen Changsheng nodded thoughtfully. It is quite possible. Our visit to the Tianji Pavilion will not only be to seek clues, but also to restore your honor. Zhou Bufan gazed at Chen Changsheng with gratitude, his eyes brimming with emotion. At last, a small village came into view. It was modest in size, with only a few dozen households, yet the surroundings were picturesque, exuding a serene atmosphere. This is the place. Zhou Bufan inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with anticipation and trepidation. As they entered the village, they soon arrived at a humble courtyard. Zhou Bufan stood at the entrance, hesitating momentarily before finally knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Coming, coming. An aged voice called from within, and shortly after, a white-haired elderly woman opened the door. May I help you? She began. But as she caught sight of Zhou Bufan's face, her words were cut short by a gasp of disbelief. Xiaofan, is it truly you? Tears shimmered in Zhou Bufan's eyes as he choked back his emotions. Mother, it is I. I have returned. Ah, my child. The elderly woman enveloped Zhou Bufan in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. You have been gone for so many years without a word. I feared the worst had befallen you. Zhou Bufan clung tightly to his mother, tears cascading down his face. Mother, I am so sorry. Wiping her tears, the elderly woman grasped Zhou Bufan's hand, unwilling to let go, terrified he might vanish again. Come in quickly, she urged, warmly welcoming Zhou Bufan and his companions. These must be your friends? Please, do come in. Chen Changsheng smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, leading Lu Hao, Yui, and El Liang into the modest yet tidy courtyard. Although simple, the yard was meticulously arranged, showcasing the owner's care and attention. In one corner, a few peonies were planted. Though not in bloom, their lush green leaves exuded vitality. The elderly woman ushered them into the main room, bustling about to serve tea and water. Her face creased with joy. Mother, please take it easy, don't rush, Zhou Bufan said tenderly. How have you been all these years alone? She waved her hand dismissively. I am well. The villagers look after me. Though your father passed away early, the land he left is sufficient for my sustenance. I have no worries about food or clothing. Her gaze softened as she looked at Zhou Bufan. But you, where have you been all these years? Why did you not return to see me? I heard you were expelled from the Tianji Pavilion, and I was so worried. A flicker of guilt crossed Zhou Bufan's face. Mother, He struggled to articulate the experiences of the past years. The humiliation of being cast out from the Tianji Pavilion. The anguish under Yuling's control. These were burdens he wished to shield his mother from. Chen Changsheng, sensing his discomfort, interjected with a smile. Madam Zhou, Xiaofan has been studying under me these years and has been doing exceptionally well. It was merely due to the nature of his training that he could not visit. I hope you will understand. The elderly woman then noticed Chen Changsheng, appraising him with a hint of surprise. This young man appeared to be barely in his 20s. How could he be Xiao Fan's mentor? After all, Xiao Fan was already over 30. However, she refrained from probing further and politely replied, "Ah, so you are Xiao Fan's teacher. Thank you for taking care of my son." Chen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. "Madame Zhou, you are too kind. Xiao Fan is intelligent and diligent. He is indeed a rare and exceptional disciple." A look of pride illuminated the elderly woman's face. "My Xiao Fan has been clever since childhood. He could recite the Tao Te Ching at 5 and was taken by the Tianji Pavilion at 8. As she spoke, her smile suddenly faltered, a shadow of sorrow crossing her eyes. It is a pity that after that. Zhou Bufan grasped his mother's hand. "Mother, let us not dwell on those unhappy memories. I am well now, with my master and brothers looking after me. You need not worry." She nodded, forcing a smile. "All right, let us not speak of unhappy things. You must be hungry after your long journey, yes? I will prepare some delicious dishes to welcome you." With that, she began to rise to head to the kitchen. "Mother, please sit and rest. Allow me to cook." Zhou Bufan halted his mother, expressing his desire to showcase his culinary skills and ascertain whether they had progressed over the years. The elderly woman nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Very well. I shall await the opportunity to sample your cooking." Zhou Bufan then turned to Chen Changsheng and the others, stating, "Master, fellow disciples, please continue your conversation. I will prepare the meal." Chen Changsheng nodded, granting him permission to attend to his task. After Zhou Bufan departed, the elderly woman gazed at Chen Changsheng and suddenly inquired, "Young sir, has my son truly been well these past years?" Chen Changsheng observed the weathered figure before him, whose face bore the marks of time, yet her eyes, filled with wrinkles, retained a bright clarity, reflecting her deep concern for her son. Chapter 84. The Enigma of Destiny. Rest assured, Madame Zhou, Xiao Fan is doing well. Chen Changsheng spoke gently. His proficiency in the art of formations promised a bright future ahead. A flicker of solace passed through the elder woman's eyes, but soon dimmed. However, the matter of his expulsion from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. A glimmer of resolve appeared in Chen Changsheng's gaze. There is more to this story. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion has misjudged Xiao Fan. Once we arrive there, the truth will be unveiled, and he will be vindicated. Hope rekindled in the elder woman's eyes. Is that truly the case? That would be wonderful. Xiao Fan has aspired to be a master of formation since childhood, dedicating immense effort to this dream. If he can clear his name and return to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Chen Changsheng smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. While returning to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion was not of paramount importance to Zhou Bufan. Clearing his name and uncovering the true culprit was imperative. "Grandma Zhou," Lu Hao interjected, unable to contain his curiosity, "have you heard any rumors about the Demon Clan? Particularly regarding the Silent Mountains." "The Silent Mountains?" The elder woman paused, her expression growing grave. "That place is ominous. The village elders say it is the abode of demons. Anyone who ventures near will be devoured and never return." Just as Lu Hao was about to inquire further, he was halted by a pointed glance from Yui. With a smile, she deftly shifted the topic. "Grandma Zhou, your peonies are magnificent. Do you have any secrets to their care?" The elder woman's eyes brightened, and she began to enthusiastically share her gardening wisdom. Chen Changsheng nodded inwardly, appreciating Yuyi's timely intervention. Discussing the Demon Clan in the Silent Mountains was ill-advised here, as it could incite unwarranted alarm. Before long, Zhou Bufan had prepared a sumptuous feast. Though simple home-cooked dishes, they were a feast for the senses, tantalizing and delightful. "Wow, Uncle Zhou, I had no idea you were such a skilled cook," Lu Hao exclaimed, wolfing down the meal. Zhou Bufan chuckled. After years of wandering, one must learn to cook a few dishes to survive. The elder woman gazed at her son with deep affection and pride. The meal was a joyous occasion for all. After dining, Zhou Bufan spent a long time conversing with his mother, recounting his experiences over the years, of course omitting the parts about being controlled by Yuling. The elder woman shared news of the village, such as who had welcomed a grandchild and who had built a new home. Witnessing the warmth between mother and son brought a sense of comfort to Chen Changsheng. As night deepened, the elder woman arranged accommodations for everyone. Although the house was small, it sufficed. Chen Changsheng shared a room with Zhou Bufan, while Lu Hao and El Liang had another, and Yui had a room of her own. In the dead of night, once he was certain that the others had fallen asleep, Zhou Bufan quietly asked Chen Changsheng, "Master, are we truly going to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion?" Chen Changsheng nodded. "We must go. The pavilion is not only tied to your wrongful accusation but may also be linked to the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book and the seal of the Demon Clan." Zhou Bufon's expression grew solemn. The heavenly mechanism pavilion adheres to a principle of remaining aloof from worldly affairs and seldom intervenes in the continent's conflicts. If they are indeed connected to the demon clan, that would be terrifying. Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment. All is mere conjecture. Only upon arrival will the truth be unveiled. You should take comfort in accompanying your mother for a few days. We need not hasten our journey for the time being. Zhou Bufon nodded gratefully, expressing his appreciation for his master's understanding. On the following dawn, Zhou Bufon accompanied his mother to the fields, while Chen Changsheng strolled leisurely with his 3 disciples around the village to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. The village was modest in size, and they soon completed their exploration. To Chen Changsheng's surprise, he discovered a humble ancestral hall situated to the north of the village. Though small, it was well maintained, and the stone lions at the entrance, despite their weathered appearance, were evidently cared for regularly. "What is this place?" Lu Hao inquired curiously. An elderly passerby overheard the question and smiled as he explained. "This is the shrine of our village's guardian deity. Inside enshrines a distinguished figure who departed from here 3 centuries ago. It is said that he blesses our village with safety." "Oh, who is this esteemed figure?" Chen Changsheng asked, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes. The elder pointed to the 3 characters inscribed on the plaque of the shrine. Chen Changsheng. According to legend, 300 years ago, a remarkable individual emerged from our village, later becoming the sage of humanity. Though he has long since passed, the villagers have continued to venerate him as their guardian deity. Chen Changsheng gazed at the 3 characters, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Chen Changsheng? Is that not my own title? Could it be that this is my ancestral home? Yet, he held no recollection of this village whatsoever. "Dear elder, are there any legends surrounding this Chen Changsheng?" Chen Changsheng managed to suppress his astonishment and inquired calmly. The elder nodded with a smile. "Indeed, there are many. It is said that Chen Changsheng possessed extraordinary talent. By the age of 5, he had comprehended the Tao Te Ching, and by 7, could discern the I Ching. At 10, he created unique formations, and by 15, he could vanquish demons. Most impressively, he established a technique known as the slaughtering knife method, which, though seemingly simple, contains profound intricacies capable of cleaving even the demon monarch in twain." Slaughtering knife method? Lu Hao's eyes widened in realization, recognizing its significance. He instinctively glanced at Chen Changsheng, but was silenced mid-sentence by a glance from Yui. The elder remained oblivious to their exchange and continued. "Indeed. This technique is said to have originated from the art of butchery, yet through Chen Changsheng's refinement, it became exceptionally exquisite. Alas, it is lamentable that during the great battle against the demon race, Chen Changsheng sacrificed himself to seal away the demons. Since then, humanity has lost its greatest protector, and the world has been devoid of a sage." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. These legends resonated with certain truths he was aware of, yet diverged in other aspects, particularly the final part, which spoke of his sacrifice to seal the demons. Is this true? Did I truly perish once? What then is my current state? Why did I awaken in that small pond? Why are my memories absent? A multitude of questions swirled within him, yet remained unanswered. Noticing Chen Changsheng deep in contemplation, the elder tactfully took his leave. "Master, could it be that you were truly—" Lu Hao could not help but whisper, his voice barely audible. Chen Changsheng regained his composure and shook his head, expressing uncertainty. However, given the multitude of coincidences, it seems unlikely to be mere chance. Let us venture inside and investigate. The 4 of them pushed open the door to the shrine and entered. The interior was simple yet tidy, with a lifelike stone statue prominently displayed at its center. The figure carved in stone bore a striking resemblance to Chen Changsheng, with delicate features and an ethereal demeanor. Beneath the statue, a plaque read, "Statue of Master Chen Changsheng, guardian of the villagers' well-being." Lu Liang stared in astonishment at the statue, then turned to Chen Changsheng, marveling at their uncanny similarity. Chen Changsheng, too, gazed at the statue, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. Chapter 85. The peculiar teleportation. Upon gazing at the statue, an inexplicable familiarity surged within him, as if it truly bore his likeness. Yet, curiously, he held no recollection of this village or the ancestral hall. "Master, are you truly the revered Chen Changsheng from 3 centuries past?" Yui inquired softly, her eyes brimming with reverence. Chen Changsheng remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. "I cannot say for certain. The only memories I possess are those following my awakening in a small pond. Everything prior is a blank slate. However, various signs indicate that I indeed share a connection with this Chen Changsheng. As for the precise nature of our relationship, Perhaps only a visit to the Tiangong Pavilion could unveil the truth. The trio nodded in silence, refraining from further inquiries. They understood that the enigma surrounding their master's origins was likely more intricate than they had imagined. After circling the ancestral hall without discovering any additional clues, Chen Changsheng led the group away. Upon returning to Zhou Bufan's home, they found him and his mother already back from the fields, preparing lunch. "Master, where have you been?" Zhou Bufan asked curiously. Chen Changsheng's gaze flickered. "I inadvertently stumbled upon an ancestral hall in the village that venerates a figure known as Chen Changsheng." Zhou Bufan was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. "Oh, that ancestral hall. I used to play there often as a child, listening to the village elders recount tales of Chen Changsheng. Those stories were fascinating, battling demons, slaying the demon emperor, sealing the demon clan. I was utterly captivated as a child and aspired to be as formidable as Chen Changsheng." As he spoke, he abruptly halted, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he gazed incredulously at Chen Changsheng. "Master, you cannot possibly be." Chen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. "Those matters can wait. We shall discuss them upon our visit to the Tiangong Pavilion." Zhou Bufan nodded, refraining from further questions. Though his astonishment and reverence deepened, he had always believed Chen Changsheng to be merely a legend, never anticipating that such a figure truly existed, let alone that he was his own master. It was utterly astonishing. After lunch, Zhou Bufan proposed a visit to the mountain behind the village. There is a hot spring there, known for its excellent water quality and reputed health benefits. "I used to frequent it as a child, but it has been many years since my last visit. I wonder if it still exists." "The hot spring sounds delightful," Lu Hao exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "After these exhausting days of travel, it would be perfect for relaxation." The elderly woman chuckled. "The hot spring has always been there. It remains a treasure of the village. You all should go. I shall not accompany you, as these old bones can no longer scale the mountains." Thus, the group bid farewell to the elderly woman and set forth towards the mountain behind the village. Though the mountain was not particularly high, the path was somewhat steep. After approximately half an hour of trekking, they finally arrived at the small valley housing the hot spring. The valley was modest in size, encircled by dense woods, with a naturally formed hot spring pool nestled at its center. The pool was not large, yet the water was crystal clear, occasionally releasing wisps of steam that appeared particularly enticing against the cool mountain breeze. "Wow, this is truly a hot spring," Lu Hao exclaimed, crouching by the pool's edge to test the water temperature. "What a delightful warmth." Zhou Bufan proclaimed proudly, "Of course, the hot springs in our village are renowned for miles around. Master, would you care to take a dip?" Chen Changsheng gazed at the hot spring pool, an involuntary flicker of familiarity passing through his eyes. This sensation was peculiar. Despite it being his first visit, he felt as though he was returning to a cherished place. "All right," he nodded, eager for a moment of relaxation. "We'll step aside for a bit," Yui said, her cheeks flushed, for it was indeed somewhat awkward for a young woman to bathe in the presence of several men. Zhou Bufan chuckled reassuringly. "No need to worry. This pool is quite spacious, divided by a massive rock. This side is for men, while the other side is for women, so we won't see each other." With that assurance, Yui felt at ease and followed the others to the edge of the hot springs. Indeed, at the center of the pool stood a colossal stone that naturally partitioned the area into two halves. Yui circled to the other side, while Chen Changsheng, Zhou Bufan, Lu Hao, and El Liang remained on their side. The four of them shed their garments and gradually entered the soothing waters. "Ah, so comfortable," Lu Hao sighed in contentment, his body relaxing completely. "It truly is delightful," El Liang said, unusually displaying an expression of enjoyment. Zhou Bufan leaned against the edge of the pool, nostalgia glimmering in his eyes. "I recall that during the New Year celebrations, villagers would gather here to soak in the hot springs, said to wash away a year's misfortunes and welcome the new one. Back then, the pool would be teeming with people, a lively scene." His voice carried a hint of wistfulness, a longing for childhood and a deep attachment to his hometown. Chen Changsheng closed his eyes, quietly absorbing the warmth of the springs. For reasons unknown, the sensation felt strikingly familiar, as if he had immersed himself in these waters countless times before. Just as he was about to drift into contemplation, he suddenly felt something gently brush against his foot beneath the water. Chen Changsheng opened his eyes and looked down. The water was crystal clear, revealing the bottom distinctly. Curiously, he noticed a small groove at the base, its shape peculiar, resembling some form of symbol or design. Intrigued, he found himself leaning closer, reaching out to touch it. "Master, what is it?" Zhou Bufan observed Chen Changsheng's peculiarity and inquired with curiosity. Chen Changsheng did not respond, instead continuing to examine the groove. As he leaned down, a jade pendant, his protective talisman gifted by Yu Lingxiao, swung down, hovering just above the groove. Suddenly, an extraordinary event unfolded. The jade pendant emitted a brilliant light, resonating in a wondrous harmony with the groove at the bottom. Boom! A powerful surge of energy erupted from the pool's depths, causing the entire hot spring to tremble violently. What is happening? Lu Hao exclaimed, quickly rising to his feet and scanning the surroundings with vigilance. This is bad. Zhou Bufan's face paled, realizing that there was a formation beneath the hot spring, and it had been activated. At that moment, the groove at the bottom radiated an intense light, a beam shooting skyward, enveloping the entire hot spring. Ah! A cry of astonishment from Yui echoed from the direction of the stones, clearly indicating that she too was affected by the unfolding events. This is dire. Something is amiss, Lu Liang shouted, attempting to rush out of the hot spring, only to discover that an invisible barrier had encircled them, rendering escape impossible. Remain calm. Chen Changsheng intoned gravely. This is not an offensive formation, but rather a form of teleportation array. A teleportation array? Zhou Bufan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could there be a teleportation array beneath here? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the radiance intensified, and the entire hot spring was engulfed in blinding white light. Hold on tight, Chen Changsheng yelled, reaching out to grasp the hands of his fellow disciples. In the next moment, a powerful force of attraction surged forth, plunging the consciousness of the five into darkness. Chapter 86. The reappearance of the secret realm. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Chen Changsheng gradually awoke, only to find himself in an unfamiliar space. It was a vast cavern, its stone walls embedded with luminous crystals that emitted a gentle glow, illuminating the entire area. At the center of the cavern lay a small lake, its waters crystal clear and suffused with a faint aura of spiritual energy. As Chen Changsheng surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that Lu Hao, Lu Liang, Yu Yi, and Zhou Bufan were also unconscious by the lakeside, their garments neatly arranged, as if some unseen force had dressed them during the transportation process, seemingly unharmed. Wake up, everyone. Come to, he gently urged as he shook them. Ugh. Lu Hao rubbed his eyes and sat up, his expression one of bewilderment. Where is this place? I have no idea, Chen Changsheng replied, shaking his head. It appears we were transported here by that teleportation array. Zhou Bufan also came to consciousness, and upon observing the surroundings, he gasped in astonishment. This is... Master, I have heard the village elders speak of this place when I was a child, he exclaimed. It is said that 300 years ago, a group of powerful warriors returning from the demon battlefield constructed a secret realm beneath the hot springs at the back of the village to store important items and documents. Subsequently, the entrance to this secret realm was sealed, and no one has been able to enter since. I never expected we would find it today. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. Powerful warriors returning from the demon battlefield? This description resonated with his own identity. Could it be that this secret realm was created by him 300 years ago? Yet, why did he possess no recollection of it? As he pondered, both Yui and Lu Liang began to awaken in turn. Master, what is this place? Yui inquired curiously, scanning the area. It appears to be a secret realm. Though the specifics remain unclear, Chen Changsheng briefly explained. Let us explore. Perhaps we can discover a way out. The five of them split up to investigate the cavern, soon uncovering a passage leading deeper into the cave. The sides of the passage were also adorned with glowing crystals that provided excellent illumination. This direction. Chen Changsheng pointed toward the passage and led the group forward. The passage was not long, and after walking for about 100 steps, they emerged into a more spacious hall. At the center of the hall stood a stone platform, upon which rested an ancient scroll, showing signs of age. What is this? Chen Changsheng approached cautiously, lifting the scroll and unfurling it. His pupils contracted in surprise as he beheld the script inscribed upon it, an ancient form of runes, indecipherable to the ordinary person. Yet, it seemed as though he had an innate understanding of these runes, effortlessly reading the text aloud. I, Chen, have spent my life championing righteousness, vanquishing demons and evil, seeking no reward. Yet the tides of the world cannot be altered by the strength of one alone. The demon invasion has brought untold suffering to the populace. I could not bear to witness it. In battle against the demons, though victorious, we paid a grievous price. To seal the demons, I sacrificed myself, establishing the 12 capital heavenly demon sealing array, confining them to another realm. However, the seal is not eternal. After a millennium, it shall weaken. At that time, the demons will surely return. I have left behind a contingency, hoping that a destined individual will inherit my will and once again thwart the ambitions of the demon race. As Chen Changsheng finished reading, his heart was profoundly stirred. This was indeed his own last testament. It seemed the legends were true. He had sacrificed himself to seal the demonic forces. However, if he had already made such a sacrifice, then what was his current state? Why had he awakened by a small pond? Why had he lost his memories? Master, what does it say? Lu Hao inquired, gazing curiously at the strange runes inscribed on the scroll. Chen Changsheng did not respond immediately. Instead, he carefully stored the scroll away in his bosom. It contains records regarding the sealing of the demon race, he briefly explained. Wishing to shield his disciples from the secrets of his own lineage too soon, let us proceed and explore further. At the other end of the hall stood a stone door, intricately carved with complex runes, appearing to be a type of seal. Approaching the stone door, Chen Changsheng gently reached out to touch it. Boom! Suddenly, the runes on the door illuminated, radiating a dazzling light. This is... Zhou Bufan exclaimed in astonishment. Bloodline authentication? Chen Changsheng nodded. It seems so. This secret realm is evidently designed for individuals of a specific bloodline. After a moment's contemplation, he bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the stone door. With a deep rumble, the door emitted a heavy sound and slowly creaked open, revealing the space within. Indeed, it worked, Lu Hao exclaimed with delight. Through the bloodline authentication, it became evident that this secret realm was intricately connected to Chen Changsheng. Entering through the stone door, they found themselves in a hall that was even more spacious, several times larger than the previous one. At the center lay a colossal formation, with a crystal orb radiating a gentle blue light. Surrounding the formation were 12 stone pillars, each adorned with the likeness of a peculiar creature, resembling some guardian beast. This is... Zhou Bufan's eyes widened, his voice trembling slightly, the 12 heavenly demon god sealing array, standing at the center of the formation. Chen Changsheng's gaze fixed intently upon the glowing crystal orb. A surge of emotion coursed through him, akin to mighty waves crashing ashore, stirring up countless ripples. This formation, though unfamiliar, felt eerily reminiscent. The 12 stone pillars encircled the formation. Each beast depicted on the pillars seemed so lifelike that it appeared they might break free and roar at any moment. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Qilin, Phoenix, along with 6 even more ancient divine beasts, whose names eluded Chen Changsheng for the moment. Master, this formation is incredibly powerful, Leong remarked, feeling the energy swirling within the array, unable to suppress a gasp of awe. Even the residual aura leaves me breathless. Chen Changsheng remained silent, taking slow steps toward the center of the formation. With each step he took, runes illuminated beneath his feet, aligning in a line, resembling stars adorning the night sky, converging towards the center like a constellation encircling the moon. Buzz, as Chen Changsheng approached the crystal orb, the entire formation erupted in a brilliant blaze of light. 12 stone pillars trembled in unison, emitting a deep, resonant hum, reminiscent of whispers from ancient deities. What is happening? Lu Hao exclaimed, instinctively retreating a few steps, nearly losing his balance. Zhou Bufan's expression turned grave. The formation has acknowledged its master. It has recognized the presence of our esteemed teacher. The crystal orb gradually ascended, hovering before Chen Changsheng, its azure glow becoming increasingly resplendent. Within the orb, a swirling mass of mist-like energy churned, taking the shape of a vague humanoid figure. It is a projection, Yu Yi remarked softly, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. The humanoid energy became progressively clearer, ultimately coalescing into the visage of a middle-aged man. His features, though weathered, retained a certain handsomeness, with eyes as profound as the starry sky, exuding an otherworldly aura. Most astonishingly, the appearance of this man bore a striking resemblance to Chen Changsheng, sharing 7 parts of his likeness. Chapter 87. The Enigma of the Seal. Is this a message I left for myself? Chen Changsheng mused internally, his gaze fixed intently upon the silhouette within the crystal sphere. The figure began to speak, its voice calm and powerful, resonating throughout the grand hall. To the destined one, if you can witness this image, it signifies that the contingency I established long ago has finally been set in motion. The millennium is approaching, and the seal on the demonic race is about to weaken. A great catastrophe looms. I am Chen Changsheng of the human race, known by the title Zun Shuzi, revered by the world as Saint Master. 3 centuries ago, to seal away the invading demons, I employed the heavenly reversal technique, sacrificing my essence and myself to create the 12 capital heavenly demon sealing array. Imprisoning the demons within the demon realm, preventing their incursion into the human world. However, the seal is not eternal. Once the millennium elapses, the demons shall undoubtedly return. At that time, blood will stain the heavens, and countless lives will be devastated. Humanity will face an existential crisis. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng's heart trembled violently. This was indeed a message from himself. He had truly perished once. The figure continued, in anticipation of this calamity. I sealed a fragment of my true spirit with a secret method to be reborn in the human realm as the millennium approaches. Yet, the method of rebirth harbors flaws, inevitably leading to the loss of memories and a significant reduction in power. If the one hearing these words is indeed my reincarnation, I implore you to swiftly gather the 3 volumes of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book. Only by uniting these 3 can the enigma of the seal be unraveled, allowing you to reclaim your past memories and restore your full strength. The upper volume resides within the human race, the middle volume within the demon race, and the lower volume within the demonic race. Over the past 3 centuries, the volumes may have been passed around, yet they have surely remained within these 3 clans. Remember, the demons have likely infiltrated the human race for many years, with an individual of high status colluding with them, secretly plotting their return. Once the demons break free from their confinement, humanity shall first descend into internal strife, subsequently being defeated one by the demons. Ultimately, the core of the 12 capital heavenly demon sealing array lies deep within the Silent Mountain Range, in the abyss of demons. There lies the passage for the demonic invasion, as well as the weakest point of the seal. Once you have gathered the 3 volumes of the Heavenly Book, hasten to the abyss of demons to reinforce the seal. I hope that future destined individuals will inherit my will and safeguard the peace of our human race. With that, the figure gradually faded, and the radiance of the crystal sphere dimmed. Chen Changsheng stood in place, unable to calm his tumultuous thoughts. He was indeed the Chen Saint Master from 3 centuries past. In order to seal the demons, he had sacrificed himself, yet retained a fragment of his true spirit through secret means, destined to be reborn as the millennium approached. It was no wonder he had awakened in the small pond, bereft of memories, yet feeling an inexplicable familiarity with many things. All the mysteries were finally unraveled. Master, Lu Hao murmured, his eyes filled with shock and reverence. Are you truly the Saint Master from 3 centuries ago? Chen Changsheng nodded gently. It appears so, indeed. Zhou Bufan knelt upon the ground, his voice trembling. Disciple pays respects to the Saint Master. Rise, Chen Changsheng replied softly, regardless of who I am. I shall always be your master. This will never change. Tears welled in Zhou Bufan's eyes as he gratefully stood up. Yu Yi and El Liang exchanged glances. Bowing in unison, disciple pays respects to the master. Chen Changsheng gazed upon these devoted disciples, warmth flooding his heart. Regardless of the past or present, he has never been alone. The situation has now become clear. Chen Changsheng said solemnly, we must swiftly gather the 3 volumes of the heavenly scriptures, and then head to the demon abyss in the Silent Mountain Range to reinforce the seal. Additionally, we must remain vigilant against internal traitors from the demon clan among the human race. It is said that this individual holds a distinguished position and wields considerable power. We must identify this person quickly to prevent chaos within our ranks when the demon clan attempts to break the seal. Currently, the upper and middle volumes are in Yu Lingxiao's possession, while the lower volume is with the demon clan. We should first visit the Heavenly Machine Pavilion to seek further information regarding the demon abyss and the Yuling Heavenly Scriptures, and then devise a detailed plan. The group nodded in agreement and continued to explore the secret realm alongside Chen Changsheng. On either side of the hall were several small chambers containing various texts and magical artifacts. These were treasures left behind by Chen Changsheng in years gone by, which were now proving to be quite useful. He meticulously examined each item, searching for potentially valuable clues. In the innermost chamber, he discovered a redwood box intricately carved with complex runes, clearly a seal. He bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the box. With a crisp crack, the seal was broken. The box slowly opened to reveal an ancient long knife. The blade, approximately 3 feet long, was entirely black, with a red ribbon coiled around the hilt. Most strikingly, countless tiny runes were engraved along the blade, shimmering with a cold, ethereal light under the illumination. This is the pig-slaughtering knife, Chen Changsheng exclaimed, instantly recognizing the weapon. This was the very blade he had wielded in the past, with which he had crafted a unique technique specifically designed to vanquish demons, the pig-slaughtering technique. According to legend, this knife could sever divine bridges, dismantle demonic bodies, and even cleave a demon emperor in twain. Carefully, Chen Changsheng lifted the long knife, feeling a familiar tremor in his fingertips. the blade emitted a soft hum, as if recognizing its master's presence, resonating with joyful harmony. After all these years, old friend, Chen Changsheng gently caressed the blade, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Although his memories had yet to return, the emotional bond with this knife felt innate, as if it were an intrinsic part of him. Zhou Bufan, witnessing this, exclaimed in astonishment, "Master, could this truly be the legendary pig-slaughtering knife? It is said to have the power to slay demon emperors and seal the demon clan." Chen Changsheng nodded, affirming, "Indeed, this is the weapon I once wielded. Its return now seems to be Fate's design." He sheathed the pig-slaughtering knife and secured it at his back. Subsequently, the five continued to search the secret realm, uncovering additional elixirs, talismans, and texts, all treasures left behind by Chen Changsheng from years past. It appeared that there was nothing more to be found. After searching the final chamber, Lu Hao returned to the hall and reported, "It seems there is nothing else here." Chen Changsheng surveyed the surroundings and suddenly noticed a stone slab beneath the crystal ball at the center of the formation, upon which a diagram was inscribed. "This is..." He crouched down, carefully examining the diagram. It was a teleportation array, a passageway to the outside world. Zhou Bufan leaned in for a closer look. It is indeed a teleportation array, but it seems to have become inactive. It is likely due to the passage of time and the depletion of the array's energy. "How do we activate it?" Chen Changsheng inquired. Zhou Bufan pondered for a moment before responding. "It is essential to re-inject spiritual energy, and it must follow a specific pathway." He pointed to several critical nodes on the formation diagram. The spiritual energy must circulate in this order to activate the teleportation array. "Allow me to attempt it." Chen Changsheng seated himself at the center of the formation, his hands forming seals as spiritual energy gradually flowed from within him, following the prescribed route indicated by the diagram. A low hum resonated. As the spiritual energy was infused, the patterns on the ground began to illuminate, initially with a faint glow that gradually intensified. "It worked," Zhou Bufan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "The teleportation array has been activated." Chapter 88. The emergence of the celestial mechanism pavilion. The ground at the center of the formation gradually rose, forming a circular platform adorned with flickering runes. Clearly the heart of the teleportation array. Standing upon this platform should enable their return to the outside world, Zhou Bufan explained. The five individuals took their positions on the platform, while Chen Changsheng continued to channel his spiritual energy to activate the teleportation function. With a hum, a brilliant light flashed, and in an instant, the figures of the five vanished from the secret realm. Upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves beside the hot spring once more. "We're back!" Lu Hao exclaimed joyfully, scanning the surroundings to confirm they were indeed at the hot spring behind the village. Chen Changsheng glanced at the sky. The sun was just beginning its descent, indicating that only half a day had passed. "Let us return to the village. Zhou Bufan's mother is likely to be worried," Chen Changsheng remarked, leading the group back towards the village. On the way, Lu Hao could not restrain his curiosity. "Master, now that we know you are the revered Chen Changsheng from 3 centuries ago, what shall we do next?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Changsheng replied, "Our plan remains unchanged. First, we will seek further clues at the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Then we must strive to gather the 3 volumes of the Heavenly Scriptures and proceed to the Abyss of Demons to reinforce the seal. As for the insider among the demon clan, we must ascertain their identity as quickly as possible to avoid being caught between 2 fronts." "Master, could that insider among the demon clan you mentioned be the one who betrayed Master Zhou back then?" He inquired thoughtfully. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. "It is indeed a possibility. If the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, a sect dedicated to the art of formations, has been infiltrated by the demon clan, it would serve as an ideal launchpad. After all, the core of sealing the demon clan lies in the formations." Zhou Bufan's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. "Does Master mean to imply that there may be an insider within the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion?" Chen Changsheng nodded. "We cannot dismiss that possibility. Therefore, we must exercise utmost caution when we approach the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, ensuring we do not raise any alarms." As the group conversed, they soon arrived back at the village. Zhou Bufan's mother was anxiously scanning the yard. Upon seeing them return, she hurried over. "Xiao Fan, where have you been? Why have you returned so late?" "Mother, we lost track of time while playing in the mountains. I apologize for causing you concern," Zhou Bufan replied apologetically, hoping to keep the matters of the secret realm from her, lest it worry her further. The elderly woman surveyed the group, relieved to see that they were unharmed. "That's a relief. Come inside and have dinner. I have prepared a feast." The dinner was sumptuous, with the old woman bringing forth nearly all of her best dishes. Eager to ensure her guests were well treated. "Grandma, you were too kind," Lu Hao said, deeply touched by the spread before him. "You have gone to great lengths." The elderly woman chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. "No need for such formality. It is rare for Xiao Fan to bring friends home. This little hospitality is nothing." The meal was a joyous occasion, with laughter and warmth shared between host and guests. After dinner, Chen Changsheng and Zhou Bufan sat in the courtyard, deliberating on their departure the next day. "We shall set off early tomorrow, heading directly to the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion," Chen Changsheng stated, emphasizing the urgency of their journey. Zhou Bufan nodded in agreement. "The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion lies to the northeast of Zhongzhou. At our pace, it will likely take us about 3 days to reach. I harbor some concern for my mother, who is alone at home." Chen Changsheng gently patted his shoulder. "You could request the Yuling Palace to send someone for her protection. Given your relationship with Yuling Xiao, he would likely oblige." Zhou Bufan's eyes brightened. "Indeed. I shall contact Yuling Xiao immediately." With the arrangements in place, the group retired early to rejuvenate for the journey ahead. On the following dawn, as the first light of day broke, the five prepared their belongings, ready to embark. Zhou Bufan's mother had risen early, preparing provisions and some emergency medicines for them. "Mother, we are leaving," Zhou Bufan said, embracing her, his eyes filled with reluctance. "Please take care of yourself. I shall return once I have completed my mission." The elderly woman nodded through tears. "Go, my child. Do not worry about me. I am well. The people from Yuling Palace have arrived, promising to ensure my safety. So you may focus on your important affairs." Reassured, Zhou Bufan bid farewell to his mother and departed the village alongside Chen Changsheng and the others. Once they reached the village's edge, Chen Changsheng glanced back at the small ancestral hall, his heart brimming with emotion. 300 years prior, he had departed from this humble village to become a revered sage among humanity. Now, 3 centuries later, he returned to embark once more on the journey to safeguard his kin. The cycles of fate are indeed wondrous. "Let us proceed to the Tiangong Pavilion," Chen Changsheng declared in a resolute tone, stepping forward, with the 4 companions closely trailing behind. To the northeast of Zhangzhou, a magnificent mountain rose abruptly, piercing the clouds. Its imposing presence, shrouded in mist, resembled a celestial realm. This mountain was named Tiangong Mountain, the very site of the Tiangong Pavilion. Renowned for its expertise in the art of formations, the Tiangong Pavilion attracted countless prodigies eager to study its profound doctrines. However, the selection of disciples was exceptionally stringent, with only 1 in 1,000, or even fewer, being chosen each year among the tens of thousands who sought to join. No more than 3 would typically be accepted into its ranks. Chen Changsheng and his companions stood at the mountain's base, gazing up at the mist-cloaked peak. "The Tiangong Pavilion is situated atop the mountain?" Lu Hao inquired, craning his neck to the point of discomfort. "Goodness, it is so high." Zhou Bufan nodded. "Indeed. The Tiangong Pavilion is built upon an expansive platform at the summit, commonly referred to as the Tiangong Terrace. It is said to be the most abundant in spiritual energy, particularly conducive for comprehending the art of formations. Must we climb it?" Yui gazed apprehensively at the steep path ahead. Zhou Bufan shook his head. "No need. Tiangong Mountain features a dedicated teleportation array that can transport us directly to the summit. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person muster the strength to ascend?" He led the group around the mountain's base until they arrived at a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone platform inscribed with intricate runes. Clearly a teleportation array. "This is the teleportation array to the Tiangong Pavilion," Zhou Bufan explained, "but there is a fee for its use. Outsiders must pay 1 medium-grade spirit stone each, while disciples of the Tiangong Pavilion are exempt." Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. "Is the Tiangong Pavilion truly so extravagant as to impose a fee?" Zhou Bufan offered a wry smile. "It is regrettable, but such are the rules. Moreover, this can be regarded as a form of selection mechanism, for not everyone possesses a medium-grade spiritual stone." The group approached the teleportation array, where an elderly man clad in a gray robe was lazily dozing in a chair. Ahem. Zhou Bufan cleared his throat a couple of times. The old man jolted awake, blinking his drowsy eyes. "Who is it? Seeking to ascend the mountain?" He scrutinized the group with a discerning gaze and extended his wrinkled hand. 1 medium-grade spiritual stone per person. If you haven't brought one, please take another route." Zhou Bufan retrieved the jade token from his waist and presented it to the old man. "I am Zhou Bufan, a disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, here to pay my respects to the Pavilion Master." Chapter 89 Old Grudges and New Enmities. The elder was momentarily taken aback. scrutinizing the jade tablet before his eyes widened in shock. Zhou Bufan, the one who was expelled from the sect. Zhou Bufan's expression darkened. Indeed, that is I. The elder abruptly stood up, his face paling, retreating 2 steps as if confronted with something monstrous. You dare return? Do you not know what the sect master decreed? If you set foot in the Tianji pavilion again, you shall be executed without mercy. A flicker of pain crossed Zhou Bufan's eyes, but it quickly transformed into resolve. My master has commanded me to examine the records of the Tianji pavilion. Thus, I have risked my return. Please inform the sect master that Zhou Bufan has come to pay a visit with his esteemed master. Esteemed master? The elder regarded Chen Changsheng and his companions with suspicion. Which of you is your master? Chen Changsheng stepped forward. I am Chen Changsheng, the master of Zhou Bufan. Chen Changsheng? The elder furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment. I have not heard of this name. Which sect do you belong to? Chen Changsheng replied with a calm smile. I belong to no sect, merely a wandering cultivator. The elder scoffed dismissively. Humph. A nameless nobody dares to act presumptuously in the Tianji pavilion. Do you know what this place is? The Tianji pavilion is one of the 5 great sects of the continent, and the sect master is a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the divine bridge. You insignificant wretches dare to cause a ruckus here? Have you grown weary of life? Chen Changsheng remained unfazed. We harbor no ill intentions. We simply wish to consult some materials. If it is inconvenient, then so be it. He turned to leave, but Zhou Bufan grew anxious. Master, we have come this far. How can we simply depart? If you have any sense, you'd better leave at once. The elder sneered. Zhou Bufan, if you wish to live, you should hurry and take your worthless master with you. Zhou Bufan's anger surged, ready to charge forward. Chen Changsheng grasped his arm. Enough. Let us find another way. Uncle Zhou, let's go. Do not stoop to the level of such a person, Lu Hao advised. Just as they prepared to depart, a sudden burst of light emanated from the teleportation array, and a young man clad in a blue robe emerged from the radiance. Lao He. Who is causing a commotion? It's so noisy, the young man yawned. The elder quickly bowed in respect. Greetings, Senior Lin. It is Zhou Bufan, that traitor. Accompanied by a few nameless individuals attempting to invade the pavilion. I have halted them. Zhou Bufan. The young man instantly became alert. His gaze piercing through to Zhou Bufan. It has been 10 years, yet you appear increasingly disheveled. As Zhou Bufan recognized the newcomer, his expression shifted dramatically. Lin Tianchu. Lin Tianchu sneered. I never expected this traitor would dare return. Are you throwing yourself into the net, or do you seek death? Zhou Bufan gritted his teeth. Suppressing his fury, today, my master has urgent matters to discuss and has come to meet the sect master. I implore Senior Lin to facilitate this request and convey the message. Esteemed master? Just these clods? Lin Tianchu scrutinized Chen Changsheng and his companions with scorn. His eyes filled with disdain. Zhou Bufan, have you fallen to such depths, associating with these nameless wretches? In those days, you were indeed the prodigious disciple of the heavenly mechanism pavilion. It is truly lamentable to witness your fall to such depths after being expelled from the sect. Zhou Bufan clenched his fists, veins bulging, yet ultimately restrained himself. Senior brother Lin, we merely wish to meet the pavilion master and harbor no ill intentions. Lin Tianchu snorted coldly. Meet the pavilion master? Do you believe yourself worthy? Even if the pavilion master were inclined to see you, would you dare to meet? The pavilion master vowed to personally execute you, the traitor. He forcefully seized Zhou Bufan's jade token and hurled it to the ground. You are no longer a member of the heavenly mechanism pavilion. This token is not rightfully yours. With a loud crack, the token shattered into pieces upon impact. Zhou Bufan seethed with rage, his inner energy surging, ready to retaliate. Chen Changsheng grasped his arm, silently urging him to remain calm. This senior brother Lin, Chen Changsheng addressed Lin Tianchu with a composed tone. We have come to inquire about the information regarding the sealing of the demon clan, which pertains to the survival of humankind. We kindly ask for your understanding. The sealing of the demon clan? Lin Tianchu furrowed his brow. You country bumpkins presume to concern yourselves with such significant matters? Do you comprehend what the sealing of the demon clan entails? That seal was established 300 years ago by the revered Master Chen, who sacrificed himself for it. It is not within your purview to speak of it. Chen Changsheng internally scoffed at Lin Tianchu's arrogance, oblivious to the fact that the Master Chen he spoke of stood before him. Since senior brother Lin is unwilling to relay our request, we shall take our leave. Chen Changsheng offered a respectful bow and turned to depart. Stop, Lin Tianchu suddenly commanded. Since you are aware of the sealing of the demon clan, you cannot leave so easily. Come with me to see the pavilion master. The Pavilion Master is recently engaged in research regarding the sealing of the Demon Clan and may find your information of interest. Chen Changsheng's heart stirred, yet he feigned reluctance. We have merely heard some rumors. Nothing of substantial content, enough of your nonsense. Lin Tianchu impatiently interrupted. Whether you ascend the mountain or not is not up to you. The regulations of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion dictate that those who know the secrets of the Demon Clan sealing must be brought before the Pavilion Master for questioning. Ascending the mountain is acceptable, but should any mishap occur, the consequences shall be yours to bear. Chen Changsheng's tone carried a hint of threat. Lin Tianchu, infuriated, retorted. What a joke. Who do you think you are to threaten the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion? He pointed towards the teleportation array. Get in there. Dare to play tricks, and I shall kill you on the spot. With no other choice, the five reluctantly stepped into the teleportation array. Lin Tianchu formed a seal to activate it, and a flash of light enveloped them, causing all six to vanish from their location. As the light dissipated, Chen Changsheng opened his eyes to find himself standing on a vast platform. Below him lay a rolling sea of clouds, surrounded by towering mountains, a breathtaking panorama. In the center of the platform stood a magnificent complex of buildings, pavilions, and towers, with soaring eaves and grand arches, exuding an imposing aura. This was the illustrious Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Follow me, Lin Tianchu said coldly, leading the five towards the main pavilion. Along the way, many disciples of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion curiously regarded them, particularly Zhou Bufan, whose presence elicited both surprise and disdain in their eyes. Look, isn't that Zhou Bufan? The traitor who absconded with the Divine Mirror of Secrets. How dare he return? Is he not afraid of being slain by the Lord of the Pavilion? And who are those accompanying him? Could they also be thieves? Zhou Bufan's expression was as dark as water, his clenched fist bulging with veins. Yet at Chen Changsheng's gesture, he suppressed his fury and strode forward with his head held high. After a decade, a full 10 years of grievances, he had finally returned to this place, once a cherished dream, which had since become a nightmare. The main pavilion stood tall and magnificent, with hundreds of stone steps winding upwards, each 10 steps guarded by a pair of stone lions. On either side of the steps, disciples of the pavilion clad in gray robes stood watch, their gazes sharp and vigilant, fixated on Chen Changsheng and his entourage. Chapter 90. Meeting with the Master. The defenses of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion are indeed formidable, murmured Lu Hao quietly. Lin Tianchu scoffed. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion houses countless precious texts and secret manuals of formations, hence it must be vigilant, especially after the incident involving the traitor Zhou Bufan, who stole the Heavenly Machine Divine Mirror. The security has been further tightened. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bufan's anger flared. I did not steal the Heavenly Machine Divine Mirror. Huh? The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still dare to argue? Lin Tianchu disdainfully curled his lip. Enter. The Master will deliver the appropriate punishment. The group stepped into the main pavilion, where the spacious interior featured a round table crafted from jade at its center, surrounded by 12 chairs, also intricately carved from jade. Various ancient texts and formation diagrams lay scattered upon the table, indicating that someone had been engaged in research. Is the Master present? Lin Tianchu respectfully inquired. The hall was devoid of people, but as his voice echoed, a figure suddenly materialized before the round table. It was an imposing elder with a dignified visage. His hair and beard white yet full of vitality, his eyes sharp like lightning, exuding an overwhelming presence. Clad in a simple blue robe adorned with the characters Heavenly Machine, he was none other than the Master of the Pavilion, Tianjizi. Lin Tianchu, what brings you here? Tianjizi's voice was deep and powerful, filled with authority. Lin Tianchu immediately knelt on one knee, reporting to the Master. I encountered a suspicious group at the foot of the mountain. They were inquiring about the sealing of the demon race, and I suspect they harbor ulterior motives. Thus I have brought them for your judgment. Tianjizi's gaze swept over Chen Changsheng and the others, ultimately resting on Zhou Bufan, his eyes flashing with shock and fury. Zhou Bufan, you dare to return? Zhou Bufan took a deep breath, stepped forward, and knelt on one knee. Disciple Zhou Bufan greets the Master. Humph. You still have the audacity to claim yourself as a disciple of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion? Tianjizi thundered. Years ago, you stole the Heavenly Machine Divine Mirror, committing an egregious crime, and today you dare to return. What audacity! Zhou Bufan lifted his head, meeting Tianjizi's gaze directly. Master, I was indeed wronged in that matter. The Heavenly Machine Divine Mirror was not stolen by me. Absurd. Tianjizi slammed the table, causing the jade surface to tremble violently. The evidence is conclusive. Do you still dare to argue? When the Heavenly Machine Divine Mirror was stolen, shards were found in your chamber, and the aura of the mirror was also upon you. Is that not clear enough? Zhou Bufan's eyes brimmed with indignation and stubbornness. Master, please see clearly. I did indeed come into contact with the heavenly machine divine mirror. But that was because I was ordered by you to organize the treasury, and I accidentally touched the mirror. As for the shards found in my room, I am certain they were planted by someone else. Nonsense, Tianjizi retorted sharply. The heavenly machine divine mirror is the treasure of our pavilion. How could you have casually accessed it? To say it was during the organization of the treasury is utterly ridiculous. Zhou Bufan fell silent, momentarily at a loss for how to defend himself. It was true that the master had instructed him to organize the treasury back then. Yet now the master was denying it, leaving him unable to refute. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng stepped forward. Pardon my intrusion, master. But may I inquire whether there has been a thorough investigation into the whereabouts of the heavenly machine divine mirror since its theft? Tianjizi cast a cold gaze upon Chen Changsheng and inquired, Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Tianji Pavilion? I am Chen Changsheng, the mentor of Zhou Bufan, he replied calmly. I have come today for 2 reasons, to seek justice for my disciple and to inquire about the sealing of the demon race. Chen Changsheng? Tianjizi frowned. Having never heard of this individual, you have taken Zhou Bufan as your apprentice. Are you aware of his transgressions? A faint smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips. I know him to be a prodigy of formations, of impeccable character, far from being a scoundrel. As for the matter of theft, I dare say there is likely more to the story. Tianjizi snorted disdainfully. The affairs of the pavilion are not for outsiders to comment upon. As for the seal of the demon race, it is a closely guarded secret, not to be divulged. You would do well to leave swiftly. A glint of determination flashed in Chen Changsheng's eyes. It appears you have misunderstood, Pavilion Master. We are not here to pry into secrets, but rather to seek methods to defend against the demon race. The seal is on the verge of weakening, and the human race may soon face calamity. We have come to request relevant information. I implore you to assist us. At these words, Tianjizi's expression shifted subtly. How do you know that the seal of the demon race is about to weaken? Even my Tianji Pavilion has only recently become aware of this matter. Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly, This is precisely what we wish to investigate. Why is the demon race stirring at this moment? Why is the seal loosening? These questions necessitate further historical documentation for corroboration. After a moment of silence, Tianjizi suddenly slammed the table. Lin Tianchu, take them to the side hall to wait. I have urgent matters to attend to and will discuss this later. Yes, Pavilion Master. Lin Tianchu replied respectfully before turning to Chen Changsheng and his companions. Follow me. Upon leaving the main hall, Lin Tianchu guided them to a modest side hall, furnished simply with a few tables and chairs, along with tea utensils. Wait here and do not wander, Lin Tianchu warned. The Pavilion Master has a temper. It would be wise for you to remain composed. With that, he turned and firmly closed the hall door. Once Lin Tianchu had departed, Lu Hao leaned in closer. Master, this Tianjizi does not seem particularly amiable. Can we truly uncover any leads here? Chen Changsheng pondered thoughtfully. Tianjizi's reaction is peculiar. Logically, the Tianji Pavilion, being a sect dedicated to the study of formations, should be most concerned about the seal of the demon race. Yet, he seems quite averse to discussing this topic. Could it be? Yui began but hesitated. Are you suggesting that Tianjizi might be an accomplice of the demon race? LV Liang interjected, his voice barely above a whisper, wary of being overheard. Zhou Bufan's expression turned grave. That seems unlikely. Although the Pavilion Master harbors prejudice against me, he has always been a man of integrity, having led the Tianji Pavilion for centuries with a stellar reputation. If he were an accomplice of the demon race, he could not have concealed it for so long. Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement. Let us refrain from hasty conclusions. I sense something amiss within the Tianji Pavilion, yet what it is requires further observation. He surveyed the surroundings, noting that while the side hall was small, it was elegantly arranged, the floor inscribed with formation patterns that appeared to be a protective array. This side hall is not simple, Chen Changsheng murmured. The array on the ground, while seemingly a mere protective formation, likely conceals surveillance capabilities. Our every action is likely under Tianjizi's watchful eye. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately straightened their posture, refraining from any reckless movements. Approximately an hour later, the hall doors swung open once more, and Lin Tianchu entered, declaring, The sect leader summons you. The 5 individuals followed Lin Tianchu back to the main hall. This time, in addition to the esteemed Tianjizi, there were several venerable elders with silver hair standing solemnly at either side of him. We pay our respects to the sect leader, Zhou Bufan said respectfully as he bowed. Chapter 91. The Revelation of Origins. Tianjizi nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to Chen Changsheng. The elders within the pavilion have deliberated, and your concerns regarding the loosening of the seal on the demon race are undoubtedly worthy of our attention. However, the vast archives of the Tianji Pavilion necessitate limitations for specific inquiries. Pray tell, what exactly do you wish to know? Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment. We seek to understand three matters. First, the specifics surrounding the 12 capitals of heavenly demon sealing formation that sealed the demon race 3 centuries ago. Second, the origins and uses of the 3 volumes of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book. And third, the possible identities and characteristics of any internal agents within the demon race. Upon hearing these 3 inquiries, both Tianji and the elders visibly shifted in demeanor. They exchanged glances, a complex array of emotions flickering in their eyes. These questions, Tianji spoke gravely, touch upon the most profound secrets of the Tianji Pavilion. I must know why you possess such knowledge and why you suspect the demon race has infiltrators among humanity. Chen Changsheng surveyed the surrounding elders and then looked back at Tianji, ultimately opting for honesty. To be forthright, I am the Chen Changsheng who sealed the demon race 300 years ago. What? The room erupted in uproar. Preposterous! An elder exclaimed sharply. Master Chen sacrificed himself 3 centuries ago, martyring his life for the cause. How could you possibly be him? Chen Changsheng regarded them calmly. Indeed, I have died once. But through extraordinary means, I preserved a fragment of my true spirit, allowing me to be reborn as the millennium approached. I discovered remnants of information in a secret realm behind my village that corroborate this. Utterly ridiculous. Another elder scoffed. You think fabricating a tale could enable you to impersonate the master? Such delusions. Chen Changsheng remained unruffled. If proof is required, it is but a trifling matter. He slowly drew out a butcher's knife from behind him, the ancient runes along its blade immediately shimmering with a ghostly glow. The Tianji divine knife. Tianji's pupils constricted, his voice tinged with unmistakable shock. This knife indeed belonged to Master Chen. Several elders also turned pale, clearly recognizing this legendary weapon. With the butcher's knife in hand, the runes began to glow even more brilliantly. Is this insufficient? Allow me to demonstrate further. He swung the knife with a powerful strike. Seemingly mundane yet imbued with supreme mystery. The blade flashed like a rainbow, tracing a graceful arc through the air, slicing into the void and emerging from another point in space, creating a perfect cycle. This is, Tianji gasped. The 13th style of the butcher's knife technique, void reversal. This move can only be executed by Master Chen, as it requires profound comprehension of spatial loss. You. Tianji's voice trembled slightly. Are you truly Master Chen? Chen Changsheng sheathed the long knife and nodded. Indeed, I am Chen Changsheng, the sage of humanity from 3 centuries past. Now, as the demon race stirs once more, I have returned to the mortal realm to thwart their invasion once more. Tianji and the elders exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss as to whether to believe him. If you truly are Master Chen, one elder ventured cautiously, then you must be aware of the contributions that the Tianji Pavilion made to you in those times. Chen Changsheng shook his head, expressing his apologies. Regrettably, after my rebirth, I have lost most of my memories, retaining only fragments of pivotal events, such as sealing the demon tribe and establishing the slaughtering knife technique. As for matters concerning the Tianji Pavilion, my recollections are scant. Upon hearing this, Tianji's eyes flickered with a complex emotion. Do you recall, back in the day, the relationship you held with my Tianji Pavilion? Chen Changsheng candidly admitted, I do not remember. However, I surmise that Tianji Pavilion must have aided me in sealing the demon tribe, for array formations are indeed your forte. After a moment of silence, Tianji abruptly gestured for the elders to withdraw. You may leave for now. I wish to speak with Chen Changsheng in private. Although the elders were perplexed, they respectfully retreated. Lin Tianchi was also ushered out, leaving only Chen Changsheng and his companions with Tianji. Once all had exited the grand hall, Tianji's demeanor shifted to one of deference. Master, you have truly returned? What? Chen Changsheng exclaimed in astonishment. Tianji knelt, bowing deeply. Disciple pays homage to Master. I am Tianji, born Li Songhai, your disciple from 300 years ago. This act of reverence not only stunned Chen Changsheng, but also left Zhou Bufan and others in complete disbelief. Tianji was, in fact, Chen Changsheng's disciple. How could this be possible? Chen Changsheng stood frozen, utterly unprepared for such a revelation. You are my disciple? Tianji responded with utmost respect. Indeed, Master. 3 centuries ago, you took me as your apprentice, imparting the intricacies of array formations, and entrusted the Tianji Pavilion to me, urging me to continue the legacy of the formation arts. Before your departure, you foretold that a millennium hence, the seal on the demon tribe would weaken, and you would return in some manner, albeit with a potential loss of memory. I have awaited your return all this time, never imagining that the day would finally come. Emotion overwhelmed Tianjizi, tears streaming down his face, resembling a long-lost child finally reuniting with his father. Chen Changsheng remains somewhat uncertain. If you truly are my disciple, you should be able to recount matters known only to us. Tianjizi wiped his tears and recalled, Master, you have a penchant for drinking pear blossom wine. And during the Mid-Autumn Festival, you would invariably ascend the mountain peak to admire the moon, sipping 3 jars alone. Your knife technique, though appearing simple, is profoundly intricate. Outsiders merely refer to it as the slaughtering knife technique, yet they fail to grasp its true essence, which lies in the cyclical nature of the heavens and the unity of all things. One of your favorite sayings is, the blade's sharpness resides not in its edge, but in the heart of the wielder. The array's complexity is not in its intricacy, but in the secrets of the heavens. Upon hearing these intimate details, Chen Changsheng felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as though he had indeed experienced these moments. It seems you are truly my disciple, he finally conceded. But why were you so defensive towards me earlier? Tianjizi explained, I dared not assume your identity. Over the past 3 centuries, countless individuals have impersonated the Holy Master Chen, seeking to uncover the secrets of the Tiangui Pavilion. Moreover, you had mentioned that upon your return, you might lose your memories and forget our connection. Thus, I had to proceed with caution until your identity was confirmed. Chen Changsheng nodded in understanding. In that case, you should be aware of the answers to the 3 questions I posed earlier, correct? Tianjizi replied solemnly, I know a portion. Regarding the 12 capital heavenly demon sealing array, I indeed participated in its formation, yet I possess only a general understanding. The intricate details are known solely to you, my esteemed master. As for the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book, I am aware that it is divided into 3 sections, each entrusted to the 3 races of humanity, demons, and fiends. The first section represents creation, the second embodies transformation, and the third signifies destruction. When these 3 sections are united, they grant insight into the profound principles of the universe. As for the matter concerning internal spies within the demon race, I have also heard whispers. Prior to your departure, you cautioned that the demon race would infiltrate the higher echelons of humanity, biding their time to undermine the seals. However, I remain unaware of their identities. Chapter 92. The Shocking Truth, the Insider Reveals. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng pondered deeply. It appears we must visit the library to peruse additional materials. Tianjizi immediately rose. Disciple shall escort master to the library forthwith. It houses a vast collection of ancient texts concerning the demonic clan and their seals. Perhaps we shall uncover useful leads. At this moment, Zhou Bufan cautiously inquired, Master, regarding the matter of the Tianji Divine Mirror. Upon hearing this question, Tianjizi's expression shifted, revealing a hint of embarrassment. This matter indeed possesses certain peculiarities. When the Divine Mirror was stolen, all evidence pointed towards Zhou Bufan. However, I have harbored doubts. For Zhou Bufan is a rare genius in formations within our Tianji Pavilion, steadfastly loyal to the sect, unlike one who would commit such an act. Yet, at the time, the evidence was irrefutable, and the elders of the sect unanimously concluded, leaving me reluctant to oppose their consensus. Zhou Bufan felt somewhat reassured by the master's explanation. Yet discontent lingered. Master, I have suffered unjustly for 10 years, wandering among the common folk and enduring great hardships. Is this to be my fate? Tianjizi sighed. I shall reinvestigate this matter and ensure you receive justice. However, our immediate priority is to assist Master in addressing the threat posed by the demonic clan. Chen Changsheng regarded Zhou Bufan with gentle assurance. Xiao Fan, as Tianjizi has articulated, our foremost task is to prevent the invasion of the demonic clan. Your grievances shall be rectified, but for now, they must be set aside. Though reluctant, Zhou Bufan comprehended the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. I understand. Tianjizi nodded contentedly. Excellent. Let us proceed to the library. He turned and led the way, with Chen Changsheng and the others following closely as they made their way to the library. The library, located at the pinnacle of Tianji Mountain, is a magnificent 9-story pagoda constructed entirely of white jade, shimmering under the sunlight. This is the repository of the Tianji Pavilion, the most significant edifice on the entire Tianji Mountain. Tianjizi elaborated, within this tower, there are 100,000 volumes of ancient texts encompassing various fields, including formations, alchemy, swordsmanship, and history. Records regarding the demonic clan are primarily concentrated on the 7th floor. Let us ascend directly, navigating through layers of prohibitions and guardians. The group finally arrived at the 7th floor of the library. This level was vast, with shelves lining the walls, filled with an array of ancient tomes. At the center stood a colossal round table, upon which lay a map, seemingly depicting the entire continent. This is the latest map of the continent drawn by our Tianji Pavilion, Tianjizi indicated. It marks the critical points of the demonic clan's seals, including the demon abyss of the Silent Mountains. As Chen Changsheng leaned closer to examine the map, he indeed spotted a location labeled Demon Abyss, situated deep within the Silent Mountains at the continent's northernmost point. Is this Demon Abyss the core area where the demonic clan was sealed? He inquired. Tianjizi nodded. Indeed. It was there that you, Master, employed the heaven-defying transformation technique, sacrificing yourself to establish the 12 Capitals' heavenly demon sealing formation, thereby sealing the invading demonic clan's main forces. Surrounding the Demon Abyss are 12 peaks, arranged in a circular formation, each corresponding to the positions of the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons. As long as these 12 peaks remain steadfast, the seal shall not be thoroughly shattered. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow, questioning, then why is the seal beginning to weaken now? Is there a problem with these 12 peaks? Tianjizi shook his head. Not entirely. According to our investigations, the 12 peaks are still relatively stable, but there has been unusual activity within the Demon Abyss. In recent years, there have been frequent and abnormal energy fluctuations within the abyss, as if something is attempting to assail the seal. Moreover, these fluctuations have become increasingly frequent and intense. While this alone is insufficient to destabilize the seal, the situation would differ if external assistance were provided. Chen Changsheng pondered. Are you suggesting that there are insiders among the demon clan aiding in the breach of the seal? It is highly probable, Tianjizi replied gravely. According to ancient texts, though the seal upon the demon clan is formidable, it possesses a critical weakness, the Jade Spirit Heavenly Scriptures. Should someone gather all 3 volumes of the scriptures and perform a specific ceremony at a designated time and place, that could weaken the seal's power, creating an opportunity for the demon clan to break through. Thus, the primary task of any insider would likely be to collect all 3 volumes of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Scriptures. Chen Changsheng felt a jolt of realization. No wonder the demon clan is so eager to obtain the fragments of the scriptures. Their aim is to unravel the seal. Indeed, Tianjizi responded, retrieving an ancient tome from a shelf and opening to a particular page. This book, The Chronicle of Demon Sealing, documented the events surrounding the sealing of the demon clan, highlighting the significance of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Scriptures. Originally a singular entity, the scriptures were later divided into 3 volumes, each containing different powers. Only when the 3 are united can their full potency be unleashed, either reinforcing the seal or dismantling it, depending entirely on the user's intent. The master deliberately divided the scriptures and entrusted each volume to 3 clans for safekeeping, to prevent anyone from exploiting them to disrupt the seal. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng was shaken to his core. Currently, we possess the upper and middle volumes, yet we lack the final one. The demon clan will undoubtedly be reluctant to part with it. What shall we do? Zhou Bufan interjected, Master, I have an idea. Since the demon clan's insiders seek to gather all 3 volumes, we could use the 2 we already possess as bait to lure them out. Chen Changsheng's eyes lit up. What a splendid notion. The upper and middle volumes are currently in the hands of Yu Lingxiao. We can contact him and set a trap to draw them out. Tianjizi nodded in agreement. This plan is indeed excellent. However, it requires meticulous arrangement to avoid alarming the serpents in the grass. Suddenly, he appeared contemplative, his expression shifting. By the way, Master, do you know Yu Lingxiao of the Jade Spirit Palace? I do, why do you ask? Chen Changsheng inquired with curiosity. Tianjizi cautiously surveyed his surroundings and lowered his voice. Yu Lingxiao is rather suspicious. Over the past 3 centuries, the Jade Spirit Palace has risen abruptly and impressively. There must be a reason behind it. Furthermore, they have been actively gathering tomes on formations, particularly those related to seals, which suggests ulterior motives. Most concerning is that Yu Lingxiao himself is said to possess profound cultivation, reportedly having reached the pinnacle of the Divine Bridge. Yet there is no record of his training journey in the archives of Tianji Pavilion, as if he appeared out of thin air. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng could not help but reminisce about the moments spent with Yu Lingxiao. Indeed, Yu Lingxiao was a figure shrouded in mystery, possessing an understanding of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book and the Magic Clan seals that far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. His adept manipulation of the Jade Spirit's prohibitions to control others was rather eerie, reminiscent of the methods employed by the Magic Clan. Could it be that Yu Lingxiao was the hidden accomplice of the Magic Clan? Yet, if that were the case, Why would he actively assist in lifting the restrictions within Zhou Bufan? Why would he so readily surrender the first and second volumes? All of this seemed to be fraught with contradictions. Chapter 93. Luring the snake from its hole, Yuling shell. Chen Changsheng murmured this name. His brow furrowed. Do you possess any concrete evidence regarding your suspicions of him? Tianzi shook his head. It is merely a suspicion, without definitive proof. After all, such a sleeper who has been hidden for 3 centuries must be deeply concealed, not easily exposed. Therefore, we must exercise utmost caution. It would be unwise to engage in collaboration with him before verifying his identity. Chen Changsheng nodded in understanding. I comprehend. It seems we must reconsider our strategy. He turned towards the bookshelf, his gaze sweeping across the rows of ancient tomes. First, let us gather more information regarding the 12 capital celestial demon sealing array and see if we can uncover a solution. Under Tianzi's guidance, everyone commenced their search for clues within the vast sea of ancient texts. Lu Hao and Yue were responsible for examining geographical materials regarding the Silent Mountain Range, while El Liang and Zhou Bufan focused intently on the records of the Yuling Heavenly Book. Chen Changsheng and Tianzi concentrated on the core contents of the sealing array. As time passed, the night deepened. A discovery, El Liang suddenly shouted, holding a yellowed ancient book in his hands. The group immediately gathered around him. El Liang pointed to a passage in the text. It is recorded here that although the Yuling Heavenly Book is divided into 3 volumes, they are, in fact, one entity that has been forcibly separated, resulting in a unique resonance between the 3 parts. In simple terms, as long as 2 volumes are together, the third will be drawn to them, even if separated by thousands of miles. This should explain why, when we activated the first and second volumes, the demon clan sensed it and appeared in Ling Shui town. So that is it. Chen Changsheng exclaimed in realization. Then we can fully utilize this. He slammed his hand on the table, his gaze intense as he fixed it upon El Liang, since having 2 volumes together can attract the third. Possessing the first and second volumes equates to holding the key to finding the third. El Liang nodded, his fingers swiftly turning the pages. There is even more crucial information. It notes here that the intensity of the resonance between the 3 volumes is related to their activation levels. If merely held, the resonance is exceedingly weak. However, if we actively activate the power of the heavenly books, the resonance becomes exceptionally strong. A gleam of insight flashed in Chen Changsheng's eyes. So, we can control the intensity of the resonance? Indeed. Tianzi interjected suddenly, slamming his palm on a hefty ancient tome. Master, I remember now. When you dispersed the heavenly books, you left behind a special formation, the 9 Palaces Summoning Spirit Array, specifically designed to activate the resonance between the books. Zhou Bufan's eyes widened in astonishment. Is there still a record of this formation? Tianzi pondered for a moment before rising abruptly. Yes. It is stored in the forbidden section at the top level of the library. Come, I will take you to see it. The group hurriedly followed Tianzi, traversing through corridors and descending countless steps, finally arriving at the 9th level of the library. The space was cramped, with only a palm-sized stone door. Tianzi produced an ancient jade pendant and gently pressed it against the stone door. With a click, the door opened with a sound. A rush of ancient air, tinged with a faint mustiness, greeted them. In the confines of a cramped room, there rested a stone pedestal upon which lay a black wooden box. This was it. Tianzi's hands trembled as he carefully extracted the box and cautiously opened it. In an instant, a flash of golden light erupted. Within the box lay a yellowed scroll made from beast hide, adorned with intricate formations. The lines danced like dragons and serpents, while the runes sparkled like stars. Chen Changsheng focused intently, and a wave of familiarity washed over him. He had once drawn this formation with his own hands. It was the 9 Palaces Summoning Array. Tianzi spoke in a hushed tone, warning that once activated, fragments of the heavenly book within 1,000 miles would sense it and be drawn to it. Lu Hao rubbed his hands in excitement. Then we should set up the array right away and lure the next volume from the demon realm. Zhou Bufan shook his head. It's not that simple. The demon race is surely aware of the resonance between the heavenly books, and let the next volume be easily drawn away. Moreover, if we activate the array, we might alert them and invite greater troubles. Indeed, Chen Changsheng nodded. Our goal is not to directly attract the heavenly book, but to reveal the infiltrators within the demon race. He turned to Tianzi. Does this formation possess any weaknesses or special properties? Tianzi pondered for a moment. There is a crucial point. Once this formation is activated, the aura it emits is immense, allowing experts within 1,000 miles to sense it. Additionally, the array requires the simultaneous activation by 3 individuals. Lacking even one will render it ineffective. This is our opportunity. Chen Changsheng's eyes lit up. We can deliberately leak information, claiming we have gathered 2 volumes of the Heavenly Book and plan to activate the 9 Palaces summoning array at a specific time and place to bait the infiltrators. Yu nodded. In doing so, the infiltrators will undoubtedly reveal themselves to thwart us. Not quite. Lu Liang interjected suddenly, his brow furrowed. If the infiltrator is truly a high-ranking individual, they would certainly not show themselves in person. Most likely, they would send subordinates to impede us. Chen Changsheng's gaze flickered. Exactly. We can capture those subordinates and trace the roots back to the mastermind. Suddenly, Tianjizi's expression changed. Master, I have a concern. What if we attract not only the infiltrators, but also the demon army? The air grew tense. Indeed, if the resonance of the Heavenly Book were too strong, it could summon the demon army. How could they withstand such forces with their limited numbers? Chen Changsheng remained silent for a moment, then suddenly let out a cold laugh. Let them come. Rather than waiting for the seal to weaken, it is better to confront these demons head-on. He unsheathed a gleaming butcher's knife. Though I have not regained all my strength, dispatching a few minor demons will be more than sufficient. Do not be overly optimistic. Tianjizi shook his head with a bitter smile. The demons of today are not as easily dealt with as they were in the past. Over the past 300 years, they have amassed great power within the seal, far surpassing their former strength. Furthermore, if a war breaks out, the human race will undoubtedly suffer immense losses. The current human realm is already plagued by internal strife. It cannot afford such a blow. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. This was indeed a formidable dilemma. Recklessly drawing out the demons could lead to irreparable consequences. Just as everyone fell into contemplation, Yui suddenly spoke softly. I have an idea. The crowd turned their gaze towards her. Rather than establishing a genuine 9-palace summoning array, why not create a false one? On the surface, it would appear as though they were activating the celestial tome, while in reality, it would merely serve as bait. Once the internal traitor from the demon clan took the bait, they would promptly dismantle the array. Zhou Bufan's eyes sparkled with inspiration, a brilliant strategy. This approach would not only expose the traitor, but also avert the attention of the demon army. Tianjizi nodded in agreement. It is indeed feasible. The most crucial aspect of the 9-palace summoning array lies in the final step of inviting spirits into the array. We can forego this step and solely focus on the preparatory work. Chapter 94. Clouds of Suspicion. It is settled, Chen Changsheng declared. And the next question arose. Where shall we set our formation? The crowd exchanged glances, for the location was of utmost importance. It must be discreet enough to evade the notice of the demonic clan spies, yet not perilous. Suddenly, Lu Hao experienced a moment of inspiration. Master, what about Lingshui town? It is situated in a remote area, and even if a battle were to ensue, it would not endanger too many innocents. Moreover, the demonic clan has previously been present there. It could very well be a critical juncture. Chen Changsheng's eyes brightened. Indeed. Furthermore, Lingshui town is not far from here. We can arrange for the disciples of the Tiangong Pavilion to lie in wait covertly. Tiangongzi nodded vigorously. I shall immediately mobilize personnel to secretly proceed to Lingshui town and set up an ambush. The group agreed upon the plan, preparing to lure the serpent from its lair and unearth the hidden traitor of the demonic clan. However, at that moment, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Bang! The door was forcefully pushed open, and a disciple clad in gray rushed in. Panic-stricken, reporting to the pavilion master. It is dire. The master of Yuling Palace, Yu Lingxiao, has stormed onto Tiangong Mountain with a contingent. What? Tiangongzi's expression shifted dramatically. How many did he bring? Why has he invaded the mountain? Approximately 100, fierce and imposing. He claims to be searching for Zhou Bufan and Chen Changsheng. The crowd was left in shock. Why has Yu Lingxiao come here so suddenly? Could it be that he has uncovered something? This is bad. Zhou Bufan's countenance darkened. Could it be that our earlier discussion regarding the celestial tome has leaked? Tiangongzi slammed his hand on the table. Impossible. The restrictions of the library are stringent. Outsiders could never eavesdrop. Chen Changsheng narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within. Excellent. I shall see what Yu Lingxiao truly intends. With that, he strode purposefully towards the door, wielding his blade with an imposing aura. Tiangongzi hurriedly intercepted him. Master, hold on. Yu Lingxiao is exceedingly powerful. You have yet to regain your full strength, and direct confrontation is inadvisable. It would be better for a disciple to handle this. Chen Changsheng halted, his brow furrowed. Tiangongzi's words held merit, yet an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Yu Lingxiao's arrival at this moment could not be mere coincidence. Could it be that the traitor hidden for so long truly is Yu Lingxiao? On the Tiangong platform, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. The disciples of Yuling Palace, led by Yu Lingxiao, stood in a precise formation, all exuding an intimidating presence. Yu Lingxiao himself stood at the forefront, clad in flowing white garments, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. A seemingly enigmatic smile adorned his handsome face, his eyes deep and inscrutable. Tiangongzi, accompanied by the elders and disciples of the Tiangong Pavilion, welcomed them at the steps. Master of the Yuling Palace, it is a pleasure to see you again, he said with a smile, his voice calm. Yet, an unmistakable chill lingered beneath his words. Yu Lingxiao chuckled lightly. Tiangongzi, old friend, it has been many years. Your ethereal bearing is ever more admirable. Once pleasantries were exchanged. Yu Lingxiao's gaze sharpened. I have come today uninvited for one purpose, to seek out a person, Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng? Tiangongzi feigned surprise, pretending ignorance of this individual. Why would the master of the Yuling Palace personally seek him out? Ha. Yu Lingxiao scoffed. Tiangongzi, why pretend to be ignorant? I have confirmed that Chen Changsheng is within your Tianji Pavilion. Surrender him, and we can negotiate today's affairs. Otherwise, before he could finish, a surge of spiritual power erupted across the Tianji platform, a palpable aura of menace filling the air. Otherwise what? Tianji's gaze turned icy. Yu Lingxiao, what is the meaning of your intrusion into my Tianji Pavilion today? Unfazed and unperturbed, Yu Lingxiao replied. Chen Changsheng has seized the treasures of my Yuling Palace and taken my disciple Zhou Bufan hostage. This is a grave offense. I must return him to Yuling Palace for questioning. Nonsense. A fierce voice erupted from within the main hall. Chen Changsheng strode out, holding a cleaver, glaring at Yu Lingxiao. What do you mean by taking Zhou Bufan hostage? He is my disciple. And as for your so-called treasures of Yuling Palace, I presume you are referring to those two ancient texts? Yu Lingxiao's expression shifted slightly before returning to a calm demeanor. Chen Changsheng, you are indeed here. If you are sensible, come with me back to Yuling Palace and hand over the ancient texts. Perhaps I may spare your life. Preposterous. Chen Changsheng snorted coldly. Yu Lingxiao, your intentions today are unclear. It appears you have ulterior motives. Yu Lingxiao's countenance darkened. Enough with the idle chatter. He abruptly waved his hand, and his disciples swiftly spread out, surrounding the entire Tianji platform. It seems the palace master is resolute in his intent to act against my Tianji Pavilion. Tianji's brow furrowed, his eyes glinting with cold light. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, Yu Lingxiao suddenly smiled. Tianji, do you truly believe I am unaware of Chen Changsheng's true identity? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Yu Lingxiao continued. 300 years ago, the Master Chen who sealed the demon clan has now returned from rebirth. Such a significant matter. How could Yuling Palace remain oblivious? Chen Changsheng's heart trembled. How could Yu Lingxiao know this? Could there be a traitor within Tianji Pavilion? Yu Lingxiao continued. The rebirth of Master Chen is indeed a great fortune for humanity. However, regrettably, you are no longer the formidable master of your, but rather a pawn being manipulated by others. Utter nonsense. Tianji thundered. What do you mean by a manipulated pawn? Yu Lingxiao chuckled coldly. Tianji, why not enlighten him on what transpired during the sealing of the demon clan? Why did Master Chen reincarnate and lose his memory? Are you truly ignorant of all this? Tianji's expression changed drastically. What do you mean? Stop feigning ignorance. Yu Lingxiao's voice turned sharp. After Master Chen established the seal, he was betrayed. Surely you are aware of this? Tianji stepped forward, his fury boiling over. Chen Changsheng interposed himself before Tianji, frowning at Yu Lingxiao. Yu Lingxiao, what do you mean by this? Who has plotted against me? Yu Lingxiao smiled mysteriously. Come back with me to Yuling Palace, and I shall reveal the entire truth. Lu Hao could not hold back a spittle. Master, do not heed his nonsense. He surely wants to deceive you into surrendering the ancient texts. Yu Lingxiao cast a disdainful glance at Lu Hao. Youngster, cease your insolence. As the situation stagnated, Yu Lingxiao sighed. Very well, since Master Chen is unwilling to believe me, I shall not force the issue. There is one matter that must be brought to your attention. His voice suddenly turned grave. The demonic army is on the verge of breaking free from its confinement. And within the human realm, there are already traitorous elements secretly at work. This traitor is right beside you. Cease the sowing of discord. Zhou Bufan bellowed in anger. Yu Lingxiao, what is your true intention behind this charade? Yu Lingxiao offered a faint smile. Zhou Bufan, do you still not comprehend? Why did the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion once conspire against you? Reflect on the case of the stolen Heavenly Mirror from years past and consider the current situation. Can you not discern the hidden truths? Zhou Bufan was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting drastically. Seeing this, Tianjizi suddenly waved his sleeve with ferocity. Do not utter such nonsensical words. Yu Lingxiao, your visit to my Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion today is solely for the purpose of acquiring the Heavenly Book. Do not presume that I am unaware of your long-held desire to covet it for silence. Yu Lingxiao interrupted sharply. Tianjizi, do not attempt to confuse the truth here. Chapter 95. The blueprint is seized. He turned to Chen Changsheng. Master Chen, I shall reiterate my request. Return with me to the Jade Spirit Palace to uncover the truth. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Chen Changsheng regarded Yu Lingxiao with a frigid gaze and replied, Yu Lingxiao, if you truly have the best interests of humanity at heart, you should speak plainly. Your veiled intentions only serve to arouse suspicion. At these words, Yu Lingxiao's expression shifted, followed by a long sigh. Very well. If that is the case, I shall resort to force. With that, he vanished in a flash and appeared before Chen Changsheng in an instant. Boom. A palm struck forth, exuding overwhelming might. Taken by surprise, Chen Changsheng barely managed to parry with his blade. Clash. The sound of metal against metal rang out, sparks flying in every direction. Both men staggered back 3 steps. Yu Lingxiao, do you dare to raise your hand against me in the Hall of Heavenly Secrets? Tianjizi erupted in fury. A talisman soaring from his sleeve aimed directly at Yu Lingxiao. With a disdainful snort, Yu Lingxiao flicked his finger, causing the talisman to explode instantly. Tianjizi, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Today, no matter what, I shall take Chen Changsheng with me. With this declaration, he launched another assault, his figure darting like lightning towards Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng wielded his butcher's knife horizontally, the runes on the blade glowing brilliantly as he unleashed a slashing arc. Sizzle! Yu Lingxiao's sleeve was severed, revealing a flawless white arm, yet he remained unscathed. Excellent swordsmanship, Yu Lingxiao praised, then intensified his onslaught. Alas, your strength has yet to recover. You are no match for me. Chen Changsheng retreated step by step, on the brink of collapse. Just then, a figure abruptly intervened in the fray. Stop. Zhou Bufan stood before Chen Changsheng, his expression grave. Palace Master Yu, let us discuss this calmly. There is no need for violence. Yu Lingxiao halted his attack, narrowing his eyes at Zhou Bufan. Zhou Bufan, you dare to obstruct me? It seems the Hall of Heavenly Secrets has brainwashed you quite effectively. Zhou Bufan shook his head. Not at all. I merely believe that with a great enemy present, it is unwise for our kind to engage in fratricide. If Palace Master Yu has something to convey, why not express it openly instead of resorting to bloodshed? Yu Lingxiao scrutinized Zhou Bufan for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. What a fine Zhou Bufan. Wronged by the Hall of Heavenly Secrets in the past. Yet you still defend him, truly loyal. He turned to Tianjizi. Tianjizi, with such a disciple, you fail to cherish him and instead wrong him. What a disgrace for a teacher. Tianjizi's expression darkened, and he barked. Yu Lingxiao, what exactly do you wish to convey? Yu Lingxiao remained silent, focusing instead on Chen Changsheng. Master Chen, do you truly believe in Tianjizi? He witnessed your scheming yet stood idly by. The words sent the crowd into an uproar. Tianjizi's face turned pale. Nonsense. How could I watch my master be plotted against and do nothing? Yu Lingxiao sneered. Is that so? Then tell me, where were you when Master Chen invoked the reversal of destiny technique? Why did you not lend him your aid? Tianjizi was rendered speechless, unable to respond. Chen Changsheng glanced between Tianjizi and Yu Lingxiao, his heart burdened with doubt. Who was the liar? Who was the hidden traitor of the demonic clan? Just as chaos enveloped them, a figure suddenly burst forth from the depths of the Hall of Heavenly Secrets. Not good. Someone has breached the forbidden grounds. An elder of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion shouted. The crowd turned towards the sound, only to see a shadow swiftly fleeing with a wooden box in hand. The blueprint of the 9 Palaces summoning formation has been stolen. Tianjizi exclaimed, quick. Stop him. Chapter 95, Divided Paths, the Truth Unfolds. Stop him. Tianjizi's furious roar sent the entire Heavenly Mechanism platform into chaos. Disciples of the pavilion rushed to pursue the cloaked figure, but they found his movements to be uncanny. Akin to a ghostly apparition, slipping past their blockade in mere moments and heading straight down the mountain. Do not let him escape. Chen Changsheng reacted swiftly, hurling a butcher's knife with great force, transforming it into a streak of dark light aimed at the back of the black-clad figure. Clang. The figure seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head. Without turning around, he raised his hand to block the knife, catching it effortlessly with his bare hands. What? Chen Changsheng's pupils constricted in disbelief. What extraordinary strength is this? The butcher's knife, an ancient divine weapon, was caught barehanded. The black-clad figure halted, glancing back to reveal a pair of blood-red eyes. Demons. Tianjizi gasped. A spy from the demon clan has infiltrated. The figure let out a grotesque laugh and suddenly tossed the butcher's knife back. Be careful. Chen Changsheng caught the knife, feeling a strange power emanate from it, spreading throughout his body in an instant. Not good. He groaned, his internal energy surging violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Master! Lu Hao and the others cried out, rushing to support the swaying Chen Changsheng. Yu Lingxiao furrowed her brow, her figure flashing as she pursued the black-clad figure. Be cautious. Palace Master Yu! Zhou Bufan shouted. Ignoring the warning, Yu Lingxiao accelerated, quickly catching up to the dark figure. The two engaged in a fierce battle mid-air, their palm winds and knife energies clashing with astonishing might. The black-clad figure seemed to falter against Yu Lingxiao, tearing open a spatial rift to escape. Humph! Yu Lingxiao struck the air with her palm, realizing that the figure was about to slip away. Suddenly, she flicked her sleeve, sending forth a silver light that struck the figure's back. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the black-clad figure vanished into the rift. Yu Lingxiao slowly descended back to the heavenly mechanism platform, her expression grave, a demon spy, not weak in power. Tianjizi hurried forward. The blueprint of the 9 palaces summoning formation has been taken. What? Yu Lingxiao's complexion changed dramatically. This is disastrous. If the demon clan obtains this blueprint, the consequences would be dire. She turned to Chen Changsheng. Master Chen, do you now believe me? There is a traitor within the heavenly mechanism pavilion. Otherwise, how could that demon spy infiltrate the forbidden area? Chen Changsheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, struggling to stand. This does not prove anything. Perhaps this is precisely your scheme. My scheme? Yu Lingxiao scoffed. If I were colluding with the demon clan, why would I have pursued that spy just now? That may simply be your ruse. Lu Hao bellowed. Perhaps that spy is not even from the demon clan, but rather an insider arranged by you from the Yuling Palace. Yu Lingxiao shook her head with a sigh. It seems you are all resolutely unwilling to trust me. Very well, since it is so, I shall not press the issue. She stepped back a few paces and proclaimed, Master Chen, I advise you. Do not linger in the heavenly mechanism pavilion. The demon army is about to break free, and the blueprint of the 9 palaces summoning formation has fallen into their hands. The situation is critical. Moreover, he cast a significant glance at the celestial mechanism, cautioning those around him. Some truths are far more intricate than you can imagine. With that, he waved his hand, leading the disciples of the Jade Spirit Palace to retreat from the celestial mechanism platform, disappearing in the blink of an eye. On the platform, the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. The celestial mechanism wore a gloomy expression. The demonic clan has managed to infiltrate the forbidden area of the library, which is indeed a dereliction of duty on the part of our celestial mechanism pavilion. Chen Changsheng shook his head. At this point, self-reproach is futile. The pressing matter now is to determine our next course of action. The group returned to the Grand Hall, gathering around a round table to deliberate strategies. Chapter 96. Divided Paths. The diagram of the 9 palace spirit summoning array has fallen into the hands of the demon clan, rendering our original plan unfeasible. Zhou Bufan furrowed his brow and remarked, Moreover, the demon clan is now aware of our intentions and will surely heighten their vigilance. Lu Hao slammed the table. Then let us march directly into the demon abyss. We shall resolve the issue at its source. Impulsive. Tianjizi admonished sternly. The demon abyss is teeming with powerful foes from the demon clan, and venturing there recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. What of Yu Lingxiao? Yui inquired. His behavior today has been peculiar. Is he friend or foe? For a moment, silence enveloped the room. Yu Lingxiao's stance was indeed enigmatic. He both reproached Tianjizi and pursued the demon spies. It was truly difficult to discern his allegiance. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Changsheng spoke. Given the complexity of the situation, perhaps we should split into 2 groups. Oh, what brilliant strategy do you propose, Master? Zhou Bufan asked. A spark gleamed in Chen Changsheng's eyes. The first group shall consist of myself, as I will personally visit the Jade Spirit Palace to meet with Yu Lingxiao and ascertain his true intentions, while also retrieving the 1st and 2nd volumes of the Heavenly Book. The second group, led by Tianjizi, will secretly venture to the periphery of the Silent Mountain Range to investigate the situation in the demon abyss and discern the movements of the demon clan. Once the 2 groups converge, we shall assess the circumstances and determine our next course of action. The others nodded in agreement, finding this plan feasible. However, Tianjizi expressed concern. Master, it is too perilous for you to go alone to the Jade Spirit Palace. If Yu Lingxiao is indeed an insider from the demon clan, would you not be walking into a trap? Chen Changsheng remained composed. Fear not. Although I have not fully restored my strength, I can manage for the time being. Moreover, I have a clear understanding of the situation and will not act recklessly. Zhou Bufan hesitated. Master, allow me to accompany you. Chen Changsheng shook his head. No. You have a history with the Jade Spirit Palace. Going together would only alert them. Additionally, the Silent Mountain Range requires someone proficient in formations to oversee it. And you must accompany Tianjizi. Reluctantly, Zhou Bufan acquiesced. Chen Changsheng turned to Lu Hao, Lu Liang. And you three shall follow Zhou Bufan and Tianjizi to the Silent Mountain Range. Remember, this mission is primarily for reconnaissance. Do not act impulsively. The three responded in unison. Yes, Master. With the plan established, everyone immediately began to prepare their gear. Tianjizi even thoughtfully prepared some elixirs and talismans for Chen Changsheng, in case of unforeseen events. Before departing, Chen Changsheng reiterated, if any urgent situation arises, signal immediately. Do not act out of bravado. Safety is paramount. Everyone nodded in agreement. Thus, the two groups set forth on their separate paths. Chen Changsheng rode eastward alone. Stop him! Tianjizi roared, and the entire Tianji platform descended into chaos. The disciples of Tianji Pavilion sprinted to pursue the figure in black, but the individual moved with an uncanny grace akin to a specter, effortlessly slipping through the encirclement and darting down the mountain. Do not let him escape. Chen Changsheng's reflexes were sharp. He swiftly drew his cleaver and hurled it with force. The blade, transforming into a streak of darkness, aimed directly at the back of the black-clad figure. Clang! To his surprise, the figure seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head, turning without a glance, and with a swift motion, he caught the cleaver barehanded. Chen Changsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. A butcher's knife. An ancient divine weapon. How could it be caught barehanded? What sort of prodigy is this? The cloaked figure halted, slowly turning to reveal a pair of eyes as crimson as agate. A demon from the abyss. Tianjizi exclaimed, a spy from the demon clan has infiltrated. The black-clad man let out a strange laugh and suddenly hurled the butcher's knife back. Be careful. Chen Changsheng hurriedly caught the knife, but the moment he made contact, an eerie force surged from the blade, instantly coursing through his entire body. This is bad. He stifled a groan as his internal energy surged tumultuously, unable to restrain himself from spitting a mouthful of blood. Master! Lu Hao and the others were so frightened that their souls nearly fled. They rushed forward to support the swaying Chen Changsheng. Yu Lingxiao furrowed his brow, his figure darting like lightning as he pursued the cloaked figure. You Palace Master, be cautious. Zhou Bufan shouted. Without looking back, Yu Lingxiao quickened his pace, catching up with the black-clad man in the blink of an eye. The two engaged in a fierce battle in midair, their palm winds and blade energies intertwining with astonishing might. The black-clad man was evidently no match for Yu Lingxiao. Seeing defeat imminent, he tore open a rift in space and attempted to escape through it. Humph! With a strike into the void, Yu Lingxiao made a swift motion, sending a silver light that struck the back of the black-clad figure. A piercing scream echoed as the figure vanished into the rift. Yu Lingxiao slowly descended back to the Tianji platform, his expression exceedingly grim. A demon spy, formidable indeed. Tianjizi stomped his foot in frustration. He has taken the 9 Palaces summoning array blueprint. What? Yu Lingxiao's expression changed drastically. This is dire. If the demon clan acquires that blueprint, the consequences are unimaginable. He turned to Chen Changsheng. Master Chen, now do you believe me? There is a traitor within the Tianji Pavilion. Otherwise, how could that demon spy infiltrate the forbidden grounds? Chen Changsheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and struggled to rise. This proves nothing. Perhaps this is all part of your scheme. My scheme? Yu Lingxiao scoffed. If I were truly in league with the demon clan, why would I have pursued that spy? That could very well be your diversion. Lu Hao shouted angrily. Who knows if that spy is truly a demon? Perhaps you have arranged this internal support from Yuling Palace. Yu Lingxiao shook his head with a sigh. It seems you are resolute in your disbelief. Very well, I shall not insist any longer. He took a few steps back and declared, Master Chen, I advise you, you cannot linger in the Tianji Pavilion. The demon army is about to break the seal, and the 9 Palaces summoning array blueprint has already fallen into their hands. The situation is critical. Moreover, he cast a meaningful glance at Tianjizi. Be wary of those around you. Some truths are far more complex than you can imagine. With that, he waved his hand, leading the disciples of Yuling Palace to retreat from the Tianji platform, disappearing in an instant. The atmosphere on the Tianji platform was heavy as lead. Tianji's expression was dark enough to drip water. The demon clan managed to infiltrate the forbidden library. Indeed, it is a failure on the part of our Tianji pavilion. Chen Changsheng shook his head. At this point, self-reproach is futile. The immediate priority is to decide our next course of action. A few individuals returned to the Grand Hall, gathering around the round table to deliberate on strategies. The blueprint of the 9 Palaces spirit summoning array has fallen into the hands of the demon clan, rendering our original plan utterly unfeasible. Zhou Bufan furrowed his brows and remarked, furthermore, since the demon clan is aware of our intentions, they will undoubtedly heighten their vigilance. Lu Hao slammed his hand on the table and proclaimed, then we shall march directly into the demon abyss. Let us resolve the issue at its source. Impetuous, Tianji sternly admonished. The demon clan's formidable warriors in the demon abyss are as numerous as fish crossing a river. Recklessly venturing forth would be tantamount to courting death. And what of Yuling Xiao? Yu Yi inquired. His behavior today has been rather peculiar. Is he an ally or an adversary? Chapter 97. The emergence of truth in an instant. Silence enveloped the gathering. The demeanor of Yuling Xiao was indeed perplexing. He chastised the heavenly mechanic, while simultaneously pursuing the spies of the demon clan. It was a conundrum as to which side he truly aligned with. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Changsheng spoke. Given the complexity of the situation, it would be prudent to split our forces. Oh, Master, what brilliant strategy do you propose? Zhou Bufan inquired eagerly. A glimmer of determination flashed in Chen Changsheng's eyes. For the first route, I shall personally visit the Jade Spirit Palace to meet with Yuling Xiao, to gauge his true intentions, and to retrieve the first and second volumes of the Heavenly Book. The second route will involve the heavenly mechanic leading you, Zhou Bufan, and others to secretly investigate the outer periphery of the Silent Mountain Range, to assess the situation in the Demon Abyss and discern the movements of the Demon Clan. Once our 2 groups converge, we shall determine our subsequent course of action. The others nodded in agreement, finding the plan to be feasible. However, the heavenly mechanic's face was etched with concern. Master, it is far too perilous for you to go to the Jade Spirit Palace alone. What if Yuling Xiao is indeed an accomplice of the demon clan? Would that not be akin to walking into a trap? Chen Changsheng reassured him confidently. Fear not. While I may not have fully regained my strength, I am more than capable of handling the situation for the time being. Besides, I am well aware of my limitations and will not act recklessly. Zhou Bufan hesitated. Master, allow me to accompany you. Chen Changsheng shook his head. No, it is not advisable. Your past conflicts with the Jade Spirit Palace could lead to unnecessary complications. Furthermore, the Silent Mountain Range requires someone knowledgeable in formations to oversee it. You must accompany the heavenly mechanic. Reluctantly, Zhou Bufan acquiesced. Chen Changsheng then addressed Lu Hao, L.V. Liang, and Yu Yi. You 3 will accompany Zhou Bufan and the heavenly mechanic to the Silent Mountain Range. Remember, this mission is primarily for reconnaissance. Do not act impulsively. In unison, the 3 replied, Yes, Master. With the plan established, the group immediately began preparing for their journey. The heavenly mechanic took extra care to provide Chen Changsheng with various elixirs and talismans, just in case of emergencies. Before their departure, Chen Changsheng issued one final admonition. If any urgent situation arises, signal immediately. Do not attempt to be brave, prioritize your safety above all. The group nodded earnestly. Thus, the 2 teams set forth on their separate paths. Chen Changsheng rode alone, galloping eastward towards the Jade Spirit Palace, while the heavenly mechanic led Zhou Bufan and the others northward towards the Silent Mountain Range. Chen Changsheng rode a chestnut horse along the official road, hastening eastward. The Jade Spirit Palace lay over 3,000 miles from the heavenly mechanic pavilion, situated by the Eastern Sea. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks to reach. However, Chen Changsheng, filled with urgency, dared not delay. He practiced meditation while riding, gradually restoring his spiritual energy. He traveled day and night, pausing only briefly when his horse could no longer bear the strain. 7 days later, Chen Changsheng arrived at a bustling city, Donglin City. It was now close to the Jade Spirit Palace and served as the last major city before entering the Eastern Sea region. At last, he had arrived. Chen Changsheng dismounted and patted his steed's neck, expressing gratitude. Well done, old friend. The chestnut horse snorted in what seemed to be a response to its master. Leading his horse into the city, he found an inn to rest. Waiter, bring me a pot of hot tea and some appetizers. Chen Changsheng called from a window seat. Right away, honored guest. The innkeeper replied promptly, turning to fulfill the order. Chen Changsheng surveyed his surroundings and noticed that the inn was bustling with patrons, seated in small groups, indulging in food and drink. Many were dressed in exquisite attire, exuding an air of distinction, unmistakably disciples of various cultivation sections. How lively this East Forest city is, Chen Changsheng mused. As he pondered, he suddenly overheard a conversation from a nearby table. Have you heard? The Jade Spirit Palace has been rather unsettled lately. What happened? Since the palace master returned from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, she has ordered the palace to be on lockdown, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving without permission. It said that there are demonic spies infiltrating the human realm, urging everyone to remain vigilant. Really? Is that true? How could demonic beings infiltrate? They were sealed away by Master Chen 300 years ago. Who knows? Regardless, the East Sea region is on high alert. I heard the Jade Spirit Palace has dispatched people to various sects to issue warnings. Chen Changsheng perked up his ears, listening intently. The most curious part was that the palace master seemed to be summoning certain individuals. Who is she summoning? Those skilled in formation techniques. It is said they are to decipher secrets from an ancient tome. Ancient tome? What is that? Shoo, keep your voice down. This is confidential. I overheard a disciple of the Jade Spirit Palace let it slip after a few drinks. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. It appeared that Yuling Xiao was indeed preparing for something significant. The innkeeper approached with tea and dishes. Esteemed guest, your tea and food have arrived. Chen Changsheng casually handed over a silver coin. No need for change. By the way, young innkeeper, have there been any recent happenings? The innkeeper's eyes brightened as he pocketed the coin. You must be from out of town. We do have something new in East Forest City. What is it? Do tell. The innkeeper lowered his voice. Just 3 days ago, someone witnessed a phenomenon in the East Sea sky. A blood-red pillar of light shooting into the clouds, lasting a full hour. Intriguing. Chen Changsheng's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Where did this blood-red pillar originate? It is said to have come from the direction of the Jade Spirit Palace. Many speculate that the palace master is crafting some unparalleled treasure. However, the innkeeper glanced around furtively. There are whispers that the color of that light is ominous, resembling demonic energy. Demonic energy? Chen Changsheng's heart raced. What was Yuling Xiao up to? Could it really be as the Celestial Mechanism Master suggested, that he was a hidden ally of the demonic clan? Without further contemplation, Chen Changsheng hastily finished his meal, settled the bill, and exited the inn. I must hasten. He found a horse dealer, exchanged a hefty sum for a swifter steed, and galloped through the night towards the East Sea. 2 days later, Chen Changsheng finally beheld the legendary Jade Spirit Palace. From a distance, it was perched atop a sheer cliff, a cluster of palatial structures cascading downwards, adorned with white walls and azure tiles, enveloped in mist, resembling a celestial realm. Chen Changsheng tethered his horse at the mountain's base and descended on foot. Halt. Who goes there? At the halfway point, 2 guards blocked his path. I am Chen Changsheng, here to pay my respects to the palace master, he declared, clasping his hands in greeting. Upon hearing his name, the guards immediately became alert. Chen Changsheng? You are the one for whom the palace master ordered a lockdown after returning from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Please announce my arrival. It is Chen Changsheng seeking an audience. The guards exchanged glances, with one remaining to stand watch, while the other hurried up the mountain to deliver the message. Shortly thereafter, the sentry returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe. Chen Changsheng, the palace master is awaiting you. Follow me, the expressionless man instructed. Chen Changsheng heightened his vigilance inwardly as he followed the middle-aged figure up the winding, steep path. The trail twisted and turned. Flanked by patrolling disciples of the Jade Spirit Palace, their vigilance evidently more stringent than usual. After approximately half an hour, they finally arrived at the main hall of the Jade Spirit Palace. Chen Changsheng seeks an audience. The man in blue announced loudly. Enter. Came the voice of Yuling Xiao from within. Chapter 98. A stunning secret. Chen Changsheng pushed the door open and beheld Yuling Xiao standing before an enormous map, seemingly engrossed in study. Chen Changsheng, it has been a while, Yuling Xiao remarked without turning, his tone indifferent. Chen Changsheng positioned himself at the center of the grand hall. I have come for the celestial tome. Only then did Yuling Xiao pivot, a playful smile gracing his face. You have arrived sooner than expected. It seems that Tianjizi's words failed to sway you. Let's talk. Where is the celestial tome? Chen Changsheng demanded coldly. Unperturbed, Yuling Xiao strolled to his seat at the head of the table. Why the haste, Chen Changsheng? Sit down, have a cup of tea, and we can converse leisurely. The celestial tome. Chen Changsheng remained unmoved. Yu Lingxiao sighed. Do you trust Tianjizi so implicitly? Are you not concerned that he might be an ally of the demonic clan? What concern is that of yours? Why should it not concern me? Yu Lingxiao's demeanor shifted to seriousness. The demonic army is on the verge of breaking free, posing a grave threat to the entire human race. As a cultivator of the human lineage, I must do everything in my power to impede this. Chen Changsheng scoffed. What a noble endeavor. Then why seek to seize the celestial tome? Why the blood sacrifice in the Eastern Sea? A flicker of surprise crossed Yu Lingxiao's eyes. You are aware of the Eastern Sea affair? Not only that, but I also know you have been gathering masters of formations to unravel the secrets of the celestial tome. Chen Changsheng advanced a step. What exactly are you plotting? Do you intend to exploit the tome to dismantle the seal and unleash the demonic clan? Yu Lingxiao burst into laughter. Chen Changsheng. It appears Tianjizi has filled your mind with quite the truth. I require no indoctrination from anyone. I only trust what I have witnessed. Chen Changsheng retorted angrily. Yu Lingxiao rose, hands clasped behind his back. And what have you witnessed? The blood sacrifice in the Eastern Sea? My intentions to breach the seal? Or my collusion with the demonic clan? Chen Changsheng found himself momentarily speechless. You have seen nothing, Yu Lingxiao stated coldly. What you call facts is nothing more than hearsay, mere echoes of others' words. Then enlighten me. What is the truth? Chen Changsheng inquired. Yu Lingxiao paused thoughtfully before asking, do you recall how you established the 12 Capitals Heavenly Demon Sealing Formation? Chen Changsheng shook his head. I have lost most of my memories. Are you aware of what transpired at the edge of the demon abyss back then? I do not. Yu Lingxiao gazed at Chen Changsheng with significance. If I were to tell you that you were not the sole person to set the seal, would you believe it? A jolt of realization struck Chen Changsheng. What do you mean? Those who participated in sealing the demonic clan included not just you, but also a powerful figure from within the demonic clan. Impossible. Chen Changsheng exclaimed vehemently. How could the demonic clan assist the human race in sealing their own? Yu Lingxiao shook his head with a sigh. The demonic clan is not a monolith. Just as there are traitors among the human race, there exist factions of dissent within the demonic clan as well. With that, he approached a concealed door at the side of the hall and pushed it open. Follow me, and I shall reveal the truth to you. Chen Changsheng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to follow. Beyond the concealed door lay a lengthy corridor, illuminated by ethereal blue flames that rendered faces ghostly pale. After traversing for what felt like the duration of an incense stick, a stone door loomed ahead. Yu Lingxiao came to a halt. 3 centuries ago, I discovered this place beneath the East Sea. Within it lies imprisoned a formidable being of the demon clan, named immortal, who was instrumental in aiding you to seal the demon race. What? Chen Changsheng was taken aback. What did you say? Immortal, of the royal bloodline of the demon clan, opposed their invasion of the human realm. When the demon army broke through the boundaries, he covertly assisted you by revealing their weaknesses, enabling you to establish a grand formation that sealed the demon forces. This is impossible. How could I collaborate with the demon clan? Yu Lingxiao forcefully pushed open the stone door. Don't believe me? Step inside and see for yourself. A chilling aura surged forth. Chen Changsheng suppressed his unease and followed her inside. Within the stone chamber, there lay an enormous coffin. The coffin was pitch black, adorned with intricate runes, faintly emanating a ghostly purple light. This, the demon coffin. Yu Lingxiao spoke solemnly. Immortal is sealed within. In his endeavor to assist you in confining the demon clan, he angered the royal family of the demons and was imprisoned in this coffin for eternity. Chen Changsheng took a few steps closer, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity swell within him. How strange. Why do I feel a kinship with a demon I have never met? You are deceiving me. Chen Changsheng spun around sharply, glaring at Yu Lingxiao. Yu Lingxiao shook her head. I have no reason to deceive you. Revealing Mo-Li's existence is meant to help you understand that there are factions within the demon clan willing to coexist peacefully with humanity. So your relentless search for the heavenly scriptures was to rescue Mo-Li. Yu Lingxiao gazed intently at Chen Changsheng. Mo-Li is imprisoned in the demon coffin, living a fate worse than death. Only by gathering the 3 heavenly scriptures can the seal of the coffin be unraveled and he can be liberated. On what grounds do you believe I would assist in rescuing a demon? Yu Lingxiao regarded Chen Changsheng deeply. Because Mo-Li is your sworn brother. Once, you forged a blood pact together to combat the demon army. Nonsense. Chen Changsheng erupted in fury. How could I possibly have sworn brotherhood with a demon? Yu Lingxiao said no more, instead waving her hand. A beam of purple light struck the coffin. Boom. The coffin trembled violently, and the lid began to slowly open. A swirling mass of purple-black mist ascended, gradually coalescing into a human form. It was a remarkably handsome man, his skin pale as snow. Yet his eyes were a deep violet, imbued with the weight of experience and wisdom. He wore a black robe, embroidered with a bat-like creature in flight across his chest. Chen Changsheng? The man's voice was hoarse, filled with incredulity. Is it truly you? Chen Changsheng stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. For in that instant when the demon spoke, a cacophony of fragmented memories erupted in his mind, flooding in like a torrent. Immortal, he murmured, as if unlocking a long-sealed door of memories. It truly is you. Immortal, the ninth son of the demon royal family, a once dear friend and ally. They had met as adversaries on the battlefield, but their mutual respect had forged them into brothers. Immortal, unable to bear witness to the indiscriminate slaughter by his kin, chose to betray his clan and assist Chen Changsheng in establishing the seal. All fragments surged forth like a tide, and those lost memories have finally found their sanctuary. Chen Changsheng staggered a few steps, barely steadying himself against the wall. I remember, a part of it. A flicker of joy crossed Yu Lingxiao's eyes. It seems you finally believe me? Chen Changsheng lifted his gaze towards Immortal. What truly transpired back then? Why were you imprisoned? Immortal responded with a bitter smile. Because of betrayal. In the demon clan, betraying the royal family is the gravest of sins, and imprisonment in the demon coffin is the lightest punishment. And what of Tianjizi? What role did he play in this matter? Immortal exchanged a glance with Yu Lingxiao, a complex expression passing between them. Tianjizi. Immortal spoke solemnly. He is the true insider of the demon clan. Chapter 99. Dual progress. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Silent Mountain Range, the enigmatic Tianjizi had led Zhou Bufan and his companions to set up camp at the mountain's edge for 3 days. The sparse vegetation, jagged rocks, and howling winds imbued the area with an ominous atmosphere. Master, have the scouts returned? Lu Hao inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. Zhou Bufan shook his head. Not yet. They should have been back yesterday. Could something have happened? Yu Liang voiced his apprehension. Zhou Bufan sighed. It is quite possible. The demonic energy within the Silent Mountain Range is rampant, and one could easily lose their way or even fall prey to the corruption of their mind. What shall we do now? Yui asked. We shall wait another half-day, Tianjizi replied in a grave tone. If they do not return, I will personally venture into search for them. At that moment, the unmistakable sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar. The group became alert, drawing their weapons in readiness. It's me. It's me. A familiar voice called out from the distance. It's senior brother Mingyuan. Zhou Bufan recognized the figure and breathed a sigh of relief. A gray-robed cultivator rode swiftly towards them, his horse panting heavily, drenched in sweat, clearly having traveled a great distance. Senior brother Mingyuan, what brings you here? Zhou Bufan approached him. Mingyuan dismounted with urgency, his expression fraught with anxiety. It's bad news. The Tiangong Pavilion is in trouble. What? Tianjizi sprang to his feet, alarmed. What has happened? Mingyuan knelt on one knee. Reporting to the pavilion master, the Tiangong Pavilion has been attacked. A group of unidentified black-clad individuals suddenly assaulted the library pavilion, seizing a considerable number of texts concerning sealing formations. When did this occur? Tianjizi asked hastily. Just yesterday. The disciples fought valiantly, but the enemy's strength was overwhelming, and we suffered heavy losses. The elders instructed me to find the pavilion master without delay. They request your return to oversee the situation. Tianjizi's expression darkened, resembling iron. What were the casualties? Over 30 dead or injured, including 2 severely wounded elders. Damn it! Tianjizi slammed his fist into the stone, fury igniting within him. This must be the work of the demon clan. After they stole the diagrams of the 9 palaces summoning array, they returned to ransack the library pavilion, aiming to gather all information regarding sealing techniques. Pavilion master, what shall we do? Zhou Bufan asked earnestly. Tianjizi pondered for a moment. The situation has changed. I must return to the Tiangong Pavilion immediately. You all must continue with your mission and investigate the conditions of the demon abyss. Zhou Bufan nodded. Understood, master. However, I am concerned about our teacher. You need not worry about Chen Changsheng, Tianjizi replied sternly. With his strength, he can easily handle Yu Lingxiao. Our immediate priority is to safeguard the foundation of the Tiangong Pavilion. With that, he turned to Mingyuan. Prepare the horses. We shall return to the mountain at once. Mingyuan obeyed the command and hastened away. Master, can we truly ascertain the situation within the demon abyss? Lu Hao could not help but ask. Zhou Bufan's expression grew solemn. To be honest, I am not entirely confident. The demonic energy deep within the Silent Mountain Range is pervasive, and a moment's carelessness could lead to disorientation. Nonetheless, since the pavilion master has given orders, we must do our utmost. He interjected suddenly. Master, I find this matter rather suspicious. In what way? The Tiangong pavilion is heavily fortified. How could it be breached so easily? Moreover, it occurred precisely after our departure, a coincidence too striking to ignore. Zhou Buffan's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting that someone deliberately lured us away? Yui nodded. It is highly probable. Zhou Buffan inhaled sharply. If that were true, could it mean there is a traitor within the heavenly machine pavilion? A heavy silence enveloped the group. The implications of such a possibility were terrifying. If there is indeed a mole within the heavenly machine pavilion, the adversary may have been aware of their plans long ago. Tianjizi, he is the true insider of the demon clan. Mo Li's words struck Chen Changsheng's heart like a thunderclap. What? Chen Changsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. His body trembled violently, and his mind erupted in chaos. He grasped Mo Li's collar. What did you say? Repeat that. Mo Li did not resist. Her violet eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Tianjizi Li Songhai is the traitor of the demon clan lurking among the human race. Impossible. Chen Changsheng released his grip, shaking his head vigorously, instinctively retreating 3 steps until his heel collided with the stone steps, stumbling backward with a thud. Li Songhai is my disciple. How could he possibly be a traitor of the demon clan? Yulingxiao steadied the swaying Chen Changsheng. Do you remember who it was that gave you that final push at the edge of the demon abyss? Leading you into the heart of the formation? Chen Changsheng closed his eyes, veins bulging on his forehead, as something deep within his mind struggled desperately to break free from the confines of memory. Fragments, shards, images, a sky crackling with thunder, the howling demon army, a battlefield interwoven with blood and fire, and a familiar silhouette. Chen Changsheng's eyes flew open, pupils constricting violently, cold sweat cascading down his cheeks, splattering on the ground with a crisp sound. It was Li Songhai, it was him. Chen Changsheng's voice trembled, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Just as I was about to invoke the heaven-defying destiny alteration technique, he pushed me from behind, his gaze sharpened, teeth clenched tightly. He articulated each word with precision. Because of that push, I lost my balance, my landing was misaligned, resulting in flaws in the seal. Yulingxiao spoke solemnly. Indeed, it is precisely due to this flaw that the demon clan was able to assault the seal before the millennium was reached. Chen Changsheng struck the wall with a fist, a deafening crash resonating as the stone cracked and debris flew. Damn it! I treated him like my own kin, yet he consumed by rage. Chen Changsheng spat out a mouthful of blood, staining half of his garment crimson. Mo Li hurriedly stepped forward, placing her palm against Chen Changsheng's back. A surge of purple-black energy coursed into him. With a whoosh, Chen Changsheng felt the tumult of his internal energy suddenly subside, his mind clearing considerably. Thank you. He nodded at Mo Li, only to suddenly notice her form growing increasingly translucent, revealing the wall behind her. What is happening? Mo Li smiled bitterly. I am but a wisp of residual soul, trapped in the demon coffin for 300 years. My strength has long since waned. The manifestation of my form just now to meet you is already my limit. Chen Changsheng felt a pang in his heart, reaching out to grasp Mo Li. But his hand passed through her body, grasping nothing. Mo Li waved her hand. There is no need for sorrow. Having been imprisoned within the demonic coffin for 3 centuries, I have long transcended the notions of life and death. However, there is one matter of utmost importance that I must convey to you. Tianjizi Li Songhai is not only an insider of the demonic clan, but holds a position of great distinction and influence. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow in confusion. What do you mean? He is the younger brother of the current emperor of the demonic clan. Boom. Chen Changsheng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in place. Impossible. He roared vehemently, his voice reverberating throughout the stone chamber. Li Songhai is of the human race. I have watched him grow up. Mo Li sighed. You know but one side of the story, yet remain unaware of the other. Before you took him as your disciple, he had already been a spy of the demonic clan, lurking within the human race for many years. Chapter 100, Brothers Reunited, a Scout? Indeed. Mo Li nodded, revealing that the demonic race possesses a secret technique known as the 9 transformations of the demonic body, which can alter one's bloodline and completely conceal their demonic aura. Li Songhai utilized this skill to mask his true identity and infiltrate the human realm. Chen Changsheng sank onto the stone steps, covering his face, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. The disciple he had spent countless days with, the student to whom he had imparted all his knowledge, the child he regarded as his own, was, astonishingly, of the demonic royal lineage. A bitter laugh escaped Chen Changsheng's lips, laced with despair. How ironic. I, Chen Changsheng, have lived over half my life, only to be deceived by the one closest to me. Yu Lingxiao sighed softly. Now you understand why I sought you out, do you not? Chen Changsheng lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as daggers. You have known all along? Not entirely, Yu Lingxiao replied, shaking his head. I merely deduced from certain clues that Tianjizi was not what he seemed. His true identity was revealed to me only moments ago by Immortal. Standing up. Chen Changsheng was ablaze with fury. And what of Zhou Bufan? What is the truth behind the theft of the divine mirror of destiny? Immortal explained. The divine mirror can peer into the underworld and discern the disguises of the demonic race. Li Songhai, fearing exposure, sought to frame Zhou Bufan, eliminating this threat in the process. Understanding dawned upon Chen Changsheng as he furrowed his brow, calculating the implications. Oh no. Tianjizi has taken Zhou Bufan and the others to the Silent Mountain Range. What? Yu Lingxiao gasped, alarmed. The Silent Mountain Range is the area where the demonic seals are at their weakest. What could he possibly want there? Chen Changsheng's expression darkened. He claimed he was investigating the situation in the abyss of demons. We split our forces. I came to find you while he took the others to the Silent Mountain Range. This is terrible. Yu Lingxiao's countenance shifted dramatically. It is a trap. The Silent Mountain Range is currently engulfed in demonic energy, a place no human should dare to tread. He is leading your disciples to their doom. We must rush to their aid at once, Chen Changsheng declared, drawing his blade with a swift motion. Immortal weakly raised a hand. Do not rush. I have a lead. His form grew increasingly translucent, his voice fading. Li Songhai's journey to the Silent Mountain Range is likely for a final blood sacrifice. The millennia-old seal requires a blood offering to be lifted. They are in grave danger. A blood sacrifice. Chen Changsheng and Yu Lingxiao exclaimed in unison. Yes. Mo Li's voice barely reached them. It requires a special bloodline as a sacrifice. Your disciples are very likely. Before he could finish, Mo Li's figure dissipated completely. Mo Li. Chen Changsheng lunged forward, attempting to grasp the last remnants of his friend, but found only emptiness. The stone chamber fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by their heavy breaths. Suddenly, Chen Changsheng shouted, Yu Lingxiao, what of the heavenly book? What? Yu Lingxiao responded, startled. The Yu Ling heavenly book, the upper and lower volumes. I needed to save them. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Lingxiao gritted his teeth. It is in the secret chamber of the Yu Ling Palace. I shall retrieve it at once. The two hastily departed the stone chamber, plunging into the night. Outside the Silent Mountain Range, the night was dark and foreboding, shrouded in thick fog. Let us have something to eat, one suggested. Yu Yi handed a piece of dried food to Lu Liang. Lu Liang shook his head. His brow furrowed. I cannot eat. The master and the sect leader have been gone for several hours. I wonder how they are faring. Lu Hao stood upon a protruding rock, gazing into the distance, his eyes unblinking and his body taut. I have an unsettling feeling that something is amiss. What is it? Lu Liang leapt onto the rock, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lu Hao. Look, Lu Hao pointed into the distance. That dense fog has not dissipated since we arrived. Moreover, I feel as if something is moving within it. Lu Liang squinted, peering intently for a moment before suddenly gasping in shock. Indeed, there is. Look over there. Following his gesture, vague shadows could be discerned shifting within the fog, flickering in and out of view. What on earth is that? Lu Hao murmured, instinctively resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. Yui also climbed onto the rock, focusing intently. This mist. Something is not right. It is spreading, and at an increasing pace. The three exchanged glances, fear reflected in their eyes. Pack your belongings. We must retreat, Lu Hao decisively declared, leaping off the rock with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The trio hurriedly gathered their belongings, preparing to flee this ominous place. Where shall we go? Yu Yi inquired as she packed. First, we return to the village and wait for the master and the sect leader to return, Lu Hao responded, hastily grabbing a bundle from the ground and slinging it over his shoulder. Quickly. Just then, a sharp crack of a breaking branch echoed through the woods. The three whirled around, instantly drawing their weapons, forming a triangular defense. Who is there? Lu Hao demanded fiercely, his sword glinting menacingly. Silence fell, an oppressive stillness enveloping them, broken only by the rustling leaves in the wind. Suddenly, a shadow leapt from the trees and landed with a swish. Ah! Yui exclaimed, thrusting her spear forward. It's me. Don't attack. The newcomer swiftly dodged, grasping the spear's shaft. Master Zhou. The trio stared in astonishment. It was indeed Zhou Bufan, looking disheveled. His clothes tattered, with several blood streaks on his face, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Quickly, we must leave. There is an ambush. Zhou Bufan panted. His eyes filled with terror. Tianjizi. He is not a good person. What? Lu Hao's eyes widened in confusion. Master, what is happening? Where's the sect leader? Zhou Bufan took a deep breath, attempting to steady his racing heart. The sect leader. He is of the demon clan. Boom. The revelation struck them like a bolt from the blue, leaving the three in stunned silence. Impossible. Lu Hao was the first to regain his composure. Shaking his head vehemently. How can that be? The sect leader is the disciple of our master. Zhou Bufan forced a bitter smile. I witnessed it with my own eyes. He led me deep into the silent mountains under the pretense of investigating the abyss of demons. Unexpectedly, he turned on me, revealing his true demonic form, nearly killing me. El Liang found himself at a loss, helplessly glancing up at the sky and down at the ground, bewildered by the impossibility of the situation. The master had been a venerable figure presiding over the celestial mechanism pavilion for centuries. There was no time for explanations. Zhou Bufan, in a state of agitation, jumped up and down, casting anxious glances around. They would soon be pursued. We must leave this place immediately. Where to? Lu Hao inquired. To the Jade Spirit Palace. Zhou Bufan grasped Lu Hao's arm with urgency. Our master is there. We must seek him out. The four hurriedly gathered their belongings, preparing to depart when suddenly a chilling aura engulfed them. Seeking to escape? It shall not be so simple. A familiar yet alien voice emerged from the dense fog. Its tone distorted and echoing eerily, sending shivers down their spines.